Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rivington Bisson III. Along with me, David Freak Turley as always, and welcome back to Day 2, the League of Legends North American Qualifier, live from Los Angeles. Yesterday was quite an event as 16 teams entered the Riot Studios to prove that they had what it takes to be the best, Freak.
And there was no shortage of epic moments yesterday. Day 1 featured well-deserved victories, some bitter disappointments, some base races, some upsets, and even a wild pentakill.
So good.
But at the end of the day, only 8 teams advanced, 8 of them going home, and those winners will move on to duke it out for the coveted 5 remaining spots in the League of Legends Championship Series. We're moving on to a best-of-3 format today, so that means the competition will be even fiercer as the teams learn to adapt to their opponent's strategies.
Freak, if yesterday's matches were any indication that they were in for some serious fun today, we had pentakills, like you said, base races. It's amazing, and there's a year to come here. First, here's a quick look at who's advanced and what we can expect today. We've had 16 teams. If you're just joining us, we had a first day of amazing competition, and those 16 teams have now been dwindled down. Freak, where did they come from?
So the 16 teams came from pretty much 2 different locations. So there was the pre-qualified teams, which is their performance in Season 2 qualifiers from IPL and MLG, and they had first and second seed throughout their groups. The other 8 came from the Ranked 5s ladder. Now, only one team actually made it through Ranked 5s and made it to Day 2, and that's Team Martin. We're going to see them last up in the day. The other 7, though, they came through in the first and second seeds and came through as pre-qualified teams.
And now that we have these 8 teams, like we said, there's only 8 left in this best-of-3 matches that now come through. Team Fear, Meat Playground, Dirt Nap Gaming, Good Game University, Curse, Azure Gaming, Marn, and the Brunch Club. The winners today move on to Season 3, and the losers move on to battle it out on our last day for the final spot in that contract in Season 3.
Exactly. There are 5 spots available, 8 teams here today, so you got better than even odds of making it. You win a single BO3 today, and you are in. Your lives are changed. You're into this. You're in it to win it. Season 3, it's all yours. You lose, you've got to fight the other 4 losing teams for that 5th and final spot.
You know, there were amazing matchups in day 1. Like we said, they're only going to get better. And today, it's very relaxed for the players because nobody really gets eliminated. You move on to go player. You find out if you make it. And tomorrow is really the do or die day. 3 teams have already earned their spot in the Season 3 championship. We know TSM, Team Solomid, Dignitas, and Counter Logic Gaming have all already qualified through just the circuit of the League of Legends Season 2.
Exactly. And speaking of that circuit, don't forget it all starts, the regular season for Season 3 starts Thursday, February 7th. Every Thursday and Friday, every week in North America, every Saturday and Sunday, every week in Europe. To see all the League of Legends action, tune in. It's just going to be amazing, and it's all going to be live for free in glorious HD.
So good.
It's going to be just awesome. I'm looking forward to it, man. We're going to be here casting it. D-Man, just
So
everybody. It's going to be awesome. Now, before today's action gets underway, let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from yesterday's groups.
16 teams battle it out to turn their passion into a career. Only 5 spots remain to make that dream come true. This is Day 1 of the League of Legends Championship Series North American Qualifier. The first group of the day featured a new roster for Team Fear and the fan favorites Epic Gamer. In the first game of the tournament, Fear faced the relatively unknown Tower Dive TV. Fear's AD carry Zuna chalked up an electrifying triple kill on Kog'Maw, propelling his team to a one-sided victory. Fear would go on to defeat Good Game University to take their group 2-0, moving them on to the quarterfinal round. But Epic Gamer was not so lucky. They ran into the buzzsaw known as GGU University, losing their first game in a blistering 22 minutes. Despite overcoming a huge deficit in their second game, Epic Gamer would go home winless, falling to Tower Dive TV.
They will knock Epic Gamer out.
GGU University would pick up their second win of the day and secure their spot in the quarterfinals.
GGU, they have to be relieved right now.
Group B was up for grabs with 4 teams looking to make a name for themselves. In Game 1, Meat Playground took care of business early against Falafel Gaming and cruised to an easy victory.
Meat Playground taking him out.
In Game 2, it was Dirtnap Gaming's Chris who was unkillable on Shen, demolishing the one-trick pony.
Fuck around!
Meat Playground got ahead early against Dirtnap Gaming, but Dirtnap turned around a seemingly dire fight and rode that momentum to victory.
Oh, that may happen. No, Chris keeps himself alive.
Their victory over Meat Playground would move them to 2-0 and give them a berth in the quarterfinals.
Dirtnap Gaming coming up with a win.
The first elimination match of Group B featured one-trick ponies Pawn Gypsy getting Zed fed. The one-trick ponies dismantling of Falafel Gaming led to a quick surrender. Still facing elimination in their next game, the ponies pulled out their one trick against Meat Playground, Lil Kevin's LeBlanc.
Oh my God.
He picked up several flashy kills early, but all it took was one unstoppable force from X-Hazard's Malphite to break the ponies' backs and send Meat Playground into the quarterfinal round.
There's the Raging Kenny going down. This is what they were looking for. They find themselves moving on to Day 2.
Fear will take on Meat Playground, while Good Game University faces off against Dirtnap Gaming when the League of Legends Season 3 North American Qualifier continues into the quarterfinal round.
Welcome back to the desk, guys. Riven Freak here, and I urge you to rewatch the beginning of that video where Fear was going through their fight because Muffin is laughing so hard, and he just couldn't even have his hands on the keyboard because Zuna was yelling so loud, and Zuna had never done that before. You just have to rewatch it. You just see Muffin just losing it.
It's great, and these games are so fun to watch. The personalities are great. Hanging out with the players, it's really fun.
It's
They're good
fantastic.
people.
So guys, you've heard Freak and I tell you all about strategy, but now it's your chance to let everyone around the world know what you think.
Yeah, we posed the question to you. Which of the teams competing today will make it into Season 3?
Log on to Twitter, tell us your answers. We're at LOL Esports, and make sure you use the hashtag LCS. We'll be responding to your answers on the air later in the broadcast.
Now, Day 1 was filled with explosive moments, and today is going to be even more intense. Let's size up today's matches.
You know, Freak, these look absolutely amazing. Our first group, Team Fear versus Meat Playground, a cool little backstory, but also quite well-known teams and have made a name for themselves as well if they hadn't.
Exactly. These are two very, very big names in the North American scene. They're right there, butting up against the teams like TSM and CLG, kind of trying to be those major Season 3 teams. And the main thing about this is these guys have met a lot before because they're such high-caliber teams. They just met at IPL 5 in early December, and Meat Playground won that sort of spat right there. But also, because of some recent roster changes, the AD carry for Meat Playground Balls used to play on the team that became Fear on NTWNA. So these guys know each other really quite well.
Also, next up coming into our matches, Dirtnap Gaming versus Good Game University, a match that a lot of people are going to be looking forward to.
It's going to be really, really good because Dirtnap really showed, I think, a lot stronger than people were expecting from them. They took first place in their group over Meat Playground. And a lot of people kind of considered that group sort of the easier group. Everyone wanted to be in Dirtnap Gaming's group. But now you got to kind of put it on the line. And now it's the quarterfinals. GGU, they've got a lot of experience as a team, but I think Dirtnap's going to be better than they're expecting.
We'll have to see the next game. All eyes on Azure Gaming as they face off against that #1 seeded Curse.
This is going to be super, super difficult. Curse, I mean, over and over again, people have been saying that they were the favorite here. They went 2-0 in their group, clearly a very, very strong team. But, it's going to be hard to deal with this. I mean, Azure has looked pretty good. It's a tough match for them. But even if either of these teams does go down, they've already got the third day in front of them as well.
In one of our more fun matchups, again, we get Brotherly Love back into the action. We've had the Dins before, and now we have Claky D's team versus Nick Wu, that Marn versus the Brunch Club.
This is actually a really cool story because Marn is not only the only team to make it through the ranked 5s ladder, but they are probably the loudest and most outspoken team here at the tournament and in probably most of League of Legends. If you are here, you just hear Marn himself yelling at the top of his lungs. Every team is like, come on, get it, yeah! And he's just crazy electric. And so for that atmosphere alone, my heart goes out to Marn a little bit on this one.
Yeah, there is so much passion in. To take a second, I was speaking with some of the QAs that set up, back, and a few of them are saying, Team Marn is the only team that uses the time quickly before lobby to jump in a custom and say, play 1, play 2, play 3, play 4. We run them, and then we'll go into the game. The only team they've seen so far. Maybe some have done it. A few have jumped in and ran some ward spots. They all 5 jump in and gather and go around and practice. So they're taking this very seriously.
Yeah.
Guys, it's difficult to convey what's at stake for these 8 teams today. League of Legends continues to grow every day, as does the pool of talented players. Season 3 will be one of the biggest competitions in the history of esports.
Exactly. This means, a spot in Season 3, right? This qualifier is for a spot in Season 3 to be a salaried professional player. Throughout the week, we've been talking to the players, interviewing them, filming them up on camera, and asking, what does it mean to be in Season 3? What does it mean to do this? And it's life-changing completely. The video went up about Curse, where this already is their job, and they need to be in Season 3 to remain employed. This is their livelihood, and some of them have backup plans, some of them don't. Some of the players here are going to school or they've got jobs, and they're going to quit those. They're going to postpone school. Some of them actually have just to practice for this event, but this is what their lives are focused on right now.
Freak, that's also that ultimate grasp of the cup. That sight at the end of the road, there's a long way to go. We still have a portion of the season where the bottom 4 teams have to fight back in it, but the cup is really what their eyes are set on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just minutes away from our first match of the day. It's Team Fear versus Meat Playground. We're going to take a short break here, and when we come back, Day 2, the League of Legends Season 3 North American Qualifiers begins. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, Summoners. It's about time for our first matchup of the day here on Day 2, Team Fear versus Meat Playground Freak. This is kind of a battle of two teams that have been created long ago by a man that unfortunately isn't here.
This is a man actually I knew very, very well. I actually played with him back in beta. Atlanta, James Moreland, actually created both of these teams, and the managers and the players were commiserating before the match. The guys actually know each other very well, and they're like, yeah, poor Atlanta, man. He was on one of the ranked 5 team qualifiers, didn't quite make it out here. Founded both those teams. He'd actually been, of course, on both rosters, and so has, for example, Balls, the AD carry here. These guys have shared players, shared backstories, and I just really like that they're good friends here because I'm reading their team chat in-game. All 10 players are in-game and about ready to go.
Yep.
And I think Arthlon was getting challenged that, like, ManCloud was going to fight him. Just, like, in real life, they're just, like, making fun of each other's screen names and stuff. It's pretty great. I like that.
So starting as the blue team, we have Team Fear coming in. They've beaten Tower Dive and Good Game University yesterday. This is great momentum for them. Yeah. And they're favorites in this tournament with Curse right now. They've
looked really, really good. Everyone considered them sort of the number 2 of this tournament. They came in the, one of those few teams that qualified through their placement in Season 2. Right? Doing very well there and keeping their spot. And everyone knew they were a fearsome, fearsome opponent. We saw them in the very first match of the day, just never letting up. With the few hits as well, one of the community's most well-known AD carries, Afromoo. This is now post-Afromoo Fear. And they've still been throwing out amazing compositions and really just overall a great mindset. It's like nothing ever happened in the bottom lane. Exactly. It's something you've always got to be concerned of when a roster changes. Back in the day, I remember when Counterlogic Gaming first lost Elements from their roster, and then Elements got picked up by Curse. They played a match like the next week, and Curse had won that. Right, they picked up Elements. Never kind of made fun of CLG, like better bench Elements, way to lose that one, right? But roster changes can always be rocky for a team. It can always mess with your synergies, and it seems like Fear has not, nor Meat Playground. Honestly, they've got 2 new players as well. Neither team seems to have faltered because of those changes. And if we had to keep an eye on one person, a big impact player on the team for Fear, who are we going to look for? ManCloud honestly is really, really huge there. He was at one point up to top 3 on the solo queue ladder. He's always been really, really strong. His individual skill is just massive. He's amazing. I gotta kind of say that for Fear, that ManCloud I think is really the guy to look for. Right on. So, and starting for the red team, coming up, guys, it is going to be Meat Playground. So Fear versus Meat Playground. Yesterday, these guys beat Falafel and One Trick Pony. One Trick Pony actually was able to use LeBlanc very well against them, but then it was just, they kind of turned it back on them. You can't. You can only do so much, and so this makes us realize that they're a team who can change their strategy mid-game and just cope with what's going on. Yeah, and there was some, I would say, sort of unfortunate champ select choices there by One Trick Ponies because they let X-Hazard get Malphite, who's basically his best champion. Yeah. And I don't know if it's a lack of research or just confidence or what, but realistically, being Meat Playground, you've actually got All-Stars. I was prepping for your question of who's the star player on Meat Playground, and I was like, Balls. But then wait, Arthalon's been destroying people recently, but then Hazard won them the game against One Trick Ponies, and well, I can't pick one anymore. There's just a lot of really big all-stars there. Honestly, on both these rosters, but they're incredibly strong overall. Life without Pobelter, they're still fine. Arthalon's been doing amazing. Life without Light Sludge, they're still doing great with Balls there. Yeah. And even with that loss to Dirt Nap, I think they're still a very good team. Yeah. It's going to be big, life without Pole Belter. It seems like it's kind of the story for a lot of these teams. They've lost young players. It plagues a few of these teams. They're never aging. Obviously, we said Pole Belter he hasn't aged in 4 years. Next year, he won't be able to play again, probably. We'll find out. But here's a look at what these two teams think about playing each other. Let's find out.
We versed Meat Playground in IPL last event, and we lost to them.
We actually stomped them 2-0 at IPL 5.
But I think most of that was just because of miscommunication. And then ever since Benny's joined the team, we definitely stepped up a lot more.
And I think they're a lot stronger than they were before.
Well, Lemon God and Balls are really good friends of ours.
I've known Mandatory Cloud since I was in elementary school. We've been playing video games together ever since that point in time, and now we end up here together playing at Riot Studios for Season 3 against each other.
I honestly don't want to play them.
Yeah.
I mean, one of us would have to lose, and one of us is not making to Season 3, and that'd be really sad.
We're going to ban out Cloud probably, because we think that he's their strongest player.
Yeah, screw that guy.
all said and done for us, we want to root for them.
I want to crush them.
If we just play standard, we should win.
So we're not going to underestimate them, but I think we have a good shot.
Old school roots and rivalry from the playground. This is going to be an all-out brawl match. We're almost ready to get into Champion Select Freak. These guys just it's great camaraderie between these two teams. And you heard Fear say, you know, we'd be more than happy to see these guys go through as well.
It's really good that they're friends. Again, the camaraderie is there. By the way, the from the playground. I got you on that one, by the way. That was good. But yeah, guys, Champion Select is underway. Without further ado, let's get it going on, man. Blue team, Fear. Red team, Meat Playground. Amumu the first ban. It's all starting, guys.
Here we go. They are going to be getting these bans out. We saw a lot of Twisted Fate banned out by Meat Playground before. Cats, Amumu's already out of there, so we'll have to see what they choose. It definitely focused bans here. They said mandatory Cloud right there, so.
Well, so far, I mean, getting rid of Jace is there. Rumble, I think not one he's going to run quite as much. Certainly the ban on Kha'Zix against Arthalon makes a whole heck of a lot of sense because that guy will pick it whenever possible. Though realistically, they're not banning out a lot of these typical AP mids. I've seen ManCloud play a lot of Karthus, for example. And, you know, unless that's the final ban here, they're really not banning out ManCloud. They said they would, but I'm not seeing it.
Maybe these matches, you know, changed what they thought. There were a few days that happened after that. These are initial thought interviews. So these guys are really coming off expectations of what they've played online. We see that Cho'Gath going in, possibly in the jungle, and the safe Elise. Oh, they go safe top and safe bottom.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting right now. So yeah, Elise has been something that has been bubbling up very recently as one of the major picks that's a must-do. Good Game University is a team that said they will grab Elise at any time, whenever possible, and just insta-lock that stuff. There's a few of these teams who are all about Elise here. One of the interesting things, though, is that Evelynn right now has gone through and not been insta-locked. There's been a lot of teams who will immediately just grasp onto a champion as soon as it's available. Both of Zubus would insta-lock Kale quite a bunch. You know, in the recent histories in the recent tournaments in Korea.
Right.
But here, you know, 25 seconds left in this pick, and you know, most people would come in here saying, well, Evelynn is like kind of the champion to watch. And again, you go back to what Xhazard's saying about his sort of the top four of this tournament. It's Amumu, Nunu, Kha'Zix, and Evelynn.
For sure.
And you see those bans right here for Fear, but you're not seeing that pick come out.
Yeah, we see Xmithy going on Lee Sin. I think this is one of those games where they're playing what is going to feel comfortable. A lot of times it comes down to that.
The fact that they're playing this so slowly and locking in very, very safe and normal picks tells you that I think Fear is trying to look a lot more reactive right here. Everything here is super safe. Sona works in pretty much every lane. I mean, you'd be a little bit afraid of like Leona Ezreal right here. That would be a fearsome lane for Sona, but you know, with Cho'Gath and Olaf in here, either can jungle, either can top lane. I've seen mid-show. Actually, I've seen ManCloud specifically mid-show, so that is actually a possibility here. But you've got much more confidence here at Meat Playground, right? The insta-lock on Elise is like, yes, we're going to crush people with Elise. She's a champion who makes you react to her. She is high pressure, puts out a lot of damage on the opposing team, and you have to react to Elise. You have to deal with her in some way.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lulu coming out here for Meat Playground. Engage from Fear or Chase. There it is, actually Lulu coming in. That Sona, that Cho'Gath, that Xmithy. It's something you're going to need to get away from if the fight goes wrong, and Lulu's going to be perfect for that. Arthalon may choose to pick his. No, actually, they go with the Jarvan. Actually, could be mid. Yeah, Arthalon plays the AD casters mid.
Exactly. Arthalon plays basically everything. I mean, everything. I caught up with Hazard dinner on Wednesday or Thursday, and it was just like, give me the rundown of your team, tell me what's going on. And he was like, well, there's players on other teams next to me here. I don't want to say too much. Like Demon Lol's there, like trying to listen in from Azure,
looking over your shoulder.
So, yeah. No, I mean, these guys haven't played each other, so Meat Playground, if they win here, will never have to play Azure, though they could meet on day 3 if both teams lose. But he's trying to keep secrets because, like, no, Arthalon plays everything. Like, any champion is available for him. Now, the interesting thing is, Kog'Maw has been played by both these teams here. Ball's had a really, really good performance against one-trick ponies, if I'm not wrong. I might be.
Sounds right.
Okay, and then also we saw it do very well from Zuna in the very first game of the day against Tower Dive TV. So, well, I mean, they've already grabbed Ezreal, so it's not like it's under contestation here, but it is a possibility. Kog'Maw's really good.
They are hovering. It is going to be, he needs to escape a little bit, but they have that front line to peel off for him. And as long as Karthus is there with that exhaust, they should be able to pretty much stop anything. It's kind of hard to get past a Karthus. I like that choice.
Generally speaking, yeah, this is now a team that's focused on late-game hyperscaling. I want to point out that itemizing against Fear is super hard. They have true damage from 3 sources. So you've got the Feast from Cho'Gath, you've got the Reckless Swing from Olaf. So whatever's in front is basically going to die. If you get a bunch of health to stop the true damage, you get burned down by Kog'Maw. And if you get resist to try to not die to Kog'Maw, you just die to true damage. And then you've also got another hyper carry there with Karthus. there's just like crazy amounts of damage from this Fear lineup. It looks sort of standard that you're just, yeah, I've got 2 damage dealers, 2 tanks, whatever, but it's a very hard to deal with lineup.
And there's the huge disengage or try to, grab somebody out and displace with the barrel. It's really to break up what would happen if this team fight went down, because it's going to be a lot of just centered on one spot for Fear.
You've got very, very good engagement here from Meat Playground. You've got a few different champions who can jump into melee range with Jarvan and Elise. Ooh, and a Malphite being considered as well here. That is going to be for X-Hazard up in the top lane.
Quickly.
More so than the jungle is my guess here. But you've got 2, now 3 guys who can jump into melee range. Lulu with the Wild Growth is going to make that an incredibly powerful initiation.
Yep.
Unstoppable Force into Wild Growth is a ludicrously difficult to deal with
A true
opening.
wombo combo.
It is a true wombo combo. It is a painful thing to deal with. And you just got a lot of follow-up there. You've got good persistent damage output. You've got Ezreal in the back lines. Generally speaking, for Meat Playground, they need Ezreal to do well. They'll run out of steam in team fights if balls gets shut down.
These Meat Playground's super good at just pinning that one person out. You're gonna get, like you said, Unstoppable Force, and then Jarvan's pinning you in.
Yeah.
And if it hasn't happened well for them, the Lulu ultimate as well, and that happens for the Engage. This is an absolutely ridiculous team, but the Engage can happen from anywhere. Mandatory Cloud could definitely take this game into his own hands by getting that farm mid and doing what a Karthus does and prepping those outer lanes. If the communication is good, they just get good aggression on the lanes the whole time. You can just start pressing R.
Exactly. This is really what's going to be so great about that team is Meat Playground is it's not the sort of typical R team where it's like a Moo Moo Misfortune, Sona, and like everything just melts away. But it's an R team where the other team is just locked in place for like 12 seconds. And they just won't have the ability to kite you or react to you or do much of anything. And realistically, this Fear team needs to be pretty mobile. With the exception of Olaf, who can just pop Ragnarok and get around wherever he wants, Cho'Gath needs to actually land auto attacks to really increase his damage output. He needs to get Feast on the right target. Karthus actually needs to be within reasonable range to get people into Defile. Honestly, crowd control is pretty strong against this Fear lineup, and just again and again, the Meat Playground lineup has a whole heck of a lot of crowd control. They can pin people in place.
Yeah, it really turned differently for the way they were making it as soon as that Lulu pick came in. It's kind of like the Engage just became a lot less dangerous.
Exactly, and yeah, you try to jump on a Meat Playground, and you've got tanky guys all over the place. Malphite, Jarvan, Elise tends to build tanky. Ezreal's going to get away, and then if anything happens, Wild Growth, and you're fine.
So, Freak, we start moving out here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, we are coming into the League of Legends Season 3 North American Qualifiers, Day 2, as we whittle down our 8 teams to 4. Nobody's going to be eliminated today, but we will find out who is going to be grabbing some of those contracts, and tomorrow we will find out between those 4 teams who will be the last. Fear versus Meat Playground to start this one off. Freak and Rivington to bring it to you. Freak, it looks like they are just, oh, well, they actually see balls there, so Smithy is going to start playing this.
Fear's
They're
going for a
very
ward here.
aggressive.
It's mostly for a ward.
Yep.
They're going up close with only 4, though. They're checking out the blue buff. They're checking with Lay Waste, and they're going to chance the ward. It won't go down. That's going to be theirs.
Very nice job.
I actually want to point out, as the game opened up, Arthalon in all chat said, "Good luck, friends. Let us have fun. On this beautiful Summoner's Rift, may we embrace the fun spirit of battle." Arthalon, most sportsmanship NA.
That's classy. I smell the mahogany. As he moved towards actually top lane, Arthalon is going to be playing Elise. X-Hazard on his favorite Malphite, as you mentioned before. So we make it to switch around here.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool, though, because realistically, with Arthalon knowing pretty much every champion, he's going to know a lot of different matchups in general, and so he's a little bit more flexible to kind of go wherever he wants. He's one of the guys I would consider the most flexible here, and most able to do with, like, random lane swaps.
A lot of flasks going out as well. Only a few wards being placed down. I think Chat and I, that last game, 6 wards were placed in the first minute and 30 seconds of that one game. Now wait for blue buff to come up. We're going to get a little damage and help there. Very orthodox start for both of these teams. It's surprising for the best of 3 as well. You'd think, this would be the game, but maybe they're just sizing each other up. You figure this would be the game where it's like, check this out.
They are playing more or less, actually Squid about to face check Arthalon. He's going to be safe. They are playing more or less reserve strategies. We're not seeing, gimmicky things like 5-man all-in R-button teams where you have to use ultimates. If you don't have ultimates, you lose the game. Fears, it's got a really good theme going where, again, they have just high damage output overall. But generally speaking, it's not inflexible. They can kind of react to anything that goes on.
So this matchup in middle, Malphite versus Karthus, how does that size up?
Malphite Karthus is generally better for Malphite. Whenever you're Karthus, I mean, all you really want to do in lane is sit as far back as possible and just farm.
Throw out Qs.
Yeah, throw out Qs. hit minions from 1,000 range away and try to keep yourself alive. But Malphite is a generally very aggressive champion, and especially when you get a jungler like Jarvan, you've got a lot of ability to press onto that opposition and actually chunk them down pretty fast.
I see Cho'Gath actually moving. Nice ward is going to find him. He decides to back off, possibly finding this in mid. Kind of has a spidey sense. The ward's going down everywhere. Look at these guys just pinging. This early game vision is really just leaving the laning phase to be, and all the lanes are on their own island.
An interesting thing I actually want to point out, too, with the Mandatory Cloud matchup is he's got 27 armor at level 2.
Ooh, Muffin Cutie going very low here. It's going to be a flash in. Can he get it down? He does cleanse himself. First blood onto Sona Balls. Could he get taken down by Zuni here? The cleanse as well from himself. That W went down, so he forces the flash over. A shield from Lulu. They can completely turn this around. One more shot onto him. Zuna goes down, but Ken Lemon God finalized his kill. The Voidoo's for extra damage, but it looks like he will find himself that finalizer. The Cathian surprise probably to take him very low, but he will be all right, Freak. Great first engagement.
That was really, really good overall. Now, even while the AD carries traded, actually Arthlon up top.
Oh, he does get the ignite. Repel is up, and he finds minions at his turret. This looks very safe, but they have not taken turret aggro. They're going to chase right through. The Rupture is on. They fast chase into the flash, and Squid will not let this one go away. It is going to be an eventual takedown with that red buff on top of Elise, and they find Arthlon at top.
Yeah, so here we go, man. We got a very, very tense matchup now. 2-on-2 right here, 6.3 to basically 6,000 gold. Once again, the lane swap's actually pretty brutal because they did swap their top and mid laners. Meet Playground doing these really interesting things with their lineup overall to get better matchups. And right before that bottom gank, again, ManCloud had picked up armor seals and no real magic resist glyphs because he thought he was gonna fight more physical damage. Jarvan might have been in there, whatever, but he's just building a bit tankier.
Ping's going down still. They want to be very careful about that top lane now that the flash is down. We do have Jarvan soaking it up top, so now they have vision of NK Inc. Doesn't look like Cho'Gath is going to use that to his advantage. He's not really in position, so everybody returning to lane. Lulu forced out of that after the kill. I wouldn't say forced out, happily walked out. She has herself already that GP10.
All right, so the early advantage definitely there for Lulu. You can see that extra kill is helping her out, and it's Meat Playground now playing aggressive. And this is kind of what needs to happen. They're fighting Kog'Maw. They need to put pressure on early. If they can't stop Kog early, they won't stop him late.
Yeah, once he gets that farm up, attack damage getting a little cheaper, his W is just going to tear through no matter what you do with your HP or armor. Xmithy warding up. And in the jungle, looks like they're going to trying to get more vision onto NK Inc. and they're really pushing the advantages. There's only 2-2 right now. They're actually down 500 gold, so they're looking for advantages, I should say.
Well, and the one thing I want to point out actually is how some of these individual matchups are really going here. You're seeing a 7 minion kill lead on Ezreal. You're seeing a 5 minion kill lead on Arthalon's Elise up in the top lane, and you're seeing it basically be a wash down in the mid lane. So this extra sort of lane swap setups for Meat Playground, despite sort of playing out of role in a way, have worked pretty well for them.
Ping's going down onto Cho'Gath. X-Hazard not really moving. Looks like you can see him hover towards the bottom side of that mid though. Great communication between the teams. A big push by Squid here in the top lane. The bottom lane is being forced in, so they're kind of trying to counteract that. Call the jungler up top so there's no dive on that bottom. Like we said, Sona is quite diveable in those early stages.
Sona is very, very squishy. Ooh, pretty much up into the point Shade's level 6. Squid getting a bunch of punishment. He's going to be able to, I'm pretty sure he can stop Arthalon, but he's really going to go in for this one.
Arthalon has that repel up. He goes for that execute. Last spider goes out and not enough.
Yeah, but he definitely gets Squid out of lane at this point. I'd be surprised if Olaf really wanted to sit around here. He does, but I mean, it's just him chugging. I guess he's got Flask. Take that back. He's actually got enough health regen and items to survive the lane for a little bit.
He goes to repel back on him though. Squid returns to lane and underestimates the last auto attack from Arthalon, and he picks up a kill to even up that death in lane. They find Xmithy trying to go for the Wraith. They waited there, Freak, for 15 to 20 seconds for that.
That was a really, really good gank right there. The instant blow up. That's what you want to do as Malphite, man, is get those ganks as soon as you hit level 6. Just go for it. Find something, force that battle, and turn it around.
Great job and patience by Meat Playground and not getting antsy to push through that. They saw Karthus leave the lane, just waited for him to go to Wraiths. They know they have a slight upper hand now, continuously pushing bottom. Elise trying to force that top down, and we see Ink stealing away the second blue.
That is really, really good. I mean, they just got that kill onto Xmithy, and that gives them, they know they have about 30 seconds of free reign on the map, and lucky for them, they killed him right around 7 minutes. That's generally speaking, when you're jungling, 7 minutes is the time that the first buff respawns. Wherever your opponent started, that's the buff they're going to have.
Talk about beating someone when they're down. You know, let's kill him at Wraiths, take his blue, and then give blue to Malphite so Karthus can't do anything.
And that's going to be an
He has a
more
little
brittle lane.
regen. We got to give him that.
A little bit, but Mancloud's out of mana right now.
Yeah.
He's literally got nothing he can do in lane right now. And is going to keep getting bullied around here. And if you're Mancloud, you've got to go back as soon as possible so you can get a full mana bar and go back to being relevant in lane.
So does this change build, knowing you're going to be denied on your blue for a little bit more? What is Mancloud, you know, forced to do in this position as a Karthus?
So generally speaking, he's already building what you would do even if you were kind of stuck without any mana. Yeah, he's got an early Doran's Ring, and he's getting an early Catalyst for a Rod of Ages. Those are the kind of the standard items you build on Karthus. You don't really need blue to farm in lane once you are like level 7 or so, and once you have those items, you're generally fine. The good thing that blue does is allows you to use Defile to farm on turret, and allows you lower cooldown on Requiem.
And that could be quite helpful, especially when you're getting focused towards that middle. He does have his Catalyst up. Looks like 2 gold generation items going onto both Olaf and Cho'Gath. So it looks like they're kind of just putting up the walls and looking for the late game here.
Absolutely, man. I mean, this is the kind of situation where you're playing a late game hyper carry comp. That's literally what it is. It's Olaf in a solo lane. You've got Karthus and you've got Kog'Maw. Those are 3 of the hardest scaling champions in their respective roles, and they just want their lanes to stop losing and just reach 25 minutes.
Pure punishment. Again, it Wraiths, X-Hazard, and Arthalon moving in to continuously deny the red buff now to go to NK Inc. if it cannot be smited away by Xmithy here.
He's getting spotted.
Yeah, he does get seen. They put a ward down. It looks like it may not be worth it. Coming in from the backside here, Crescendo is up on him. Not able to get it out. He was popped up and only got balls. It's cleansed away. He is on the right side. He is exhausted down, taken down by Requiem. And Karthus now starting to get himself fed. NK Inc. falls as well. Zuna coming up with a kill. This is looking quite good for Fear, but X-Hazard entering the fight says, let's start to clean up. 1, 2, 3. It looks like it's going to be 2 to 3 so far. X-Hazard will be the 4th to fall here if he can do it before taking down without taking down Muffin Cutie. The last auto attack coming in. No, he does get him. He is going to be able to walk this out. He's got at least 10 more seconds. He was not slowed by that, but I think the minions keep the hits down. He took a little bit of damage there, and it looks like
get credit to Karthus.
Oh no, the minions kept it from Sona. Yep. Karthus didn't get the credit.
Yeah, Karthus didn't get anything. He never touched, but Sona did deal damage at least a little bit in the last 15 seconds. That is hers. So good on her overall. But still, that fight, I don't know, it felt like it went to Meat Playground's. I guess it went to Fear's favor. They went up in kills.
Yeah, there were 4 there that came out. Hazard came down. It wasn't really the thing I think I can fight. It was really great either way. There was a little denial of vision, and you can see I think a huge factor was that ward at red buff for Fear there.
That was really, really massive. And the thing is, he knew it was warded.
Yeah, he did.
You know,
he just saw it happen.
Exactly. When he was fighting Lizard, the ward came down. He knew about it. He went back in and said, guys, we've got an advantage here. They were winning the bottom lane. By you know, generally speaking, legitimately, they should have had an advantage in that fight. The problem was Karthus had just backed and gotten full mana. You know, he was completely but he got back in a lane with full mana. He got the ultimate off, and they killed Ezreal right away. They focused on balls. They got him out of that fight, and that allowed really everything to happen.
A lot of this gold right now is on X-Hazard, but we can see they're up by just 300, and that small 300 gold, sure, it may come from that kill, but these guys have been pushing the lanes the entire time. It's 68 CS on Elise to 44 on Olaf. Those lanes are the ones that are matching up, and that CS is quite a difference.
That is really, really big. Again, getting a champion like Elise means you're going to be a bully. You're probably going to deny your opposition. You know, Olaf in a lot of these situations is going to have to rely on Undertow to get any gold income because he just has to be so afraid of what Elise does. And you add onto that one misstep where he went back in a lane with 300 health and then couldn't quite dodge the cocoon. If he had dodged it, he would have not been stunned and he would have survived. He had health regen, so if he had dodged a skill shot, he'd have been okay, but unfortunately, really good play by Arthalon made that kill happen.
Xmithy stacking up with his feast rather, trying to get Big Cho'Gath bigger. Level 7 for these guys, so they do have ultimates. Not yet the fighting phase for them. I figured this is about the time freak they want to start saying, Mancloud, when's the Requiem up? Let's force a quick push in the lane and get the kill off of that.
They're always going to call that Requiem cooldown. They know it's only got 20 seconds left, and when that does come up, they're going to make moves about that. With Dragon being available, you actually saw a pink ward go down earlier, which means that NK Inc. was really thinking about that for quite a while there. Meat Playground's been thinking about that objective for a while. Their ultimates are up first. Honestly, they could go for something pretty soon. But I kind of expect that when Requiem and Feast are both up, they start to make some moves.
We haven't seen anything for Dragon. This has seemed like a fast game in kills, but a slow game in really pushing the game into the next phase. They're trying to build each other up. And like we said, Fear just kind of wants to stall that in that aspect. X-Hazard pushing up mid here so he can possibly get a roam on. They want to get these lanes, and they want to get a bigger, or want to get to the other lanes and get a bigger advantage. Right now, fighting against each other isn't giving anybody, or lanes fighting against each other isn't really getting anybody a definitive advantage.
Yeah, it's not really growing gold lead one way or the other, just for the fact that Fear wants to wait around for another 15 minutes. Basically gives them the edge in the laning phase. Yeah. Basically, this gold being equal is just kind of a ticking time bomb, because it's going to be difficult for this team to shut down Zuna. He's got Flash almost up, but he's running Cleanse as well. And so most major forms of crowd control he'll be able to escape from, basically. And so to get him kind of into the kind of situation where he can just turn around and start fighting everything, Meet Playground running in for Dragon.
Freak, I'm really interested to see, they have a Ruby Sightstone and a Sightstone, Lulu being 2, 1, and 2. When they start to utilize all of this vision, they have put a few towards Wraith. We saw Jarvan, Arthlon, and X-Hazard doubling up on that and within 5 minutes and really giving harass. Now taking Dragon with no contest. They don't even need the bottom lane, and ManCloud didn't even leave mid. They know. Still, late game. Go ahead and take Dragon. We'll see you later, guys.
Yeah. And especially they also realized that Squid in the top lane had not followed Arthalon down.
For sure.
And so even if they wanted to fight, they just would not ever go for a 4v5. Of course, no reason to Requiem in that battle either. And the thing is, they had kind of made that call early. They know that the mid-game power is with the other side. Any team that's sort of a hardcore initiation team, they've got really good base damages usually. You know, Jarvan, Malphite, those guys have really, really good base damages on their abilities, but they typically don't buy a lot of damage scaling. Jarvan's going to go tanky, Malphite pretty similar as well. Some early Magic Pen, but he's going to eventually switch over to like Sunfire, Cape Frozen Heart. And so you'll see their damage relative to their health, to the health of their opponents go down. Right now,
on mid here. Oh, the Unstoppable Force comes in. Wow, that's a lot of damage that Arthalon has taken, or NK Inc. I should say, on Jarvan there, standing in the defile of Mandatory Cloud. Those dots were hitting for double damage as well, and it looks like they back off from this. So Cloud can take a double ultimate. That doesn't look good for them so far.
That is pretty brutal, actually.
Playground, I should say.
Well, they didn't coordinate it very well either, though. You saw Jarvan go in, and then, oh shoot, I gotta leave.
Like Cataclysm fell in the hit, yeah.
Yeah, you know, and you gotta actually kind of layer those together a bit better overall.
This turret is quite low up top. It wouldn't be enough to be taken down, but still, harass under the turret. Squid is having a very troublesome time here against Arthalon. And there it is, the execute goes down, a few more attacks, the repel if he requires, and he's just gonna wait it out, finalize the damage after Ignite ticks off, and he makes his way out clean.
It was a really, really good move there. Elise is just such a good assassin and great bully, and especially against a champion like Olaf, who just wants to buy health to skill throughout that game. It just is so very, very powerful. It's a kind of a soft counter pick in the first place, but also she's just so good against champions in lane in the first place that it's making it super hard for Squid here.
A huge push down in the bottom lane, and it looks like they're trying to bait this one out, but Smithy is standing right on a ward trying to hatch it, and I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, and he would have gotten revealed by the Sona W anyway. The heal tether actually went out into the brush.
But Jarvan sees it as well. It looks like NK Inc. is in the right spot for the counter here, and this is why a lot of people like Jarvan, that sneaky ability to get into the lane, unlike other champions. I mean, pretty much Nocturne can come close on that.
Yeah, you've got only a very few champions who can really sneak into lanes that easily. And generally speaking, all you've got here is, well, if you can flag toss across the wall. And that's not bad in general, but I actually want to point out, though, what is really good that Fear is doing here is constantly going for these double golems here. They're down in minion kills. They know this lane is rough, but anytime they're pushed out, they just go grab the double golems. They've got a heal from Sona, so they're not going to run out of health by doing this. They just simply gain you know, more gold by doing this. It's a very, very good choice.
We still see that 20 CS lead between Elise and Olaf in that top lane. 154 to 139. So Karthus finally with that Rod of Ages, that more mana you were talking about within his build to really help him out. He's just going to be able to farm away and keep that distance now.
And this is the one thing you really need on Karthus. For the mana regen, if you don't have blue and the health sustain as well, you're seeing him not able to be bullied by Hazard much anymore. Again, the Rod of Ages was done when they went for the all-in under his turret, and he just simply had too much health to get dropped out. And it also just has that sustain to keep those stray seismic shards from dropping him out either.
Elise picking up a Warmoth, trying to stay sustaining, and so far it's working. Able to take down Psycho Squid under his own turret in that top lane. They both went slightly low for Arthlon, but he made it out quite significantly. Olaf now versus NK Inc up top. Really, everybody's just waiting. It's going to be the next objective. That dragon has been taken down. A 26,000 gold to 24,000 gold. So it's only a 2k gold lead. Again, Freak picking up those double golems. And we may see some movement from the junglers here. We already have Shogoth bottom. Elise is already in mid now. And Jarvan, we may see him come down a little bit for that dragon in 2 minutes.
Oh, there's X-Hazard showing up in the bottom lane, just simply face checking in for it. There's the flash ult. Oh, it gets dodged by Muffin Cutie.
Wow, just at the last second, it almost looked like the image was on it. But yeah, they get it out. That's quite a big waste for them. They see the aggression down bottom and go right onto Arthlon in middle. Arthlon was actually getting quite aggressive himself, so Meat Playground is really calling the shots here. But gotta say that Fear is doing a good job at avoiding and kind of, you know, giving back the damage as well.
Absolutely, but Meat Playground is the team that needs to make the moves. I was actually about to make that comment that, you know, this game, it's 18 minutes in, the kills are fairly high, but they're equal. Actually, Arthlon going in on ManCloud.
This is going to be big. The execute is going to be very strong. He knows how powerful he is, but it was just outside of repel range. Actually, I think he may have been able to tag on him because the lift was there, but he was like double turret, Cho'Gath, not worth it.
This is one of the best things that you can do, actually, is blow someone's summoners and get out cleanly. I've seen so many players would just turret dive somebody and be like, well, I hope I trade kills here, but he burned Karthus' all summoners.
A little tunnel vision from Squid up top. He finds himself in an ultimate, but Xmithy here, actually the dive eventually comes down from Arthalon. NK Inc. going down from the Requiem. Squid trying to get out, but Malphite, one of those just great chasers.
And this is what's so brutal about having Karthus on your team, is he just will assist you out of nowhere and turn kills around. Though still, it's finally Meat Playground, the team that's making the moves. They picked up 2 kills for 1. Arthlon's, you know, just going for it. And with that early Warmogs, he can tower dive very safely.
And here it comes. Elise now starting the roam. Arthlon to help. This is going to be a quick execute on Muffin Cutie. If he cannot get the crescendo off in time, he's going to have to save Zuna here with it. The exhaust, there's the crescendo. They get out of this one safely, but it looks like Arthlon is going to continue to chase. Deja Vu under a tower finalizes that kill, but Freak, they aren't stopping there. ManCloud comes in to try to clean up a beautiful lay waste onto that. Lemon God looking for help from Elise, but Zuna got too far away with Mandatory Cloud on his tail. One shot from Kog'Maw would do it, but it looks like he may be able to get away. There's the speed up. Cloud's Requiem was down, the slow from the wall, but it's going to be X-Hazard trying to deter them from the chase. Now he's involved in the fight, and now X-Hazard finds himself taking damage, but there's NK Inc. to stop it finally.
Wow, that was actually a pretty good turnaround overall by Fear. It looked a little bit hairy for a while. I thought it was a pretty good situation then, but you know, ultimately they traded, I think, 2 for 2 in the extended battle, and that's pretty all right overall.
2 for 2 at a game that's somewhat even. You know, yeah, I'd say that's great. We still don't have that either side. There's no definitive side. Zuna can still tear through Arthalon, who has what would be for a regular AD carry, a brick build. You would be tickling her right now, but with that W, that extra damage on the health, just shredding away, it's really going to be effective, and that's a huge pickup for them on that, just on the Champions League.
Yeah, right now I think there's actually a bit of an opening here for Meat Playground. They just finished 2 big ticket items onto Balls' Ezreal. He's got a full Bloodthirster, and he's got Static Shiv. So right now, Ezreal is probably the best damage source on the map right here. And I think they should really be using that because, again, they've got to be so worried about the late game potential of the other team. If they can ward sweep, take Dragon, and keep building advantages like this, maybe kill a turret, that's what they need to do here.
And still, we've yet to see a super amount of wards. They're using it very nice towards mid. The entry to still kind of give Mandatory Cloud harass. But ward on Dragon, fantastic. They grab the second one as well, grabbing that 2k gold lead, about 2.5k as they move around. Still, like I was saying though, the wards have been in the bottom part of the jungle. They focused a lot on the buffs, and then they kind of gave up for that, knowing they got an advantage off of it. But they haven't. They kind of were like, we like the advantage. We'll keep it. They didn't grow it.
Yeah, they are keeping it a little bit too slow here in this game. They are trying to make moves. They're going in a lot, and there it is.
There you go, Freak, calling the moves right there. A beautiful true shot barrage, and that comes just from the side of the map. Xmithy finds himself, and they get a quick 2 there. Karthus now going down.
And there you go. That is why you don't give X Hazard Malphite, is he's going to keep finding those fights.
Oh, wow, Muffin Cutie trying to save the turret a little bit. The crescendo is wasted there, and it looks like the finalized hit from Zuna, or rather from Arthalon, as Zuna comes up getting a kill for himself.
Wow, so this is
turret for himself, I should say.
That was really, really nice aim in the cocoon. If he didn't land that stun on Muffin Cutie, he wouldn't have gotten the kill. Unfortunately, Muffin did have flash up. He could have dodged that and gotten out. Squid, he can't defend this 1v4. He can maybe drop some minions, but that turret is probably still meat playgrounds.
We gotta be careful. The more poke he takes, the easier that turret is to take down, and the scarier it is. Xmithy can still go down. That is not a very tanky Cho'Gath. They have 3 there. There's still a good amount of mana between them. The wild growth is still on. That's why they're fighting. The Requiem is up. The repel goes down, and Arthalon rather dodging that damage. Very nice repel on Elise, and he will try to get himself out of this. The Voidooz misses. Gonna get a speed up here from Lemon God. And there it is. They're gonna be able to make it out.
Doesn't even need it. Uh-oh, there's a rupture. Oh, nope, not quite lands. Yeah, they're safe. So Meat Playground with an amazing turn of events. This is the exact fight they needed. Was 2 and almost 3 turrets and about 4 unanswered kills. I was just like waiting for the point where Meat Playground actually turns it on and wins a big fight. They needed that fight. That is the one fight that says I actually think Meat Playground is winning. Up to that point, a 2,000 gold lead, I actually feel like Fear was still winning that game, but a Malphite ult hit 2, they capitalized on both. Killed the turret, found Sona, capitalized, killed the turret, found Olaf, who actually played a little bit too aggro there, Squid, a little bit too aggro there, got caught out as well.
Yeah, the pokes in front of the turret are something that, you know, you'll deter them. Yeah, the Requiem was coming in, but he could have waited a little 4 or 5 more seconds and gone into it with 100 HP. You're perfectly correct.
I mean, they expected the feast to land. I think it got blocked out, actually, by the wild growth from Lemon God. He got him out of range, popped up Cho'Gath. Requiem into Feast would have gotten the kill into Hazard, but really good reflexes by Lemon God to save him.
Elise auto attack, and she actually goes in on Zuna. We all know Kog'Maw, that escape, quite hard for him. He gets hit just by the tail end of True Shot Barrage, and he is forced to turn the Wild Growth combo in. Beautiful unstoppable force to take down the AD carry, and the beef of this team may come through very strong. But Freak, I changed that. I think they kind of went a little too deep here. Jarvan is going to be able to help, but you see they do have to turn around a little bit to stop the engagement because of that tankiness.
They didn't kill ManCloud. They went in, they got Kog'Maw, was a really good fight, but they got crescendo into just melee range Karthus, and it was brutal. Arthalon's going down. This is going to be pretty good for them.
NK Inc. goes in, flashes, and uses Cataclysm just because Arthalon was going down. Would you call that was actually worth it? Because now you don't have flash for the next fight. Yeah, your ultimate's going to be up, but that's these teams, a lot of cleanses. And it's gonna be a crucial fight for an objective.
I think he thought he could get the kill. I thought I actually thought like, oh, he traded with ManCloud. Wait, ManCloud's not. Oh, ManCloud's alive. Oh yeah. So I mean, like, I think NK, NK and everyone else thought they would get that. I mean, burning Cataclysm for Flash, yeah, I mean, if ManCloud lives, great. Like, that's great for Fear overall, but burning a Flash is still, like, the right choice to do against someone else. Like, getting Flash off of Karthus, basically, specifically, is really important.
So we have 2 different versions of aura items that we're seeing from these teams. I've heard, people like St. Vicious saying Locket of the Iron Solar is awesome. You can give your team a, plus 500 health around, 100 for each one, 100 shield for each one, plus more depending on level. And then you have the Bulwark. What's the choice for each and why?
This makes a ton of sense here on Fear because their persistent damage output is far and away above everyone else's in this game. If the fight lasts more than like 6 seconds, which we just saw, ManCloud wins the game by himself.
Right.
Because they'll kill either ManCloud or Zuna, and then the other one will win the game. And so getting a bunch of front-loaded defense, getting a Bulwark, and getting a Locket of Iron Solari as soon as possible, that's going to make them in a much better situation where they won't fall over to this burst damage. They're fighting basically burst casters who try to kill you over the course of 3 seconds. If they don't die, they'll probably win the fight.
All right, we'll have to see how those aura items / activation items for the team in a fight affect those engagements. There's a little bit there. They try to get out Zuna once more. Arthalon did not have a clean path to continue his engagement, though. And Freak, this has turned into such a poke team now. I mean, they had it before, but as 5, it's just relentless.
Absolutely. This is one of the nice, like, subtle synergies that this team has from Fear that I don't think was the reason they picked it, but it might be part of the reason they've been so successful with it, is they happen to have a good amount of poke. And that means when it's time to go for a siege, they've got really good tools to start closing a game out.
And they are going to be able to turn them away even just on the inhibitor. So, you know, duly noted, they have been able to drop that. It's one of their 5 turrets here at 27 minutes into the game. Balls, Lemon God, and the rest of the team gathering here down the bottom. We could have an engagement here. They see him out, but there's no way to pinch them in. They are able to push them out face to face. Freak, they already took that turret down to half, and it looks, wow, they are getting very aggressive here.
Well, again, Meat Playground's in a situation where they need to kind of close in this game. I mean, they've actually got decent positioning. That turret's fairly low. I guess they wouldn't kill it in the team fight itself, but they have a decent ability of collapsing on the enemy team. The problem is they can't all funnel in from the same direction. If they all funnel in and get crescendoed, they lose the fight outright. No matter how good their crowd control is, getting delayed by 2 seconds because of Sona is going to flip that fight around.
Wow, 3rd dragon of the game going to Meat Playground. They've now increased it 7,000, that deficit, and now looking quite big for Fear to come back in this matchup. 16-10 is the score. We've seen score not mean a lot. We've seen score mean a lot in a 20-minute game when it is 24-1. But these guys, this is a neck-and-neck game still. The 7,000 means a good amount, but like we've said, that Kog'Maw being on the other team is a huge factor.
Oh, Zuna, that was a really painful situation, and they know they can grab Elise when she comes down.
There we go, Arthalon, there he is. Yep, the file just sitting on top of it. He tries to turn and do the damage, as much damage as he can, but it just is valiant effort.
I mean, he doesn't have enough damage to one-shot him. To go in on that at all was a little bit foolish.
And that's the scary part, you know, as you look at Elise, like that laning phase was won quite definitively as they continue to push. There's so much aggression, there's so much poke. One last shot, forced to use Wild Growth, an ultimate just from auto attacks.
That was a really brutal situation. Not having Wild Growth really hurts their ability to fight, and he gets him.
Ezreal taking half there. They're going to have the chase from Olaf possibly in the bottom. Smithy finds himself going down to Ignite. X-Hazard grabs a little bit of gold for the bank, but NK Inc. staying a little too long goes down and makes Zuna that much more richer. We have a 4-3-5 Kog'Maw Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer.
And that was a really good play, specifically actually by Muffin Cutie on support. He knew he had turret aggro and kept it and counted turret shots. Said, I can take one more, I can take one more, I can take one more. Whenever a turret starts hitting a champion, it will not switch targets until that champion leaves range or is dead. So he ensured that ManCloud and Zuna were safe to fight under the turret and said, I will tank this, it's okay, you guys are safe, and then got out of range in time.
Freak, this team composition just really doesn't allow Ezreal to do anything but use his True Shot barrage. You know, that burst from Mystic Shot is what needs to hit, and the only one that can get to him is Arthalon. So the AD carry is forced to shoot Cho'Gath and Olaf in these entire fights.
And normally that's kind of okay. An AD carry normally succumbs to saying, yep, I've got to hit a tank up in front. And the thing is, Balls is having a pretty good game. He's got very high minion kills. He's got 3 full completed items. Infinity Edge is up next. The difficulty, though, was I think Meat Playground made a bit of a bad call where they said, okay, Balls, go ahead and push bottom. He got the inhibitor turret. That's actually a pretty big prize there. There's a lot of very dead turrets here against Fear. 2 exposed inhibitors. If Meat Playground wins a fight, they could end the game. They've got 2 lanes they can charge down to kill the Nexus. That's a very good place to be in. But the problem was they've just fought a 5-on-4 and they got wiped for it.
So here we go, Freak. That Baron dance is about to happen very slowly. This is the first stages. We see the wards being cleared, and they're going to start huddling around that Baron area. It looks like they're trying to do kind of a brushwhack here as they just sit patiently on the other side. The wall for vision for Mandatory Cloud, and they're really not taking any chances here. This first game does lead into the second best of 3, obviously. As you know, best of 3s go when one team wins 2, but still one of the safest games we've seen played all week.
Absolutely. I mean, Meat Playground is looking for openings, and Fear is playing very reserved. They're playing very, strongly and saying, look, the later this game goes, the better our chances are. They know a lot of their bases in shambles, but they realize that up until their characters reach 6 items, they've got room to grow, and as they keep growing, they'll do better and better. Meat Playground actually is baiting for Baron. They've not been seen.
Freak, this doesn't look good. They have vision. They actually throw it in from the middle ward bush, and they're going to go in very strong. X-Hazard going with the ultimate. He actually misses the ulti as the Wombo combo goes down. That's a lot of damage to be lost. NK Inc. is focusing out Zuna, so we look at Squid, quite low. Requiem going down. This is going to be painful. The bars are low. Slivers of health for Meat Playground, but it's Fear on the ground. 4-3 now. Actually, 3-3. Yeah, 5-3. There's the ace, the double kill for Elise. Such a back and forth fight. The Requiem, I thought, changed everything. But Arthalon, that repel and dodging so much damage.
That was absolutely amazing play there. I was a little bit surprised because I thought they were going to, do very poorly because they focused Smithy right away. But NK Inc. actually jumped right onto Zuna and said, you need to go down. You need to be the one killed. Arthalon had finally followed up onto him too. And so that was kind of why they got the fight, is they just picked down Zuna fairly quickly in that battle.
Great job as they raised the score, 22-16. Home guards are being bought now. Free gets that portion of the game. They are down an inhibitor, down 2 inhibitor turrets. They're down 7,000 gold still, so that lead is being held. Let's look at the replay of that last fight. It was amazing, and there was a huge tide turner that didn't actually turn it.
It's going to be a pretty brutal situation. They go in on Smithy. The ult hits Zuna and ManCloud. Watch ManCloud right here. He's not getting hit at all for quite a while. Takes a bit of extra poke, and then bam, they turn it on. He gets chunked down immediately. Once he's gone, look at everyone turn on to Zuna. NK Inc. was already there. There comes Arthalon, and now it's Zuna's turn to fall over. The main carries are dead. There's nothing else for them to do.
That was absolutely crazy. The true shot coming through to deter them from doing Baron Nashor. Fear grabs it. I actually thought they were going to try to dip out over the wall and take them down, but they head back. They have a base to guard. They have some items to buy possibly, and Meat Playground needs to set this one up now and find Fear making a mistake.
So you know what that was? Everyone on Fear has home guard boots. They lost the fight. We're like, Baron, go! And they got there first. Like that basically completely nullified what the ace meant. And the brutal thing here is they're down an inhibitor. That's a tough place to be in. Minion's gonna flood into your base. Meat Playground is between a rock and a hard place, which is difficult when you're Malphite because they should be trying to push to win the game. They've got a more early game phase team and they've got an inhibitor down, but they're fighting inside an opponent's base against a team with Baron buff where they're not even up much gold. It's going to be so hard for Meat Playground to really make a good decision here because they want to push because that's what the team kind of needs, but the game is kind of flipped on itself.
And I'm surprised, I guess I'm not surprised, Karthus not yet actually going for Azonias. They're really just going into these fights to crush. He's doing a lot of damage and he's really trying to make the impact, not stay around for the fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the situation where, one's burst based and one's just a long-term engage. And
yeah,
if you get a long fight from Fear, you're in a bad situation.
This is becoming quite strong. The bulwark now actually being finished on the side of Meat Playground as well, so they have that stacked on the locket of the Iron Solari during a fight. I'm sure, well, there you go, blocking some damage from Requiem already.
Yeah,
you have
that is
blocked
useful.
with the Iron Solari, so if the team is close enough, you'll be able to activate that. Trying to just mitigate everything they can. They actually are going with 2 Abyssal Scepters. These guys are really team or a fight oriented right now.
They are just playing sort of selfishly kill the carry type compositions. If you look at Kog'Maw specifically, he has 72 magic resist. 72 is a pretty big number. That's with the Bulwark aura on. But when you consider what you're fighting against, you're fighting guys who've got, it used to be 69 magic pen, but now I'm going to just check X Hazard and make sure I get my numbers right. But he's got 38 flat pen plus another 20 from the Abyssal Scepter. So he's turning that like 60 magic resist into about 5. And that becomes a very difficult situation when you're Zuna. You take pretty much true damage from the opposition, and that's a very bad place to be in.
You know, that's what everybody's trying to find today. True damage is what they reach for. All eyes set on the damage.
Generally speaking, yeah. For most champions, if your goal is offense, you get a little bit more out of magic penetration than you do from ability power, with a few exceptions like Karthus, who gets some free MR shred. Also, he can't always be in range for Abyssal Scepter because of the Requiem Global, so he tends to go more AP based. But for anyone who's going to be kind of all up in your face, Abyssal's so good when you're melee, and you just tend to go for a flat pen build.
So it looks like we have balls as we look at the AD carries a little bit here. Still a bit ahead of Zuna, and by a bit I mean 325 CS to 260. And some kills there. Well, he's down a kill, but he also has his start to a Guardian Angel. Zuna has that Scepter. I don't think he's going to quite turn it into a Bloodthirster. Probably go straight for the Guardian Angel as well with the sustain that he has. But that's going to be big when Ezreal gets that. These guys are already winning fights with low health, so if Ezreal can come back while they're still focusing those people, this is going to be really bad news for Fear. These fights are going to happen perfectly, and Baron right now is just something they're able to guard their base with, which is all right because it got them back the gold they pretty much spent on home guard, but you want to be able to use that. Hopefully they can next time.
Yeah, Ezreal being up 2,500 gold individually is a really big margin, and you just pointed out all those item differences. It's very, very massive. Actually, Kog'Maw forced to get some extra MR and just picked up a Negatron cloak, which is exactly what he needs. He needs to not get blown up by this burst assassin team.
Pushing down on this turret, Mandatory Cloud having exceptional siege stopping potential on Karthus. You can just see him pushing off the turret there.
Arthlon gets caught here.
Oh, Arthlon is hit quite hard. It's going to be a flash in from McSmithy. He gets the bite down. The rappel is up. They know where he's going. They want to stay within range. Oh, it got away from the other side of the wall.
But the Requiem got him.
Requiem goes down from Karthus. Mandatory Cloud picks that one up and says, no way.
That is, oh, Meat Playground. I mean, you had... They had played it so patiently too. They waited until Baron buff timed out, and they got to that point, and then Arthlon got found. Arthlon got found, and actually looking at the ward vision, unless he just put them down, Muffin Cutie had vision of him as he came down from the Golem camp and said, "We need to go grab this. They're gonna make a move right now because they can. If Meat Playground wins a fight, they can literally just win the game because the base has so few structures left." But unfortunately, Arthlon got found, even though he had a great escape there with the. Repel, thank you. You can't really dodge the Requiem at that point.
We have he's still going for ability power. Right after he bought his Rylas, the Void Staff is finished for Karthus, he buys Ability Tome.
Yes, he's going to get a little bit more damage. He could go Haunting Guys at this point.
Yeah.
It would actually work. Yeah, exactly. Once you have a Void Staff, getting more flat pen is actually a really, really good build because now that percentage magic pen goes before flat, you drop someone by 40%, and then you drop 15 off of whatever's left.
Yep.
And that's actually a really, really good multiplier there.
This is the full part. It's actually quite early in a game for like the full itemization that we're seeing from these teams. You're 40 minutes in. It's definitely late game, but you'll see this 50-60, the 6 item champions coming out. The Guardian Angel now being finished on to Ezreal at 350 CS, the highest. Right behind him though, Karthus 337. So Mandatory Cloud doing the job that Karthus does in mid. He kept that well for his team. 9-2-5. He's been participating in 14 engagements, or 14 kills, I'd say, of his team's 17.
Exactly. That's really what it takes to be a really good Karthus, is always being present. Whether you're forcing the battles yourself because you're a hard carry and you're seeing him go 9-2-5, clearly he's doing exceptionally well for himself. But also the fact that you should always try to have Requiem up for the right times. You never use it and waste it and have it on cooldown. You use it when it's going to make kills happen.
Here we are, a push down mid. This looks like it's dictated by Meat Playground. Here, you can just see Smithy. He is looking, staring them in the eyes, trying to find an opening. He finds one onto Arthlon. He wants to get a little extra damage in. It may be a full commitment here. A flash out from Zuna. He dodges X-Hazard completely. The exhaust goes down. They jump in and catch Zuna. He now he flashed out. Then he cleansed and moved on that one for some reason. But here we are onto Balls, the Requiem, the Guardian Angel, and this is what it is going to be. This could be all she wrote for this fight. They finalize the kill on to Ezreal, and they start to turn it around, Freak. This is a great job coming from Fear, and Meat Playground finds himself on the run. The last shield of health and the living artillery to finalize the double kill. X-Hazard running with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, absolutely. While you were calling that fight, I could hear Zuna yelling, by the way.
So
that pregame.
Loud. I heard it too.
I was here, oh, something's going well for Zuna now because he's yelling at the top of his lungs. And Baron has just respawned. I watched Zuna that entire fight. It's all I looked at was Zuna the whole way through. I saw ManCloud die from the side. Zuna had actually lost his Banshee's Veil at the beginning of the fight, poked out by Ezreal. But, I mean, 3-man here. They have Baron pretty much for free at this point. But, yeah, I just sort of watched, and no one was quite able to stop him. He didn't take Unstoppable Force, did not have to burn Flash for that, simply walked out of range. He flashed when Jarvan ulted him, and he cleansed when Whimsy and Exhaust went on. Every single piece of crowd control that was spent on him, he was able to evade, and he just put the damage out there. He found Balls out of position, started focusing the heck out of that poor Ezreal, burned him down, burned his GA, and then he's sitting there with his team, waiting for him, camping his corpse to revive. They get Balls, Arthlon comes in, too much damage. Arthlon was not able to burst. It was pretty narrow, to be fair. Elise could burst him down from about a third health, but couldn't grab it. All right, we're going to replay. We're going to watch Zuna himself yell with player audio.
We got pretty decent damage on Hazard right here.
Okay. I'm on Hazard.
Oh my god, I died before ulti went off. Fuck. Okay, help him with Arthlon and NK. Arthlon and NK.
All right, yeah, you can see them kind of calling back and forth a little bit. Apparently, you guys can't quite hear them, but they're calling out their kills right here. Called the GA. Now they're just camping up on the Balls.
Kill 3.
Arthalon?
NK and Arthon, NK and Arthon. Help him, help him, help him, help him. Okay,
Good
lemon,
shit.
lemon, lemon, lemon.
That's your boy. Let's go.
Yo, you got him, you got him, you got him.
There he is.
Oh my god. You got him. Good nice.
There you go, Zuna.
You didn't believe us.
The end of the fight. You saw the concentration during the chase. The right clicks, they're so important. And then they got the kill, and the explosion happened. We knew he had it, the relief, the pressure is off. Let's continue the push.
And they're in really, really good shape here now. 2,000 gold deficit is nothing with this team. They just scale better with items. A Thorn Mail now completed on Olaf. He's not going to be going away from Ezreal very much here. And it's a 5-man push with Baron. They're gonna keep pressure on here for the next 3 minutes.
Freak, it worked perfectly. The timer, I just heard it go ding. The fight composition is ready from Fear. They've got their late game team.
They have their late game, and it is late game status here. It's going to be a difficult situation, but they are going to keep the pressure going. There's good defense here. This team has very good counter engages. Someone missteps, Jarvan and Malphite are going to find him and punish that guy. But you just look at Arthalon, how much damage he's taking.
Not even able to trade an ounce of damage back to these guys, and you see Zuna just taking Arthalon almost down to half. Actually, he is half health, forced to go back to the base here and home guard back. We see him running back now to help his team. And they are going to just sit on the front step knocking on that door. 43 minutes into this game, 21 to 24, 66,000 gold to 68,000 gold, 7 to 4 in turrets. There are differences in those numbers, but it spells even throughout this entire game. Fear trying to grab the upper hand here as they push into the middle turret. You can just see Smithy trying to be a burden on this team, pushing them out. Zuna finally getting in for a bit of damage. They get his Banshee's Veil. Watch how cautious he plays after this.
Exactly. Now that he knows he can be jumped on, and the thing is, he has no flash. This is actually a very difficult situation because he cannot get out of Malphite and he cannot get out of Jarvan, and he's not going to be able to get away once Arthalon sticks to him either. Arthalon has finished O'Reilly's Crystal Scepter. His Q in both forms will slow and do a heck of a lot of damage. Zuna must be careful here.
It looks like actually it was the Hextech Revolver being built onto Karthus from that ability tome.
Okay.
So still, like you said, going for the power, but he keeps himself in the fight more and doesn't have to worry about the zone. He can just get help. Like Smithy baiting this one out, just kind of hanging out there, allowing his team to clear and allowing his team to get back into position.
Yeah, Squid has so much armor now. You're going to see him actually walk into turret range and just tank it there and let Kog'Maw get free hits.
This could be big. That is down. True Shot Barrage hits Zuna, so that is a big burst of damage. That nuke from Ezreal is gone. And actually, that was quite an aggressive move there from X-Hazard to run just to the front. We saw Fear backing up, so they are ready for that Malphite ulti right now.
The problem is that True Shot Barrage just got nullified. They're fighting against Sona and a Baron buff, so any poke they go for is going to go away by the time the next mini wave shows up. Meek Plague needs to save big cooldown ultimates for the actual fight. They can't just poke with them.
A little bit of an aggression there, back and forth. Freak, where is the ultimate going to come from? The Unstoppable Force, will a good Rupture allow them to do this?
Well, the cool thing is they're actually buying so much time that Baron buff is timing out. I'm actually going through the champions and I'm trying to find... There's no Baron buff left, in fact. They actually waited out the full Baron buff, losing only one turret, now they go in.
Jarvan goes in, he hits it, Defile is on, a very nice ultimate, but there's the cleanses, the Banshee's Veil working perfectly. Zuna completely on the chase to Zuna. It's all over the place. Muffin Cutie, the next to go down. Meat Playground coming up very big on this fight. Squid getting obliterated in between three. No, Squid actually pulling out kills within the fight. He takes down X-Hazard, finally goes down after swinging the last axe. And Xmithy is forced to flash. I don't know if that was the right call. They can push down mid, but actually flashing there could,
get out.
yeah, it's going to allow him to get back. I thought he was just going to die or just cause them to run around the map and do what they could. Or do what he could.
He will get back in time to defend this inhibitor in a 1 versus 2 there. And once again, I kept watching Zuna because he is the most important character on this map. And you saw them just go for him. He took the Malphite ultimate, did not have flash up in time. Burned Cleanse actually on the knockup from Malphite, which is sort of weird, and so he was not able to get rid of Ignite, and you just saw Arthalon and Hazard and NK Inc. just kind of chase down and go and try to find him, and they did eventually find Zuna.
Again, control of that middle lane going to the super minions of Meat, Playground, and Freak. As you just said, they did a great job at waiting out that Baron buff. They bided their time, and they chose the fight perfectly.
Absolutely, man. They waited out the Baron buff. That's all they needed to do. They knew they were ahead in gold, even if ever so slightly, and they can't just keep getting poked at forever. And they found the engage. They got a Malphite ult that hit enough people. Jarvan Flag Toss pull, it hit enough people, and they're like, yep, we landed just enough crowd control. And the cool thing is here from Meat Playground as well, is they finally added some damage, sort of persistent damage into their team. Initially I said it was really only about Ezreal, but Balls is full items now, so he's going to stop growing. What they've done though is add Leandri's Torment to 2 different champions here. So Malphite and Elise, as they deal damage to targets, will get some extra punishment out there. Even though they've built tanky, they've actually got pretty good scaling damage.
You know, Elise is actually a huge tank right now. The Rylas as well as the Warmogs. And the Pen is just the favorite here for the APs. See what they can do. Not a lot of magic resistance though. Kog'Maw has kind of just left to himself. Actually, Kog'Maw has sold the Banshee's Veil.
He picked up a Guardian Angel instead. He
did.
found that it wasn't working very well. Certainly that Banshee was getting nullified mostly by Mystic shots and things like that. So GA is going to give him a much better situation there. A little bit less magic resistance, a little bit less durability against actually, specifically Malphite and Elise, who've been doing the most damage to him. But when he revives, hopefully his team can react to those situations.
And this is, there's not much time. He's got a quarter left and half left on Flash. A quarter on Cleanse, a half on Flash. It's very interesting to see them going for this so aggressively. Obviously just getting a check down, but Zuna has to be completely careful. He has no summoners, and you saw how hard and how bloodthirsty they were for Zuna in that last fight. They just walked through everyone.
Now, the interesting thing is everyone's summoners are on basically the same cooldowns. If you look at Lemon God and Muffin Cutie, same exhaust cooldown.
That's the silence, the Feral Scream. They do get some good damage onto X Hazard, but they fire the True Shot Barrage off again without having it in the fight. Didn't really matter for him last time. An unstoppable force over the wall, but they're all so low. The I think I can fight could go in the way of fear here. Arthlon, here comes the Karthus ulti. It is going to hit NK Inc. and leave him with a sliver of health. He cannot assist the fight in the team. Arthlon will run the other way, sacrificing himself. But now it is up to Meat Playground Freak to dance this one out perfectly.
This is a really, really good play by Fear there. They got the ultimates onto Zuna. He took a bunch of damage, but the problem was they didn't have enough follow-up. Arthlon was not available, and nor was Balls to actually shut him down.
Wow, these guys having great ward coverage. Almost got a kill onto NK Inc. without even seeing, or without even having him seen. He got into the bush. Living Artillery gives them vision of the exit, and they make their way out as well. 28-25. Fear grabs their second Baron Freak, and they're starting to turn that table.
This is so good for them. We got to the point now, 50 minutes into the game, where Zuna is buying elixirs because he has nothing else to spend money on. He's got Home Guard boots still. At this point, you almost want to get Distortion boots for a lower flash cooldown, because the only thing that matters at this point is can he get away from Jarvan and Malphite? And at this point, once you have another 1,000 gold to spend to sell your Zerker Greaves and buy a new pair, honestly, flash cooldown is like the most important thing they can get at this point.
2,000 gold below is Kog'Maw from Ezreal. It's going to be 20,000 gold to 18,000 gold. These guys have racked up so much so far, but still, Kog'Maw is so much scarier right now. It is going to be huge, especially with that Baron buff. The gold lead after at least 20 minutes in this game has finally been taken. 1,000 gold now in the favor of Fear. 77,000 to 76,000. They're still down in kills, and they're still down in turrets. Like I said, those numbers can usually mean a lot or mean a little, and right now it means nothing. The unstoppable force comes in. They finally hit the full True Shot Barrage. A beautiful fight under the turret as Xmithia is caught by the turret aggro. They are going to be able to drop down Zuna. He is trying to get back up. He flashes out with Sona, so they do have good positioning on the fight again. It's going to be a 1 for none. Don't know how they pulled that out. The Requiem does not find a kill.
And that's going to be...
Karthus is down, right?
Yeah, 1 for 1 right there. They're going to keep going in for this one. Zuna just accelerating his health bar back up. He was forced to Guardian Angel. You respawned with 750 health with Guardian Angel, and then just showed back up and said, hey, what's up? I'm in good shape now. I have life still back up. He actually forced Arthlon away from him. Really, really nice there.
A great engagement. They've got the turret out of the fight as well on that middle inhibitor turret, so a next push could be one that helps them and gives them better positioning. Oh, they do have the inhibitor. What am I talking about? So they have that, so they do have better positioning, and then continue.
Yeah, they'll be in pretty good shape. So, actually, take it back. It's not 750. For Kog'Maw specifically, it's going to be about 620 or so. It's 30% of his max health, though. So even less health he had, and he still managed to say, you know, Arthlon, you're not going to dive me. And then he life still back to full. Inhibitor gone. Fear looks the best right now. Meat Playground needs to get these random catches. Their initiation needs to land. Thing is, Zuna, right now, no Summoners and no Guardian Angel. This is the best time for Meat Playground to turn a fight around.
We haven't really seen Balls able to use the static shiv in the pushing phase of the game here. So now that they have a little bit of room to breathe, they're out of their own jungle. Whoa, coming in out of nowhere, the Shirelia's activation with speed, but from Sona, Balls has no idea what happened. He will be able to flash over the wall, and it's going to be Elise to save. Does she have the stun? It goes onto Smithy. Squid is chasing with Undertow, and the Shirelia's goes on from Meat Playground. That was scary for Balls right there.
That was a very rough situation. Balls is lucky he picked up a Guardian Angel, and the fact that he could queue up Arcane Shift properly and not get caught out by the Rupture or the Silence. If he had landed one of those, that could have been game over. Meat Playground could just win the game on a 5v4, but so could Fear.
Freak money still about equal. 52 minutes in. This is the first in this best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 here at the Riot Studios for your League of Legends Season 3 North American qualifiers. And we have only seen amazing games in the first day, and so far the second day. Guys, we have a year to do this. Thanks for sticking with us. 52 minutes here, and we may have another 20 to 30 to go as these two teams cannot find a way, Freak, past each other's defense.
Yeah, but now they're giving Zuna the Golem buff, and that's going to be a wonderful siege cannon for this team. His ultimate, it's going to hit rather hard. The ult's going to hit for about 300 base damage on minions, but much higher than that against champions. The 1 point, it deals a little bit over double damage to champions. So he's going to be this long-range siege cannon, a lot of mana regeneration on him. Of course, the Baron buff, that's all theirs. So it's going to be just a wonderful situation. Sorry, Baron's not up, but
Baron has, gone down just recently. And we will see Fear now pushing. It was just Meat Playground in the top lane. I was saying they finally had some room to breathe, and you just saw Super Shirelia's push right onto Balls. The Guardian Angel is down. His cleanse is about to come up, but his flash will be down in the fight, so Arcane Shift is his only escape if he's found. Zuna is just staying in a very patient position on the back line. Very smart. Double buff on him so he can continue to throw out that living artillery. Smithy loves to take that upper left side of the base engagement. He'll just kind of stand there and take damage and bait out the poke. Elise doing the same thing. Arthlon trying to deter them from the engagement.
So here we go. They're going to back up a little bit. Fear has good reason to be pensive here. They're very long range. Generally speaking, we talked about this earlier. They have this sort of accidental poke team so that they can actually play long range and just kind of play the siege game and win from there. And this is kind of a good way to play it, honestly. They'll get ever so often free damage on the turret, and they can go in, later on when their opponents are softened up.
Looking around, I actually just saw that's a Beast Lulu with a Randuin's Omen and Locket of Solari. So that Lulu is also able to Area of Effect slow that team that they're fighting against. Wild Growth, that is a lot of support coming from one champion.
Well, she's finally getting, decently rich in this game so far. And it's just stacking armor for the most part, because when you're fighting guys like Olaf and Kog'Maw, it's mostly physical damage you're taking, so it's the right build.
As they move in, they're trying to get their own damage down. There they are, silencing on. It's Freak, like I said, they can't find the push. It's just not there for them. Both of these teams have amazing siege stopping capabilities. Mandatory Cloud caught there. They do not want any part of that situation. A little bit of poke. Every time I hear that Brutal Strikes go on, you see a Malphite fly in. Brutal Strikes raising that armor just a little bit. That top turret goes down, and Fear has just been playing the waiting game.
And that's all they really have needed to do this whole game, was wait until late game, and just win at the end. At this point, it's time for them to try to claim this victory. You can see the turret now down below half. It's going to be kind of their gameplay is, again, they'll just kind of keep the pressure on. That top inhibitor, a giant minion wave, of course.
Freak, you gotta look. Oh, Blex, he was in the bottom left-hand corner. You could see his chair shaking because he was shaking his leg so much. These guys, there you go. You can hear Zuna in the background. They're going in on the fight. NK Inc is very low. Zuna, however, is taking so much damage right now. He needs to stay alive. They are able to repel the Guardian Angel, but they focused quite a bit of damage on that. They lose the tank Elise. They'd have the tank Lulu, but this is going to be Big Freak, and it could be a final push for Meat Playground here in game 1 of the best of 3.
There we go, Fear taking down 1 inhibitor, about to take down 2. The third had dropped to minions as well, so out of nowhere, the base has nothing but Nexus turrets.
There are just too many up there. The home guard boots do exactly what they state, and it looks like Meat Playground keeps themselves in this one.
But Baron has respawned. This is Fears without even any contest. I can't see Meat Playground even leaving their base, and if they try to, they're going to get spotted by the hordes of minions. So Fear, they're going to run back with pretty much the final item they can pick up, which is Baron buff. And you're going to see them go for the last push here.
There is not a minion wave that is not past mid right now. Every part of the jungle is fierce. Meat Playground needs to start using that Ruby Sightstone they have. They don't want to fight, obviously they have to protect everything, but they need to know where these engagements are coming from because they can happen over the walls. There's a lot of range from this team, and they are fast. We saw how fast they jumped on balls earlier. Meat Playground needs that little bit of vision, and they're already starting to ward out.
Exactly. You've got double Shurelya's on one side, plus a Sona, so Fear has gigantic movement speed boosts, and on Meat Playground you've got long-range initiation. You've got basically 4 different types of blinks on one side, and the Shurelya's. Lulu can haste someone as well. Both these teams can engage from very, very far away. Meat Playground, though, thing is, they don't want to fight on top of their Nexus with 6 super minions. They actually need to bring the fight out and win fast in one of the lanes.
Freak, I love the Mikhail's Crucible pickup from Sona. Another cleanse to go out to a teammate.
Yeah, that will only break things, not like Cleanse or Exhaust, but only slows and stuns and things like that. So it will be specifically for Arthlon if he lands E.
Here comes that push. Super minions leading the charge. Mighty Fist to punch Ezreal in the face. And it looks like he is going to have to back off. Getting slowed there a bit, so they're getting their poke down. Giving him a slight advantage. That does pop the Banshee's. Oh, actually, yeah. Did he get another one? Seems like it popped off Zuna. They are going to try to engage here. We hear a lot of commotion from the players. The rappel goes off. They're trying to stay in the same spot. They see Elise going back to base. Freak, this is going to be engagement on the turrets. Huge shots. It took him 2 to 3 to take him down from Kog'Maw. Zuna is so powerful right now. The Requiem goes down, and they are all confined to the small corner of their fountain. A Requiem actually stops them from re-engaging onto Zuna. Arthlon comes out. Arthlon's going to run out of the base. Yes, please follow me, but it's not enough, Freak. The Nexus went down to minions.
Nice job, Fear, taking game 1. And guys, that means they are 1 game away from Season 3. You can see them right behind us, the smile on their faces. They're like, yes, guys.
I really have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, Zuna is yelling constantly, which I like. I can just hear him. I know team fights are happening because you can just hear that guy screaming for it. 93 to 86,000 gold, 2 minutes short of an hour-long game. I mean, they tooth and claw just fought for that battle.
That was absolutely amazing. Would be a complete understatement.
Yeah.
I thought day 2 was going to be awesome, but holy crap. That was ridiculous.
We need a new word that replaces awesome. If you guys can please tweet at LOL Esports for a word that replaces awesome as something above that.
I like it.
Because
I like it. Let's bring it up a notch.
One. All right, guys, but we're going to have I mean, that game.
Yeah.
That game, like,
I'm going to get a replay of it in a little bit, but yeah, it's the Barons continuously going to Meat Playground. Like I think it was like 15 minutes the game was back to 1,000 gold. And then it went to 7,000, and then it creeped, and about 43 to 44, 50 to 51. Then at 70,000, Fear finally took over. At 70,000 gold. That was 40 minutes into the game, and these teams were just, what? And now, as I said, I was like, neither of these guys can break the defense. They're continuously going 80,000 to 90,000 gold, or 80-ish to 90-ish thousand. They were still very close. It was like almost one of those Legion games, 100,000 each.
Yeah, exactly. So, we mentioned a couple of times Zuna's very loud demeanor when playing games. We've got one more replay from you guys from the last fight where you can just listen in to what Fear sounds like.
Arthlon.
Switch start.
I got you. Crucible.
Switch start.
He's out. Balls? Okay, good. Here comes the minions. Here comes the minions.
He's dead.
Go. Kill. You have to go balls. Have to go balls.
He's gonna hold me. Good silence. Back up, bombs. Back up, bombs.
Has it.
I closed Ignite.
Minions are winning.
Arthlon, switch Arthlon.
End it. Just hit the Nexus.
Okay, good game.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that is comical. I love it. Zuna, so absolutely animated, and what a beautiful game for them to win. That momentum is going to be very scary coming up for Meat Playground. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Fear is just 1 win away from that contract and a spot in Season 3. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Riot Studios, ladies and gentlemen. It's Riv, always here with Freak. Freak, how you doing today, man? This is an amazing studio. We're about to do Game 2 of Fear versus Meat Playground in a place of awesomeness.
It is a place of awesomeness, and again, at LOL Esports, give us a new word to replace awesome. Actually, can you tag me in the at Riot Freak?
We got
so
awesome sauce from one of the studio crew.
It's okay, yeah,
So
and
that
it's
works.
cool. I like awesome sauce, like it's a good one, but like you can't like use the same word and be like, no, this means more.
Okay, I see.
Right?
What you're doing.
Like
I see where
it
you're going
doesn't-
with it.
We need, you know, I don't care if it's made up. I don't care if it's from another language, if it's from Norway. Like, just pick one. Give us something new.
Just simply pick out Norway.
Just
out
yeah,
everywhere.
like you know, give us
Norway.
the Norwegian word for awesome. Can you do that? I want that one on.
You're
air.
gonna get trolled. Don't answer.
That's no, it's okay. I don't mind. But you know, these games have been great. The studio is awesome. We've got art around us. We've got an awesome camera crew. Shout out to you guys for doing an amazing job producing this all for us. Shout out to the players, Zuna for yelling. I think Zuna can out yell Marn.
Yes.
I'm pretty
we'll
sure
have a contest.
I
If
would
they
like to
both
see
make
that.
it into season 3, maybe we can have a little sideshow. Be like,
We'll have a show
Zuna
match.
Marn yelling contest.
I would love to commentate
In
that,
mid lane while they
but
play.
you'd never hear me.
I think
just
Freak
be-
is saying
I just do it in
something, but
sign
they're
language.
yelling. I don't get it.
Yeah. But anyway, guys, this has been really good so far. The second game in the BO3 is coming up for this, man. Fear and Meat Playground. They've put
Yeah.
on a great show in this first game. Meat Playground, a bit more early game focus, still narrowly able, almost able to win those team fights in the end, but Kog'Maw pretty much refused to go down over and over and over again. Zuna, a really good pickup there for Fear.
That was very big, and especially having to itemize Banshee's Veil, sell for Guardian Angel, everybody going for their boots to home guard to Baron Rush was absolutely awesome. The way you caught that, they got there, and I was like, yeah, why is there no contest here? There was like 4 members up, and you look down, you're like, 5 of them just bought home guard after that fight, and we're like,
Yep.
peace.
Yeah,
We're
and
going.
they just charged their way up there. And actually, speaking of repurchases, I actually spied balls on Ezreal. Had Guardian Angel, right? It got popped. Sold it, bought Mercurial Scimitar. Sold it, bought Guardian Angel. He was so rich, he like literally rebought
good.
tier 3 items like twice.
Too good. Yeah, sometimes these guys, the bankers they use, they got ins with
Good
the Yordle.
interest.
They got ins with the Yordle.
Yeah, it's good. It's good,
It's
man.
whatever. But yeah, quite definitive after the mid portion of the game when we saw Fear behind. The definitive came when they went for Baron. An amazing Baron. They were able to get the second Baron. The first one, it was definitely lackluster. They were forced to stay in their base. The entire 4 minutes of Baron was used on farming. But sometimes that's what has to happen. That's how you get back. It's a slow crawl, and it's you got to be patient. And those guys, you can see them the whole time, legs shaking, like his chair was going like this. He's like, oh, God, let's go. And then Zuna starts yelling, and it's like, Zuna yells, and it's like comic relief for the whole team.
Yeah.
The fight just goes better.
You actually saw that in the player audio for the last clip.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, kill Arthlon, and some guy, like, barely in the background, you can, like, kind of hear says, no, get the Nexus. Then it goes down, and they just, like, start laughing, right? There's, like, okay, it's over. Holy crap, that was, like, 58 minutes of, like, just, like, narrowly trying to hold on and not die. It was a rather brutal. So, yeah, just, like...
It was a lot. I think it was we kept going back and forth, and I was like, Freak, what is going to be the thing they break through the defense with? They've been at each other's inhibitor turrets, 5 minutes at a time, back and forth, and it came down to Zuna. Zuna's Kog'Maw could out 3-chunk to Ezreal. He was 5-chunking X Hazard on Malphite, and then you have just after that you had Lulu, but Lulu's still just going to fall. She's just going to be able to shield herself and run.
Yeah, basically, you got to the point where you mentioned it was Zuna. It was basically the fact that Fear was in the lead, and so it was their turn to pick fights and start battles. And when that's the case, you just start chunking down turrets. You play safely, but you know the other team must initiate onto you to be patient enough to not die of turrets. So Meat Playground had to pick a fight, outside of turret range, and just at some point they had to go in.
Well, let's see how they pick that fight this time, as we are in a champion selective game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2, game 2 of your first matchup, Fear versus Meat Playground here at the North American Regionals. North American Regionals. Yeah.
Kind of. I mean, it's pretty much all going to be North American Regional for the most
regional
part.
Qualifiers. But yes, these guys head-to-head. So we see the Jace, no Man Cloud Jace. That was so effective for them. And we had him up here for the interview, and he's just like, I don't know why they kind of they push it off, you know, as it's not going to be a problem. And he's like, cool, give it to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
But now it's a problem.
Yeah, but now they're pushing off the Kog'Maw because you just saw that they didn't have an answer for it. The late game status of Fear, they're like, you know what, that late game comp was really good. You know what, we can't quite deal with it. But once again, they're insta-locking for that Ezreal. They really wanted that one picked up. And though you're seeing now, they completely changed, you know, a complete change in strategy. Last game, Evelyn went unpicked, unbanned. Fear's grabbing that right away here. Shen was banned against them last time. They're grabbing this one right now. So already a new setup for Fear.
Shield dive comp right now coming from Fear out of this one. They want to get in the face of Meat Playground. Through those engagements, we saw that Fear had a better 5v5 squad with the compositions they had. It may end up differently for Meat Playground, but the mentality, the control, the way Zuna called, and you heard different calls, but Zuna overlaid that call, and it wasn't a distraction. It was what they did. So with this team that says, we're doing this again, Zuna's going to be loud.
And it makes a lot of sense when you play a Kog'Maw type composition, because when you play anything with a Kog'Maw, the comp is about Kog'Maw.
You have super focus what's happening, where he's going. What's going on.
Because he is going to be the most sort of divisive champion on that map. It's the one you want to kill, and it's the one you need to keep alive in a battle.
Exactly.
Because he's going to kill everything if you leave him alone, more so than any other champion in the game. So whatever Kog'Maw wants to kill, whatever's killing Kog'Maw, you deal with that guy right away. And so, you know, we'll see if he ends up playing, you know, a softer character, if he's someone more like Graves or something, where, you know, he's there to serve a role, but isn't the only champion that matters. You've got a very different setup here.
A third shield dive comp. Again, Lulu would be amazing in this one, and then I don't know what they want for mid, or not mid rather, what they want for their top lane if Xmithy doesn't take that into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne jungle is definitely this is something that Xmithy plays a lot. If I had to like pick one champion that I would say Xmithy's known for, it's Nocturne here.
That's
true. You know, Nocturne jungle, Shen top, Evelyn mid. These are very, very good champions. They are absolutely nice, dude. You're getting that Lulu in there every time. But yeah, this is a team that can just dive things all day, and they're honestly very protective as well. This would be the thing where you'd want to run Kog'Maw in it if possible, because you'll simply be able to keep him alive against most kinds of burst. Of course, it's not available; it's been banned. But yeah, this is a situation where whatever carry they pick is going to be well defended, and everyone's going to be super low from Evelyn in the first place.
A lot of staple champions that have been left in picked Mamumu. Now out. Kha'Zix usually always out. Rumble's been always on that list as well. We've seen him played in a few spots. But you're right, the Kog'Maw, a new one coming in because of that gameplay. So having to change that, it's not many times that we see that where somebody is just completely banned out. Usually they'll let that guy have that and just run something else against it, unless it was super duper crazy Katarina. You know, the resets are something you want to avoid. But Katarina's still in this one as well. I don't know how much that composition works against Shield, but it looks like they're going for a bit of area of effect here. Malphite ulti, get that Hemo Plague down, and put that True Shot Barrage Nuke right through it.
This works really well. I like this as a Meat Playground lineup. This is what they did in their very first game of the tournament here, was run an area of effect-based lineup, and it worked very, very well for them. It won that first match. And this is a very similar take on that kind of a setup. You know, yeah, there's no Misfortune, yeah, there's no Amumu, but Ezra's got True Shot Barrage, Cho'Gath has really good follow-up. Malphite Unstoppable Force into Rupture is a very, very, very good combo. You're guaranteed to land Rupture at that point. You follow that up with a 3-second silence from Feral Scream, and no one's getting away from you. That entire time, you've got Vladimir Hemo Plague, you've got more follow-up with Sona's ultimate. Whatever you go for is going to drop down in that sort of combination here. Meanwhile, for Fear, they have grabbed the Graves there. This team is tanky, basically. But the problem is they're short-ranged. They're going to be bunched up for that AoE comp.
It's an all-in. You have to make it happen. The thing I like, and we'll see if Muffin Cutie does it, is they all have shields. A Locket would be amazing here. Not completely, but it's a great mitigation to the Hemo Plague.
Locket Riddick Bulwark would be a very big pickup here. Almost Actually, every piece of area of effect damage here for Meat Playground is magic-based. Runic Bulwark is a huge pickup. They need to pick that up on someone. Last time, that was it was picked up on the Jungle Jarvan, and I'm trying to remember, I think it was a jungler as well. It was Jungle Cho. Yeah, so both times the junglers picked up Runic Bulwark last time. The early Emblem of Valor is actually a very good jungle item. It's armor and health regen.
Yeah.
So that's an item I expect to see very quickly here.
Yeah, it's actually what Cho'Gath went. I think actually Jarvan went first for. He went for one item, I think the Madrids, and then he continued to build some tank. And then, the first thing he built was that calling. So we'll see what they choose to do. This could be an elimination match for Meat Playground. This is
it makes it harsh.
It's going to be big.
They can play in day 3 still.
That's true.
No team.
That's true. You're right.
That's what I really like about today. Actually, is that you've got a bunch of winners who are like, we made it to season 3. Heck yeah! And a bunch of guys who are like, okay, we've got one more chance. Come on. So no one really goes away sad. Yeah, they go away like, okay, guys, it's down to the wire.
I keep thinking of today and like we're losing teams. And then I'm like, oh yeah, nobody goes home today. Awesome day. Everybody's gonna be smiles. There may be a little like some we got to do it tomorrow. And as we were talking to, I forgot what was our last one. Probably he's like, you know what? Losing those games in the going 1-1 makes it harder than 2-0 because losing it and coming back, you're down on yourself. Things happen differently, and you see what happens when somebody like Zuna is on your team and things are going right. We'll have to see if that can carry through. Can Meat Playground, however, pull themselves back up from behind one game?
They absolutely have the ability to do this. Meat Playground are exceptionally good players. They can absolutely turn this one around. You saw them dictate the first 30 minutes of the first game. They were ahead for a long, long time.
No doubt about it.
And this time, they don't have Fear does not have that same crutch they did in game 1. They don't have that, if we wait for 40 minutes, we'll win kind of by default for Kog'Maw. Now, in this case, they've got much more similar lineups here. Meat Playground actually hasn't made that many changes. They've still got the Ezreal. They've still got the Malphite. They've traded the Sona and Cho'Gath from the other roster. But basically, these are mainstay, staple champions. Meat Playground's kind of playing the same sort of game. They're really playing the same sort of game, and it's just up to them to kind of make the same moves and keep the pressure on because they won early game last time.
You know, Freak, that's very interesting. And on top of that, Mandatory Cloud was focused a lot. He didn't get blue. He didn't get his second blue. And he still did really well on Karthus. So will they choose to focus him again in mid lane?
He's going to be probably yes. Man Cloud is definitely a champion that you can probably get rid of there. Actually, they're going to run an Arthalon.
Oh, no. Arthalon going into the Tribush. He puts on Ghost right away. No tower dive, says Fear.
All right, so he's going to get, on back, but this early invade from Fear is very, very good. They're going to trade away, Meat Playground taking their own red, but they're going to give Xmithie the enemy blue, and this is a very good opening for him. He's going to use a smite on it as well, so he's going to be able to recover into his own jungle, and probably, I think he has a good chance of going 3-for-1 on buffs.
We have a double lane swap, so it looks like, oh no, yes. Actually, the 80s are mid. We have seen this before. It looks like they're going to start setting this up, so it looks like the focus on Man Cloud will be quite hard.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big thing, man. Like, Evelynn is going to... I mean, the safe thing about Evelynn is that she'll scale for free, but it's still a risky situation, though, being in a 1v2.
NK Inc. can see the edge of that Duskbringer from Nocturne, and he's like, oh, man, I probably only have a few more seconds to do this. I better get it out as fast as possible. It's just within smite range. Throws up the Rupture, smites it out, and he's able to make it out as soon as Xmithie rounds the corner.
That is just unfortunate. You know, he tried to get to that camp as fast as possible. You know, used smite his own blue, took wolves and came down, but 5-second windows, man. It's a 5-second window.
Very nice play there. Looks like X-Hazard just trying to put on some ground slam damage. They're going quite hard. Not hard on each other, but more than just farming in the early game. You'll see them walking around each other. Balls and Lemon God doing a great job with that Sona poke and the power chords to keep Mandatory Cloud out. But Eve, how is that farming under the turret for her?
It's going to be pretty brutal, honestly. Evelynn doesn't have really good last hitting tools under turret because if you don't get it with an auto attack, you have to hate spike, and then hate spike puts them all low enough that the turret will just steal them away from you, and they're like at half health, and that's really hard to last hit from. So her goal is to kind of get them like right in front of the turret and like freeze the lane there as quickly as possible, so that she's almost immune to harass, but can still last hit without the turret stealing.
Wow, the junglers pretty much having the same mindset here. They could walk right past each other on either side of the wall. Xmithie knows he's there. Will they turn? Will they decide to push and walk right past Arthalon? They do. They say Arthalon, party time. NK Inc. tries to get under the turret. He is feared away. Not too much turret damage being traded around. This could look like a kill. Only a level 2 Arthalon. It does not look like he has pool. A few more shots. 1 kill there. The turret's on him. They're forced to flash. He does have pool. He just used it. Very crucial time. Great save on that.
Really, really nice first blood there, man. That turret dive is something we see so much in 2-on-1 lanes where they will push the turret, and then dive right as soon as they get down to the turret, level 3 to level 3, pull the jungler in.
And this is what Eve needs. Mandatory Cloud's like, get out of my turret, minions. I need to push this quick. I need to get out of here. And can he even afford to roam in this lane? They give him Sona Ez so they can push it into the turret. He's going to have to get kills if he roams.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to end up losing the turret very, very fast if he doesn't. He made a good move here while Sona Ezreal had left in shoving the lane back down and buying his turret some time. But that turret is going to continue to take damage. It's already lost about 200 health so far, and that pace is only going to accelerate as Ezreal gains more damage.
So we have the Shen versus Malphite. Both would fare quite well in the 2v1 if they really had to. But right now they're actually going to be put up against each other as the AD carries go mid. Cho'Gath focusing a little bit towards that Wraith camp, so we may see him coming up.
The top lane, Arthalon.
Yeah, they are going in onto Arthalon. A little bit of damage, and it looks like he may go down a few more shots. That's the last one under the turret. Zuna being very aggressive with Muffin Cutie, and that's what you can do with a Lulu.
He just got completely caught out now. And the problem now for this is that the lane is frozen in like the worst possible spot here for Meat Playground. You can see how close the minions are to Fear's turret. But actually you're seeing Zuna, freeze the lane. He buckshotted everything away, but now he's trying to freeze it. I don't know about this. I think he shouldn't have used the buckshot here because it's going to start pushing back down. And now you choose one. You either push super hard or you completely zone out the opposition. But he's got to pick one. Kill the turret or deny Vladimir all the experience.
So you can see those Vorpal Blades keeping Squid in lane just long enough to finalize that into the turret. And we see great grid map awareness by NK Inc. Just knowing, what turret's being pushed in, where he should be moving, what lanes don't need help, and always soaking up the most experience in saving lanes. We actually saw that Fear did a great job, as well as Meat Playground in the beginning, of guarding their turrets and stopping sieges right off the bat.
And you're seeing actually how these early lane swaps worked. Actually, Lemon got taken a bunch of punishment there. ManCloud getting fired back on, though. They're going to trade 1 for 1.
Beautiful job. He got the last tick in, and here comes Xmithy Freak. The Shen ultimate coming in. Shen is 6. Wow, Squid getting into that, and he will go to flash and taunt into 1 more shot to go down. The Vorpal Blade for the kill. Balls goes down. How is he 6?
He was in the solo lane, man. He did not get denied out the whole time. He was there able to farm just over and over until he hit 6. And fighting up 1-on-1 against Vladimir, Vlad has no way to stop the Stand United, so he will always be able to get out from that.
That was crazy. Malphite isn't, or X-Hazard I should say, isn't even 6 yet. The mids aren't even 6. ManCloud's been pushed out as well, so this game is going quite a bit different. However, Fear is starting to pull this one out. 4-1, 9.6 thousand gold to 8.4, 7 minutes into the game. A little bit faster here, Freak. We did see kills in the beginning. Let's see if they push down the turrets a little bit faster than before. A little bit of mana for Xmithy, and he's only able to deter Arthalon off of that.
All right, this turret's going to be all theirs. The minion has killed it off for the last hit, and Fear now the one playing aggressively early on. You can see them making a beeline for their turret because Cho'Gath is coming up to stop them. A little bit too late, unfortunately, but all the early moves definitely going in Fear's favor. Generally speaking, their one-on-ones are stronger here.
And they're trying to get that lane swap back in. A very big engagement. Zuna cleansing away the damage. They're on to Ink. The buckshot comes out and the exhaust is on. They should pick up a kill here. NK Ink getting close to Vorpal Blade again. Squid comes up with another kill for himself. Zuna, the ground slam. If he can get the shard off, no, the auto attack is going to be the reason for the kill. They're forced to let X-Hazard walk away, but with a kill for a kill.
Nice job by Hazard actually chugging a health and mana potion there just to get himself enough mana and health, shockingly, to be able to survive that engagement, but also keep putting the spells down. Yeah, got the Seismic Shard, had to flash for the ground slam, and then just walk just fast enough to land that last basic attack. That is what he needed.
So Cho'Gath, quite a fast jungler with the spikes, usually able to get around in the beginning quicker than most, but that Madrid is going to allow Nocturne to get around. We also see the calling coming out. We were saying it'd probably be one of the first items as they build into that Aegis, and he got it already. So Nocturne's pace around the jungle, quickening now Freak, and we're probably going to see him in those lanes a little bit more. The Paranoia to be up soon.
Exactly. Level 6, he's got that. The ultimate is up from cooldown. No flash, but not the worst thing in the world because looking at the enemy team, well, there he is.
The Paranoia goes in onto mid. They find Lemon God. Sona just so squishy to go down. They may focus balls, but only for a few attacks. That glitter lance to slow him out.
That was a really, really good play. This is what you do when you have these big tide-turning level 6 kill spells. You use them as soon as they're available. Squid immediately with the Stand United. Xmithy immediately with Paranoia. ManCloud, of course, had his ultimate up as well and popped that from Evelynn. And you're going to see that kind of over and over again. As soon as an ultimate is up, you need to burn that and get a kill for it.
So Freak, Fear, pretty good lead here. 2,000 gold and 4 kills with a turret. But we got to remind the audience that this team, composed by Meat Playground, is waiting for level 6. They're waiting for the bunch up, and they may, no, not going to find it here. They're not around Dragon, but it will come soon for them, and it's going to be explosive.
Yeah, this is really, really good. Fear is just going to be happy for now, but you do have to worry about that 5-on-5 situation. Aside from the Evelynn herself, who's got really great area of effect and can win team fights with that, the Meat Playground team is really one that wants to get into 5-on-5. So it's interesting because these teams have swapped roles in a way.
And they're going quite aggressive once again onto Lemongod, knowing he just got back into the lane, and they will be able to take him out. The taunt just missing. But they finalize the kill anyways. Squid now 3-0-0. He goes for health to start off.
This is going to be really, really good. Fear still able to keep the push on. They're 1-for-0 on turrets, and the pressure is now onto this bottom lane. Zuna is going to be able to wave clear quite nicely. The turret could be under siege, but looks like they're a little bit afraid to make the moves.
Still keeping the pressure on, though. Being able to see Zuna does allow X-Hazard to freeze that lane top, kind of have his a good time by himself. He's up in minion kills, but he is not up in kills. He is down by 2 in that region. He does have 1 for himself, so he's got the Chalice to sustain in lane. You can see the push he has on, and even Fear is doing a great job of map awareness. Freak, Xmithy goes top to stop this turret attack.
Yeah, X-Hazard's going to be pushing for that turret. He's pushing a little bit slow, but there's the ground slam. Smithy's going to get like the entire minion wave with 1 basic. There you go, and it's all gone. A bunch of gold for him. That's one of the best things. Your jungler needs to be so aware of what's happening to the lanes. You saw him see, okay, exactly. Shen is out of lane. Oh, it's pushing up top. I can take that, keep the turret alive. And that's just gold that wouldn't have gone anywhere if he hadn't shown up. Those are really, it's a really smart thing for jungler to do, is watch the lanes and react to them.
It looks like we could have a dragon attempt coming up here after what would be this dive. They don't
Dragon
have
just got taken.
Many yes, Dragon did just get taken. Thank you. They're just going for the dive. 7-2 is the score at 11 and 20 minutes into the game. So one of the earlier Dragons we've definitely seen that have been taken throughout the match. That is going to increase the gold. We just saw about 1,000 to 2,000 now to 17.5 to 13.8. Looks like Meat Playground is going to try to push down this turret and start getting that global gold for themselves. A taunt on to X-Hazard. There's going to be Squid all by himself. That Sunfire cape that he's using to be able to split push now in this part of the game is also just shredding through X-Hazard, Freak.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a rough situation for him. He had an okay early lane, honestly. He was heads up against Shen, but they lane swapped him because Vlad had such a rough matchup there that just the time he had to spend running across the map put him a little bit far down here. And he's going for this sort of offensive build aimed at killing off squishies. He's got, you know, the Chalice and the Sorcerer's Shoes. The problem is it's not great against Shen.
Oh, the Ignite coming in. Cho'Gath flashing in, so 2 flashes wasted for this, 1 from each team. The Rupture goes out, and they also got away with Squid's Ignite, so he actually does not have anything right now. X-Hazard comes back. They may try to engage on something. Paranoia looks like it could be used down bottom here soon, Freak.
Yeah, it's definitely up from cooldown. They're looking for this. The turret getting lower and lower, but they won't quite be able to dive this one just yet. They want to get the turret down so they can dive without the turret hitting him.
Here's that second minion wave coming in. They actually attack when all the minions are gone, which is quite weird, but the Crescendo stops that one. The cleanse is used as well, so a little antsy, I think, by Fear on that one, and they didn't go soon enough.
Yeah, ultimately, you know, they could have waited for enough time to kill off the turret and then just simply go in a little bit later when they could have maybe dived a bit harder. Even still, they did burn Sona Flash, they did burn Ezreal Flash, and they burned Crescendo. So certainly some major cooldowns are down. All the save me buttons are gone from bottom lane, and they can re-aggress later. Paranoia is still up.
And with pushing that bottom lane, they know the turret has gone down. They're going to go ahead and focus mid here. NK Inc. does not have his flash as we just saw him use it. X-Hazard returns from base. And there goes Squid, 3-0-0, continuing the split push.
And the really difficult thing is that they haven't done anything to really shut down Evelynn. She's, in fact, if you count the heads-up one-on-one, 79 to 68, she is ahead of Vladimir. And Vladimir really needs items to perform well here. So in the general case, Fear's doing great.
That's an explosion onto Vlad, and they quickly get him with a burst. Xmithy coming around from the side. There just aren't enough words to figure out where these guys are right now. Zuna screaming his lungs out in the background. His Fear now trying to turn tail, make it away. They may take a turret on this as well with the 3 kills they've just picked up. Huge aggression from X-Hazard to try and stop the siege. He may find himself in a bad spot, but Freak, great engagement from Fear.
That was absolutely wonderful. And you saw just sort of the blood in Man Cloud's eyes. When he burned Arthlon's pool and he saw him at like a third health, he was like,
he was already running.
Guys, we got this. Ran forward, landed the ult, immediately paranoia, immediately the collateral damage from Graves, and just seeing those kills and being like, we can dive this turret. That's what this team needs.
14 minutes in now. A very nice fight for Team Fear. The Dragon is down. They got 1 minute and 15 seconds for that to come back up. And with that lead, you can see how many wards they're now starting to place in the enemy jungle. They're making it their own, and this is going to make it so much easier to create those objective advantages and really overall team fights for them.
Exactly, man. Just keeping the pressure on here from Fear. You can get to the point, and Meat Playground almost had it last game, in fact, where they were more early game focused, and they had a couple of really, really good moves in the mid game, but it was the Baron comeback that really stalled them out, where they want to fight, they want to fight, they want to fight. Oh, we got stalled, and you just got an extra 4 minutes on the clock. That's the kind of thing that Meat Playground needs here, where I still feel they have the better late game. Not quite to the same level that Fear had in game 1, but they've got the slightly better late game. And if they can kind of stop the bleeding a little bit, apply a tourniquet, maybe some gauze, and then get themselves back after the wounds mend, they'll be able to win this game later on.
Yeah, it really, going back to Prolly, losing that game is so much harder than winning 2 in a row, and you can just see the momentum Fear is using right now.
I mean, if Fear could really go through this tournament completely undefeated, man, they came in as really that second favorite behind Curse. They are looking like they're winning right now, but let's take a look at what Meat Playground needs to do a little bit more specifically. Yes, they need to catch up for late game, but the cool thing about them is they can fight so well from far away. Discounting Cho'Gath, who can at least toss out Rupture and Feral Scream from range, basically that team can fight from behind a turret and contribute pretty well into a team fight. So, a good defense here is pretty good for them. They can't really stop Dragon here. It's just they don't have the numbers for it, and they can't fight well in open ground, but they'll do a pretty good job under a turret.
It makes sense that bunching needs to happen for Meat Playground. It's like if all those ultis hit, we saw Ezreal ulti in last game missing quite a bit. It's a huge factor in the fight. If that hits, it's going to be great, but it's after an Hemo Plague, if it's after this, after that, that's way easier to control and figure out what's going on than if everything just slaps you in the face at once and you're stood there with 10% HP. Squid, back to that top lane Freak, continuing the split push, increasing that advantage. The Stand United is just about to be up, so we'll see Fear play a little bit more careful here until that Stand United is up. Then they'll probably go for a little bit more sieging pressure.
Yeah, there's only one spell that Meat Playground really needs to worry about, and that is Agony's Embrace, the ultimate from Mandatory Cloud's Evelynn. Outside of that spell, there's not going to be any one ability that'll be super tide-turning against Meat Playground, but Agony's Embrace just does so much. It's, right now, 20% of everyone's maximum health. It's a gigantic slow, and it's a gigantic shield on top of, for every champion that she hits. If Meat Playground can spread out enough to not get hit by more than maybe 1 or 2 champions from that ultimate, they can turn the fight right around.
Oh my gosh, coming in on X-Hazard here, using Unstoppable Force to get away, but the chase is there. Like you said, blood in the eyes of Mandatory Cloud, but he's forced to give up on the scent there. And we just look at these teams. Oh, True Shot Barrage coming through. Looks like they're able to make it out. Freak, we look where the kills are. We look at the scoreboard, and it couldn't be more picture perfect for Fear. 3 kills on your Shen on top, 3 kills on your Nocturne, 3 kills on your AD carry, and even Evelynn has a kill, 6 assists on the support. It couldn't look any better. The 2 kills still in good spots, but there's only 2 for Meat Playground. They're unfortunately not getting any of these fights to fall in their favor, or 1 and 1 and 1.
Exactly. This early gold seed is actually, or the early gold surge here from Fear for those kills is actually contributing quite nicely to their team fights. Normally you want just like the AP mid and the AD carry to get the most farm. You don't do a whole heck of a lot with like a super farm Shen. As long as he is better than whoever he needs to 1 versus 1, that's all the items you really need for Shen just to get the split pushes to happen. And someone like Nocturne, Xmithie in the jungle, you just tend to build tanky on Nocturne on most junglers, and so you don't kill things faster by getting more farm. But what he has done is gotten the Runic Bulwark way earlier than the opponent, so his team fight is well above the team fight of Meat Playground. And so getting into those situations, letting Shen hardcore split push, getting extra farm that way, and then immediately breaking into a fight afterwards and using the Bulwark there, that's how you really combine this advantage.
Freak, I made a point to wards earlier. They are not there still. The paranoia goes off, and they decide to go in. As soon as he doesn't realize it, they hit Vladimir up. The screaming ensues, Balls is right in the middle of everything, and he goes down, and Smithy makes it out with a sliver. Another turret goes to Fear. They are one step closer to this match in their favor, but Meat Playground still has something to say about it, and they are going to stop this turret from going down.
Yeah, thankfully for Meat Playground, the minions did all die, but now ManCloud is back. Thing is, Hex has going to do a pretty good job on the turret of defending it. So, yeah, no moves available here. They still got the 2 for 0, though, and just building those advantages over and over and over again, that's really good for Fear.
29,000 to 23,000. It's kind of still a 7,000 gold lead. They have 700 gold on that 29,000, but it's slowly closing. If you will anything, it is closing. 19 minutes and 30 seconds. We've seen these matches. We just saw the last one where Fear did a real slow close on it, but it is possible and it can happen here. These are the top teams right now in North America vying for that contract, vying for that spot to change their lives for the next year. It looks like Fear is in the driver's seat right now. Freak Meat Playground, where is their initiation going to come from?
It's going to come from, honestly, them counter-initiating. I don't think they can take a fight unless they know the numbers are on the advantage.
Good point.
Thing is, Squid is split pushing without his ultimate. They could literally start, and it's a 5-on-4. If they do go for this, they land the Unstoppable Force. The difficulty, though, is that Crescendo, Hemoplague, and Feast are all down. So all they have is Unstoppable Force, whereas, you know, the major important cooldowns, such as Mandatory Cloud's ultimate and Muffin Cutie's ultimate, those are up. So realistically, the team fight, in a 5-on-5 is definitely in Fear's favor.
Yeah.
A 4-on-5, honestly, not the worst thing either because they won't get caught.
They can catch that without Squid being there. Such a factor in. As soon as Squid got a 4th, so did Xmithy. These guys 4-0 and 3, 4-0 and 4. The Bulwark helping them out. Eve going for the Deathfire Grasp to just explode somebody. And like we said, you know, Mandatory Cloud, he got 2v1'd in mid, and he still did a pretty damn good job.
Absolutely, man. I mean, he's not the best in minions, to be sure. Like,
For
you
sure,
got a lot of guys who are ahead of him. I mean, Ezreal at 178 is a massive margin. The difficulty, though, is you can't just compare minions. If you look actually at the gold between Balls and Azuna, you see 6,400 to 7,300. So even though he's down 40 minion kills, his contribution to team fights gives him more items.
And now, you know, Static Shift just becoming one of those items I think we're going to start seeing. It's picked up on Graves as well. They are doing a damn good job at pushing right now, and they've just excelled that a little bit more. Squid up top, you can just see his presence deters this tower takedown, and it only has about 300 HP left. They are going to start to push back at Meat Playground.
And that's going to be really their prerogative here. Now, still no Runic Bulwark yet up for Meat Playground.
There it is, Lemon God. It's not going to be the focus. The Deathfire Grasp Balls is going to go down in this engagement. Collateral damage to Shred. Cloud is down, but his team is very tanky and very much in control. Arthlon has pooled. The escape is only left to his Ghost, which is now red debuffed. And Xmithy uses the finalizing Paranoia to get in there. The kill still goes to Psycho Squid, which is Psycho Sid. And we are going to have a definitive push here from Fear.
This is just very, very good for them, man. You can see 14 to 3, they are still pushing on, and this mid game is just all theirs all the time. The cooldowns were used, and it did not win a fight against Fear.
That brings them up to 14 kills in this game. 9, actually, yeah, a lot, 11 above Meat Playground right now. That gold lead increasing just a tad. It's 5,000 as they were trying to close it. We have Dragon going down as well to just increase that a little bit more, Freak. That hurts. Now we're up to 8.
Up to 8, man. It's just going to be... It's just them growing. Like, that's all I can kind of say about what Fear is doing is that they are winning fights over and over. They are playing every battle pretty much perfectly. You're seeing Zuna never getting caught, only 1 death on him. The tanks here, Xmithy and Squid, they're able to initiate and survive everything right now. And so what it is for Fear is really just kind of collapsing onto the map. They've gotten the 3 outer turrets. They've taken Dragon off the map. Baron is a possibility here, but realistically I feel like their pushing is good enough that they can just keep pushing and sieging a turret down. It'll feel a lot like the last game, but 25 minutes earlier.
No,
They've
exactly.
got a
I
ranged
was
AD,
just thinking that. I was just thinking that. The first game, as I mentioned, you know, yesterday, the baseball references, they just kind of, you know, looked at the first few pitches, and now that these guys know how the fights happen and who brings what to the table, it's so much quicker right now.
Exactly. They've got themselves accelerated to the point where they're in the driver's seat much sooner. And so this is them kind of playing the exact same endgame. This is how Fear ends a game, really. And for the teams out there who, you know, we mentioned this with Epic versus Team Tower Dive TV, where they got an advantage but couldn't quite end it. this is how Fear is ending their games. Is they're in this mode where they feel like they can close it out. Let's see what they do.
The wards are going down. They have the oracles on Lulu now, Freak. That means good vision. They did get the Shirelias, so they have an extra speed buff as well, and Lulu can target somebody to get out. Xmithy has his own speed steroid, so they're not going to use it for him. It's all about, again, saving Zuna here. He has been a huge factor for Fear, a great pickup for them, and really, Zuna attributes all that skill to being a player that has been all around in every lane, and he does have great map awareness.
All right, there we go. Mancloud finds 3. They're going in on this.
There it is. It's going to be the ultimate. There's a huge Deathfire Grass Pit along with the ultimate. That Agony shreds down balls. The double kill coming in for Mandatory Cloud. They're looking for Arthalon here. The triple kill for Mandatory Cloud. NK Inc is the next one in line as all of them are on. He's going to flash away to try to just deter. Zuna picks up the 4th. They had the eyes set on Baron Freak.
This is going to be theirs pretty much for free. 10,000 gold up. Hazard does not have tools to steal it, and Fear will have 5 Baron buffs. After that, they'll recall that. They'll buy up, and unless something catastrophic happens, we're going to see Fear be the 4th team joining the North American Season 3 Championship Series.
And you can just see on the right side there, Fear hunched, just concentrated on their PCs. A little bit less from Meat Playground. They are still ready to win this, but they're calm, they're collected, and they're trying to do it in a much different manner. But that fire from Zuna is just explosive right now.
Exactly, man. He has been playing so well this tournament. I mean, absolutely, he's been putting up great numbers. He's been playing every team fight well. He's getting a Last Whisper next up here. Current gold. He's almost got enough for upgrading it right now, actually. And as he goes back to base, there's the Last Whisper. And he is just set to close this game out. He's in wonderful shape with items 5, 1, and 8, 170 minion kills. He's playing perfectly. Mandatory Cloud, you heard Meat Playground talk about it. Arthalon saying, you know, I've known this guy, and you know, we're gonna ban him out. Well, they didn't seem to ban him out, man. They gave him Evelyn here, and he's been putting up a great performance as well.
Things are going down. You can see these sight stones now being used. Well, I should say sight stone and wards being used by Fear. They have pings going all over. The blue buff is not even safe to grab without the knowledge of it being had. And X-Hazard is kind of pushed out here. He's backing. So no home guards, not yet. They're not in the base, so they're waiting their time. They're waiting to buy their time on that purchase. Mandatory Cloud on the backside. He is going to see balls. He is going to want this. They go on to Arthalon. Arthalon's going to have to pull, but he doesn't even have a chance. X-Hazard forced to use Unstoppable, and it looks like he's only able to go in and out and get some poke damage in. They want Zuna. The Ignite is down, and they're kind of just sporadically using spells here.
They're just trying to break him down. They had a really good combo, Unstoppable Force into Rupture, but no one was there to follow up. No ult from Balls, no ult from Lemon God. Arthalon was dead.
X-Hazard taking poke. No Guardian Angels are seen anywhere in the game yet. It's not late enough. It's only 26 minutes, Freak, and you were perfectly right. 25 minutes shifted forward is exactly last game now. And it is going to be the push from Fear. Mandatory Cloud taking a bit of damage. Squid doing everything he can. That Psycho Sid that was in top lane on Shen is absolutely crushing for his team. 5-0 and 8 this game, 4-0 and 9. Just the kills across the board, and a 0-0 and 14 Lulu. I've never seen a better scoreboard for a team.
Yeah, a perfect support score, 0-0-14. Now, unfortunately, 3 deaths in the roster, but realistically, they are playing this one so very well. Squid finally getting down that bottom turret and just splitting back up towards his team. And I'm surprised Fear's playing it a little bit more defensively than I would have expected. There is 1,200 gold in the Shen, though. Squid might be picking up the Wit's End in the very near future and turning that into some extra siege power.
Right.
But they are backing up. They want to go for one more purchase before they end this game.
You know, Freak, we talk about Fear. We probably have for the past 17 minutes, but they're playing great. Meat Playground, not playing bad. They're still in this. It's going to be quite tough for them, though. They're down a lot of kills. They have to get a perfect fight. Baron is up, and this could mean it for them. Fear is completely in control. There's just no doubt about it. We'd love to say that Meat Playground could win this next fight, but it's going to be tooth and nail. Like you said before, it's not definitive for them. And right now, there's probably some sweat on their brow that they're looking to get off.
Absolutely, dude. And you can just see the push
no.
coming in. Squid buying time.
Ball's right behind the turret. Mandatory Cloud absolutely taking him out. It looks like an Alex Ease play right there. He is just mimicking that, and he completely takes down X-Hazard as well.
All right, here we go, man. Fear, 2 kills taken down, 47,000 to 32. Zuna happy to tank that turret. He'll get a shield later, no big deal. Has plenty of lifesteal, and this could be what gives them the opportunity to close this game out. A 4-on-3 on this turret. They're going to push in.
Here we go. They're just pushing NK Inc. off. He's not had a chance to fully stack up. everything is somewhat against them. It happens from lane to lane. They went for the bus, the flash taunt in. They're not even giving them a chance to go back to base here. The home guard boots can't even be bought to save the base freak. Fear is just taking it to them so hard, and all this momentum from game 1 is exponential.
Oh, and the pause coming out from Zuna. I'm not sure what's going on with them, but unfortunately we have a quick break here. I don't know if they're preemptively celebrating or what's going on there, but we've got one inhibitor down. This is Fear really looking like they can close this. Now, X-Hazard respawns in 3 seconds. We've seen miraculous comebacks. It's going to be difficult for Meat Playground to do it. One miraculous team fight can buy them some time, but we're back in a game, guys. Fear going for this middle inhibitor turret. This is looking 90% theirs.
You know, I've said we've been harping on Fear so much, but they've made themselves the all-stars of this matchup right now. Zuna getting himself focused off to the side as his team wasting MP's ultimates. Meat Playground is now without True Shot. They still have X-Hazard to fight, but look how confident Zuna is right now. They are discussing every movement that's happening in the base, and they are now out of this one.
Okay, so that is 2 inhibitors down. They're able to reset. Baron buff is gone, so their sustain is a bit lower, but they are still fighting a 5-on-4. They're going to get the minions into this base. They're going to go for this last inhibitor turret. A 5-on-4, even under the turret, still looks good for Fear.
Smithy is going to be the first one there, shielding away the shard from Malphite. And X-Hazard's putting himself in an ult position, but he's taking a little bit too much damage before he can get it off. The Fear tether is there. It looks like the Wild Growth is really going to make an impact there on Eve. It's going to be a double kill. No, Graves picks up the second one there. A double kill for him. Lemon God, the chase from McSmithy. Arthalon to stop that. The inhibitor turret is theirs. The inhibitor is theirs, Freak. This is looking grim for Meat Playground.
And they're going to put the chase on towards Vladimir. Zuna just diving the kills when they could be going for the base. But the GGs are coming out from Meat Playground. Mandatory Cloud is godlike. The surrender vote comes in. Fear, congratulations, the 4th team in the Season 3 League of Legends Championship Series.
Lives have been changed here today in the Riot Studios as we see these guys moving on. The hugs, the new lives, and the thoughts of what is to come for these guys.
Oh man, this is just so awesome. We've been hyping it up throughout the weekend. What's it going to take for a team to come through and be one of those teams? What's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who are the favorites? Will there be upsets? Fear coming in as a favorite, 4-0 in 2 days. They were up first on the first day. They're up first on the second day. Apparently, they're morning people.
Apparently, they are morning people, and apparently, they are happy with that Zuna pickup in the AD carry position. We saw, and it is true, his interview, he says, I feel, you know, like in certain other roles on teams, I just couldn't do as much. I couldn't be as vocal. I couldn't be a utility for my team by voice. And that is a thing that you can do. And you saw the momentum it just gave them. You saw how well they played in the calls. Some of them we saw were kind of, you said, you know, go for Ezreal. No, go for the Nexus. Zuna canceled that call, and they continuously went for his calls. You know, you have to have that central structure in a team, and we show how strong it is here today.
And that kind of fits pretty well with the AD carry role. I know a lot of teams, their shot callers end up being the supports or the junglers. Those are the 2 main roles I see normally be shot callers on rosters. But here, man, you see these lineups.
Smiles all around, dude.
Smiles all around. Again, they're friends, man. They're happy about that. You know, once again, our last matchup of the day, you know, Claky D and Nick Wu are brothers as well. So you've got a lot of camaraderie in these Saturday matches here where, you know, both teams want to win, but they're happy that their opponents are going through as well, because like they like them as people, and they're like, I'm really glad you guys are doing well, because they know that they can still play tomorrow, and that just, it helps so much in being happy with these matches. Or Meat Playground, they're just playing tomorrow, man. They got another shot.
Yeah, they are. They're not out of this one yet. It's an amazing road for these guys, and it's got to be emotional, and we will see firsthand just how they deal with it. And I believe we have a replay coming up of that last.
Now, we got no replays, but we are going to say, you know, coming up after this break, we'll have a word with Muffin Cutie, the very first team to make it through from Team Fear, and then we'll be kicking off our second matchup of the day. Dirtnap Gaming faces off against Good Game University. We'll be right back as Day 2 of the Season 3 North American Qualifier continues.
Welcome back, everyone, where our first contract was just solidified. We're joined now with Muffin Cutie from Team Fear, who just earned a spot in Season 3. First and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, it's kind of a weird question to ask, but I mean, really, how does it feel, man? I mean, like it was like a job interview.
Yeah,
today.
it really is. And I mean, I've never worked an honest day of my life, and so this is gonna help me prolong doing that for as long as possible. And
all right, just
I'm
make
really
sure
happy.
you got to punch out on the way out now.
Oh yeah,
You're officially employed.
I mean, it hit us like immediately after the second game was over. Like that's it. This is what we've been working for so long, and now we have it. So I mean, just it's an amazing feeling to finally be done with these games and know what we're going to be doing for the
What was the
for
mental
season.
preparation coming into this for you guys?
I mean, we played against Meat Playground like pretty frequently, and we kind of have like a good track record against them. But I mean, we played against them at IPL, and they 2-0'd us. Like it wasn't even close. But we've been practicing really hard, and with the new lineup, we're really comfortable. There's a lot more communication, so we just like go into the games running and just like win them all.
When we look at both the games that you guys played today, I mean, in contrast, the second game, which showed a lot of Fear dominance, versus the first game, which was a really close and very exciting game. I think everyone we were watching with just said, you know, what a great way to start day 2 off. Was that like going into this game as cautious as possible, or do you feel like, I mean, walk me through Game 1 and then how things changed going into Game 2?
The first game, just some really weird things happened for us early. We saw them move around the map in a specific way, and we knew that it was there, and then we just kind of like reacted to it a little bit poorly, so they got a lead early. And for us, when we are not playing ahead at the beginning of the game, it's kind of iffy for us. We're not really that great from playing from behind. And so when they got ahead early, we just like, okay, we just need to chill. We have Kog'Maw, you know, we have the better late game. Just farm, just constantly keep farming. Even if we lose like a couple towers. I mean, I think they got like, what, 3 or 4 dragons in the first game. We're like, whatever, we got Kog'Maw. And Chris has got that hype, so we're just going to like let him farm. And we have Karthus, and we just stuck to that. And then we just had like really clean team fights near the end of the game. And we just won it from there.
So where does it start for you? I mean, like, do you go home, you know, tomorrow, Monday, and you guys start like focusing immediately on Season 3?
I mean, we've been like really focused about this specific tournament for the past like, I mean, almost a month. Like we've been playing every day, 10 hours a day. So I mean, once we get home, I think we may like try to complain to our manager enough to like just give us 3 days. Just give us 3 days just to relax. We got it.
Didn't
we got
we
it.
earn it?
Yeah, we earned the 3 days, and then after that, it's just, you know, right back into playing every day.
So this is obviously a big evolution in you know, Riot Esports. Season 3 is huge. What does it mean to you as a team, Fear, to be one of the first teams that will be competing in what will arguably, you know, be a historical moment for League of Legends and esports in general?
I mean, this is what a lot of us have wanted to do for so long. Like we know that it's out there to be able to make esports like your job, and you can just make a living doing that. And we've been working on this for so long. I mean, some of us have been playing this game for like 2-3 years, and it's just it feels really nice to have this opportunity. It feels really nice for Riot to give us this opportunity, and it mostly just feels the best to know that we put our work into it and we accomplish what we set out to do.
That was, you know, absolutely amazing. Congratulations to you guys. Congratulations to the team, and we can't wait to see what happens coming out into Season 3.
Absolutely.
We're tossing things over to Jat on the telestrator, and he's going to dig down some moments from the game. One key moment for us from that last match that really made an impact.
Thanks, guys. And this was the first game between Meat Playground and Fear. They'd been turtling almost the entire game. They managed to sneak one Baron. The Baron was now off, and it was Meat Playground's attempt to assault the base. They're up 22 kills to 17 at the time, and it looks like Meat Playground gets a really clean initiation as we play it here. Malphite goes in, gets the ultimate on multiple people. Arthurline's going to hop up as well. The Jarvan ult is going to come down, and I want to pause it right here, because at the moment, it looks like they're winning the fight. Everyone is low on here. Fear, Muffin Cutie is almost down. Zuna is trapped in the Cataclysm. X-Hazard's pretty much bursted down the majority of ManCloud's life as he's about to die up here. And you think that the fight's going to be going for them. But diving through a Karthus, especially at this moment in the base, can be very difficult. Let's play it again for a little bit. You can see Zuna flashes out. Everyone gets stuck in the Defilers. They're going out, and the Requiem lands. Now, if I can pause it again right here, you see an incredibly low Jarvan, NK Inc. Lemon God is low. Balls' GA just popped. Arthalon's over on the other corner. He's low. And it looks like Zuna's about to clean up. But Meat Playground has other plans. They decide they want to try to go in, and one by one you'll see everyone on Meat Playground thinks they can kill Zuna, and they can't quite take it down. So let's play this again. When we saw the replay of this clip, Zuna had intense concentration, and he wasn't saying a single word. Everyone tried, no one could take him down, and right at this moment, as they pick up the last kill, he just screamed out in success. This was really the start of the game turn for Fear, and once they won this game, they took the momentum straight through to the second. That game wasn't even that close. Once again, though, huge congratulations to Team Fear. First team to officially qualify here. They're the 4th team in to the league. Send it back to Riven Wheat.
Thanks, chat. Amazing. It's TSM, CLG, Dignitas, and now Team Fear to make it through. An absolutely amazing job. Meanwhile, Team Meat Playground may have lost, but their journey is not quite over, ladies and gentlemen. What did these guys need to do if they want a spot to win and get that contract?
It's an important question, Rivington. I mean, there's very few instances where you get a second chance. This is like a real-life GA right now, right?
Yeah.
So Meat Playground is gone, but now they've got tomorrow, and it most certainly is, it most certainly is an opportunity that they can go for. So, you know, I don't know. They've got to focus. They've obviously just got to know that, hey, this wasn't the end of the road for us. And that is what is going to be one of the most important mental things they can prepare themselves for going into the next round. So let's take a look at our next matchup where we've got Dirt Nap Gaming versus Good Game University. I think both these teams want this badly.
Dirt Nap Gaming and Good Game University is probably going to be one of our closest matchups, or one of the ones that people are like, you know, which way could this go? I'm going to say that Good Game University, just, you know, coming from being that team dynamic, everybody knows them. They're a very likable team. Not that Dirt Nap isn't, but I'm sure there's a little bit more community backing behind them. They've been to the MLGs. They've showed very well. You know, Nintendo UDAX, Zion Spartan, those guys have great followings. I Am Anjo and Don't Mash Me are going to be a great bottom lane for them. But Chris, JD Wu, Prolly, Chris, we've seen him on Riven. If Riven is even open in these next matchup of games, it's going to be nasty. I'll be very surprised.
Do you think that this one will most certainly go 2-1? I mean, I feel like it has the potential to.
Yeah, exactly. It's that 50-50 matchup that nobody knows, but like I said, slight favor, I'd say, to Good Game University. All this coming up right after a quick break, guys. As day 2 of the Season 3 qualifiers continues, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Los Angeles for Day 2, Season 3. We've just seen our first team go through, Team Fear. I am Lee Diamant Smith. Joining me is Joshua Jack Leesman, the Analyst Man, as he's become known.
Oh, man.
You've been loving that desk. Yeah, it's been working wonderful.
The Telestrator is
there.
really fun, actually. I think there's a lot more we can do with that in the future.
I think there will be, and I think we'll be seeing that as well. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the next match of the day. It's going to be Dirt Nap Gaming battling against Good Game University. These two teams have played each other so often, Jat. They know exactly what they're against, so much so that they wanted to scrim each other this morning.
Well, that's the thing. They were scrim partners coming into this tournament, and they said, well, let's just scrim a team that's not in our group. Let's just practice as much as we possibly can with them and try to get good. Sure enough, they're facing each other in what's almost an elimination match. And this morning, one of the things here is they couldn't get on the live client because we are, unattackable and stuff. So they just wanted to scrim each other. They're like, we don't want to practice with bots. We want to practice with players. Let's scrim the team we're playing. We're like, are you sure you want to do that?
I mean, they could have. They could have easily done that. They weren't going to do anything. It's more mechanical training.
That's really all they wanted,
yeah.
They would have they just played the random champions, Corky versus Vayne mid or something, and just practice their mechanics. But I think they'll be ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting to see. So how do you stack these teams up? Starting out, it's going to be the blue team is going to be Dirt Nap Gaming. They're coming into this one as the higher seed. They won 2-0 compared to, Good Game University. Had a little bit of a struggle through their group, but they had a tough group.
I'm very curious about how this works out because Dirt Nap Gaming was first place in their group, but that was kind of considered the weak group.
Yeah.
And we just saw the number 2 seed from the weak group, which was Meat Playground, had a hell of a first game against Fear. If they would have been able to pull that one through, I think they could have held some momentum because you could tell they were defeated right after that one. So Dirt Nap Gaming was a lot stronger than Meat Playground in the group yesterday. Prawley, we saw his mid lane Jace twice in a row, and that was just devastating for the enemy team pretty much all the time. But in the interview, he said, that was our safe comp. These are the reasons we didn't want to take any risk because they were going single-only yesterday. They consider this game 2 losses and you're out instead of just 1. They didn't think that if they'd lost a game, they'd be able to come back in that group stage.
And if you think of the matches we saw this morning already, the 2 games we've seen, is there anything in there that you saw today that maybe they didn't do yesterday that we think we may even see from these two teams as well? Some sort of strategies. It's like they played it safe. Okay, we got through. Like, especially Team Fear. They 2-0'd the group. They got through safe. Is there anything that they're like, okay, today is the day we unleash some secret strategy? We saw Man yesterday unleashing the fact that they're going to do base races every game.
Just crush down the base. And Marn actually revealed to us his 5-man team comp before he even started.
And that was the second game. Yeah, that was the 5-man team. As soon as I came out of the second match, I was like, that's the exact team he told us. He really wasn't lying.
Yeah, you can never tell with that guy.
Yeah, never could tell quite with him.
But for DNG, or Dirt Nap Gaming, I don't think it's going to be too much. We know that there's huge amounts of synergy between Prawley and their jungler, JD Wu. That's the whole reason he joined that team after Team Legion disbanded. He really likes the skill of that guy. Even talking with some of the other people here today, they were really impressed with JD Wu's Nocturne specifically. They saw a few instances where he would get the fear tether on people and then preemptively flash when he knew they were going to flash to keep the tether active and get the fears and create a lot of kills just because he was really, really good at that champion.
And what do we expect from these guys? I mean, they had some pretty solid matches yesterday. I think it was the Epic Gaming, Team Tower Dive, like you said. I mean, Epic Gaming themselves were one of the teams that kind of the community thought would get through based off the names themselves.
Yeah, and Good Game University made short work of them, in all honesty.
Very
in their
short.
game where they were able to beat them down, that was the first game that we cast at. That was the first game in the group that
it was
they
on
played.
the extra stream, but it finished within 23 minutes or
It was
something
a
like
very
that.
fast game. They got Rumble going down. I mean, Good Game University, for you guys that don't know, is Team Dynamic, or at least a couple people that were on Team Dynamic, because that was an extremely young team. They've lost multiple members. The story to watch with them, really, is their support Pixel was 15. He was the one who was still on the team. He had to leave. 17 is the minimum age here. They picked up their new support, I Am Anjo. I apologize if you guys have heard this story before, but they were playing against him in ranked 5s. He beat up on Chu 8, the support they were trying, and Don't Mash Me, their AD carry, just said, we should pick up that guy.
Well,
and now he's
here.
here.
Can we get hold of that guy that just beat us in lane?
Yeah, he played Nunu all 3 games
Actually,
yesterday.
to be fair, Don't Mash Me said, no, they didn't beat us in lane. He was quite quick to come back to that. He's just like,
they didn't beat us. They beat our other support. I mean, no one could beat Don't Mash Me in lane because, seriously. But aside from that.
They were very quick to get that across. But yeah, I mean, they were very good. And then it's interesting. I mean, the whole story of Good Game University really is a whole lot of changes with the players. I guess similar to Fear, they had to have a couple of adjustments as well. Obviously, after Moon, Zuna's come in. Suddenly, there's a whole new personality born.
It's true.
And that's the great thing of Season 3. We're hoping to see a lot of these new personalities. Suddenly, Zuna's got a fan club on Reddit, and everybody's happy with him. I'm sure they're all tweeting to him, and I was just talking to him, and his people are like saying a river fight's not a river fight anymore when you listen to him. It's like a Normandy invasion, or Normandy landing on the beaches when you hear Zuna charging the team up there. And it's interesting story between those two that Zuna just said to me is like, I never really had a voice until Psycho Sid came on the team because he was so comfortable with Psycho Sid. But before, when they played at tournaments, he said, I was always just like, oh, okay, these guys are more experienced than me. I'm just going to sit quiet. But as soon as he got his friend on the team, that's it. They're all shouting. They're getting in there. And it seems to be working. I mean, that's a new team. That is a new Season 3 team. How cool is that?
Yeah,
We've got 4 teams now.
He says he actually intimidates the enemy team with how loud he yells. It's like they just get scared of me because, I mean, he's a big guy, too.
He's a
like,
big guy.
He could probably got the Superman sweater coming in there as well, so he'd be ready to go there.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, of course, let's take a quick look at how these two teams feel about playing each other.
Good Game University. This is a team we've played a lot, and we're able to watch them. We know what champions they play. We know how they play.
Dirtnap Gaming. Besides Prawley, he's actually had some LAN experience there, all fresh to the LAN scene. We have a few veterans on our team, so we can kind of lead the confidence factor.
So they know a lot about us, we know a lot about them, but we have also changed a lot since they've played us.
I'm pretty confident we can 2-0 them.
We've had multiple conversations about what would be our ideal bans against us, but we can't really find any because we have too many things that people need to ban.
There's prepared confident and then there's ego confident. And this event, I'm pretty sure we're prepared confident.
There's not 3 champions that can play. It's not 5. It's 7, it's 8, it's 9, 10.
I think they're hiding something. I think they're scared.
He thinks they're scared and they're hiding something.
Ooh, big
Interesting
words.
talk. I
Those
mean,
fighting words.
We've talked about the fact that these guys know each other. They've scrimmed so much together, and even during the groups before they even got through, I think it was GGU basically said, pretty sure Dirtnap Gaming are going to get through this group, without a doubt, because they've played each other so much, and it actually lost to them a lot.
And no, wasn't it GGU who was beating up on Dirtnap Gaming consistently? That's the story I heard.
Dirtnap claimed they were winning all the scrims. Typical. I guess it depends what team you speak to on the scrims.
Those teams.
Yeah.
We beat them like 80% of the time. 160% total because they're both just winning all the time.
Everybody wins the scrims.
Yeah, of course they do. Why would they not? No one is there to check the results. It's not streamed.
It's not covered. It's not streamed. And generally, it's not covered in replays either because they leave before.
Yeah, it's like I got a great house in Paris. Only can't go there now though.
Just can't show you. Yeah, you guys at home. But so okay, what are we expecting realistically? We've seen these two teams for quite a while. Both of these teams have done the LAN circuit, so they have experience on LAN. Pretty much every team apart from MAN has had some experience on LAN. MAN are the only team that got through online.
Yeah.
So are they the only breakthrough team, I guess, from the ladders. So what are we thinking between these two? These guys, have they clashed again at previous tournaments? I'm thinking MLGs, IPLs, anywhere in America. I don't think either of them have gone to Europe.
Yeah, so a few of the players will have played each other. I know Prawley will have played Nintendo X and Zion Spartan when they were on Legion and Team Dynamic.
Right.
Appropriately. But other than that, I don't think there's been that much crossover. You saw in the interview there, or in the feature, that Prawley gives the team confidence because he's the one with the experience. He's the most social one of the group as well. We interviewed him yesterday. I mean, we could tell that he speaks very well. And then, of course, Good Game University. Don't mash me, tons of confidence. This is Prophet here. He is the tactical caller for them. It's just going to be good stuff.
Yeah, Zion Spartan was very confident in the interviews as well there. There's probably on your screen as well. He did an interview as well. These guys are starting to get through it. This is the new part to these guys because I guess when they've been at previous events, the stars have been the TSMs, the CLGs, and they've kind of taken the limelight from them. They're not here because they've already qualified. These are the guys that are trying to get in and join them. They want to get that salary, and it's a big salary for these guys. I mean, these are all 17 years old upwards, and that's Dirtnap Gaming. You can tell by the random chicken hats they have on. I've no idea what that signifies, but it just looks stupid. I gotta be honest. It just maybe it's lost in me, the youth. I don't know what. Maybe I'm just getting too old for this thing. But we are into the picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. Dirtnap Gaming with the blue side on your screen, and of course the red side is going to be Good Game University. Jack, what are we expecting? Ban straight away. Elise and Jace.
Jace, absolutely. Probably was so dominant on that Jace last 2 games. The only 2 games they played, picked it safe, picked it to win. They also played Graves twice, but that's not going to be a ban type thing. Mainly the Nintendo X ban for Elise. is kind of smart, even though the one game that Nintendo Dex played on, at least yesterday, he lost.
Oh, Zig's being banned out. We saw GGU using that shifter. Is it? What are we going with? Shifter? Shifter? I hear it. Did whatever player you talk to, you seem to get a different name.
Yeah, well, I talked to Shifter himself, unless he was lying to me.
He said Shifter.
Shifter.
Shifter. See, that makes sense to me. When I was talking yesterday, PH definitely means an F to me. Maybe it's just my English language. There's Evelyn being locked out of the game. A Carly ban.
So
we didn't see Zion Spartan running that yesterday.
We definitely didn't. And they just must not like playing against the potential that, I mean, you're going to put him on something like Nidalee or Rumble. That's what he played yesterday. Nidalee, Rumble, and Katarina.
Oh, Nidalee, yeah.
Yeah.
You said Nidalee.
But actually, the only game that Katarina wasn't banned against Good Game University yesterday, they picked it early for Zion Spartan. Problem with that, though, is Dirt Nap Gaming has first pick if they wanted to take that away. So there's a lot of mind games going on between these two teams.
So the final pick ban will be Kha'Zix. Kind of expected. Some of these are regular, some of these are targeted. But does mean Shen's available. Do you think that'll be the first pick?
I don't know if Dirt Nap Gaming plays it. JD Wu hasn't played much. He generally likes to play things like Lee Sin, Nocturne, Maokai, the really heavy gankers. Shen's more of that kind of sit back, farm, and use your ultimate to counter gank. Don't know if that fits his style, but Nintendo Dex would. Could be Chris top lane. He did that yesterday. He became a raid boss, if I believe.
He did.
Yeah, he had.
Was that Chris that was top raid boss? I remember.
That was Chris.
I definitely remember.
Because they did home guard boot Shen with a Maokai jungle.
Yes.
And he would come flying in.
Stand United.
At about 5 million move speed and just get taunts. So if they want to go for it, they're really talking about this. They probably expected some slightly different bans. They might go for a Shen here.
It's definitely open to them. If this was OGN, they'd be like insta-lock straight in there.
No
OGN,
problem. He'd be banned.
He'd be banned instantly. I mean, there's everything available to them. They're going to think about Olaf. Olaf possibly going to get locked in there. They're having a discussion about it. It will be Olaf locked in.
Olaf has been locked in. Need to get back to the pick ban screen. Of course, Katarina and Shen got locked in immediately for Good Game University. So that's going to be Nintendo Dex and most likely Zion Spartan on those two champions.
So Katarina, well, I mean, that could be top lane Katarina. Shen's been locked in. It could be jungle Shen. What are we thinking from these?
I'm thinking jungle Shen. That's what they did yesterday when they pulled that off. It was Katarina top, jungle Shen, and as soon as Katarina wanted to start roaming around, they pulled in Shen and just threw him top lane, and they really gave themselves an extra carry.
So just having that drop out of there. They're discussing something. They're sorting something out. And one of the teams had a mouse issue, so they're going to redo champion select. Is that? Oh, it'd be a bit tricky if it was the guy doing the selecting. That would probably why they were delaying. They weren't debating it. They were just going, I can't select it. I can't do it.
The Olaf pick made enough sense, though. I feel like
if that was random,
it must have been someone else.
I mean, if you think back, there was one random pick in Cologne, and it was Wicked got Rumble.
It's pretty good at Rumble.
He's okay on Rumble. He kind of got destroyed on Rumble, though, but yeah, I mean, that was his random pick, but they were just like, whatever.
There was actually a really funny moment at one of the MLGs during a listen-in with Team Dignitas because they decided on what they want.
There's been a few funny moments with listening,
well,
trust me.
pick-related funny moment with that, and I believe it was, I want to say Crumbs was having to pick a champion, and they called out the champion they wanted too late. They were like, give me Shen top. And he couldn't click it in time, and they ran him vain. And they had to go in with it because that's the official pick. But they had it on the listen-in, so you heard the panic and Skara just being Skara.
It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But they recovered probably. Did they win it?
They lost that game.
They lost
that was
that
against
game.
Team Dynamic, funnily enough.
Oh, okay.
So cursed with
GGU.
champ select issues.
Cursed the champ select issues. I know Skara is watching as well right now. He's been tweeting away all morning, as you guys can do as well, at LOL Esports and, of course, hashtag LCS. We'll be able to check out all those tweets. I've got it all open. I've got my tweet deck open. I keep checking, see how the things are going. There's a lot of pro players out there, and, of course, why not? Because these guys are going to be facing these teams. 4 teams today will go through. We've had one already. That's going to be Team Fear. Who will go through from this one? Who knows? We're going to have Marn versus the Brunch Club. The brothers facing off against each other, Nick Wu and Claky D. And it was interesting to see Claky D yesterday, if you guys didn't catch it, towards the end of the day. And he was basically saying, you know, both of them, they were genuinely excited about it because, like, one of us is going to be in Season 3.
That was
It
really
wasn't a case
interesting.
of, like, cutthroats, like, I'm going to beat my brother.
Yeah, because, I mean, we saw the earlier feature between Mandatory Cloud and Arthalon, how they've been friends since high school.
Yeah.
And he was saying how it was a bad situation that one of them was going to make it and one of them might not. Completely different mindset from Claky D and
Probably because they're thinking if one of us doesn't make it, you can be a sub.
You can be sub on my team. We're both in.
Yeah, success. But ladies and gentlemen, the championship selector is just about to begin once again.
Yeah, we're back
So
in.
We are back in there, and he was an Olaf first pick. So Olaf was a justified first pick. He didn't just manage to get that random, and there we go. So could that be Zion Spartan at the top, or will it be Shifter? Katarina.
I feel like it's Zion Spartan top. The possibility exists for them to do that, but the fact that they played this in their really elimination, go home or move on game against Tower Dive TV, that exact combination, Zion Spartan top on Katarina and Nintendo Dex jungle, I feel like they're sticking with that again.
So Nocturne being selected. We've seen Nocturne starting to creep back into it as today. We saw him in the last few late games yesterday as well.
Those 4 picks, exact same 4 picks for Good Game University they had against Tower Dive TV. Their last pick would be Twitch if they were to stick solid with those.
And actually, it was Don't Match Me that got a pentakill. I'm pretty sure it was him.
I don't know. The 2 pentakills were in Group D yesterday.
They were in Group D.
Yeah, one of them was by Demon Law.
Yeah, one was against eHomda's team.
And the other one
against Salad Bar. Yep. You are correct. You are correct. I mean, why would I ever question the Wikipedia sat next to me? We do see a Kassadin though, Jan.
That is something else because Prawley had been playing so much AD's mid. You see him in solo queue, he'd be playing Jarvan. We saw him yesterday, he'd be playing Jace. Something completely different now with Kassadin. Graves by Echo, something he played both games yesterday, now 3 for 3. And they don't go with the Twitch on GGU's side, they go with Vayne instead.
They have to switch it up slightly, but how do you balance these 2 teams out?
This is going to be tons of global pressure early for GGU, hoping that Don't Mash Me gets fed. That's really all it's going to be. Zion Spartan, going to try to roam a lot, and Nintendo Dex going to split push top. You look across the board for Dirtnap Gaming, the ganks from JD Wu into Prawley's lane, that's what it's going to be all about. Yesterday, Azure Gaming ran the same combination. They got up to 6-0 and 7-0 kill leads when they did this stuff. Nothing can live through a Kassadin Nocturne gank mid. They're going to try to get Prawley fed. He is the vocal leader of their team. He's the personality. He's what gives them confidence. It's going to be all about getting him fed with Nocturne.
It is going to be an incredible game, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is going to be a very aggressive game as well. I expect to see a lot of kills in this game. I mean, you mentioned the Nocturne, but of course Shen could come in, Stand United, that could be everything. Could be a full-on stacked team fight, or with the Globals of Karthus. Everything could happen, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not watching. Well, tell everyone else that isn't watching. I was about to say if you're not watching,
Tweet
you should be, but if you're not watching, you're not going to hear me.
Hashtag LCS.
Hashtag LCS, of course, at LOL Esports, and everybody else that follows you on Twitter. Make sure they know that the North American Season 3 qualifiers are underway. We already have one team, Team Fear. They are in. Who will be joining them? Will it be Good Game University, or will it be Dirtnap Gaming? We are going to find out any moment as the game loads up. Jat, who are you thinking?
I'm thinking this is going to be a very, very close game because we have the #1 seed from what was considered the weak group and the #2 seed from what was considered the strong group yesterday. I honestly don't know what to call. They know themselves so well, and you can tell from the teams that scrim each other all the time. Every time they play each other, it pretty much goes the max amount of games. Azubu Blaze and Azubu Frost are the prime example of that. Every time they meet, they go 5 games, best of 5. I'm expecting something similar here.
Well, let's see how they do. They know each other, like you say, very, very well. The blue team on your screens with the random chicken hats on is Dirtnap Gaming, and the red team is Good Game University, formerly Team Dynamic. If you are unaware of the changes that happen in esports, keep yourselves up to date. We will try and keep you up to date as well. Wards being placed out, Jad. Doesn't look like it's going to be a level 1 fight. Looks like it's going to be a standoff again.
These are very defensive formations by them, but actually not a huge amount of wards placed quite yet. 3 wards by GGU and 2 wards by DNG.
Apparently the random chicken hats is the synergy between the jungler and the AD carry. I'm not so sure about that. That's just, I think they're just wearing stupid hats.
And I heard it was, yeah, that's not even true because it's the synergy between Prawley and their jungler. That's where all the ganks come in. They just want an excuse to wear hats.
They just want an excuse to wear hats, but they've done it, I don't know.
It's consistent, actually. He did an interview in that hat.
There is one. There is one hat.
Yeah, there's JD Wu.
That's not Prawley.
No, that's definitely not Prawley.
That's really not Prawley, so it must be the ADC and jungler.
It's got to be. And you can see a lot of times how teams sit. It's very interesting. Usually the person who calls a lot of the tactics is in the middle. But Prophet is the tactical caller in picks and bans. He's farthest right on the desk. He is the support player. The AD carries right next to him. That's very common when you sit. Prawley makes a lot of the mid-game calls, and he's in the mid lane, A lot of times Reginald would sit mid for TSM. Then aside from that, you see jungler right beside him because that's where he ganks the most frequently. And then top lane because they're always off on their own. They're on their island. They usually sit on the
you
end.
always think you see Dyrus on the end of the line,
Usually.
etc. You'll always see the top lane on the center. It's a standard line out. Apart from Dignitas. Dignitas always switch it around. Did they do that when you were there?
Dignitas is annoying.
They will switch it around all over the place.
They give away their strategies, though, because they
it's like where
sit
they're going to sit today.
in relation to lanes.
They
seriously, they sit in relation to lanes. If Scar plans to bottom, like he plans to play bottom and they want their AD carry support, they're like, hold on, we all have to move around now. It's like,
so there's things to look forward to in Season 3, ladies and gentlemen. If you see the camera angle come in and Scar is on the end, you know what's coming.
You're like, he's going bot.
He's going bot.
It's all
Everybody
over.
knows there's a tell. It's a pretty obvious tell. Scar's going to be watching this thinking, damn it, they're on to me.
Giving away our secrets, we can't do that anymore.
Season 3 secrets given away already before season even starts. So, we are back underway, ladies and gentlemen. The pause has been cleared. And we do see pings coming out. And actually, Dynam Gaming is starting to gather in the mid. We're going to see a late invade.
We may just... There's so many wards, though. I don't see this happening. Zion Spartan couldn't quite... He tried to get in an auto attack reset from his Shunpo to hit it 3 times, but he couldn't quite get there.
And he just managed to eat a couple of glitter lances. And basic attacks from Prophet. The axe being picked up by Chris, so no surprise, really. It'll be interesting to see when the lanes do start to level themselves out. We'll take a look at that in a moment. We are at 1 minute 40, so it doesn't look like there's going to be any late invades for either teams. It does look like, though, there's been a bit of a change around in the lanes.
Got Vayne and Nunu sitting up top, already taking double golems. Going to try to shut down Chris's Olaf in the top lane, but that's a little bit curious because we know how good of a duo laner like Olaf is. People pick Olaf specifically a lot of times to do lane swaps, but they're going straight into it. They're going to allow Zion Spartan to just have to deal with a Lulu Graves 1v2 lane, which is a tall task. However, we actually see Don't Mash Me and I Am Anjo running in, maybe trying to put some harassment on blue buff or ward it. Now they back away.
Yeah, and Chris had that ward there, so he was well prepared to help out his jungler if needed. Of course, they realized that Nocturne was going to start on the red buff. He's now moved up to the blue, keeping an eye on the opposition jungler as well. Nintendo Dex moving up slowly towards it. But the red buff is warded, so do you think we're going to see anything here from maybe JD Wu to head off as soon as he gets it?
If he could get there really fast, he's probably going to end up smiting this blue buff, though, so he's not going to have the ability to go over and steal Nintendo Dex's red. The main knowledge that that buff is going to provide, though, is just going to let everyone know, especially this bot lane of Echo and Prophet, that Shen is nowhere near and they can continue to push like this.
So they keep the pressure on down the bottom lane and take us through it. There's Nintendo Dex. He's going to pick up that buff. There he does. He smites it away as well. Let's go through the lanes from top to bottom, shall we? Olaf to start with. Chris versus Nunu and Vayne in the top.
So this is a big lane for Don't Mash Me to get farmed on Vayne. Nothing's going to stop him from getting last hits. Once he gets fed with the Nunu, the Blood Boil will be huge for him. I don't think they have a huge amount of kill potential. They don't have a huge amount of shove potential. Nunu being a melee support doesn't really allow them to get tower damage. But it's a farm lane for Vayne.
So Don't Mash Me, you can see immediately trying to put as much damage as he can on Chris, but Chris quite happy to set that one out. Back in towards the middle, it is Karthus versus Kassadin. This is a battle we used to see way back in Season 1.
And it's a constant debate what wins against this. Some people say Kassadin's a hard counter to Karthus. Other people say Kassadin can't survive until 6. So Karthus does have the edge before 6. He's got the huge range with farming. He's going to keep Prawley back to his turret at all moments. But once Prawley hits level 6, he can blink right on top of Karthus and really just destroy him with mobility. Going to be very interesting to watch that. Kassadin seeing a resurgence in Season 3 with that Crystalline Flask, able to sustain the early weak laning phase of Kassadin.
And one of the classic moments for that, to me, is Alex H versus Froggen and DreamHack Summer. It was a Kassadin Karthus lane. In that moment, Karthus won out. We'll see how that works out. Froggen was the winner there. This bottom lane, though, Lulu Graves really going to be poking a heck of a lot on Nintendo Dex, who's having to come down and help already.
And you can see this lane is about tower pushing. They almost have it right here. Nintendo Dex trying to go down, making him fall back.
Zion Spartan manages to get him towards Prophet, the Ignite on Prophet, and Nintendo Dex just not close enough and really just forcing him away, trying to hold out on this turret as long as they can.
It's not going to be much longer unless Nintendo Dex decides to live in this lane. That's why it's kind of dangerous to 1v2 against a Lulu and Graves. That's really the ultimate shove lane that's going to take your turret as soon as possible, and it seems like they're well on pace to do so.
We've seen JD Wu join in the top lane as well. He's starting to put pressure down. Chris is backing, but hasn't gone completely yet. He might get caught just before he goes away. No, finally does go back, so just push that lane out a little bit so he can go back and buy.
And we take another look bottom. Nintendo really making sure he shoves out for Zion Spartan. they don't want to lose that turret that early to DirtNF Gaming. That would really allow Lulu and Graves to start shoving around, especially because that means the 1v2 laning phase is over for Vayne, who they want to get as much farm as possible.
So they're trying to keep him down there as long as possible. Like you mentioned, that looking across the items and everybody really going for those crystalline flasks right now.
This is the most crystalline flasks I've actually seen a team start the game with. There's 4 of them on DirtNap Gaming. Only person who didn't get one was Nocturne, and he could have if he went utility spec on Nocturne, but that's a bit of a gimmick. You look across the board and there's only 1 on Good Game University, so right at the start of the laning phase, DirtNet Gaming put ever so slight of a disadvantage on themselves investing in those flasks, but they're not really down in gold here, only 200. It might pay off for them later in the game.
Yeah, and how do you see the balance between those currently?
Oh, wow.
Chris going in towards Don't Match Me. He does manage to catch the axe. He's had to cleanse it off.
One more
Is it going to
shot.
be enough? One more shot. Misses the axe, so dodges out of it. Oh, he can't quite get close enough. Didn't have the mana to do the... Oh, he lacked on the mana. He managed to try and get the Q and still didn't have the range. JD Wu was coming. It was just too late.
Really, though, a lot of aggression by Chris, showing you why Olaf is such a great 1v2 laner. I mean, 25 minion kills, and 25 minion kills to Katarina as well. She was able to farm with her turret, but it ended up falling.
Ended up falling. There is the first turret of the game. DirtNap Gaming picking that up, obviously taking the gold advantage alongside it. But what I was about to bring your attention to was the difference between, we've seen a lot of the tops actually stacking out the 9 health pots compared to a crystalline flask.
And those are mainly on top laners who have no mana involved in their play, because they feel it's inefficient to keep stacking up the 40 mana every time you consume a flask, so they just go for the huge amount of health potions. Olaf, actually needing a fair amount of mana if he's looking to farm with maxed axes, wants the flask and a bunch of health potions on top of that, so it's a smarter move for Chris to get that item.
So as we see, the change has come in. Prophet and Echo head towards the top there with Graves and Lulu, and they're going to come up against I Am Anju and Don't Match Me. So the trade-off has kind of backfired for GGU.
It seems like it, at least in the interim, unless they can turn this into some kind of kills or some kind of tower pushes. That was pretty bad because their turret's down. They only got a third of the enemy top turret, and now they're stuck in a 2v2 against Lulu and Graves, who I think, if DirtNap Gaming plays it right, they should be able to punish Don't Match Me a little bit.
And we'll see whether they do. They're very even in gold, as it is. Shifter's coming across. He's going to pick himself up the blue. You can see the gold count there on your screens. 2,200 to just 200 gold advantage for currently Don't Match Me on this top lane. That's probably down to the fact that he's just come in and cleaned out a couple of waves on the top there. Meanwhile, the bottom lane is very much even as well. They've managed to break even across the board. The mid lane, just 200 gold, slight advantage to Prolly currently.
I gotta say, Prolly's winning that mid lane. He's up 51 to 49 on Karthus, and he just hit his sweet spot. He can do that every time he wants, especially once he's going to get that blue buff that JD Wu's going to give him shortly in the jungle, and continue to force Shifter back over and over again.
It's going to get very annoying for him, I feel. We'll see how that works out. And Shifter immediately is responding to this. He's just backing straight up to his turret. So let's have a look towards the top turret. You can see they're actually starting to push there. We do see Prolly heading up that way. Nintendo, though, on the red buff, could come around and try and steal it away. Wow. He wards it and goes, whoa. What do you know?
There's a Shen there.
Yeah, no, what do you know? There's a Shen there. I think, has he backed into it? I'm not sure if there's vision, whether he can quite see it. He must have been able to. Oh, because the blue buff calls come out from JD Wu.
Right. He wanted to be able to pick up his own blue. Shen is quite tanky just almost innately because of the spammability of Feint. So he didn't want to mess with Nintendo decks in the jungle. He knew there were an 80 carry and a Nunu that would come down if he decided to harass Nintendo decks. It got them good vision and knowledge, but he still had to get back there for the blue.
Yeah, and Echo's going to be well aware of the fact that Shen is there. Now they're going to come in. They're going to be a little bit close. There's a lot of damage. That's the ultimate from Don't Match Me. He's going to try and go for this one. He's going to have to switch into Prophet, but immediately got away from it. Flash was burned.
And that was a little surprising that they decided to get up so far. They're really trying to just outshove Don't Match Me and I Am Anju in this lane because Nunu and Vayne do not push well. So Echo and Prophet consider if they just shove the lane back, they're going to be able to get more farm than Vayne.
Yeah, Zion Spartan going for Chris there. Chris actually stopped, and I think he started to dance then. I'm almost certain that was he definitely stopped to do something because he was like, yep, this ulti is doing nothing to me. I'm perfectly safe.
Zion Spartan, though, even with that ulti not doing that much to Chris, really getting a bit of a lead in that lane. 66 to 46 between Katarina and Olaf, meaning that Chris not doing that well now. They swap back to 1v2, which makes me question why they would have done the lane swap in the first place.
Because it seems to be backfiring. Prolly, he's about to walk straight through a Tribush ward, and you can see immediately the pings go down. Don't Match Me has completely backed away with I Am Anju, and they've stepped well away from that turret, and they're going to have to just reset. So, Jan, is there anything you're going to see coming from this one, apart from the fact that we could see it gank down the bottom?
The biggest thing that's happening right now is Nintendo Dex is trying to counter gank, and there could be a Shao coming in here.
And there's JD Wu. That's going to be Stan United coming on towards Zion Spine. Is it going to be enough? Chris is going to get caught out. That's going to be the Carthens also, and the Requiem does go down. First Blood turns it into a second. Double kill for Nintendo Dex.
Counter gank. He decided he was just waiting around, biding his time as Imanjo gets away with 20 health.
20 health, and he does get away. Dirtnap Gaming still don't pick themselves up a kill.
But Dirtnap Gaming should be able to continue this shove. Don't Mash Me can't hold that lane alone. And since Nintendo Dex went bottom for that double kill, we could see their second turret take up the game here.
Yeah, we may see Prolly heading up there as well. I can see him starting to make his way north. Could well just take away the Wraiths instead, but regardless, Don't Mash Me has immediately responded and just getting the hell out of there. That's just good map positioning.
It was the smart move. There's no way he could get that. There was an MIA call for sure when Prolly left mid. Shifter said, Cassidon's not even close. He's definitely coming top. But once he comes mid, he makes Shifter's life a pain.
Comes straight back in, gets that burst combo on him. And that is the second turret of the game going down. So Dirtnap Gaming, despite they haven't got 2 kills, they've got 2 turrets.
The big thing they do have to look out for, though, is the last time we saw Nintendo Dex on Shen, it's him turning into a carry. Like, he really becomes a top lane power Shen after a little bit. With the double kill, he's actually got top gold on his team pretty much. You look at everyone there, 3,100 and 3,200 gold on pretty much every member of GGU. Trying to solo Dragon for a little bit, but JD Wu's not having it.
JD Wu just comes drifting around. It's like, what are you doing? Seriously? We do see the Hex Drinker on Chris, though, so he's really trying to target against Zion Spine. He's ready for this 1v1 fight, expecting it to last a long time. Nintendo Dex does come around. Meanwhile, you can see Dirtnap Gaming on the Dragon there, stood on top of a pink ward. I expect the rest of the team to react here.
The thing is, they have Nunu and Vayne up top with no way of getting down, and 5 members of Dirtnap Gaming. Despite the pink wards, there's no way they wanted to deal with that, so all the objectives coming out from Dirtnap Gaming early.
So the question is, can they react? Can they get back up towards the top here? Echo, you can see, heading straight up there. The turret is pretty healthy, but I don't think they're going to close the gap, so they've basically given up that tower for the Dragon.
And Don't Mash Me actually popped his ultimate on top of the Blood Boil to get the increased attack damage to make sure they got that turret down faster. They thought Dirtnap Gaming was going to be rushing up there to finish it. Either way, though, it's only a 60-second cooldown on Vayne ult, so he'll probably have it back for the next fight. Now, Prolly's team pushing mid as well.
Instead, they stick around, and Echo's reaction time is there, just to dash away the moment Nintendo Dex came in with the taunt. Great stuff, and that's really the top players that can do that.
It's his comfort level on Graves as well. This is the 3rd game in a row this tournament. All 3 games, really, that he's been playing Graves. He's had a lot of success with him thus far. And interestingly enough, both of the AD carries actually rushing the Bloodthirster, so will we see a static shift next? Not really sure, but they're very close in power right now.
Are we going to see a Warmogs or a Sunfire Cape straight out from Nintendo Dex? Warmogs has kind of been the flavor of the month, I guess, from this tournament.
It seems like it. Even in the OGN League, there's a couple people that build 5 or 6 Warmogs armor. I think they're overrating it a little bit, but it's still an incredibly potent tank item, especially the fact it's just the most safe resistance you can buy, in a sense. You're building armor, magic resist, you're still going to be vulnerable to someone, but if you build health, you're building dual resistance. It's not resistance, is it? Survivabilities, I suppose. There is a better word from that.
There is a better word, but it doesn't matter, and we do find that, well, Zion Spine has gone. Haunting Guy, Sorcerer's Boots, kind of complete that one. He's quite happy there. Meanwhile, Rod of Ages, of course, on Carthus, the Bloodthirster for both AD carriers here. Nobody really going towards the Infinity Edge yet.
You're absolutely right. They do not like that. I mean, the thing that's happened so much with at least people who can't shove is they'll go the Static Shiv. So I'm expecting a Static Shiv coming out next from Don't Mash Me, if anything. And really, we need to keep track of Dirtnap Gaming and whether they can continue to push and assault these turrets. Because if they can get 3 turrets down, especially this mid one, it's really going to allow Prolly to put his presence on the rest of the map with that Cassidon.
You can see GGU have to switch around. This is what they were aiming at. This is why they wanted that top turret down. They condemn Chris on towards the turret. He's just going to keep clearing that wave, but that turret is not going to last much longer. And we do see the switch around. We have got 3 members of GGU heading in towards the middle, probably picking up the blue buff there. Actually, did he mess up the blue? I couldn't quite see it under the skirt. Yes, it is. There it is, the blue buff under there.
Got it.
Very tricky to spot, but he has managed to get it in there. Blue buff also going to be given across the Shifter. Is that going to open up enough of a gap for Echo to get on towards that turret? He is doing damage on it right now across the side there. There's not much left of it, but he's going to have to be pushed back again.
They're really trying hard to shove this, but you can actually see Shifter and Nintendo coming in a bit from the side. They might look to fight here. There's a wall.
They're going to get on towards Profit. Profit is going to get dropped. He has to use his ultimate, but he's going to pop them up. There's no damage coming back, though, and he was just simply caught out with a taunt.
Too much pressure and a good counterplay by Good Game University. They are doing a really good job making sure their key fighters get the farm. In our last set, when we saw that close game between Fear, they were just waiting for Kog'Maw and Karthus to get farmed. It's a very similar thing here where Good Game University is really just looking for Don't Mash Me and Karthus to get farmed as well.
Echo getting taunted out. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, you can see they're going towards Chris. Chris was actually just dancing off at the side there as Don't Mash Me took the turret down. He was quite happy. Kind of knew it was going to go down. There's nothing really he could do about it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they just keep on pushing. Probably having a little poke back and forward. They can't quite get onto that. GGU realize how important that middle turret is. It takes a great big of a part of vision away, and now we're all square 2-2 in turrets.
Great comeback in a sense. I thought maybe the early pressure from the Lulu and Graves was going to snowball over. They made sure that it didn't. They kept farming up. They got some counter kills. I'd say the double kill that Nintendo X picked up spent a huge amount of time towards getting it back. And then they were just persistent. Don't Mash Me and Imanjo just stayed in lanes, waited until windows when Echo and Prophet went to push mid. They took both the side turrets.
We see Don't Mash Me picking up the red buff. Shifter coming back in to try and defend out this turret. There's a large group from DNG here, all to try and push once again. They have a siege minion. They might be able to get on towards the turret this time.
Will they? But the Karthus wall is just so difficult to push against, and they're fearful that the ganks would collapse in from the sides and Nintendo could go for anything, probably trying to get damage down. I'm really surprised we haven't seen a single gank from JD Wu in all of these 16 minutes. He's had his ultimate for quite some time, but everyone on GGU really just staying in safe positions.
Yeah, they had to back off there. You can see Don't Mash Me got caught out a little bit too deep, and the rest of the team, they're going to start chasing him. Probably might catch him across the side there. Oh, I'm not too sure who would have won that one, but he did go looking for it. But Don't Mash Me had managed to get a lot of health up. They are going to continue pushing it towards his mid turret. Going to get a chunk of damage done on towards the inner. I don't think Good Game University is certainly going to let this one give up. You can see that Shifter is coming back now. They're going to go for it. They're going to get the taunt across. Can they be enough though? You can see Nintendo Dex doing the damage. He's going to start backing out. Shifter finally gets himself in there. The Defile is running. He's going to get some layways down. Of course, he has got Requiem to finish them off here. Profit taking out low, very low. Prolly comes in. Couldn't get it. He got the Ignite down, but it wasn't enough. We do see one. Don't Mash Me gets the kill. Prolly picked up another. And there's going to be the Karthus ultimate. Requiem should get another. There's one. There's two. Zion Spartan comes in on towards Chris. Chris might have enough to finish him off here. He's got the mana for it. Oh, and he flashes. He failed flash, but he wasn't aware where he went. And Chris pulls him back, baits him back out. And well, Zion Spartan should not have gone chasing for that.
Surprisingly, they pull out a 3-for-2 in all that. I thought it was going to be much worse for Dirtnap Gaming. They kind of went all in. Imanjo escaped early on in that fight with a very small amount of health, and then the assault just kept coming. The Defiled Karthus is one of the scariest things you can see when you're a team of squishies. JD Wu not able to pull off really any successful ultimates, cannot go in through a Karthus because Prolly's not really able to follow with him that well. It's looking pretty good for GGU, even though they messed up the tail end of that fight a little bit.
Don't Mash Me continues his farming spree at the top here. Starting to gain a little bit over Echo right now. Just a 10 CS difference, but he's going to start stacking up both identical builds so far. The Berserker Greaves still not quite built, and I wonder if Don't Mash Me had those Berserker Greaves in that fight, whether he'd been able to catch and chase someone down.
Might have helped him a little bit. Vayne already gets so much move speed from the Blood Boil, and from the fact that Vayne gets extra move speed while chasing that he probably didn't think he needed them. Getting those early Phantom Dancer, I think, is going to give him more damage in the long run. I think he's alright with that decision.
He's happy with that. Now we do see the Dragon being picked up by Dirtnap Gaming. That is the second one of the game, I feel. The goal is still very close, and Nintendo Dex getting caught out. The burst from Prolly isn't going to be enough. Chris tries to come in. Chris now exposed. The rest of his team has split away. Chris is going to have to take a lot of the damage. He is pretty tanky though, so he's not too worried about that one just now. But he has managed to have to pop the Ragnarok. So Ragnarok was in use. And as it stands, they're going to continue sieging this turret.
It's going to be tricky. They were in this situation just a second ago. The flash taunt came in from Nintendo. Probably getting a huge amount of poke down. Just doesn't... I feel like it might not be enough, though. They can't really safely get on this without someone getting hit by a snowball. The Karthus wall has such a huge initiation range. But with Shifter being back a bit, they could get this turret down. They're really scared, though. You can see it in them.
He's keeping the silence down on Nintendo Dex as well. And he's just making sure that he keeps not able to put that taunt across the entire team like he did. The first initiation that he managed to pull off in the last fight is when he went diving straight across with that taunt.
Want to see if they can complete some of the big items, though, because the gap exists for Don't Mash Me and Echo, the Phantom Dancer versus just the Zeal. JD Wu needs to complete an Aegis of the Legion at some point. You can see that's what he's going towards, but he's still a fair bit away. Chris needs to get a Frozen Heart. They're just not quite at the aura items they need to be. That is Dirtnap Gaming, and you see it when they team fight. Karthus is too scary. They don't really have the power to fight back with him right now.
Well, Good Game University, they were coming in. They wanted to try and invade for that blue, but probably had just taken it away and back to base. So they pushed in. They fought for the wards. They put 3 wards down to try and get in and get that blue, but it was not there and it had already gone. So GGU have to reset themselves, figure out what they're going to do, pick up their own blue, of course, and go back and buy. What are we going to start to see here with the items?
So Death Cap is going to be hopefully soon for Prawley, unless he goes for a Deathfire Grasp. Either one of them would actually be a fairly good call. Look across at his AP mid counterpart. Shifters has that Rod of Ages now. It's reached its 10-minute full stack cap, so he's sitting quite pretty. He's going to be looking for a Death Cap as well, but he's much farther ways away. Surprisingly, this isn't the super farm Karthus we're kind of used to seeing. He's 165 minion kills at 21 minutes, which is about 100 behind the regular Karthus you'd see. Normally, in Season 2, Karthus would be taking Wraiths, Wolves,
23
everything.
minutes Froggen.
23 minutes, 300 CS is the record, and here we're 21 minutes, 165, so it's not even close. That's not as scary of a Karthus as we've seen in the past, but tell that to DNG as Shifter destroyed them in the last team fight.
He did indeed. That Defile is still a scary thing, and then you know that the Requiem will follow it up as well. Once you think you've all got away, you think you've escaped, and then out comes those big red beams of light above your head, and you are doomed. As it is, Good Game University back off and not able to push all pressure on towards that mid lane, and this is going to become a problem here. But I just feel that late game, Vayne, Nunu, that's a scary, scary beast, along with the Karthus to back it up.
And this reminds me of the first game we saw today, when Karthus and Kog'Maw got going for Fear. The same thing seems to be happening again, except this time they have Zion Spartan to clean up, and they have the split push capability of Nintendo X's Shen to get it there. Just another tool they have. You can see Dirtnap Gaming's really trying to force it. They've been pushing up mid for about the last 10 minutes. They've only gotten the 1 mid tower and about 2/5 of the damage on the next turret, so not going the best for Dirtnap Gaming. They'd have to find a way to initiate in on them, but it's almost like GGU is just a giant immovable object with the way they can't get pushed in for.
Well, here's the turret. It's going down. Dirtnap Gaming going to fight for it. They're sort of half-heartedly trying to go for this one. Chris has eaten too much damage already, and he's going to have to go back to base. I just feel with the next creep wave that Good Game University should take this turret.
Seems like Chris going back to base. No one really low on Good Game University. No buffs really to be taken. Dragons not up for another minute, 50 seconds. They're absolutely right about this one. I feel like they're going in on this wave.
Here we go. The wave comes in. They're just going to follow it through. And there you can see blood boiled up Vayne with the Phantom Dancer just poking it down. And there weren't anyone from Dirtnap Gaming who wanted to get a piece of that ball. But Paranoia comes out from JD Wu, goes very deep. Probably also follows it up. There's the Capitalist Clism. Tries to catch on towards him. Anjo comes out. Requiem's going to hit. Chris is going to be safe here. Echo gets taunted out. Echo flashes away. Prophet's just off at the side, and he's baiting the whole team in. Prophet will get popped, but the rest of the team's going to come in. The ultimate gets reset by Probably. He tries to get in there, tries to burst down Don't Match Me. Echo follows it up. Don't Match Me turns around. He takes down Probly, but now Don't Match Me is going to escape here. Chris does manage to get the kill on Nintendo Dex, and Anju picks up his AD carry and walks away with him.
So a 3-for-2 on the other side now. We've seen matching fights by both teams. They got the turret, but it's probably going to cost them a turret as well. So close Prawley was to finishing off absolutely everyone in that fight. That was one of the closest, just, I'd say, least amount of total health left on teams, considering 5 people are alive, that I've seen in quite a long time. And that was a good sign for Dirtnap Gaming. That's the first time JD Wu really just decided to go in and see what happened. It looked like he was ahead of everyone else, but it still worked out for them. Hopefully they can pull off a few more Kassadin plus Nocturne combos. Now that Prawley completed that death cap, it might be a little more effective. They have to keep doing that so they don't get bullied around.
Well, we do see a couple more tanky items coming out across the board, a couple more damaging items as well. Static Shift being picked up by Echo, sorry. Don't Mash Me, meanwhile, he's gone back, got himself another pick, so he's going to be heading towards that last Whisper, and of course, we see the Giant's Belt starting to come out across the board.
A lot of Sunfire Capes going to be completed, or Warmog's Armors. Really waiting for Nintendo Dex to get that Sunfire Cape. That's when he's really going to try to kick his split pushing into the next gear. It's going to be on Chris at that point to try to duel Nintendo Dex. He should be able to, as a top laner, with about 2,000 more gold than Nintendo Deck, so hopefully he'll be able to pull that off. Now, though, it is the Dragon that is up. JD Wu's ultimate still has 25 seconds off before we could see Nocturne's Paranoia there. They're going for the Dragon. If GGU decides to come in, DirtNap Gaming wants to fight him.
DirtNap Gaming are in a static position, which would be ideal for Zionspan. As it is, the fights have been very mobile, very back and forward. Zionspan really hasn't been able to get himself in a nice position to get that ulti rolling.
Katarina really hasn't been able to snowball any of these. It's been all about Shifter and Don't Mash Me chasing them down and kind of picking up the kills. Soundspartan's getting shut down. Prophet's doing a really good job of making sure he can't get ultimates off, throwing that Lulu Polymorph in at the right times. But now, unfortunately, Echo's stuck top clearing a wave while all 5 members of GGU are pushing bottom. This could be trouble.
They're just going to pile straight in there. You can see the Blood Boil on Don't Mash Me. He's just going to hammer down bolts after bolts onto that turret, and he's going to get dropped. Echo now backing off, but that was great positioning by Good Game University. They pick up the Dragon, just move on round and say, well, you know what? Echo's just showed himself at the top. We could just go straight in and take it.
That's the price that DirtNap Gaming paid for getting the Dragon. They realized that creep wave was approaching in the top lane. They knew they were going to have to send someone to clear that. Dragon in a tower, barely even in gold, but you lose the positioning of the tower. It was a trade-off they were willing to make because Echo got probably a kill's worth of gold from clearing that top wave. It's really just a trade-off both teams opted into.
The Shifter picks up.
Oh, did he steal it?
Bloop. Oh, he did. He got him to come in. JD Wu comes around. Now he's managed to capture draw Sifter. The rest of the team, Echo's coming in there. Paranoia's going to go off, but he's already used the Fear Leash, and the collateral damage is nowhere near enough to do anything. So, but DirtNap Gaming did manage to come in and get that steal. Clever play from DirtNap Gaming. Could they respond and take this bottom turret?
They're just trading back and forth objectives. They get the blue. That's going to be huge. And because Karthus is low on health and mana, that's a free turret of their own. 4 turrets to 4 now.
Just straight back and forth action. 4 turrets to 4. The gold still just 1,000 difference between them. 8 to 5 in terms of kills. GGU heading that one off. Probably though trying to get pinned down. There's another turret. DirtNap Gaming, of course, they've been working so hard, so tirelessly on that mid one. They'd had 4 fights back and forth for that mid turret. They finally got it.
The 15-minute quest was finally completed. Take down second tier mid turret. Let's see if it was worth it, because they spent so much time on that. The fact that they finally got it should mean something. They should be able to capitalize off this in some way, shape, or form. Prawley's now going to get the blue buff for himself. They have that mismatch, knowing Shifter doesn't have the blue buff from Karthus. They could try some extended sieges. There's 1 outer turret left for GGU, and that's in the top lane. Maybe DirtNap Gaming is going to try to go for that one next, because they're all about pushing, it seems.
Someone somewhere will be saying, right, please, we need an achievement unlocked for that. And as it stands, DirtNap Gaming are starting to build up ahead of Steam. They have the gold advantage. We do see the pink ward starting to be cleared out. Anjo has picked himself up an Oracle here. He's kept himself well out of it. 2 wards getting placed out there. Are they thinking of the Baron here?
They're thinking of finding a window to engage. I don't think they think they're far enough ahead to get something, but there's the Oracles. Prawley getting caught!
Prawley gets caught out and he gets taunted straight away, taken straight down by Don't Mash Me, popping in there. Absolute Zero coming out just to delay things. Prophet split off the side. Chris gets away, but that's going to be Echo down. Prophet goes down as well. Don't Mash Me and Zionspan cleaning up. That is exactly what they wanted.
You pick up the Oracles to get positioning control of Baron. It meant DirtNap Gaming was worried about where they were going to go. Prawley thought he would be mobile enough on Caston to escape anything, but they killed him during the duration of a taunt. JD Wu's going to try to steal this, but I don't think he can get it.
He tries to come in. He's never going to get even anywhere near it. He gets taunted away from it, and they just back completely away from the Baron and return to do the damage, and it will be picked up for the entire team. So, wow, a 4-0 that one fight overextended.
Anjo's Oracle's really turning the tide there. They cleared out every single little bit of vision, picked it up.
7-0-2 now on Don't Mash Me. He has got the ideal build. We're going to get a replay, really, of how it all worked, and it was simply Prawley getting caught.
It was a matter of clearing out everything with the wards. Doesn't look like the last fight, unfortunately. Go back to live.
But, I mean,
the fight itself was just 4 members sitting in a brush. All the wards have been cleared. Prawley didn't expect that brush. They got a taunt.
He was just like, I'm going to get a quick peek towards the Baron. Bang, got caught straight out there, no problem. Yeah, I mean, it's a straightforward. And once one of your main carries gets taken down that quick and that hard, everybody else should just disengage. But kind of natural reactions are, I need to defend my teammate, and everyone went in.
Especially since Prawley is generally the guy who calls a lot of the team fight engages for them. Once he goes down, communication lines are lost.
Yeah. Natural reaction comes in, but can he get on towards Nintendo Dex here? The jungler on Shen has taunted and flashed away. Hasn't going to get slow though. Probably didn't quite have the reset cooldown just up yet. And instead Good Game University are going to continue pushing on the top lane. Of course, Nintendo X can keep pushing on that bottom. He has got Stan United to rejoin them.
They got about 2.5 minutes left on this Baron buff as well. They know Prawley just spent a good portion of his mana bottom lane. He won't be able to make it up for this turret defense. Should be another outer taken for GGU.
And there we are, evening things up once again as another inner turret goes down. Good Game University 5-5 in terms of turrets, and the gold stays close despite the fact there is a Baron currently on Good Game University.
The scariest thing about all this is the fact that Vayne is 7-0-2 and has a Nunu behind him, and he's going completely glass cannon. So that's actually scary for both teams, because if they don't get to Don't Mash Me, if they can't touch him, he will pretty much kill everyone extremely quickly. But because he went for that build, there is the chance he could get picked off if he does something stupid.
Yeah, and with Prawley in there, he's the ideal person to try and Despin. If you can get Prawley and JD to combine to dive on towards Don't Mash Me, I'm guessing that's what they're going to aim at. Then yeah, it could well be a scary thing, but of course you're going to be diving in there damn well that Karthus, and you could probably get taunted by Nintendo Dex.
Yep, and the Nintendo Dex ultimate is going to be pretty much reserved exclusively for Don't Mash Me in a team fight scenario, so he's a lot healthier than he looks.
Prophet taking a couple of bolts and you see immediately how much damage that does do. 12-5 currently in kills, but don't let that fool you. This game is still on a knife's edge. Despite the fact Baron buff is on Good Game University yet, they're still yet to get in and get one of those Baron turrets. Once one of these inhibitor turrets goes down, a Baron turret, that would be an interesting thing to see. I guess that's kind of what it is. It's a standing turret right there. But as it stands, Dirtnap Gaming are going to try and fend this one off. I don't think they're going to go through it this way.
You can see Nintendo Dex trying to split push mid a little bit against Prawley. That's the right guy to be defending, in all honesty. Prawley can get back quite quickly, can definitely interrupt Nintendo Dex's shield if he wants to teleport in. But the fact that they're taking Prawley away from the fighting means it's going to be very difficult for Dirtnap Gaming to create anything. Nocturne to go in, JD needs a buddy. Otherwise, he will go in and die immediately to Karthus, Nunu, and Vayne. Unless he's going in with Prawley, it's not going to work. But since Prawley's stuck with Shen, they can't do it.
They pinged it. They said, Prawley is here. Reckon you guys could probably push this one. Nintendo Dex is like, I'm fine keeping this guy here. Prawley, he could come in. I see why he's sitting there. He wants to use the Null Sphere to interrupt the Nintendo Dex's Stand United.
He does. And if he did that, it would be fine for GGU, because they're trading a 99 farm jungler for a 244 farm AP mid Kassadin. They're completely fine having that trade happen.
As it is, Nintendo X is going to pick himself up a free dragon, and the rest of the team are going to back away. This has delayed the Baron long enough, though.
I don't think they care. In all honesty, like, they have Nunu Vayne. If he hits 6 items, there's going to be no stopping him. Karthus is getting stronger and stronger. They are in absolutely no rush to do something silly against Dirtnap Gaming. They know what's on the line. I mean, they win 2 games. They're into Season 3. They've practiced a lot against Dirtnap Gaming. They know probably their potential of coming back. They know their own GGU's potential to throw. They're taking this one slow.
Taking it nice and slow. Everybody goes back. Everybody buys. And remember, Good Game University just had quite an extended 4-minute siege there. And we do see the boots, the attack boots actually upgrade coming out on the Berserker Greaves of Don't Mash Me, as well as another BF sword. I expect that to be an Infinity Edge going on there, just to really top off the scariness factor of that 7-0-2 Vayne with the Nunu stacked behind him. Graves is simply not going to be able to compete with that.
Not even close at this point. I mean, you just look at the gold. It's 12,700 for Don't Mash Me and 9,950 for Echo's Graves. Then you factor in the absolute gold value from a max Blood Boil, giving 65% attack speed and 15% movement speed. It really just becomes much larger than that already 3,000 gold advantage.
As it is, Nintendo Dex is back down the bottom and farming away, as every good Shen will do. It's just split push away with the Sunfire Cape on and do what you please. The rest of GGU start to stack up. They're going to push in the top and middle lane. As it stands, the middle lane seems to be the target. I would expect it to be the top, actually. Kind of just keep that wave going. I think they're just waiting, trying to get that last inner turret.
And if I was Dirtnap Gaming right now, I think they're looking for some kind of engage pretty soon. They don't have a split push going. They've waited out the Baron of Good Game University. They know that GGU is just going to get stronger and stronger. If they see a window, I'd expect JD Wu and Prawley to just dive in together. Win or lose, it's probably going to be a disadvantageous fight, but they need to do something.
They're trying to defend Prawley there. Probably getting taunted by Nintendo Dex. The rest of the team were trying to collapse around him, but they were like, no, back away. They are all coming down towards you, and they're just going to go clear that huge wave up the top. Another monster wave of minions for Don't Mash Me to pick up.
They might actually send Zion Spartan up there. He has not really gotten going this game. He's the assist farm, Katarina. And Chris, don't get caught out here.
Has to use the Ragnarok, and you can see Don't Mash Me turns her on. Can he get on towards him? No, he cannot, but Chris had to use his ulti to get out of that.
That's really tough. They really needed Chris's Ghost and Ultimate in a team fight if they wanted to get anywhere near Don't Mash Me. If he doesn't have those spells for a fight, it's not going to happen.
United used. Stan United used there on towards Don't Mash Me. He thought he was in trouble there against Prolly, so that's kind of baited that one out as well.
Interestingly enough, that's a pretty long cooldown for Nintendo X. 165 more seconds, so maybe that'll be the trade-off, right? Chris can't ghost into a fight, but Nintendo X cannot shield Don't Mash Me's Vayne in a fight as well. But you can really just see the fact that JD Wu has used, I believe, 2 Nocturne ultimates in 35 minutes. It just goes to show how passive GGU has been and how they have not provided appropriate windows for Dirtnap Gaming to engage on them.
Yeah, they're not being able to get in there, and consequently he's gone very tanky, actually. Tanky Nocturne. Knows damn well he's going to be diving deep with that Bulwark on. Ooh, hello. Prophet's been well out of position here. He has got an Oracle on as well. They're going to try and get it down towards him. Instead, they realized the wards had gone in there.
And have we seen this before? The last time they had the Oracles and they pulled around Baron, this is pretty much how they took control of the game. How is Dirtnap Gaming going to deal with it this time? They got to try to fight soon.
They're going to try and get in there. You can see the poke damage going on towards it. They're going to try and see if they can burst that Oracle down. He has to flash away. And he did manage to escape it this time. They have an Oracle of their own, though, this time, Jan.
Both teams trying to fight for vision. Prophet there. There's the Karthus wall. Ulti as well.
Don't Mash Me has managed to use his ultimate. Can he catch on towards it? He's using on Chris, though. And Chris probably the most tankiest target on the team. Prolly's going to get caught out there. The Lulu ultimate. And Prolly does manage to pop down Don't Mash Me. Where is the damage now going to come from? Good Game University. It's going to come from Karthus. Prolly goes in. He realizes he's trying to try and get in there. Tried to interrupt it. And Shifter was using it out without dying there.
And even though they picked up Don't Mash Me, JD Wu popped his ultimate and decided against it. He didn't go back in. Once the Requiem came up, they thought they'd already lost the fight. They were going to trade 1 for 1. There was an opportunity to trade 2 for 2. He probably could have went in and killed Karthus, but he decided not to. 1 for 1, but that seemed like the best that DNG was going to do. It's so hard for them to fight GGU right now.
I just feel that JD Wu, I mean, probably basically turned around. The call came late. It was like, he's using his ulti. We can kill him before he uses it.
He tried to just go in and dump as much damage as possible. He couldn't quite get in range to silence the ultimate as well, but it's just a tricky situation. I was really impressed with how quickly he blew up Don't Mash Me, though.
Prophet's Oracle has run out, so he's not been able to clear any more wards, so they are going to go back about their business. Pings go down. Oh, they realize that Prophet is there. Oh, he was teleporting back next to that. Nintendo Dex wanted to just get one blade onto his face to stop him backing up, but it didn't happen.
You can tell Good Game University just yelled at Don't Mash Me and said, why do you have 14,000 gold and no magic resist? Because he died in about half a second to Prolly. Picked up the Negatron Cloak almost immediately. Going to make him even more threatening and dangerous in the next team fight.
Would that be the Mercurial Blade, or is he just going to go straight for Quicksilver Sash, which he's just picked up? It could be the Mercurial Blade.
He's probably going to do whatever he wants with that. The upgrade cost between QSS and BF Sword to Mercurial Scimitar is pretty quick, but if he wants optimal damage, he's going to want to get that Infinity Edge next. So it's going to be a matter of if he wants temporary gain or long-term gain.
We'll see what he does at the moment. And the fact that he was also targeting Chris in that last fight. Chris was happy to take the damage from Don't Mash Me.
Wasn't too happy about it. He had to ghost ult away at the start of that. I mean, Olaf is the person they want to be hitting him, but you need to be going in when you're taking that damage. You can't be running away. Vayne is the Night Hunter. She loves chasing down people. It doesn't matter if you're not hitting her back.
The Night Hunter. You're pulling the lore out now. I like it. Bam. This is we're going to be stepping into new realms of commentating here. We're going to have Jat starting to learn all of the lore of all the champions. He's going to have to bring you lore.
Did you know Graves and TF were rivals?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
As it's done, Graves and TF. Look at those Graves and Nocturne.
Oh, Graves and TF.
I did not know that. That's see, I'm learning as I cast.
There you go.
As I often do when I'm alongside you. As it is, though, Dirtnap Gaming, they're going to pick up a dragon of their own. And that's going to try and pull the gold a little bit closer. It's 3k gold difference, but that's not a great deal when you're looking at 50,000 plus gold. 40-minute game. We saw a very long first game between Fear and Me Playground in the last match. I'm losing matches already. Despite the fact that I sat there, I was staring at them for 50 minutes straight. And this is identical.
Yeah, that's the brush that probably got caught in. They're not letting that happen twice. Chris fired that X in there. It's like, no, not a person. And they were gone. But they're sneaking around the backside. They pinged it, though. They're kind of expecting it, but they still have no vision. They're going to catch him once they come through that brush, or they saw that ward especially.
Oh, they're going to go around straight towards the turret. Are they going to come around the backside?
Ooh, this is forcing a fight.
I was getting flashbacks of Baron as a race there, but instead Chris is going to be the man up front. He wants to take the damage. Don't Match Me Again is there. You can see they're just trying to bide the time. This is a good escape. Are they going to go for it? Probably saying nope. He's going to ulti away, and they're just going to have a little merry dance around the backside there. Well, Good Game University in the perfect position to push on and force the fight. They're saying we're either going to take your inner or we're going to actually force you away and kill you. But instead, it is going to be the inner turret to go for.
Nice maneuvering there. I'm not even sure how they managed to come from behind them to get the turret that they came by, but it's another one, 6-5 now, and you can tell Dirtnap Gaming just doesn't want a piece of them.
They don't want a straight-up fight right now, and why would you? You don't want to get an open fight, especially with a Zion Spartan on Katarina. A Shifter on Cartha says there's a whole lot of ground to cover. You know you're going to have to go through that wall of pain to get there. Literal wall of pain as well.
And this is actually a really bad situation right now for Dirtnap Gaming. That creep wave in the bottom lane is probably enough to take their inhibitor turret, but Echo has to be up there because the Baron is being forced with an Oracles. So the longer GGU can hold off on this, the less time Dirtnap Gaming has to pull something off. They're going straight up mid, trying to force something big to happen. Looks like they're going for Baron.
They're going for Baron. Are they going to react? You can see Dirtnap Gaming are starting to head this way. I expect to see Prolly zipping across. The Baron is going to be gone. The Baron is too slow. Now Dirtnap Gaming completely out of position. Well, Good Game University going to go for this one. They have got a lot of health. They could easily turn this into a fight. Dirtnap Gaming just alongside them. Are they going to engage? They're both stood staring at each other. Nobody wants to fight.
The base is going down. I mean, they're just running for the inhibitor. Good Game University has to just get there. Dirtnap Gaming recalling back.
They're going to get down there in time. You can see the Blood Bowl is going to speed up. Shifter's legging it across there. And when they can see that inhibitor turret is going to go down, the first turret of the game, and now they're bound up with a turret down. And now Dirtnap Gaming are thinking, damn it, why didn't we fight a moment ago? We're going to try and fight. Now they're fighting. This was a safe fight for them a moment ago. They're going for I Am Andro, the last person they want. You can see Don't Match Me. He pops the ultimate, turns it around. Prolly is the target. Prolly gets the Lulu ultimate, but he's going to get caught out. And now they see immediately, that's a great ulti from Echo. Does catch him out. You can see the Requiem come down. Shifter picks up one, picks up two. Zion Spartan gets the reset, comes in, gets another, and Don't Match Me picking up on the fountain there. He does manage to get the kill. JD Wu, the last man standing, but that surely will be the game.
Just the aggression at the end there, Zion Spartan, knowing he needed to take down those guys before they'd be able to stop the final Nexus push. Waited too long to engage. It was the story for Dirtnap Gaming. This looks like the end.
Absolutely great play from Good Game University. Simply tactical maneuver in there. Superb play. And really, whoever was making the calls in that fight was fantastic. And we're seeing a belt.
Don't Match Me's Elmo belt, or whatever that was.
And whatever that was, lack of muscles. Bro, do you even lift?
Well, they are nothing if they're not super excited and pumped. That was a very long, tense game for them. You can see they know they're one game away exactly as Nintendo X goes off there. They seem like they had Dirtnap Gaming's number in that one.
That was just fantastic tactical calling. The fact that they were at that point and they could have fought when they were maneuvering around the Baron, they were going around the sides. That was the point. They wanted to fight, but once they'd lost the inhibitor turret against the Baron team, they should have just stepped away. It's like, we're going to lose the inhibitor here. There's nothing we could do. I could fight them on a double Nexus turret, maybe. But they just went in, and it was like, I know Bloodlust sort of kicked in. It was like, well, if you weren't fighting them a minute ago, why are you fighting them now?
It was one of those situations where they realized that they were going to lose if they didn't fight. They'd already not fought for long enough, so they decided they had to fight at that exact moment.
Yeah, and we're going to get a look at exactly how that worked out from the players' minds.
17.
Watch out, man.
They might try to initiate after this. They might try to initiate.
Here he comes, here he comes.
I'm good. Keep fighting. Kite back. All off. Casting.
I got casted.
Get cast.
Flash again.
Hourglass.
I can't see you, Mash. I can't see you.
I'm ulting.
Probably's dead. Get the inhib.
Probably's dead.
Holy shit. I'm ulting you, Zion. That's worth it.
Nice.
Yeah, baby.
End it. Yeah, baby.
Let's go. GGU.
Could that be the new chant?
GGU.
GGU.
It's their chant.
That's their chant. Trying to turn it from a TSM or a CLG. We're going to get GGU. Who knows? Maybe it could be a thing. So, fantastic tactical play from Good Game University. And really, you know, you called it from earlier on. The fact that the Vayne with the Blood Boil of Nunu, he'd got the items, he'd got the stacks. He was 7-0-2 before that fight even began. He was starting to farm like crazy. Don't Mash Me did a brilliant job in that fight.
It was the whole team's ability to keep him alive in all the fights.
Yes.
They had enough peel. There was so much threat by Shifter's Karthus just being that front line Karthus that no one could get past for him. You can protect Vayne just by having other threats, and they did a great job of that the whole game.
And Nintendo Dexter did a fantastic job of keeping Prolly busy completely down that bottom lane. He's the jungler versus the AP mid, and he's just like, well, I'm going to keep you fighting, keep you fighting. There was the one moment you questioned the Stand United being used, but honestly, outside of that, they were fine. And like you mentioned, that Oracle, the Oracle kind of won the game.
They were playing it safe really the entire time. The Oracle was the one move they really made to get a big edge. They got the edge, and from there, it was conservative play. In all honesty, we were expecting beforehand just this kind of crazy game with back and forths. But when teams have played themselves so many times, they really know the ward spots, most of the attack spots, and they're very cautious with how they proceed on the map.
And you saw the axe going in towards the end there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after these messages and see if Good Game University will secure their spot in Season 3 against Dirtnap Gaming. Do not go anywhere.
My name is Brian Cordry. I'm the manager of Dirtnap Gaming's League of Legends team.
He really just like put us into shape.
If they need something, I need to get it for them. If they need a scouting report, I need to put that together for them.
You have to have social skills because you have to deal with 5 nerds.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. As long as League of Legends is going to be played, we're going to be a top team.
Hard work pays off, and we definitely couldn't have done it without our manager.
Well, the question is, how will that manager be called into duty, ladies and gentlemen? Because, wow, they just had a tough, tough battle. I am D-Man. Alongside me, of course, is Jat. And, of course, we are bringing you every single second of the action here live from Season 3 qualification rounds, live in Los Angeles. This brand new studio, what an awesome studio it is, Jat. We are loving being here. Early on in the broadcast, we asked the viewers at home to write us on Twitter. And we asked you guys, which of the teams competing today will make it into Season 3. And here's what you guys had to say. And let's not cheat here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't say Fear. Oh, you did say Fear. Okay. Oh,
well, the
it's
question
fair.
came in from
earlier. Yeah, it was earlier on.
Fear, Dirtnap, Curse, and Marn. In the last match, though, he was going to say Claky and Nick have to be happy that one of them are going pro. That's true. I mean, Claky
and they are happy. They were very happy. We saw it yesterday.
So they're 1 for 1 in their predictions, but Dirtnap needs to win 2 in a row to take it in. I'd say those are pretty good picks, and I'm jealous of you, because you get to cast the Marn game at the end of the day.
I get to see the Marn game. We'll see what else you guys had to say as well. There's more tweets as well. Well, who's this one? Curly Chan. Curly Chan from Europe. Oh, thank you very much. SK Curly Chan. Fear, GGU, Curse, and the Brunch Club. I was about to say TBC. I was like, what? It's the Brunch Club. It's been catching me out all weekend. Hopefully Meet Playground follows tomorrow. Well, that could be an interesting one. We'll see how it happens. Of course, tomorrow is full-on cut-through competition.
And that guy's really picking a lot of the favorites so far here.
It's a female.
What?
Curly Chan.
Yes.
She's SK Gaming.
Correct. But those last picks with Curse, I think everyone's going to be picking Fear and Curse. They were the favorites coming into here. And after that, it was just the Brunch Club versus Marn, I think, is one of the closest ones. And this one especially was what I was expecting to be the most contentious matches of the day.
So one more as well to see what you guys think. Is anyone else gone contentious? Does anyone else think Curse maybe won't make it? Well, no. Clearly.
Fear and Curse.
Fear and Curse, yeah. I'd love to see Mars as well, but team to go through as well. You know, that would be a nice story for the fact that it would be an online ladder team that's come through. Someone genuinely that could come through from that 5v5 ladder.
And the way that Marn made it through yesterday, you can't help but just be inspired with their passion. And the way they made it through, honestly, it was so exciting. Both of them.
And you know what? The Marn thing was prime example. We Circle like he did. If you missed the interview afterwards, he was basically saying how High's, you know, smack talk, I guess you could say, inspired them. And, you know, a similar thing happened, obviously, IPL 5. We had Double Lift talking about Reckless and, you know, basically saying, oh, I don't think he's that good. And that just spurred on N-Rated and Reckless in their match. And obviously, they went on to win that game 2-1. You know, you've got to be careful with this smack talk. It will come back and bite you in the backside.
It's that nobody believed in us mentality that motivates so many people in sports and also in League of Legends. It's just as soon as you hear people telling you you're down, you just use that as motivation. If you call people bad, don't do that because they're going to get better and they're going to try to beat you.
They are going to get inspired to come back and kick your butt. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the picks and bans as we get underway. Here we see it is Good Game University as the team on your screens right now. There's Zion Spartan. What is he going to go with? The bans coming out. Jace and Elise banned out. First two same bans, exact same bans so far from the first game.
Teams are pretty happy with their scouting reports thus far. Maybe they'll just pick some slightly different team compositions. And we mentioned earlier, these guys scrim each other all the time. And that last game was really tense and really close. So I would not be surprised whatsoever if Dirtnap Gaming could come back and force a third game here. You see it all the time with teams that scrim each other. They play close matches.
What will be Prophet telling his team? What will he be thinking? Kha'Zix, of course, and Nunu taken away. They're like, hell no, we are not having Nunu Vayne or Nunu anything in this next match.
One of the big things that's been happening, especially since the nerf of attack speed in Season 3, Nunu and late game Nunu just becomes such a game changer. Its 180 carry is unanimously stronger than the other. They're not allowing that, but in doing so, they're giving Nintendo Dex that Shen again. They're saying it wasn't a problem.
So Shen is there. Nintendo, will it be Nintendo? Will it be Zion Spartan? Will they switch it up? And more to the point, what will Dirtnap Gaming pick as their first choices? There's the chicken hats of Echo, I believe that was. And it's going to be Chris going on Olaf again. Kind of was the front man taking the damage before. What are we going to see? We're going to see Nocturne to back that up, or we're going to see maybe more of a tanky jungler?
I'm thinking they might try the Maokai strategy again. But then they wouldn't have the Shen to teleport in with them. This is going to be very tricky for them because they didn't really block much of what Good Game University was doing last game. GGU could still do something like just the Karthus Katarina that they did last game, and Dirtnap Gaming would have to answer it. The Maokai may block the Karthus specifically just because he's so vulnerable to ganks, but this is tricky. At least they're doing something different with the Maokai pick.
Well, we were seeing whether anything was coming out. We were expecting a lot more ganks, honestly, from Nocturne in the last match. Didn't really come in late phase.
He just couldn't find windows to get on.
And Akali was banned in the first game, and now we obviously know why. Clearly, Zion Spartan has been practicing it and certainly playing against Dirtnap Gaming because they knew about that ban.
They knew about the ban, and we were actually talking about saying, well, he hasn't played it yesterday. Why would he bring it out now? There's something. They've been playing. I'm sure he was dominating with it in scrims, that is Zion Spartan. He used to be kind of the Akali man in solo queue. And even in some of the earlier games, back when Team Dynamic was young, it was Akali and Nidalee, and Zion Spartan was just carrying almost every game with those two. So getting back on the Akali train will be interesting for him.
It's going to be good to see the burst damage that can come out from that one. Could we see Katarina paired with it? That could be a scary, scary thing in mid. What are we seeing Dirtnap Gaming do here, though? They went for Graves last time.
I want to see Jarvan out of Prawley. I really want to see him run that mid. Jace gets banned out. His other AD mid is Jarvan. If anything else, though, they'd probably go with Karthus to block it out from GGU, but I have no idea. They're just going for their bot lane.
Going for the bot lane again, or the duo lane. It could be top, of course. It is going to be Graves and Sona. And you remember, they started out 2-0 in turrets. They started out much better. They had a really good start to the game. They just couldn't follow it through. And there is going to be Don't Match Me on Ezreal locking that in alongside Lulu. What will the AP be? Or could be AD?
It could be AD. That's a top lane.
Oh, it's going to be mid.
That's a top lane Akali for sure. There's no way Zion Spartan's not playing Akali, so this is definitely the mid. Karthus is very dangerous to pick against a Maokai, but they had a lot of success with it last game. I don't know, actually, what Shifter is going to go with here. We heard from their manager, though, he plays everything. They were amazed when they were looking for an AP mid that this guy did not have a team because they said he's amazing, he's so versatile. He's drawing Ziggs bans already. His Karthus has also been amazing. He's only played 2 things in this tournament, but we know his roster is much larger.
Yeah, and 2 of those games were Ziggs, which is why we're seeing the bans coming through. So, I am Anju is going to be picking up the final final pick for Shifter, and it will be Orianna, and that's a kind of a universal mid.
That's one of those things, you're just comboing with your team, being a team player. They have the double ball in a sense, giant Lulu with the Orianna ball on top of them. They can knock up and then suck in, or suck in and then knock up with a comboed ultimates if they get Shen in there at the right situation, or even Akali. So, very area focused. DirtNap Gaming is going to have to spread out to avoid that type of area effect damage.
So the final pick coming out for DirtNap Gaming. What are they going to do to counter Orianna in the middle? Well, of course, Gale.
Nice.
We've not seen her all weekend because half the time she's been banned or half the time she just hasn't been picked.
Yeah, we saw a player from Pulse, Kenneth, play it. I believe, yeah, they'll still be playing later today. Will they?
Pulse are out.
Pulse is out. But it was good. And we've seen a lot of it in the OGN in Korea. All the teams that play it, they go Nasher's Tooth and then Liandry's Torment with Sorcerer's Shoes because the E area of effect damage procs Liandry, so that's going to be awesome.
Wow. Okay, let's see how this is going to lay out between you guys. What teams are we expecting? What are we expecting when it comes to a team fight?
Once again, DirtNap Gaming, it's going to be all about Prawley. He's going to be trying to do the most damage is going to be initiated by JD Wu. I worry that they're not going to have enough damage to take people out. Good Game University is Zion Spartan and the support they can supply to him. They're going to try to get everyone low, and he's going to come in and clean up and just flank around the backside of the team fights and get in there.
Hit them resets. That's what they want. And Chris, of course, this time on Olaf, he's going to be against that Akali. How do you balance that one out?
Olaf against Akali is tough for Akali. 9 health potions, 2 wards, most likely the start. Really just going to try to survive the lane. They might try a 1v2 lane swap because they did pick the Lulu, but Luluez versus Graves Sona is like, neither of those guys have a huge edge in the 1v2. I'm
not sure I'd want a 2v1 on Akali at all.
No, not at all. But maybe that's a sign for DirtNap Gaming to try to 1v2 against Akali, but with the 9 health potion start, it makes it much more manageable for the Akali player to make it through those situations.
Well, we shall see, ladies and gentlemen, as the game gets underway. It is Good Game University versus DirtNap Gaming. Good Game University 1-0 up here in the Season 3 North American qualifiers. They are just 1 game away from making it through to Season 3, and that would mean their dreams are made and maybe the dreams shattered of DirtNap Gaming. But it wouldn't be over. We do have a day 3. The final batch can come out from these guys, but we are live and underway on your screens. As you can see, the blue team starting out, it is going to be Good Game University 1-0 up versus DirtNap Gaming as the red team right there on your screens. Chat, are we expecting anything from the start?
There is a hard ping going down by DirtNap Gaming where the initial kind of Wraith Brush ward would be, but they're not all rushing there as 5. Looks like defensive formations once again. Everywhere they're pinging is kind of where they might expect to ward or see a member come, but neither of these teams are looking for aggression.
So they do just peek around, poking around. I don't recall a level 1 fight yet.
There has been a couple picks at level 1. A few people have been able to get kills. There was Azure did some really sneaky things with the delayed invades, especially in a couple games. But aside from these guys, it's been cautiousness and a lot of wards.
So cautiousness seems to be the aim of the game, and we're also seeing potential lane swaps already. Although Don't Mash Me, Echo has just gone back. In fact, they're switching. They're switching it around. I think that DirtNap Gaming expecting a lane swap here. And then they're like, oh no, Akali's actually top. Okay, Olaf, you might as well go back up top. So you can see immediately Sona and Echo, which is Prophet and Echo, heading back down the bottom now. They were at the top.
All the wards giving them all the information they could possibly need. Really, I don't know why Zion Spartan would have walked so far out, really just gave away free information for Dirtnap Gaming, really allowing them to pick their poison with exactly how they wanted to go in for these fights.
As you can see, are they going to possibly go in for the Wraiths? Shifter's going to pick that up. Zion Spartan is actually going to take the Wolves away on his own. You can see Zion Spartan, so that's going to give him a possible level advantage that maybe he will require going in towards that top lane.
It's going to be good for him. I mean, a lot of these guys have been taking the early jungle just to give them slight edges in the lane. I'm surprised that Prawley and Chris didn't do the same thing with the Wraiths on their side of the jungle. They just kind of granted that advantage for Zion Spartan. He did have to burn through 2 of his 9 health potions to get there, but we'll see if it's worth it for him.
And we do see Chris coming up, missing out on the first CS. He doesn't want to hit this. He doesn't want to push the wave too heavily. He's well aware Zion Spartan's going to come in. He puts the axe straight to his face. Missed the axe, actually, I think he did there. Put it a little bit too close. Zion Spartan had kind of just stopped, expecting it.
A little bit tricky, especially if Zion Spartan hits level 2 in that lane.
So we see down the bottom lane. Let's take us through this one. It is going to be Ezreal and Ludu, the 2 pokes versus the 2 pokes of, as you see, Graves and Sona.
Pokey supports. This could end up being very, very aggressive. If Dirtnap Gaming can keep their mana up and sustain, they'll be slightly advantaged in that lane, mainly because Echo is so comfortable on Graves.
Well, Shifter taken down very low in that mid lane, now down the bottom as well. We also see Graves getting taken down very low. Echo in all sorts of trouble. Orianna was in trouble. He's just had to chug through the health bots. You can see the damage already that Prawley, I mean, this is Kayle versus Kalthus, Kayle versus Orianna, sorry. It's not a battle we see often, and we're also seeing the junglers, both junglers, sitting pretty in this top lane.
They're looking for a bit of a counter gank. I believe they know Nintendude's there, but they don't know about JD Wu, so this could work. Nintendude smelled it, though. His spidey sense was checking. He's like, there's no way Chris would have done that. I was probably an award.
Yeah. Just say no way in hell. I'm going to back away from this one. So, lots of health pots burnt across the board. But look at the items again. Exactly the same thing for Dirtnap Gaming.
You know, the theory crafting manager that has to coordinate for all of them is probably boot camped and said, you know what? We're all going Crystalline Flask because we think it's the right call. Didn't quite work out for them last game, but they're going with it 2 games in a row.
Well, it kind of did. They started off well. They started off so much better, actually, than Good Game University. But I think Good Game University team comp just kind of kicked in.
Well, it was pretty close through the majority of it. Like, the laning phase, it definitely didn't lose them the game. It just didn't win them anything. They weren't crushing lanes. They took the 2 turrets early with the shoving, but then it just kind of fell off after that.
So, Shifter currently, let's look towards this mid lane. He's actually winning his CS. Probably went a bit more aggressive early on. Obviously, if he does land that Q, follows it up with the E, he can do a lot of damage bursting him down. Like you mentioned, it's kind of like the flavor of the month in Korea, the Leandris picks.
It's going to be, I think, a bit more than a flavor of the month. This is legitimately hard to deal with in mid lane. You max the Q on Kayle, it is just a huge heap of damage. Shifter having to burn through almost all his health potions right away. Keeping up in minion kills, but that's mainly because he has it shoved. Probably going to be quite a force in this game if I had to guess.
As we see down the bottom again, Echo. 28 CS currently to Don't Match Me compared to 19 of Echo, so Don't Match Me doing a fantastic job of keeping Echo back and pinned away. Nintendo Dex now looking down the bottom. We also see JD Wu looking in towards the mid. It looks like JD Wu is going to show his hand first, though. It is going to be JD Wu. Flash straight in. Twisted Tree advance, so Twisted Tree line. He's going to throw a whole map at him. He just didn't quite manage to land it, though.
He couldn't quite get in range without having to burn his flash. That's not how you want to gank with Maokai. You want to burn the flash with your first Twisted Advance, and then flash Twisted Advance for your second gank. That's really how Maokai normally punishes mid. So now if Shifter can stay far enough back that he can stay out of Twisted Advance range, he should be safe from the Maokai assault.
Keeps himself a safe distance away. How's it working out in this top lane? 33 CS to 16. And, well, Zion Spartan's starting to actually dominate this lane a little bit here with Chris.
A lot of it had to do with the wolves he took at the start of the game. He's hit level 2 first. He's never giving up that experience advantage. The 2 junglers came up at the same time to make it that the ganks didn't affect the lane.
Echo went for a flash. Echo couldn't quite land the bookshot. Anjo also flashed it out. They both flashed the exact same time down the bottom lane. Still no first blood.
That is going to be a very pokey-aggressive bottom lane. I mean, even at level 2, they managed to burn the barrier from Echo, and then just right now, they managed to burn the flash of Anjo, so they're really going at it in the bot lane, and it's evening out in the minion kills with the way they're fighting back and forth.
Nintendo Dex making a venture in towards the top lane. He's going to pass straight over a ward though, but Chris is a long way out. Which route will he choose to back away from this one? I think he's just going to pass straight by. Nintendo Dex kind of realizing it already, and he's just going to back away. He's yep, there's probably a ward in this bush. I am going to stick around and just cause myself to be a problem. Chris is actually going to go up and just basically smack him in the face.
And Nintendo being up there wasn't the worst thing. It essentially meant that Chris had to watch all his minions die without getting experience up in that top lane. The lane's not going to be frozen for that much longer, but since Zion Spartan is 6 and Chris is 5, he's charging up those shadow dashes, and he might look to get aggressive pretty shortly.
You can see he's slowly picking it away. He does have the help of JD Wu. I think they're preempting this maybe. The fact is like, well, this guy's hit 6 before me. JD Wu's going to try to get into that bush unseen. He has managed to sneak in there. He's going to bait it out here. Chris is just going to keep poking. Here he goes free. He manages to take the bite. He does twist an advance on towards him, but they both backed away from this one. They were trying to bait out. I think the ultimate coming from Shem is not enough. Chris, he got caught out by the ignite. JD Wu, not too sure if he's got enough to finish us off. Throws out the sapling, gets the dash, gets away, gets the twisted advance back onto him. Is it going to be enough? The knock up there. JD Wu does take it down.
Really trying to be sneaky, Zion Spartan was, but the sapling actually found him after he dashed to a creep to keep him just safe. Super aggression coming up from Zion Spartan, though, turning a gank into a kill for himself. Since the kill went to JD Wu and not Chris, that's going to be very good for Zion Spartan in lane as a gank comes in behind the turret.
Shockwave comes out there, and Don't Match Me was taken very low before that all happened, though. He tanked up the turret a little bit too much. The damage should be enough. You can see Don't Match Me taking another tower hit, escapes the damage, and a double kill for Echo. Picks up the triple. Oh my god!
Absolutely, oh my god, they dove. Everyone just gets executed by the turrets. Echo and Prophet just dealing with adverse circumstances. They thought Shifter coming around the side would be enough. They got a little overzealous. That's one of those things where you plan something for so long or you animate it all the way around the back that you want it to work. And once it kind of doesn't work, you're like, okay, we lost one. Let's just try to finish him off. And then you lose the other two, and it's a triple kill.
Just completely turned around. And you can't underestimate how much that crescendo from Prophet helped that fight.
There's no question they played that almost as perfectly as they could. I'd say the barrier from Echo probably caught them off guard. So often you'll see people take heal because it's just generally better. It heals both of you. It's actual health. It's not just a temporary 2-second shield, but you bait much better with barrier, and that's what got them the triple kill.
Chris still unsure on that top lane, of course, against Zion Spartan. He's got Nintendo Dex and Shifter here. Nintendo could take a straight path north here in towards Zion Chris's territory, but he's going to choose to continue his pass, and Ping goes down. He's like, well, I got one here and I got a jungler up the top. How's about you come and help me up the top here? They're well aware of the fact that JD Wu has snuck in there. Or is he?
No, they don't know he's there.
He's going to dive in. He's going to get a twisted advance straight away. Went too close to the bush there, but here comes Stan United. Is it going to be enough? They're going to turn it around. Zion Spartan tries to dive in. He can't manage to quite hit the target, and Chris should be able to take Zion Spartan down before he goes into this one, and immediately Nintendo was backing away.
Surprised Nintendo Dex bailed out so quickly considering they planned the ultimate in. Those guys were pretty low, and Nintendo was at absolutely full health. Maybe a questionable decision, but he really bailed on Zion Spartan there. It could have been smart. Now, though, since he's stuck in the tower, probably was trying to sneak by. Did get seen by that ward, though, so Nintendo's back in the way.
Did get seen. Thought about stacking up on the turret, and actually that will have gained, finally, I think, the level advantage. No, still hasn't, but he should do in this next creep wave to get that advantage back on towards Zion Spartan to level off the playing field. Meanwhile, in the middle, let's have a look at these two. 59 to 69 CS between the two. How are you seeing this one starting to pan out? Bearing in mind, we've just seen that horrendous death by Soul Shifter down the bottom.
He lost a little bit of his lane tying when he went for that kill. Probably was able to pick up minion kills. This Kale gets even crazier once the Nashor's Tooth is completed, especially once they get some magic penetration, so probably not quite at the point where he can just land one Q and just beast someone. Right now, he's still in the farming phase, so we're not seeing much action in mid.
So he probably continues that farming session. 78 to 62. Shifter does have his ultimate available. So there was the issue I was finding when Oriana's in the game. It's very hard to catch him. When he's going to do a kill, it happens very, very quickly. And that shockwave comes out, which is why it makes it a little bit harder for our cameraman, of course. JD Wu picking up the red buff there on his own jungle. Nothing crazy coming out. Shifter is taking a bit of damage from that attack bolt. But back and forth it goes. Let's have a look towards the two builds. What are we expecting here from the Ezreal? Oh, meanwhile at the top there, Zion Spartan. You can see Chris, he's managed to dodge out of it. Is he going to have enough quick burst as soon as he comes out of this? He's now got JD Wu to come in and help. He should land the Twisted Advance just in time. Yes, he will. And Chris picks it up again. The Ignite running, but I don't think it's going to be enough. No.
Zion Spartan was trying to wait about another 2 seconds. His Shadow Dance charge would have came up and he could have dashed in there for a kill, but it didn't quite go up. And I really love the way Dirtnap Gaming is dealing with Zion Spartan in top lane. They knew that Chris was losing the lane. They knew Zion Spartan had an edge, but they know him as a player so well. They know when he's going to go in. He has to play Akali that way. He has to be that aggressive against him. And every time he goes in, JD Wu is there for a counter gank, and he's actually a level ahead of Chris. That is Maokai. He's becoming a very beefy tree.
A beefy tree. A solid oak, I think we could
solid
call
oak.
it.
Yeah, not a beefy tree.
A solid oak. We'll go with that. Maybe not quite a
well-barked tree.
A well-barked tree.
Can't burn him down.
I was thinking the giant redwoods that you have in San Francisco area, but we're not quite at that territory just yet. As it is down the bottom lane, let's have a look how these are leveling out. There you see the Nash's Tooth actually on Kale being developed. What are we seeing between these two AD carriers? Pretty much identical builds, I'm guessing.
They're going to be going similar again. Both these guys did Bloodthirster Rush last game. That seems to be the things they like. The only difference is Don't Mash Me went Phantom Dancer, whereas Echo went for the Static Shiv. I expect the Static Shiv out of Echo once again. The only difference is he's going to get there much faster this time because he picked up that triple kill under the tower. Still got the 700 gold lead on Don't Mash Me. It's just a matter of him going back to base and spending it.
True Shot Barrage rattles past, and that should clear out the wave, but Echo will get a chunk of damage, taking that turret down to half health down the bottom lane. As it stands, the top lane, of course, Chris was 1 level down, and you can see now he is 1 level up on Zion Spartan, so they have really turned that around. That seems to be the main story of the game so far, this top lane, and Zion Spartan wants to desperately come back and try and sort this one out. He's not really had a great deal of help with Nintendo Dex, and he's going once again. Gets that dash on him. You can see how much damage he can output quickly, but he's got to wait for all those resets again.
He really needs to charge up his Shadow Dashes, and again, they're hoping he gets aggressive onto Chris. There he goes!
Goes straight back in there, and immediately the Twisted Advance comes back in. This time Zion Spartan can't get away. Have they got enough? They're going to tower dive it. Stan United coming out. They immediately evacuate. Stan United is going to come out. Nintendo Dex is like, where are you going, Zion Spartan? I'm not going to dash in and throw my body for you.
I mean, he already bailed on him once. Doesn't want to do it again.
Oh, probably
good ward.
Probably coming round, and well, that must have been what the call was. Immediately, let me just say, yeah, we do not want a piece of this one. This could well be the first turret of the game for Dirtnap Gaming. They took the first turret in the first game. Can they follow it through this time, though? Last time, it backfired on them.
But that was because they were doing the 2v1 lane swap to stop Vayne from farming. This time, there's not as big of a carry differential between Ezreal and Graves. Both of them scale quite about the same with attack speed. It's not like someone hyperscales or has a Nunu to back them up in this one. They might take 2 turrets actually all at once.
There it is, 2 turrets. They do have the 6-1 kill advantage as well, which is a big, big difference. We could well see a 3rd game here. This could be the first game of the day where we do manage to get the game through. They're going to take mid. That's 3 turrets in a matter of minutes. And wow, just taken down very, very quickly. So where do they go from here, Jack?
I think straight to Dragon.
Crescendo missing there on I Am Anjo, just about, and I Am Anjo survives.
They're going straight to Dragon. JD actually picked up an early Oracles. They're really looking to close this game out. Dirtnap Gaming had some one-sided victories yesterday where they were actually playing a little bit more conservatively. Now that they lost that first game, it was time for them to pick up the aggression and pace. Early Oracles, getting them that early Dragon. 3 turrets and the Dragon is a huge amount of global gold for them.
And they do take down first Dragon of the game, 15:06, 21 minutes. He'll be back up and we'll be ready and waiting to go. Zion Spartan, level 10 in this top lane. He needs to do something to turn himself back in. He hasn't been able to get the snowball going. He started to bully Chris out, but Chris has certainly come back with a vengeance. He's got a heck of a lot of magic resist now and the damage to go with it. Had to build specifically for the lane though, so that may differentiate how the late game goes for him.
Well, he did have to build specifically for the lane, but he's also going to be able to deal with Orianna with those items. It's not like he was dealing for just the 1 damage source in the game up top. Most of the map is also doing magic damage in this particular instance, save what Don't Mash Me is going to do with Ezreal. I think that's going to be quite fine for Chris on Olaf.
We're also seeing, because of the early assist that Prophet got, he's got that Ruby Sightstone already.
That was a fast Ruby Sightstone.
Yeah.
In all honesty, he skipped... No, he didn't skip the Philosophy.
He's not got boots.
He skipped boots. All right.
Skip boots, went straight for it. I'm Sona. I'm going to be slow moving anyway, so why not just crawl along and get myself that sight stone? So that maneuverability doesn't really matter. He's got that Philo stone in there. Of course, no Heart of Golds anymore in Season 3. And what are you seeing really with the supports lately? Because obviously we've seen over the tournament, this tournament, of course the OGN tournament's on Season 3 as well, and any other games that you guys have been watching in Riot. Obviously, I say you guys in Riot, I am part of Riot myself now.
You guys in what have you been watching in Riot as support, sir?
I still can't get used to referring to myself as that. It seems a little bit weird so far. It is the first tournament. The game meanwhile down the bottom there. They're going to dive on. Echo turns into a cupcake and backs away.
Get back to your question, however, the supports seem a little bit standard in Season 3. All of them still is kind of the way it works. We've seen maybe a little bit less Leona, but that doesn't make the most sense to me since she skills so well with health. A lot of Sona, a lot of Lulu, a lot of Nunu, especially in this tournament, but overall, not too much crazy stuff.
I think in future I'm just going to have to refer to what is the Santa Monica office team lately or something like that. What was the design department saying? I had a development department. What are you guys? You were game analysts, weren't you? That was your official title.
It was. Now I'm a shoutcaster.
Now you're a shoutcaster official. We're going to go towards Prolly here. Shockwave flashed out of it just at the right moment to get out of the damage.
Good flash. Guys really got used to dealing with that Shockwave wind-up animation. Everyone's seeming to be able to flash that now since Orianna has been so prevalent in the competitive scene for the last 4 or 5 months. But look at the overall pressure that Dirtnap Gaming is putting down onto Good Game University here. Every lane being shoved up and taken right now.
And look at this, they're expecting Zion Spartan. They're going to tower dive him. Look at the damage that's just outputting. Nintendo Nexo may have come in to save the day. No, he has not. He was just stomped on the turret by JD Wu. That big solid oak is very strong.
Thick bark on that one, really, as they almost take down the turret. They're going to keep pushing. They're diving on Nintendo.
They're diving on Nintendo with Shifter there. They know he hasn't got his ultimate available. Instead, he throw out the ultimate from Prolly. And now they're going to turn it on towards Shifter. Shifter's going to get dropped down. He's going to be very low. Does manage to turn it. Meanwhile, down the bottom, Crescendo lands across. Echo did pick up a kill just before the end of that, though. Actually, it was Profit that picked up the kill. I am Anjo versus Profit. Well, Profit's got no mana, but actually he turns it around. He could have finished that off. Top turret's going to go down. This is craziness from Dirtnap Gaming. I think we're going to see a Game 3.
The overall pressure is really just starting to break down the walls of Good Games University, and everything is falling apart for them. The triple kill on Echo really carrying strong, and even though Zion Spartan has picked up that Gunblade, he seems like it's late. He's really going to have to turn something around.
He is desperately going to try and pick something up, despite the fact he was so strong early on. He's going to be thinking, what has gone wrong with my lane in this game? Because he had everything, but he's just been baited time after time, and JD Wu has been there ready and waiting. And this is one of the times where, do you leave your top lane on an island? Do you go and help him out? And JD Wu went to help out Chris, and it has certainly worked out well.
Going in at the right circumstances. A lot of times it's bad to gank someone who's losing a lane badly, but if you pull it off right, it can pay dividends. He was allowed to do that because of the triple kill that Echo picked up bottom lane. Normally, if JD Wu was ganking up top, oh, they're going to engage in the jungle.
They're going towards Iron Manju. That's a really, really deep twisted advance. He didn't want a part of that. He flashed in towards the turret. He's like, whoop, back away from that one. Echo has picked up that static shiv, though, so he is a long way ahead currently. Actually, we're seeing the Avarice Blade as well on towards Don't Mash Me. He's slowly trying to get up that static shiv as well. Prolly, though, is becoming a problem in that mid lane. Despite the fact he's 0-0-1, that ultimate is going to help out so much.
And the big damage is really going to start coming in for him. Once he gets that Leandry's Torment, he'll be shredding down % health of pretty much everyone in these big team fights. Just want to get back again to talking about how Zion Spartan got shut down and why Good Game University couldn't capitalize on it. Normally, if Maokai is spending all his time top, the other lanes can flourish. But the other lane was put so far behind by the triple kill to Echo, and the fact that Prolly was such a dominating force mid, it didn't matter. It was really good tactics by Dirtnap Gaming.
And mid turret's now going to go down again. All those inner turrets now, tutorial style, just being shredded apart. The bottom one's the last one remaining. And well, if I was Don't Mash Me, I would be hop-footing it well away from that turret, but he's going the wrong way. They might catch him around the back. He has got a ward to spot it, so he should be okay.
Looks like they scouted over the wall with an Olaf Axe. They know he's there. They're going to 5-man push this. 5 turrets to 0 already. They're going to see if they can make it 6. This would be the first time, though, that Good Game University would have all 5 to defend a turret. If they're going to fight somewhere, you'd think they'd try to fight there. Dirtnap Gaming, not going to give them a chance.
Not going to give them a chance. Back away. They've got themselves a lot of gold. Remember, they cleared out what, 2, 3 turrets in this push along with the Dragon, so they're all going to go back and spend a heck of a lot of gold, pick up a heck of a lot of items. Warmog's going to be coming out from Olaf very shortly. There's the blue buff going to be picked up. It's actually Prolly that will be taking that one away. What else are we expected to start to see between these item builds? Because we got a couple of different characters, a couple of different summoners, champions, whatever you'd like to call them, in this match.
Chris has a much different Olaf build than he had last game, but that's just because of his lane situation. He's going a lot of magic resist, and then he's going straight Warmogs. That's the right thing to do on Olaf. He's going to be able to run and almost hopefully ignore Akali and Orianna, and then try to get on to Don't Mash Me, and hopefully Don't Mash Me can't kill him through. Prolly, obviously, Leandry's Torment, we've been talking about that all game. JD Wu is really just going all in on the initiation with Boots of Mobility and the Shirelia's Reverie, just making sure he can get that first Twisted Advance. The items between Echo and Don't Mash Me are actually equal at this moment, despite him having 1,000 gold advantage. A lot of that has to do with the Crystalline Flask and the amount of potions he went through in lane, and the fact that he's sitting on 1,100 more gold than him right now, so he should be buying a Last Whisper with his next item, but he's still not there yet. It could be a ways yet until they make this game end, but they have quite a huge advantage so far.
Go back, I expect a pickaxe to be probably picked up there. No!
Giant's Belt.
For the Giant's Belt, of course. Why not? Warmog's going to be third item.
Lots of health. I mean, he doesn't want a Last Whisper. You look at everyone on GGU.
There's no reason.
They don't have much armor. There is a huge reason to build it. It's just they think they're doing enough damage right now, I suppose. Still, that early of a defensive item on an 80 carry, I understand the logic. It is a very definite choice for him that he wants to be able to go all in. He wants to make sure he can't get picked off. It's Akali that he's worried about, actually. He's making sure Akali can't assassinate him. They're making sure everyone gets enough tankiness they can kill Zion Spartan before he gets resets. That has to be it.
Yeah, probably with the Giants belt as well. They're all making sure they get them belts. It's the end thing. They've seen the Koreans do it. Why not follow? Because why question the logic? As it stands, Dirtnap Gaming are coming in towards his bottom lane. Static Shiv procking off there from Don't Mash Me. Builds up that 100 CS. Zion Spartan is a long way off. It's
4v5.
4v5 down the bottom lane. There's the Shirelia's Reverie used. They're going to pop on. I Am Andrew's going to get destroyed where he stands there. The big giant root tree manages to catch on to him. Chris has gone deep. The rest of his team are not replying. They've just burnt all their abilities. Shockwave lands. They does manage to get out. They're going to take Chris down. Probably comes back around though. Nintendo Nexus deleted. Twisted Advance back up. And there goes Shifter as well. Taken straight down. One for 3 there. And that was actually a little bit sloppy by Chris.
It seemed like it, but that was really the only way he was going to get GGU to stick around. Because they got the 1 kill and a turret for sure.
Oh,
and then when he presented himself, oh no.
Why did you come back? Zion Spartan, though, could come in. He might be able to pick up 2 if he gets his lucky right on towards Prolly. He does get Prolly down, tries to get the reset, cannot get JD Wu. And the health too strong. That giant oak cannot get taken down.
I'm not saying that was worth it. They lost 2 for 1. I was trying to think whether Zion Spartan getting that 1 kill would have been enough.
Not at all.
No. 14-4. 9,000 gold, really coming back strong in this game. They are tanking up. Double Warmogs already. Aegis completed onto JD Wu. Everyone building red elixirs as well. Really just making themselves as barky as possible.
As barky as
not
possible.
A good verb.
It's not even a verb. It's just, I don't know what that is, but it is going to be, we're going to be barking mad. That's what we're going to be. There we go.
Right.
Maybe, I don't know. We'll go with that one. Dirtnap Gaming, though, they are looking strong in this one. 14-4 the current score, and 29.7k to 39.2k. Dirtnap Gaming looking like they could well take game 2. Of course, GGU, you can see it right there on your screens. They are 1-0 up. Good Game University, formerly Team Dynamic. You guys might recognize some of these names. Nintendo Dex and Zion Spartan. Certainly Shift a very new face in there. Don't Mash Me. He's been around the scene for a long time. I Am Andrew, very new to the scene. But Dirtnap Gaming are the superstars of this match currently. Well, JD Wu's been making things happen.
306, which is surprising on Maokai. Normally Maokai's the guy who dives in, starts a fight, and then dies, but he's been going in enough good situations that he is safe. They just cleared out. Ezreal's going to scout them here. They're going to try to pile in and stop this. They might peel the fight knowing that they have vision given.
Well, they have half the health down of the Baron. It's about 3/4 now. They're going to switch around. You can see Crescendo is ready and waiting for a profit there. They have got the Baron now. They can turn and burn. They do get caught in the shockwave, but it doesn't matter because Chris is just coming through with Ragnarok. They've called the back away. And, well, that's a wise call.
Chris was completely out of mana after that. A couple of them were a little bit low. They know they have the game in hand if they just fight with the Baron buff and mana. They know they have huge amounts of gold from that Baron buff. Everyone's going to be safe. They complete their 3rd Warmog's armor on the team. They're going to push up mid. GGU took that turret down. First of the game. Not going to be enough, I don't think, though.
Oracle picked up by Prophet, so we'll see what he can see. And there's been a Prophet. I'm guessing that's quite a lot. Blue buff being picked up by Don't Mash Me this time, actually. Didn't choose to give that to Zion Spartan. They preferred to keep it on Don't Mash Me. They thought they might go for the cooldowns on Zion, but obviously not.
Ezreal really needs to be able to get away from the diving JDWoo and Chris in the next team fight. All the other turrets being taken down, so inhibitor turret's always the most difficult for these guys to go through, but because they have triple Warmogs and that kill ult, giving them 2.5 seconds of invulnerability until he gets that last rank in it. They're going to try to find another window, hopefully, where it's a 4v5. Maybe GGU will make that mistake again, even if they just 5v5 on a turret. Seems like it's going to be a good decision.
Well, there's a great big stack on top to it. That may go down on itself, pushing there. Zion Spartan has been working away on towards that one. You can see it's pretty low, so the creep wave won't quite get it this time around. But we do see that Dirtnap Gaming are down the bottom. Of course, they do have that Baron buff up, and you can see that they are trying to push the middle and bottom wave.
I'm surprised they're not sending someone to clear that top wave because they will be giving up a turret. That means they're really looking to push really soon. So as soon as they'll see a window, they're going to be going in knowing that that wave top is getting probably a turret.
Yeah, you can see it here they come. But the wave after wave, I mean, that will eventually kind of push itself, won't it? If they just siege this one for a long time. They have got 4 minutes on this Baron buff. They have only just picked it up. You can see that Chris is in the mid lane and he's slowly but surely keeping them busy there. And actually to the point that 3 people have gone to deal with him.
Yeah, my judgment of that top lane was actually a little overstated. It appears that it is not as giant or gargantuan of a wave as I thought. Turret safe. Dirtnap Gaming is better than I am.
It's the gold farming player
waves.
in you. You're like, oh my god, all this gold's being wasted.
Oh, it's so satisfying to creep with that luxury. They want the fight so badly. They're going to find their window. I'm thinking, especially in mid, they might want to dive in on this wave.
Echo is so tuned to getting out of that Nintendo's. He's gone. He's coming in. Chris goes in there, uses the Ragnarok Ghost. Didn't manage to catch on towards anyone, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. The turret is down, and now the Baron up team is diving in. I Am Anjo was the target for Twisted Advance. Not really the ideal person. In the Shockwave lands, he manages to take down JDWoo, so that's a big bunch of kills. But Zion Spartan already been taken down by Echo. Chris now on towards that inhibitor, and they're going to hit and run. Turn and burn. 1-1. No, they've dived back in. Oh, Crescendo lands, and Prophet actually picking up the kill with that Crescendo. Don't mash me now. Stand United. Is that enough? Nintendo Dex is going to take it down very low. He's not tanky enough, but he's just about outranged it. And now they're going to turn on towards the Nexus turret. The Nexus turret taken down very low. One more hit from Echo is enough to take down one Nexus. Can they turn it into the win? That's the question. This is going to be very tight. They should back away, and they are backing away.
Good turn there by Prawley and the Flash Crescendo, but this fight is about to... Oh, no, not continue. But yeah, power push down the mid there. Took the inhibitor straight. The fact that they got a Nexus turret after trading a 1-for-1 kill showed pure aggression and good knowledge of how much they could push. They knew they had the tankiness. They knew they had the Baron regen, so they could stay in the fight. It's going to be rinse and repeat now that they got that one inhibitor down. It's about getting the other 2.
Well, I think they've got enough time on that Baron because they didn't hang around too long. They may be able to just get another quick shove with it before it runs out. I'm just going to look at the timers on it. It's gone. It's gone already. Okay, I'm completely talking backwards there. And it is already out. Zion Spartan, though, is just clearing out a great quick wave. He hasn't really been able to get going ever since JDWoo just sat on him in that top lane.
He started hard and well, but if the rest of the team isn't going and Akali's not going, it's really hard for her to start getting kills. And especially since JDWoo has been really living with an Oracle's Elixir, and now Prophet has one, Zion goes in and there's no going out for him. He cannot disappear into his Twilight Shroud. It's just not going to work out for him, and it hasn't been with the most deaths on his team.
So you can see the last Whisper has been completed. Wow. I mean, Olaf is just making sure he gets a little bit more tanky. Why not? Get all that health. Stack it in there. Why
Keep
not?
going. Why not? He's got skills that scale off of his max health. When he presses W, he's getting an extra 40 damage because of his 4,027 maximum health. It's a lot to deal with. There's no % damage health abilities on anyone from Good Game University, so why not? Keep getting bigger.
Stack it out. We do also see the Ironborn Gauntlets coming out from Don't Mash Me.
The Iceborn guys.
Iceborn.
They slow you down. Not freeze you like a rock.
Oh yeah, they hit you hard.
Close.
So maybe, I don't know.
That's the next one. We saw them diving. This time they do not have the Baron buff, but they do have the mid inhibitor down. JDWoo finds the right twisted advance. I'd expect him to go right in.
Okay, one thing I'd say straight away here, instant just from a noob spectator caster point of view, I would have cleared that creep wave in the mid. I'd have made sure super minions were in their faces before it came down bottom.
The super minions are going to clear for themselves,
yeah.
In all honesty. They're not rushing this. They have the 12,000 gold advantage. GGU's not gaining anything from this. They know that their super minions are going to get there. And actually, if they wait, they're going to get 2 super minions pushing at the same time since they're letting them push themselves.
So they're better than me, is what you're saying.
They're better than me, too. I thought the top creep wave was going to kill the tower. Tower's
And
still
now,
there, man.
and now both creep waves are going to come in. They're coming from every angle. Meanwhile, you can see Dirt Nap Gaming sitting down this bottom line. 16 kills to 5 as it stands. 8 turrets to 1. A huge advantage to Dirt Nap Gaming. They are 1-0 down, so they are completely up against it. And they seem to have reacted and responded very well. They talked about how their coach helped them out and how they picked things out. Clearly, it seems to be working out here. They turret down to half health as well. They caught the taunt on towards JDWoo. And the Sona ultimate, Orianna ultimate, I get my words out, the Shockwave, only managed to pull in JDWoo and Profit, not the targets they wanted.
And now that they know that the Orianna ult is down, it means they can really go for the next fight. They would worry about diving into an Orianna ult because of the way it would get repelled. But since it is down, the turret is low as well, they might get the inhibitor or a fight right as his creep wave arrives.
We just saw Zion Spartan there having to defend against the super minions. He's just off in the top corner of the screen, but it doesn't matter because they're going to go in here. That is going to be the turret going down. Nintendo Dex was the target. Don't Mash Me is now the target. He's going to get dropped. Twisted advance from JDWoo. Finally goes down to Echo. Now they're going to turn on towards Nintendo Dex. He's going to back away. I am Andrew taking down very low as well. He's going to get dropped into double kill for Echo. It's going to be the inhibitor turret. The minions are going to keep pushing on through. Zion Spartan is still just above them. They may be able to collapse onto him. Doesn't matter. They should be able to follow this super minion in immediately. Coming Nintendo Dex dashing out there. Home guard boots. Is it enough? Zion Spartan, can he clean up? No, he cannot, because he's been taken out by Prolly instantly. And there's the Nexus turret and the game for Dirt Nap Gaming. There they are with their funky chicken hats on, and they do manage to pick up a kill and a win. So, 1-1, all square chat. What do we think? We're going to go into the penultimate game.
Game 3 coming up. The wall of health really rolling into the base there. 3,000 health Graves, 4,000 health Olaf, 3,000 health Maokai. Just everybody with the giant spells, everyone with the Warmogs. But it wasn't because of the Warmogs. It was because they had a 15,000 gold advantage by the end of the game. They just took the advantage early. They camped Zion Spartan. They got the triple kill. That was the turning point of that game, and maybe even the series by far. Right after they got that, you knew their momentum was back. They had their mojo, and they took it home. Can't wait for the third game.
And do you think it sort of, at that point, you think that all 3 outer turrets went pretty much within a minute? Good Game University was going, whoa, what just happened?
The pressure was mounting and mounting and mounting, and they didn't really realize that it was happening until it was too late. Because sometimes, like in the first game, they took the first turret, a couple minutes later they took another turret, and they're like, hold on, we got to hold this mid turret. We got to make sure it doesn't take damage. But since all of them got low kind of at the same time, it was just...
And while Zion Spartan, he was left alone on the top lane. They did pick on him, and then they managed to take that inner turret at the top and the bottom one as well, because the bottom lane effectively won their own lane. They had that triple kill at the start. I mean, of course, that's going to help them out. You get a Bloodthirster and a Zeal early on. It's going to help you a great deal. A triple kill on the turret. What a fantastic triple kill it was.
That, I'd want to see that again on the Telestrator, in all honesty, because I could kind of see it, but afterwards I was just like, yeah, they just kept diving. How much did they do to avoid damage and stay alive? How many shields and heals did Sona throw in at the right time? It was what probably ended up deciding the game.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the mentality has to reset. They reset their brains. They are all square 1-1. Forget everything that's just happened and get straight back down to business. Coming up next, the third and final game between Dirt Nap Gaming and Good Game University. One team cements their spot in Season 3. Who will it be? The other's going to be forced to fight on to Day 3. We will soon find out, ladies and gentlemen, who will prevail and find out who will be the North American qualifying team in Season 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the third and final game between Dirtnap Gaming and Good Game University. That's a whole lot of game words all in one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, but that's how it is. GGU versus DNG. 1-1 all square chat. We've seen one side really dominant, and we've seen another side really dominant. The question is, who will prevail?
Well, if we were in Korea, we'd have a blind pick game, but I'm happy we don't because we'd see a lot of Evelyn and Kazakhs coming through just hopping at each other. But for this one, I don't know what to expect.
And what is the noise they make when they hop on each other?
I don't want to do it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. You had to bait me into it first.
Everybody on
jump
Twitter's
resets.
like, how exactly do you spell that? I'm not quite
Yeah.
sure. Maybe if we get to see a Kazakhs, we'll get to see
Kazakhs
it
jumps on
again.
a target and jumps again. And
He gets a reset. I'll say
Yeah.
indeed.
All right.
So there you go. That's a thing, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe we'll get to see it if Kazakhs gets to be played. What are we expecting now? Pick some bans. We've seen almost similar bans between the two games. They did pick up the Nunu ban, which obviously
That was good.
It let GGU pick up Kale. No, Dirtnap Gaming pick up Kale.
No, so the
other way
they
around.
picked up
What did
Kale
they
really
get?
late. They picked Shen first.
Shen.
Once they banned Nunu. And then Katarina just didn't get picked again. So they didn't combo Shen and Katarina because they definitely didn't ban that out.
They snuck something
Deep
through.
in thought.
Deep in thought. It's
Yeah.
only a game away, and I can't even remember.
Played a lot of games.
I'm gone to mush, man. I can't help myself. I'm definitely having some brain issues right now. But there you go. The players, they're certainly not having brain issues. And you can see having to just shut his eyes, clear his thoughts. They're all deep in thought and thinking, okay, they'll be staring right now at champions, just thinking, okay, what are we going to do? What are your late discussions, the last-minute discussions you have at this point? You've just gone 1-1. Confidence is high.
You almost can't think how much the game means to you. You have to take it like any normal game that you'd be playing. They're just talking about, what is our best strategy? Like, how do we beat this team? You have to decide whether you want to go with a gimmick or whether you want to go with something standard, right? And it's a team personality thing, whether you want to go really crazy or just go with something safe. A lot of teams during the situations will kind of choke back on
Go
their
safe.
default champions, but they'll overdo it. They'll be like, I really want to play Udyr, but you're picking into like Nunu and Janna and stuff, and you're just going to run around.
It makes no sense,
and
but
not
you've
make
just
it.
fell into full safety mode and just like, God, how are we going to get this going? And it takes balls of steel to pull out a full-on gimmick strat right now in this game.
Or even just really good counter picks for things that you're not the most comfortable on, right? Because all these guys have prepared, 3 to 10 champions most likely. But as you go down that list, you become less and less used to playing the champions. You especially take a guy like Echo. He's played Graves 4 games in a row now. He's probably going to play Graves again, right? It would be strange for him to move off of that.
Well, I mean, what else across the board? What do we think that could come out here? Thinking pick some bands from either yesterday, today. I know I'm gonna force you to look at your bit of paper and dig through really what is going to be one of the key bands. We've seen Evelyn banned pretty much all the time.
Yep.
We've seen Kazakhs banned all the time. Do you think they're going to maybe target something go sneak through the cracks?
If anything sneaks through the cracks, it'll be Shen, but they've shown that they can kind of deal with that.
Yeah.
So I think that Nintendo and GGU are going to want to go for the Shen again. They just like that style. It really works for them. It's slowing the game down in a sense, which is a little strange since back when they were dynamic, they were all about the fast games. Nintendo X picking up Shen and making it a staple of his is a new style for them.
Akali, that was the ban that snuck through.
That was the ban from the first game, yep.
Yep.
And that could have been an example of Zion Spartan, like we were talking about, defaulting onto a champion he really loves regardless of the circumstances, right? You're picking an extremely aggressive laner who's looking to attack against an extremely strong gank presence in Maokai, and we saw how that ended up turning out for him.
Yeah, I mean, JD Wu played exquisitely in that game. Really, he was the key pivotal player, I think, for that team.
He turned around everything. I mean, Chris was getting crushed.
He was, yes.
He lost level 2 early to Zion Spartan. That 9 health potion Akali strat start really beat him up. But JD Wu proven again that he's a pretty damn good jungler.
Yeah, and we were semi-questioning in the fact that he went with that Maokai because, well, he didn't really have Shen to back him up. Didn't have the full-on dive potential, but heck, it worked out perfectly fine for him. Again, do you think he's going to fall back to Nocturne, though? I mean, he had played Nocturne in the first game, and he was wasn't in it. So is Maokai potentially a ban, a first pick now after seeing that? When you've just had such a great game, does that kind of sink into the whole team mentality and say we kind of need that champion again?
We see it a lot. Teams play the champions they like as much as possible. That's why sometimes the strategies of these teams is to ban out what worked for the team the last game. It could be banned, and if it's not banned, I would expect them to pick it again. Just because of how successful JDWoo was on Maokai for Dirtnap Gaming, it helped their team strategy. Really, it allowed Prawley to just do his thing in mid lane, and then JDWoo could really just camp home the one lane that really needed that. If they could have done that in the first game, it might have been a different story because he never got anyone going in the first game with Nocturne.
And an interesting thought for really this tournament and obviously what we've been seeing in Korea is we've not really seen any Amumu misfortune between these two teams. We've seen it from other teams or attempted builds like that in other teams. Could we see something like that? Maybe think, okay, now's the time to pull this out.
So Amumu has actually been, I think, the second highest pick ban rate in this entire tournament. He's been picked a lot by a lot of different teams, but I don't think Nintendo X plays it, and I don't know if JDWoo plays it.
But we can see from the bans,
Yeah.
it is very similar, exact same bans of Game 2. Elise, Siggs, Nunu for Dirtnap Gaming, Jace, Evelyn, and Kha'Zix for Good Game University. The players warming their hands up, you can see there, making sure they are properly keen, because this is your sport right here.
Yeah.
Your fingers, your eye coordination, and Chris once again going Olaf, but he's going to get countered this time by looking like Jax. No, they've switched it to Lulu again.
Yeah, Jax would be something that Zion Spartan loves to play, but I don't know if they'd go with that so soon. That Shogath coming out for the first time in this game, that's something Nintendo X is quite practiced on, but he has not pulled out yet. And here, this is where I'd expect to see a Maokai if we see JDWoo's jungler.
So let's see if we do get that. The jungle hand that has been shown by Nintendo X will be Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath has been so strong throughout this tournament. Many, many champions. He's almost become one of the default junglers these days.
Cho'Gath?
Yes.
Yes. I would absolutely agree with that. He clears so fast. He's so safe. They're just going with support AD. That's exactly what they had last game. 3 of the picks, they're going for comfort. Good Game University's going for something a little different. Lulu they had last game. Cho'Gath they did not.
I mean, it could be Ezreal again. We'll see. It worked out so well from that. I guess that's why they've selected it. They've said, well, they had Lulu Ez. What else are they going to have? They're going to have a Misfortune at Lulu, maybe.
They could go with something Misfortune related. There's always a chance they could throw Cho'Gath up top. I mean, Zion Spartan does play Cho'Gath. It's most likely a jungle. But if they're looking for some mind games, they could pull it off. It's just, when you think about that, actually, the mind games don't work very well because Olaf is most likely on top and they don't care. Twitch!
Of course, and Rumble. Top, that's Zion Spartan, surely.
That's something he played first game against Epic Gaming, did extremely well. They also, the rest of their lineup that game is not going to happen because it was Olaf and Caitlyn Nunu and all that stuff.
All over the shop, yep.
Twitch is something they played this tournament before. Something Don't Mash Me actually tried to break out at IPL 5 to much negative failure. Something opposite of success. He did very poorly at IPL 5, but we'll see if it works here.
It started to work. I mean, we've seen a few successful Twitches. We've already seen a Twitch pentakill as well yesterday. The question is, what will Echo and Profit pick up for the team? It's going to be the AP carry and the jungler. We're expecting a Maokai here.
I'm expecting a Maokai, and I don't think they'd go away. I don't think they'd run all physical damage into a Cho'Gath because he so easily builds Frozen Heart.
They kind of need ability power.
And there's Kale again.
It could be probably on Kale again, and that does make sense. And that's actually the exact same team for Dirtnap Gaming.
GGU did nothing to stop it. I can see why. I mean, they lost a lot of that game off of overextending top lane from Akali and the failed triple kill tower dive. They think if they didn't do those things that comp wasn't a problem, but you run the risk of a really warmed up hot team playing the exact same things.
So we could go through a number of lanes in this one in a moment. Is it going to be Orianna going in the mid? What would you do? You know you're against Kale this time. How would you counter it?
I don't know. I do not know how to counter Kale yet. I have not seen a laner that actually beats Kale in mid lane. It's new on the scene. I haven't been able to practice things, but this is one of the reasons people are so high on it picking.
It's been one of the strong bans in OGN right now.
Really strong. It gets banned almost all the time in the OGN best of 5s because they have not figured out a way to counter it yet. Anivia, maybe.
Stall it out.
Maybe just try to stall it out and shove. That's what they're going for.
So they have the stall ability of Anivia. It's going to be Shifter in the mid. So Anivia versus Kale, we don't know how the heck that's going to turn out. Rumble versus Olaf. And across the whole team, how are you seeing this?
So Good Game University, AoE. But mostly disengage because none of those guys actually go in. Cho'Gath is a tank, but he's skill shot based. He's the only tank. Rumble, Anivia, Twitch, and Lulu are all very, very long range. So they're going to be looking to poke back, land ruptures, and then combo. Maybe wait until they can land a perfect wall and then go in. They're going to be very slow play this entire time. Dirtnap Gaming doing exactly what they want to do last game. JD Woo's going to want to be able to dive in and initiate fights, which is really difficult to do against Anivia. So this might be completely wrong, but with this team, with these team comps, it's setting up to be kind of a slow, pokey, tense game.
A slow, pokey, tense game, and that is exactly what it's going to be. The tension is going to be high between these two teams. One of these teams are going to secure themselves a job for at least 6 months, possibly a year. Of course, there is always the split, the relegation and promotion. Who knows what could happen at that point, but it is going to be a dream come true for one of these games. Dirtnap Gaming just won the last main game. Good Game University won game 1, so the pressure, I guess the moral stance, the mental stance, I guess you could say, not moral. There'd be nothing moral about it, but the mental stance definitely would be against Good Game University. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, there they are on your screens. They are ready to play. We are going to be ready to play in just a moment as the game loads in. Jat, how is your prediction going to swing on this one?
I don't know.
You don't know? You're going to sit on that fence and leave me in the
sitting
lurch.
I'm the unbiased analyst right here. I can't pick these things. We just went through the team comps. It's 1-1. We know they scrim each other all the time. There's a slight team comp edge to Good Game University because I don't see how Dirtnap Gaming is going to start successful fights against them.
Well, we shall see, ladies and gentlemen. You've just joined us. You've missed some absolutely epic games earlier on. Fear managed to get themselves a 2-0, but it was not an easy 2-0 early on. They have secured themselves a Season 3 place. Who will join them? Dirtnap Gaming, Good Game University. We will find out right now. Blue team, Dirtnap Gaming, same exact team comp as the last match, showing them a hand and showing themselves completely the positions, realizing what lanes they want to go where. Good Game University as the red team. Don't match me down the bottom. Is Twitch going to work? Twitch Lulu versus Echo and Profit on Sona Graves. I am not too sure how this one's going to work out. Echo managed to dominate that bottom lane with the help of Profit in the last match. Can they do it again, Jat?
The Twitch lane is going to be really dynamic in how it works. Twitch is so all in.
It's an invade.
And Graves and Sona are so strong against that. No sustain.
Oh.
Invade to place a ward. We got buddy wards over there. So many wards early on in the game, and so little invades. I don't expect to see an invade like this in a game of this magnitude. These teams know each other so well. Gentleman's agreement not to take each other's jungle. They want this game to be pure.
Well, we had a happy dancing Brolaf at the top there.
I came here to kick butt.
Oh, yeah.
See? He came here to kick butt. Taunting, and that kind of gives his position away as well.
You can't hear that.
Can the enemy not hear that when they walk towards it?
No, unless they were right next to it.
Yeah, they'd have to be right next to it. Yeah, they'd have to kind of be on top of it. But Ayamanjo was pretty close. So kind of was in there. So both the top lanes are going to switch around the duos. You can see Don't Match Me now gone towards that top lane. So kind of faking it out there because Zion Spartan actually had a little engage in the river.
And he's going to actually jump on Ayamanjo.
Ayamanjo in all sorts of trouble. Chris immediately, though, gets caught out there. And wow, the damage coming out pretty heavily. And Ignite already used.
In all honesty, he wasn't going to be getting aggressive for that much anyway. He got the 5 AD and AP from that Ignite Mastery. Going to help him last hit a little bit better. If you're in the 2v1 situation anyway, he's just looking to farm from range. Being able to burn through Angel's health pots and potentially take the aggressiveness of that lane down would be worth it.
Yeah, Controller also possibly forced the flash. Didn't happen though. He just strolled away from it. Was well aware. And looking at the items again, Jat. Dirtnap Gaming, they're loving that crystalline flask.
All 4 of them. Nobody starting with boots on their side. Don't Mash Me, however, did, so is really looking to poke a lot with Twitch. They planned the 2v1 lane up top. That's what they wanted to go for. Trying to set this up again. It worked out in a roundabout way for them in game 1. Despite losing the 2 turrets, they got their hyper carry fed in vain. See if they can do it again, this time with Twitch.
Okay, so we've seen a couple of 2v1 lanes. We know that Olaf is strong in that 2v1 lane, and we also see JD Woo, level 3 already, heading towards that top. Chris is actually just being forced away. They're kind of trying to bait them here, I think, here. Chris maybe going to go in. Chris full health. JD Wu just lingering. We'll see whether he goes any deeper. We'll just try and talk away through this one, Jack.
He wants to wait until Anjo uses a Glitter Lance to harass, then he would go in. They're coming up strong, but he showed himself, and he's not going to get in range.
No, completely got blocked by the minions there as well. Chris trying to force it. Meanwhile, down the bottom, Zion Spartan on towards Echo. And also, you can see Prophet going to get caught out as well. Bit of damage, bit of poke back and forward. But, well, they all return, and nothing coming from it. So, duo lanes. Let's go through the top to bottom then. We are going to see, it is Twitch, Lulu, not a normal lane, or starting to become a normal lane, versus Olaf. Olaf, a good 2v1er.
It's all about spamming his undertow, that throwing axe over and over again. JD Wu, though, looks like he might pull off a successful gank this time. They're going to have to flash away from this one.
Yeah, it's going to go towards I Am Andrew. There's the flash.
Oh, no.
He does get the twisted advance. The knockup should be enough. They don't have the ignite, though. The exhaust goes down. Can they turn it? They do throw the sapling out. The sapling should follow. There's the sapling, but it doesn't matter. First blood comes out, but you can see Don't Mash Me does pick up the kill on towards JD Wu.
And he's got boots.
And he's got a double buff as well. He's got blue and red. Can he get on towards Chris? Oh, the poison. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. Don't Mash Me turns it into a double.
So in the last game, we saw a gank that was a double kill. This game, or triple kill. This game we see a gank that's a double kill, and Prawley coming straight through ward. Mash Me didn't see him. He might get away with stealth.
He's coming around. He's going to get stealth. You can see that's going to be the slow. The stealth goes down. He's got to follow it. He's got to follow it, but instead he's just going to stack away. Wow. Very nice play by Don't Mash Me.
Knew the entire time that he could get away from that one with the stealth. He faked like he didn't see him, I suppose. Maybe he did. He had to burn his flash and cleanse to get away. No, just the cleanse. But BF Sword now, 5 minutes on Twitch, is going to make life a living hell for Chris in that top lane. Really tough. It's the polar opposite of what happened last game. This time, it's GGU who has the fed double kill, double buff carry
Down the
as a
bottom,
gank spot.
They're going on towards Echo. Echo might get caught out here, and like you say, it's a polar opposite of what happened before. This time it's a kill, and it will be Nintendo X. And this time Zion Spartan also helped out there. I was about to say take us through the Rumble versus Echo and Prophet lane, but clearly it doesn't matter because Nintendo X is already there.
Well, that lane is trying their damnedest to push once again. They already got half the health on the turret, but they were punished for it. Good ganking by Nintendo X. He's going to be getting move speed as quickly as possible on that Cho'Gath so he can keep those ganks coming. Bam! Boots of mobility before he even upgrades his Butcher's Blade on Cho'Gath. Really trying to make his gank presence felt.
Well, we've not had a chance really to look at the mid lane, so let's check that out. Cypher versus Prawley. And you talked about earlier, you didn't really know how to counter the Kale. Is this going to be the way to do it?
If he can keep landing Flash Frost like that, it would be, but it doesn't seem like it's too effective. Prawley appears to be able to free farm. I don't really know how they're going to be able to gank Kale with all that move speed. Once he's 6, he's got his ultimate, but they corner him down. He might have to flash. He doesn't even have flash.
He doesn't have flash. He avoids the rupture, though. Does get caught out. The Splash Frost will be enough. One more burst, and that is how you counter. Prawley on Kale. Shifter picks up the kill.
4 for 1. 1 game away from making it into Season 3. A start like this has to have their energy up. I wonder if Dirtnap Gaming is keeping their heads in this game, because we've seen a couple teams in this tournament, when we have the cameras on them, after they give up some of those early double kills, they just deflate as Nintendo X comes in to gank bottom, backs away.
Backs away, and there's Prophet and Echo. How's the farm sticking between the two? We know we've got a 2-0 Twitch on that top lane. It's actually causing so many problems for Chris. Chris, though, did have problems at the start of the last game, and well, JD Wu came and helped him out that time. Can he do the same again? Or is Prawley basically going to say, I'm going to need help now?
I think Prawley's going to be all right. If we see a place for JD Wu to focus his ganks, it's going to be top lane. Kale is just, he's going to farm. He's waiting to get his Nashor's Tooth. I don't think they're going to be going there. The big thing is they have to make sure Chris can go, because if he's not going, they'll have no way of getting on a Don't Mash Me in the late game. They need a way to kill the Fed Twitch, and as you can see, JD Wu pinged down, not going to be able to gank top.
Back up towards that top, and they've already backed away. They knew exactly where he was going, which is actually quite wise, because I don't think he'd give his position away at any time soon. The ultimate used on Echo down the bottom there. Zion Spartan's going to try and catch on towards him. We will get the slow, avoids the rupture, but it doesn't matter because it's going to be detriment to his own health. And Zion Spartan picks up the kill.
They're really paying dearly for trying to take down that turret. They almost have it. It's got 353 health left. That's the second time Echo is down, and that is a lot of trouble for them.
And that is the second time that they've managed to successfully gank that bot lane. Chris kabooming as much as he can, and probably sitting in that ultimate, taking another burst of health damage there. Shifter, he just pulls out champion after champion and seems to be successful.
He's doing a really good job against Kale on this Anivia. Sure, he had the gank from Nintendo, but even before he had his ultimate, he was keeping up in farm, which is quite impressive. Anivia is normally kind of weak pre-6. Keeping Prawley at his tower, Anivia farmed is what they need.
Damage back on towards the turret. That BF sword, of course, picked up. And now, of course, Don't Match Me has been backed by once again. This time he's got the Berserker Greaves as well, so he's going to start being very strong. Echo has switched around, as has Prophet. They've had to deal with that top lane. They're just saying, yep, this is not working out. We need to turn around the lanes.
Ooh, Nintendo Dex made it into this top lane brush without any wards. Since Olaf was up there before, this has happened before. Here comes a gank.
Don't Match Me. Nintendo Dex coming around. He doesn't actually catch either of them out, but whoa, the feast on towards Prophet, along with Twitch catching on him there. Wow, burst of damage.
That's the BF sword rush on Twitch with the spray and pray active plus the feast. Nintendo level 7 flying around the map with those boots of mobility, really working well, and this is looking pretty rough. First turret of the game for the first time to Good Game University.
Is this a desperation move? They're going for the dragon. It seems to be a little early. 9:45. They only got 3 members. It was actually JDWoo that started it off there. He's got to come back out, and he should be able to get in. They should pick this one up, but they've lost that top turret, and that top lane is still pushing. Oh, Nintendo Dex has come around the side there. Gets the silence down on towards Echo, comes back around. Rupture goes down. You can see I Am Andrew getting in, and there's another kill for Don't Match Me. They're going to flash. They're diving deep on towards Prophet. They do lose out. The dragon has been picked up by Dirtnap Gaming, but honestly, they may lose another inner turret.
10 minutes in, they're pushing the bottom turret. Or they're pushing into the inhibitor almost, trying to dive in and finish off Prophet, making it go from bad to worst for Echo. You just look at the item differential between Twitch and Graves, and it shows you the story of the game.
Absolutely huge right now. 3-0-1 Twitch. Complete turnaround to the 3-0-0 we had on Echo in the last match. And they're definitely having a change around. Bottom turret's actually very low, so Dirtnap Gaming should hopefully try and drive through onto that one to start balancing things out. You see Zion Spartan taking a chunk of damage from Chris. Chris seems a lot more comfortable against Zion Spartan here on Rumble.
It's much easier to not have to lane against a BF sword double buff Twitch at level 4 or 5 minutes into the game. He is way more comfortable against the Zion Spartan, who's gotten a kill and an assist, but has also been denied minion kills along with him. He's really trying to keep this lane shoved, but if he goes in hard, can he get him? It's a bait.
Going in very hard. He's got the ignite down, and the shield just gets popped up, and there's Don't Match Me. Once again, the Rumble ultimate to slow things down. Chris is dead. One more shot. Don't Match Me finished it off. 4-0-1, Don't Match Me on a roll.
Zion Spartan taking lessons from the previous game where he was the one getting baited for kills in bottom lane. This time, it gets turned around and yet another kill for Don't Match Me. He carried that first game on Vayne, going 9-1, off to a similar start on Twitch. 4 early kills, and they're about to take that second turret.
Absolutely driving through here. Don't Match Me. I Am Anjo using the shield on the minion as well there to make sure they got every last little bit of hit there. Nintendo Dex going to steal away the red buff. They are already on the invade, 12 minutes into this game, seeing what they can take away. Feasted there from Nintendo Dex. That's the red buff picked up. Shifter turns back in towards the middle lane, and Prawley's team is starting to sink around him. He's got his National's Tooth though, chat. He is maybe the saving grace, but he's 2 levels behind Shifter.
Yeah, he's been losing that lane pretty bad, and this could be another bait. Here comes the Rupture!
Oh, Chris goes in, the Rupture down, the silence down, and well, Twitch doesn't have his ultimate, but it doesn't matter. But you saw the damage Chris could put out towards Don't Match Me if he manages to catch him in the right moment. There's the crescendo saving JDWoo, but Chris was the victim once again. It's now a 5-0-1 Don't Match Me.
Good Game University went to school in the first game, and they're doing exactly what happened to them from Dirtnap Gaming. All the lanes getting pushed at once, continuing the pressure on bottom.
Good Game University trying their best to drive this one on. Dirtnap Gaming, they picked up the exact same team in the last match. Exactly the same. Zion Spartan's turned it around. He's now pushing up towards the top lane. He's putting the pressure on the top turret. The rest of the team were down the bottom. They were putting pressure down there. Zion Spartan's had some free damage on towards his turret, and he's doing some work here.
This is just completely different than the last game. They planned perfectly for what Dirtnap Gaming was going to do. They knew the team well enough to know that they were going to pick the same comp again, allowing them to strategize during the break and come out with this awesome composition.
You've got to think that all the way through that game, they were thinking next game.
Because they were getting beaten pretty bad.
And they must have just been discussing it. It was like, okay, how do we counter this? And just completely solidly working it out throughout that whole last game. It was like, well, we know what's going on. Someone in that team was just figuring out exactly what they're going to counter. They knew Dirtnap Gaming that well, like you say, that they're just like, they're going to be confident, they're going to pick the exact same thing. We'll let them have it because we know how to counter it. And it seems to be working so well. 9-1 in kills, 5k goal difference already, and 3-0 in turrets.
And when Dirtnap Gaming was trying to give the blue buff to Prawley, Zion Spark ulted over the wall, and JDWoo had to smite it. So Prawley's denied the blue buff once again. That's really huge for Kale. If she doesn't hit 35% CDR or more, she can't keep her E up all the time.
As it stands, you can see Don't Mash Me just farming out like crazy. Keeping the CS equal, though, is Echo. He's managing to keep in there, despite the fact he is, what, 1,500 plus behind in terms of gold, because those kills are meaning everything right now for Don't Mash Me. He's got that Bloodthirster already. He is a very, very scary AD at 14 minutes in the game.
And he's actually going to go for a Sword of the Divine next. This is what he does on Twitch. He makes it, it's lower sustain damage, but it's incredible damage as soon as he pops his ultimate. It gives him 3 guaranteed crits on the pass-through spray and pray missiles that have 300 increased range for a short period of time. It basically wipes team fights and wins them. They're going to try to pop the Rumble ult down at that exact moment, and that's how they're going to try to win team fights.
As the Haunting guy is being picked up, so Rumble getting his build happy. There's a Giant's Belt, of course, coming out for Cho'Gath. What or more would you expect? Sunfire Cape, I guess, maybe even coming out on Cho'Gath in this next one, Nintendo Dex. So he is going to be the frontline bumper, basically keeping everyone back. And Nintendo Dex has been doing fantastically well this time around. He has been pivotal, if I can get my words out. It's only English, it's only my first language and my only language. But he has been so pivotal in actually making these ganks work. 2-0-4, he helped out in that top lane and really got that triple kill going for Don't Mash Me.
The biggest thing that happened is he got the first blood when he ganked bottom, and it allowed him to get boots of mobility on his first back. Ever since then, that's the big thing about Cho'Gath. If you run straight at a guy and get in range to hit him for the red buff slow, it means your Rupture and your Silence are more likely to land. It's so important to have huge amounts of move speed on Cho'Gath, and he's done just that. They're looking to flank around and maybe go in behind this turret. They know the Maokai sapling is there, but they also know Olaf is stuck top. They could try something creative here. If they get a dive here, it could be the end of the game.
And they've caught on towards Echo. The stun comes down, and the damage straight away from Don't Mash Me takes half his health off, and he has to back away. They have the creep wave coming in. It's not going to quite be enough. They didn't quite get it successful as they wanted, and they do back away once again. They're actually trying to bait it maybe through that tri-bush. No, they're just going to go around. Dragon, of course, has just respawned. And I don't think there's anything Dirtnap Gaming can do to stop Good Game University taking this one away.
And meanwhile, while everything's happening bottom, Zion Spartan is happily farming away. He took Chris down to no health, taking almost no damage himself, made him go back to base. He's out farming. He was actually down a substantial amount of CS about 5 to 10 minutes ago, and he's now pulled his way ahead. So across the board, everyone on Good Game University really doing well this game.
And I've just realized GGU are certainly going to be stomping through. And, you know, if they could get through, I mean, the adrenaline flow. I was talking to the Fear manager earlier on, Gnome saying, I was basically saying, you know, your players right now, the adrenaline must start kicking in because they're 9-1 up. They're pushing the inner turrets. The shakes are going to start coming in because their dream, their Season 3 dream, is on the cusp of becoming reality.
It's difficult to focus.
I mean, this is more than any normal tournament. This is a year of your life being decided in this one match.
This is one of the biggest moments these guys have ever experienced, and knowing that they have this big of a lead, the excitement would be unreal right now. They're just trying to make plays, really. They have to go for it. And Don't Mash Me actually getting a little ahead of himself. Will the Rupture land?
The Rupture does land, but he has to use his invulnerability and probably backs away from that one. Twitch had to use his spray and pray. Shifter, look at that. Shifter sat there, but he's on top of a ward.
It's a really good ward by Dirtnap Gaming, trying to keep this turtle going.
Well, it's going to be 5v4 down this bottom lane. Rumble's been left alone on top.
Olaf doesn't really know where he's going to go. Chris finally decided to run towards it, but Prawley had to go back at the same time because he'd been poked down enough. They finally get the turret, 4-0.
They might get 2.
Yeah,
They might get two. Prolly is going to come in here. Zion Spartan's going to get the damage down on this turret. He's going to back away the moment Prolly appears. There he is. He's just going to pop that shield and float away. But it is already at a point that Don't Mash Me can just go up there and two-shot it.
Rumble pushes turret slow, in all honesty.
Yes.
He is very, very slow at turret pushing, but he's making progress on that bottom. He's strong enough in lane that nobody's been able to deal with him. This 7,000 gold advantage is going to start paying some team fight dividends. You can see Iamanjo's got about a minute and a half left on that Oracle's Elixir. He's really going to want to go around Baron. It's actually clean of wards already, but they should start going there, even though it's already 18 minutes, and force, like in Game 1, Dirtnap Gaming to check something and get into a fight, because the engagement range and the poke ability of Good Game University is huge.
So Dirtnap Gaming is starting to set themselves up towards the Baron, trying to ward it out. They realize it's a possibility. We're out 19 minutes in the game, so it would be a relatively early Baron, but it's certainly within reason for Good Game University to maybe go for it. You can see the wards placement coming out there, but I don't think GGU would push for this. They have got that Oracles. This is similar to Game 1 where they pick that Oracles up and start clearing out the Baron. They are going to clear out everything that DNG just put down there, and they clear out the Baron pit. But Rumble heads back along that top lane, and now they turn their attention to the mid.
They just need to shove out these lanes because they know Chris's Olaf is in the bottom lane, and then they need to just wait in a brush or wait for Good Game University or for Dirtnap Gaming to check in. They can scout with Maokai saplings, which is a slight advantage, but they're really making sure they get vision of the entire jungle for them to go in for some kind of Baron as they pick up their 5th turret of the game.
There's Don't Mash Me. He goes in, picks up that turret, and like you mentioned, 5-0 in turrets. This is so reflective of Game 2 that Dirtnap Gaming had this advantage with this same team comp, but it's just not working out for them this time around. Good Game University have their number right now. Jan, how the heck would you come back from this one? You've just had such a successful game, but they must be down on themselves. I'd love to see. I mean, I'm trying to look from the communication. I'm not seeing Prophet talking too much. Oh, he is. He's still keeping the team flowing. You've got to make sure that if your main man that decides exactly what's going to happen in the game is down, somebody else has to pick up the slack. But as it is, where do they go from here?
They're almost waiting for Good Game University to get impatient. We know how much it means to these guys. They cannot wait for this game to be over. It'll be a long celebration if they're able to finish this one off. Even after the first game, we saw how pumped Good Game University was, with Don't Mash Me just jumping up and showing us his belt. I don't want to see what happens if they manage to win the next one.
Don't want to see what else he pulls out.
Yeah. Ooh. But that's the thing. With all this pressure on the line, Dirtnap Gaming has to be opportunistic in what they try to do if they want any hope of coming back. It's going to be really tough for them, though.
Zion Spartan's been free farming almost certainly for a long time. We do see home guard boots from Olaf now. He's making sure if he does have to back away, which is why you can see him shoving up that lane a little bit, backs off, and now he's realizing you can see the home guard speeding in towards Zion Spartan. He's going to be dashing in there. As it is, the rest of the 4 members of the team trying to hold out. You know, we talked about Shifter having to sustain to just hold the turrets out, but as it stands, it's Dirtnap Gaming having the sustain to keep them away.
It's really good stall, in all honesty. They've had about the same goal disadvantage for quite a while now. Anjo picked up another fresh Oracles, really making sure they can get the pressure on here. They're powered up a little bit. They're trying to position in. They know that Chris is bottom lane. And at this point, honestly, Dirtnap Gaming is probably in the mindset they probably have to concede a Baron with how far behind they are. I'd expect Good Game University to go on and start hitting it quite soon.
Well, Don't Mash Me is going to start off that Baron. Nintendo Dex is going to move in. He is going to tank it up. You can see Shifter also in there. A lot of damage going to come down, but Dirtnap Gaming looking like they might try and respond to this one. They're starting to get a look. The wall, though, is huge. JD Wu's being completely separated from his team. He has to flash away. They do disengage from the Baron, though, and they have managed to catch back on towards it. Has it completely reset? Don't Mash Me took a lot of damage from that, actually. Trying to tank out in the unsure. Remember, they are only level 9 to 11. They're not too far spread. And Dirtnap Gaming did a great job of interrupting them.
Really, really clutch that no one got super separated by that Inhibi wall. That's what you usually see when they do those Baron fights. The Inhibi wall will bisect a team, and they'll just kill 1 or 2, turn around, and finish off the Baron. But after that, they're actually getting mid, so all the patience by Dirtnap Gaming is paying off here.
They've managed to get 1. Can they push through and get the second? You can see Good Game University going to react to this one. They do have a lot of damage on this turret with Prolly and Echo, but instead they will back away, and wisely so. GGU quickly turning it around, but it does give them 1 turret, the first turret of the game for them, a glimmer of hope for Dirtnap Gaming.
maybe that's going to be a little bit of confidence for them. They're making calls. That was a pretty good play. It's been a while now with Good Game University not being able to close anything big off. They're still clearing out wards with oracles.
Oh, Chris.
They're trying to get things done. Chris is trying to scout. He's at least tanky enough and would be able to escape if he gets caught by something. Throwing the axe in the bush of death that it was for Prawley in the first game. And I just cannot. This is, the way these guys are playing is so different now than it was in previous games. It's crazy to watch.
Yeah, realizing how tense this is. Just looking at their faces at the bottom of the screens, you can see they are all so focused on exactly making sure not one person makes a mistake. You do not want to be the person that makes the mistake that sends your team out of Season 3 qualifiers. The tension on them. Zion Spartan talking a lot. Nintendo Dex sat ready and waiting. Trying to draw it out. They're going to go in towards the Baron again. There is a ward sat there that Anjo has not spotted.
There it is.
Now he
We'll
comes in and sees it. He's going to clear that out. The pings come down and immediately Dirtnat Gaming respond. They are throwing everything into that bush. They're making sure they don't get caught with that trick again.
But they don't know that Good Game University went in around for their blue buff. They're not trying to pull anything tricky, though. They're going to push that top lane.
They do come around. They clear out the waves and reset their positions. Dirtnap Gaming. Are they going to be able to react quick enough? I think they might get in towards the inhibitor turret first, Jack.
They're trying to force a fight here. Not everyone on GGU is back yet, but the home guard Olaf flying through. They still don't want to fight, though, because they're down by 7k gold. That hasn't changed.
Probably is not there yet. Echo does come back, manages to get the book shot and clears the wave out. Chris getting a little bit of poke, and wow, they had to react so fast. And that just shows why the home guard boots of Chris are pretty vital.
It's getting to that point where you got someone on Good Game University has to just yell at him and say, stop being so passive, we're winning, let's finish it. They have to get something going. Hit the Baron, you know, force a fight, peel off, go for it. You have ranged ults, flash crescendo, do something aggressive. They might finally be doing it here.
They may be doing it, and it's actually looking like, oh, just at the right time. I mean, Chris wanted to go to get that dragon. You can see he keeps trying to get down towards there. It's like, we can get this dragon, get a little bit of gold. Oh, the first time they haven't checked it. This time JD has been completely separated. Invulnerability was used by Prolly. Is it the right time? Crescendo was missed though, and JD does go down. Chris goes in. Can he get on towards Don't Mash Me? That would be a huge chunk of damage, but no, he survived, and they managed to take down Chris just at the right time, and it was a 2 for 0.
They ping onto the Baron. Don't Match Me is extremely low, but there were still 3 members of Dirtnap Gaming alive. I don't know if they have the confidence to go in for this one. They might just be falling back. You can see Sona already recalling. Looks like the Baron will be given off to Good Game University.
Well, Good Game University will pick this one up, and they are just going to get their first Baron of the game. It's been a long, hard-fought one, and that may turn their aggression. The confidence may go up a notch here. And they did the right thing, and Chris almost got Don't Mash Me, but the rest of the team were not following him up there.
They really tried to dive in. It just shows you how powerful of a pick Olaf can be. He's 0-3, goes in pretty much by himself, and everyone on GGU just turns and focuses him. Still almost gets the kill. Luckily, the Sword of the Divine gave Don't Mash Me that temporary strength to power through Chris's health and armor temporarily. Now they got the Baron D-Man. Probably going to be pushing up a turret. They have to dive something.
Well, they do have Anivia, so it's no surprise that they've gone CLG style and waited till the half-hour mark to start doing something. Despite the fact they've had such a superior early game and mid-game, they do finally start to turn things in their favor. Zion Spartan, he's tanky, he's got a lot of ability power. We see a Rabadon's Death Cap coming out there on Shifter. We see a heck of a lot of damage. That Sword of the Divine, like you mentioned on Don't Mash Me, along with the last Whisper now as well. We do have an Infinity Edge and a Zeal on Echo. Have they got enough to maybe siege out something in their own base?
The only difficulty here for Good Game University is they don't have really a melee tank. Nintendo Dex could go in there and tank a few turret hits, but they don't have something really huge like a giant Shen that can just sit under the turret, shield himself, and tank it down as they fight. Could get them in a bit of trouble if they don't win a fight right off the start. That's what they're going to be going for. I think they're going to wait until they land a good like Flash Frost around a wall, good Rupture somewhere, and then they're going to go. But just like they have been doing the entire game, I think Good Game is going to show a lot of patience.
Well, I think we just saw how many shots that Nintendo Dex is really going to require there. 2 shots, and it didn't even look like Nintendo even got dented there by Echo. And that is the inner turret going down, the final inner turret. Now we're on to the inhibitor turrets. And the Dragon has remained live for a long, long time. GGU have been no interest in that. They did pick up the Baron. They have a giant creep wave being cleared in this top lane. Bottom lane has not been pushed. In fact, it may even push itself on towards that turret. It's got to be at the stage where that turret will just take itself down the bottom. But GGU are slowly but surely sieging on this turret.
GGU wants to go, otherwise he would have sent someone to clear that minion wave, try to get a wall down to cut them off, but that turret already at about 2/5 health. They might go for it big on the next wave, although Shifter took a lot of damage. We'll have to see if they have the aggression to go for it.
It looks like the siege minion will be the next wave. I'm just seeing, judging by the size of it, I cannot see the vision of it. It is the siege minion. I expect them to move on this one. There's spray and pray actually being popped off. Here comes the rumble ultimate. Is it going to be enough? Profit gets dropped there. Shifter picking him up. Now they're going to turn towards Echo. Echo's taken down very low. The invulnerability isn't going to be enough. Use the shield to try and block that off. They're going to just turn to the inhibitor, and that will be the first inhib of the game. The question is, will they turn it into any advantage, or are they happy with that? They are going to back off.
Taking it slow. So much on the line. 30 minutes in, 12 kills to 1, 10k gold advantage. They're minutes away from being the 5th team officially qualified for the Season 3 Championship Series. Can they close it out? They're staying here. They still have the Baron buff. They got about 35 seconds left on that thing. They're going for ruptures. They Prophet just res, but that turret falling fast.
Don't Mash Me is just churning down that turret. Echo doing what he can. You can see Chris trying to poke off the side, but that is going to be another inhibitor going down. And now, well, JD Wu thought about diving in deep there. The wall coming out, the stun coming out. Chris is completely pinned. He's actually being pinned by the wall on the inhibitor. There's going to be the ultimate coming out from Prolly. He is going to back away, but that does mean the inhibitor will fall. That is the second inhib of the game. And Good Game University slowly driving home their advantages on Dirtnap Gaming.
They're still sticking around the base. The Baron buff will be off them pretty shortly. They're probably going to cycle to either shop, Dragon, or take the third inhibitor, but they are in complete control of this game. A couple people on Dirtnap Gaming have finished items, but it's probably too little too late because the items coming across on Good Game University are just so much larger. Prolly, of course, got the Kale build. He's at Leander's and Nash's Tooth, but you compare that to a Death Cap, a Rod of Ages, and a Tear of the Goddess on Shifters and Nivea, and it's just not even close, D-Man.
And this just goes to show how much an advantage in the early game by these pro teams can be turned into such a huge difference.
And it could have also just had to do with the morale. In a game of this magnitude, once Don't Mash Me got those first 2 kills, especially considering they were already in a 2v1 situation. So there was no punishing him, and there was no ganking him, because since he never had to actually ambush, he never had to use his stealth. So anytime they went to gank him, he was just able to walk away. And they have not been able to get close to him. They haven't been able to shut him down. The ranged poke, the peel, the sustain, the nuking has been too much from GGU this entire match.
You can see them on your screen. It's GGU as the red team in the bottom right-hand corner. They are in complete control. Don't Mash Me the closest to the camera. 603 Twitch really has been the driving force with the rest of his team, as the AD carries tend to be. They have the team supporting them all the way. And Nivea was an interesting pick on Shifter. We weren't sure how Prolly was going to be countered, but it seemed to work well enough.
Just finished off that Seraph's Embrace as well, so if they somehow dive through and kill Don't Mash Me, they're going to have to dive through and kill an Anivia who can pop a shield for a lot with that giant amount of mana. This is nearly impossible for Dirtnap Gaming to hold this base here.
It is nearly impossible. The wave's been cleared out pretty quickly though. That bookshot does enough damage. They do manage to take it down, the siege minion. Baron buff, of course, has worn off. They are 12-1, but look, you can see the Nexus turret. It's getting beaten on by siege minions. The mid lane, there's a chunk of siege minions coming in. There's 2 waves of siege minions. Super minions, sorry, I should say, not just siege minions, super minions that they have to deal with.
Oh man,
they're
lost
actually
one
being
turret.
pulled. They've lost one turret. Echo's gone back around there, and GGU are going to try and take advantage of this one. They're turning in towards the final inhibitor turret. The stun comes out, they avoid it, but it doesn't matter. The inhibitor turret is down. Echo is still at the back. He's desperately fighting. to save the base. It doesn't matter because the third inhibitor is down. And now GGU coming in with a full wave. They have more super minions. Everything's coming in there. Prolly's getting in. It's the final stand for Dirtnap Gaming. GGU, though, have the damage. They have the control. Shifter manages to land one. Lands two. Turns around. Chris is going to be the next focus target. Prophet gets another. It's a triple. Can he get the quadra kill? Yes, he can. Can he get the penta?
He got it.
Penta kill for GGU. And Don't Match Me with the rest of his team picking up. They have gone mental. They are in Season 3. GGU!
Unbelievable. Before the Nexus was even down, they clicked on it. They jump up. They are chanting their team's name. Unbelievable. Their manager in behind. They are thrilled to be in.
Beautiful, beautiful performance. Very well played by GGU. And wow, they managed to rename themselves. They've gone through turmoil, GGU, with Team Dynamic before. They managed to pick themselves up. They've had members going left, right, and center, splitting off to different teams. Nintendo X went away. He got kicked from the team. He comes back. And what a perfect performance on Cho'Gath. What a brilliant performance by Don't Match Me. What a great performance by Zion Spartan in that top lane as well. He got so dumped on in Game 2 to just have the resilience as a rumble 2v1 and just hold out. Very well played by these teams. Superb stuff. It's not all over by Dirtnap Gaming yet. They have still got tomorrow. It is going to be a full-on knockout stage, though, tomorrow. It's a lethal point. I would not want to be on that point.
And I have to just mention before we stop here, Shifter's Anivia holding strong. I didn't know what you could play against Kale. No one's figured out what you can play against Kale.
The Koreans should have known
that.
Azubu
Frost and Azubu Blaze haven't figured out what to play against Kale. But Good Game University with Shifter, their newest AP carry, crushed it. It's awesome.
Beautiful, beautiful performance there. We do have a final replay, of course, of the last moments of the game, the pentakill. What else from GGU with their audio?
Give them a penta! Get a penta! Get him a penta! Yeah! Kill! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
It is great to see exactly. That is what it means to be in Season 3. That is the 5th team, ladies and gentlemen. Team Fear have joined them already this morning. And, well, you see GGU, they are delighted with their performance. And why the hell would you not be? To become a professional gamer, Jack. You've been there, but these are salaried
This is
gamers.
real professional.
This is
I was just
full-on
pretend professional gamer.
You just don't want to be. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we're going to hear from a member of the victorious team. We're going to break down exactly what it means to them. I'm looking across, and it's looking like it's going to be Zion Spartan. And then, of course, it's going to be our third match of the day. That will be Curse versus Azure Gaming. Welcome back, everyone. I'm D-Man, and here with me, of course, is going to be DJ Wheat. And, well, we're very excited to have Zion Spartan coming from his victorious team, GGU, a member of the Season 3 team.
Yeah, congratulations, man. 2-1. So actually, we had the chance to talk a little bit about it. Is that we thought, you know, this is a series that has the potential to go 2-1. You had a real long first game. Of course, they came back in the second one. You guys took the first one, nailed it in the third. I just wanted to ask you, you know, what were the 3 things as a team that helped you get through to this Season 3 spot?
Well, the first thing was definitely the dedication. We all wanted to win. We all knew what Season 3 was to everyone. It was really important, and we all put a lot of time towards winning. And also the next thing was that we're all, like, close together, and we're all, like, friends. Like, we're like a team, but we're also, like, got along well, and we worked together extremely well. The last thing I'd probably say is that we were extremely focused on winning the game. We didn't let anything else distract us. With the crowd not here, we just focused on the game, and we knew what we had to do to win.
And obviously, it got you that Season 3 spot. Now, just got to ask you, Don't Mash Me came up and mashed you at the end there. We saw the emotion that came out after the contract. You know, as the excitement starts to settle, when does this start for you? I mean, was this it? Tomorrow, do you get to the practice? Do you give yourself some time to sort of relax and decompress, or what?
Yeah. I think Season 3 was a dream come true, but I think first we're going to take a break and then get back into practicing, getting ready for the start of Season 3. And we are really looking forward, possibly a gaming house maybe. We don't know what we're doing. We're looking for sponsors currently, so there's a lot that could be on the works.
You've got a lot to do. You've only got a couple of weeks to do it. I wouldn't take that big a break because 7th of February, you're going to be here on a Thursday and Friday for the next 10 weeks, starting the 7th of February, back-to-back games. I mean, are you excited for that? You're going to be playing here permanently as a job. This is your job now.
Yeah, it's so crazy because I'm actually currently in high school, so like being able to like play pro video games and actually go to high school at the same time is just unbelievable.
Are your classmates and whatnot, are they going to believe you? Do they know you're into this? Are they familiar with your extracurricular activities?
Yeah, actually, one of my teachers calls me Zion Spartan at school because she changed my name on the roll call to Zion Spartan.
Awesome.
So they all know I'm playing here and they're cheering me on. It's kind of cool.
That's really awesome.
From a personal point of view, how did it work out for you guys? Because, I mean, you got camped on the second game.
Yeah.
They sat on you. And as a team, they picked the exact same team for Game 3. Did you know that was going to happen?
Yeah.
In which case, during that whole Game 2, were you guys just figuring out, okay, this is what they're going to do again? Because you scrim these guys all the time.
Yeah.
You're just like, well, we know exactly how to counter this.
Yeah, probably was like, said that they had something special in the works, but we knew that he had spammed games on Kale, so we knew that what they had was Kale. So the second game we wanted to try out an assassin comp, but then the third game we realized that we should just play like one of our stronger comps, and we just ran Rumble and made sure we didn't make any mistakes, played the game extremely slow so that we could just make sure we won and didn't let anything slip up the lead.
It certainly was slow. I mean, you had that big advantage. You pushed it through. How did you feel personally as having to go 2v1 as Rumble? You know, adds the final game. The pressure must have really been on you.
Yeah, I had to play really safe, but Rumble's actually really great in the 2v1 because he's really tanky. You can just stack health pots, and then you can slow it for the jungler, especially when you hit 6, just free kills. You ult the support.
Well, anything you'd like to say to your friends, family, or fan club, I guess you're going to have now.
Yeah.
All right. Shout out to my parents for being really supportive. Shout out to my brother for showing me League of Legends. Shout out to my school, Poway High School. And shout out to our sponsors, Good Game University.
Oh, yeah.
Currently sponsored. We're looking for a team.
I'm going to say you're going to have to do the full rip.
Good Game University right here.
Awesome.
GGU.
Taking people to school. I want to shout out your parents as well, because quite frankly, I think it's phenomenal that, you know, parents of this day and age too can see this and see you kind of follow through with obviously something that you're passionate about and something that you've taken on and you've achieved step 1 of your dream. A final question here. What do you see, or what are your aspirations personally for you and the team going into it? Are you going all in, as in we're taking Season 3, or do you go in smoothly and just kind of figure it out from there?
Well, I don't know. Whenever I want to do something, I want to put all my effort into it. So if we're gonna go into Season 3, we're going for the gold. Otherwise, we're not going to Season 3. So we're going for first.
All right.
That is great to hear. I mean, that is the kind of dedication you want. And Wheat, do you think in a couple of years' time are we going to see Mini Wheat competing on the circuit?
Maybe. I mean, it could absolutely happen. And frankly, D-Man, I think it's awesome because you've got teams that were expected to make it. You've got teams that obviously were a surprise and have a chance to make it today. But suddenly, all those aspiring folks that are looking to start a team, or maybe they've just started a team, they just got involved in competition. Like, this is real. This could be you next season. And you got to start now, not 2 weeks before the event. Now is the time to start. You're going to have all these great teams to sort of be able to look towards as mentors and whatnot. And I think that's fantastic.
And of course,
great opportunity.
There's 4 other teams that are going to be sat watching. They're going to be so nervous right now. We're going to have Curse coming up next. They are the big favorites that everybody's been riding on, saying, they're going to do it. It's absolutely almost certain. But you've also got 16 teams in Europe that are going to be sat eyes on this weekend thinking, oh my God, we're in this situation in 2 weeks' time. The nerves must be building.
The pressure
Time
starts
to
now.
get practicing, but ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, that's right. All right, guys, we're now going to shoot it over to Freak for his thoughts on how Good Game University won.
Hey everybody, Freak here, taking you to school with Good Game University, 2 of the best plays that won them this series. First up is their game-winning Baron fight against Dirtnap Gaming. You're going to see just what it takes to bait them out. We can roll the clip, and we're going to see Dirtnap Gaming running right into a bait. They find Prolly, there's the taunt. There's nothing they can do about this. 5v4 before the fight even starts, and Zion Spartan finally joining the fray at the end. It's just a full cleanup crew. When you start a fight 5v4, you know you're going to end it 5-0. So great job right there. GGU goes on to take game 1 by just kind of crushing everybody, taking the Baron. That's all completely theirs. We can move on, though, and we can see game 3. And this one is all don't mash me. It's him kind of getting into a gank in the top lane. And it's why you don't focus the support first. You're going to see as we come in, Maokai's going to gank. And they're going to take a whole lot of time focusing I Am Anjo on Lulu. Let's play and see exactly what happens there. You see Anjo up in the mix, has to flash early on. Twisted Advance comes out, all the damage, but he exhausts Chris, and they keep sticking to Anjo. And the entire time, don't mash me. JD Wu hitting him, takes him down. Double buff, auto attacks, the slow from Lizard buff. And watch this, he times the flash to keep stacks of Deadly Venom on. Once he hits 6 stacks, expunge, and the rest of the damage is going to tick down. A double kill for Mash Me. And as we saw this game, Twitch has kind of carried the entire way through for GGU. A beautiful game from him. The 2-1 victory, well-deserved. Congratulations.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, that shows you really the intricacies that these players have. Like Freak just said, I didn't even notice that in the play-by-play. The fact that he timed that flash perfectly to keep the stacks going. It's like, well, it's going to dot, flash. One more shot's going to hit you. Expunge, you're dead.
Small things that count. And those replays are looking awesome. And, we're going to have a lot more replays coming up because, we've got our 3rd matchup just around the corner where Curse Gaming is taking on Azure Gaming. And, I mean, this is, I think, one of those that, to me, I'm very excited about. There's a lot of potential goes on here. A lot of people think 2-0, Curse, they can do it. But you know what? Just like you put out all the hypothetical situations, D-Man, 1-1, Curse, an established team who has everything to lose right now. What sort of pressure does that put on a team if they find themselves in a 1-1 scenario? Well, they may not get there, but...
We had Saint Vicious sat here yesterday, and he was saying the exact same thing. It's like everybody He's going, Curse are going to make it through easy. He's like, well, we still have to play these games. We have to win. While we've practiced and, we are prepared for this situation, probably the most prepared team here, the most experienced team here, it still doesn't guarantee them an easy win.
Right.
They have to beat Azure. Azure, who themselves went really up against it against Man yesterday, and then finally came out on top. So they've come out from pressure situations. Right. They're going to come into this, though, and think, you know what? Nobody expects we're going to win.
Right.
So what have we got to lose?
The other thing just to throw out there is the fact that this might be an opportunity if Curse advance on and they find out that not qualifying was one of the greatest things that happened because we had St. Vicious here. You can talk to the other Curse guys. It's pretty evident. They are taking it seriously. What at one point might have been a little lackadaisical type of practice schedule and stuff, that's not the case anymore from everything that I've gathered from them. They're playing. They're being very serious about it. They are here with 100%. And of course, Azure Gaming, they have a chance to probably cause one of the biggest upsets that we might have ever seen in League of Legends. That's all right around the corner.
And indeed, and that opens up a whole new question of, did they get their gaming house too early? because they got it about a month, I think, before the Season 2 regionals or something around that schedule.
Right.
And they kind of just partied without sense of a word. You know, they like, damn, we made it. We've made it. And, you know, once Steve came on board, I think the manager, you know, I don't think you can underestimate how much he's had when Liquid's come on board. He was an ex-player, he was a good player,
Yeah.
and he came on board, so he understands the game as well. And he's come on board and basically said, look, guys, Season 2 didn't happen. Okay, fine. We need to sit back and reassess, but we have to take this serious. There's a lot of money from Curse going into this team. A hell of a lot of money. Everybody's seen the Curse Mansion. Those places are not cheap. Those players are being retained by Curse for many months now without any major results. They have to make it. There is so much pressure on these guys. It's incredible.
So much pressure indeed. It's pretty crazy to think what we've got right around the corner, and then, of course, the fourth match as well. But we've got a small break, and then it's on to our third matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Curse versus Azure. It is coming up next. We'll see you right back here after this short commercial break. Don't go away.
Summoners, welcome back to our live coverage of Season 3 North American Qualifier. I'm Riv here with Jat, and we're knee-deep in Day 2's action, and it's time for our next epic matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on Azure Gaming as they face off against the #1 favorite, Curse.
So first, we're going to take a look at yesterday's action from this group to see how these teams were brought to us today.
16 teams battle it out to turn their passion into a career. Only 5 spots remain to make that dream come true. This is Day 1 of the League of Legends Championship Series North American Qualifier.
One more shot, pentakill!
Curse Gaming headlined Group C after just missing a Championship Series berth at the Season 2 North American Regionals. They made quick work of their group, advancing to the quarterfinals with Voyboy making play after play.
He's just pouncing around, he's just getting the resets, all over the place.
He even cheated death.
Now very low, pounces, is he going to get away? Yes, he has. Voyboy with next to no health.
The other team to advance to the quarterfinals was the Brunch Club. Despite dropping their second game to Curse, they were carried to victory by their namesake Brunch, who went 11-1 on Twitch.
He's going to go down. Brunch picks up another. Would you believe it? And look at that.
Group D was highlighted by the most anticipated match of the day, and it lived up to its billing. Team Marn and Cloud9 fought to the bitter end in a game that could only be decided by a photo finish.
I do not believe it. They're going to go for it. It's going to be an epic base race. Team Marn beat Cloud9.
Just like that, the game is over.
God.
On the other side of the group, Azure Gaming demolished the Salad Bar with their AD carry Demon Lol, fresh out of retirement, racking up 18 kills on Ezreal, ending with a penta.
Yes, he does find it, and that doesn't suck, ladies and gentlemen.
Azure Gaming rode that momentum straight into Team Marn, building a huge lead with Demon Lol picking up where he left off.
Alive the Blood Boil for the second kill, another double kill for Demon Lol.
But even a fed Demon Lol wasn't enough for Azure Gaming as they got, well, Marn.
And it is going to be Marn on 2-0.
Team Marn moves on to the quarterfinals where Claky D will square off against his brother Nick Wu of the Brunch Club.
One of us is going to make it. It's guaranteed, and we're like so happy.
In the final elimination game of the day, Azure bounced back from a devastating loss to Marn, and their bottom lane took no prisoners, going 3-0 by 7 minutes.
The double kill coming up here. Bloodwater, one more auto attacking.
With an ace and a Baron, Azure knocked Cloud9 out of the qualifiers and snagged the last quarterfinal spot.
See them very happy with themselves.
Curse will take on Azure Gaming, while Team Marn faces the Brunch Club when the League of Legends Season 3 North American Qualifier continues into the quarterfinal round.
And without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen what has happened to bring us here right now. Starting on the blue team, we are going to have Curse for this upcoming match. Jat beating Complexity Academy and the Brunch Club to kind of get themselves here. There's just so much about these guys still.
Yeah, they really dominated both games yesterday, and a lot of that had to do with Voyboy, who, by the way, is on his second round of qualifying for the North American
championship series.
Yeah.
He qualified with CLG until they decided to part ways, so he's having to go at it again. And there is so much pressure overall on Curse Gaming. They're unanimously the #1 seed coming into this tournament. They were so close to qualifying back in August at PAX in Seattle at the North American Regionals, and they didn't make it. And let's be clear, they've came out and said there's going to be Curse Gaming in Season 3.
Yeah.
But who's playing on the team is up in the air. They have to qualify here
Those
if we want to see
videos
that
that
team.
have been released for the teams, Liquid was, stated, quoted, saying that there is going to be a team in Season 3 for Curse. So we're going to have to see how that happens as well. On the other side, we have AZG Gaming. These guys are coming in, all eyes on them.
Yeah, Demon Lull is really the star of this team. Him and Bloodwater were carrying AZG that entire time. We saw the pentakill in the highlight clip for the first game. They, for all intents and purposes, should have beaten Team Marn in Game 2. They had a 6,000 gold advantage at 16 minutes, which is really devastating to lose. Then they managed to come back and really pull off another one of the upsets of the tournament. Cloud9 getting eliminated in the group stage was huge. We'll see if they can ride that momentum, but because they lost that game to Team Marn, they get the draw of Curse, who was the strongest team in this tournament. They had problems closing games, and it's going to be even harder against a team as experienced as Curse.
Well, Jet, you mentioned Demon Lull and Bloodwater, and Demon Lull's been doing amazing, and there's actually 3 members of Legion floating around within this tournament.
Yeah, so we have Prawley, who we just saw unfortunately fall on DirtNet Gaming. Lauda Mortis is going to be playing later for the Brunch Club, and Demon Lull, who had quit the game and got pretty much picked up off of his couch. He was focusing on high school, and he hasn't missed a beat. He's been one of the most impressive AD carries in this tournament. It's really awesome to see how talented Team Legion was and where all the players have spread out to.
It's been amazing. Demon Lull and Bloodwater, definitely a factor to watch in this upcoming match. Guys, so this was yesterday. Let's take a look at what these teams think about playing each other today for this match.
We're going on to basically what could be our last best of 3 before we make it into Season 3, and I think all our confidence levels are really high.
I think we're going to win. I don't see us losing.
I think it is a flaw to underestimate your opponent. You could think you're going to win the lane single-handedly, but there's actually a lot more that comes into play.
We have a bunch of study work on them. We did our homework and we're ready.
I think we can beat them if we concentrate and focus.
Yeah, if we don't make any mistakes.
I think it's a big step for all those guys, and I don't know, for us, or at least for me, meh. It's nice to meet people. That's about it.
Yeah, it's pretty big. A little nerves for the new guys, I guess, but they're getting through it.
We're not scared, and I think the only thing that's going to be different from any other team is how long the games are going to take.
It's nice to meet people, says Elements. Not even considering them a competitor right there. It's just, meh, we've been there before. These guys haven't. We got this.
I like the mentality of AZG Gaming. If you know the fighting community a little bit, now we have, Marn's team and Claky D and all of them in here. Daigo, I believe, made the comment once when somebody asked him how he's so good and how he wins so much, and it's make less mistakes.
That is so true in life.
Yeah, for sure. It is. And you
It's
know what?
in everything. Make
we're
less
gonna
mistakes.
see how
They're
it
gonna
comes
do
out
well.
in Champion Select. I don't think they'll make any mistakes here. This is quite easy, straightforward. We are going to go out with that Olaf and Elise, so top lane somewhat being focused out
People
here.
have made mistakes before in Champion Select.
This
I've
is-
seen many of them. Whoops, I banned it. I thought I was picking. Oh, well.
Yeah.
That happens a lot. Not as much on the professional scene. So, a Mumu banned. St. Vicious hadn't even played that in the first set. This whole tournament, he's played nothing but Cho'Gath so far. So,
Right.
Azure thinking that they were going to pull out the Amumu, and I don't think they were.
Yeah, I was talking to Saint a little bit before, and he did. Just as they said, they'd done their homework. He's like, we have sheets on these guys. We've read up on them. We know a lot. We have compositions that we would like to try against them if we see them picking whatnot. But as if you ever ask the question of why do you guys pick this, you'll usually get because it just felt good. That's who we like to play. We'll have to see if that is what goes in. It looked like Voyboy maybe picking up that Katarina to start off.
So Elise and Kha'Zix are both banned. They were targeting Voyboy because they're so fearful of him on those champions. But you can't really ban out Voyboy.
No.
He's one of the most versatile people in the world in the top lane. He plays pretty much anything. I'm thinking that Katarina is going to be top. They've been known to run Katarina with a Kali. In that case, Nijaki would be playing it.
Right.
But if Nijaki goes with something more standard, Voyboy's definitely be in top lane Katarina.
Well, AZG sees that pick, knows they're going to try to go for a team that can get Katarina those resets, and they give themselves some shields.
Shen, Lulu, standard for them. I mean, Shen got banned in the majority of Azure Gaming's games yesterday. They didn't let it get through.
It's been fairly effective for them so far. Maybe nothing here is going to be playing Shen. He played a lot of Cho'Gath yesterday. He's the AD player that had to swap up to the top lane for them specifically for this tournament. There's been so much roster swapping for Azure Gaming. It's amazing that they've been able to get this far.
It is. A lot of these teams coming in here for just a few weeks. Obviously, Curse not anywhere near the case. They are going to be grabbing up that MF. Well, they're hovering on that MF, we should say right now. But that Cho'Gath is locked in, as we said before, so the MF is going to be there for that team fight phase.
Yeah, Nijaki, or not Nijaki, Cop playing Misfortune and Ezreal a couple times yesterday. So going with that again, it's one of the really strong picks. I should hope, as you were saying, Curse does their homework. They have that giant mini-map in, I think, their living room where they can just like point at spots on the map. Yeah. And we'll see if their level 1 invades are at all better because of this. But it's just so much expectation is on Curse coming into all this, just because we know how much it would mean if they lost. It would be devastating for these players because they're all really well known. Voyboy's been around forever. Saint's been around since beta. Like, Cop is probably the newest member. Even Elements came from CLG. I mean, obviously the normal CLG bench joke. 3 of these players have been on CLG at times, but they've been good lately.
Does Shouse just play Lux? Because I think that would be pretty sweet in this composition on the right side. They have a lot of shields. There's the Twitch, actually, from the background, so when everybody dives in, they can get him to do some damage. But what do you think they'd be looking at in a composition that's quite dive right now?
I'm not sure. Like, I'm sorry. You stole my crystal ball. If they pick Lux, I want it back. CRS Cop right here loves Twisted Fate. It was banned in the game where he didn't pick it. And Elements coming into Season 3 was gung-ho saying Nautilus is going to be the best support in the game in Season 3. Played it like twice. They're not letting him play it anymore.
Nope,
but
not going to happen.
He actually said they wanted Lulu or Nunu because those are the only 2 supports he plays, and he's a big fat liar because they just picked Sona.
They did. They're looking for a poke in bottom lane. What does the composition tell you? Obviously, Sona's weak for that early game. So are they just looking to kind of hang out until mid, look for something late? What does that composition tell you so far?
This composition from Curse just tells me that they're just going for aggression. It's not like it's necessarily bad late game. It's not a hyper-scaling comp, but it looks like Voyboy's going to be trying to do whatever he can on Katarina. You pick Twisted Fate to gank lanes early, and you pick Misfortune to just bully the lane. They're just trying to be almost overpower Azure Gaming in this game with all of their picks there.
And it's interesting to see, you know, figured it'd be some champion with a shield, and that it is. They go for Orianna, so Lux would have been in there with a shield as well, but it is not. You still have the crystal ball.
Some champion with a shield really narrows it down. Orianna.
Great game of Guess Who. Does she have a beard? Who?
So Orianna will be really good. They're going to try to combo all this stuff in. This is kind of a Korean composition that we have. They were the first ones to really have Nocturne going in with the Shen ulting in on him. On top of that, they'd be able to Orianna ball, Lulu ult, and just try to get everything. This is a dive the Misfortune composition for Azure, to be sure of it. We'll see if they can execute that because Curse might just be more powerful. When everyone dives in, they're going to be diving into a Rupture and a Crescendo. And if everyone ditches Demon Lull, Voyboy's going to go clean up. So they got to be very, very careful.
Would they want to switch this for Voyboy and put him in the 2v1 against Lulu and Twitch? I think that'd be pretty harsh for him. Although, because actually he does play that aggressive and he's kind of learning the 2v1 role. He hasn't been 100% at it.
Voyboy's had to learn the 2v1 role.
Had to, yeah.
Because no one wants to 1v1 against Voyboy. You see it in Solo Mid Invitationals. You see it every time Voyboy plays. They're afraid of him. Everyone is scared. And Lulu is one of the things you pick when you're going for a 1v2 lane. It shoves fast. Lulu Twitch is a great combination. We saw that in the last game when Don't Mash Me and Good Game University qualified, so I'd expect them actually to do a 1v2 against Voyboy, and it's probably going to be on Curse to try to handle that, which they're pretty capable of doing.
So obviously Curse doing their homework with their picks. They didn't do that to just put him against that 2v1, so we'll have to see if they counter this and pull it right off the bat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the game, Curse versus Azure Gaming, and this is going to be your match 3 of the day, this best of 3 to figure out who will be the 6th team going on and qualified into the Season 3 Championship Series.
It's really the day of joy. So many of these teams are just going to have the giant giant weight lifted off their shoulders. Got my words right. And they're going to be so happy tonight if they can qualify. The pressure. That Rupture's going to get Bloodwater.
Oh, they did their homework so much. He actually I think he just threw that out. I'm not going to say that was homework. That was just great job. St. Vicious procking that one up for MF.
They did, however, burn 3 flashes to get over there. Nijaki didn't have a gold card locked when St. Fishes went to land that rupture, so they couldn't lock him down entirely before he could flash over the wall. Still an amazing first blood, and that went to the wrong person. Cop and Elements are going to be lane bullies already with Misfortune and Sona. Giving that extra gold to MF is going to be huge.
You know what? I could go back and say they did their homework, because that was just textbook. As soon as Lulu got there, the rupture went down. It wasn't before, it wasn't after. It was like that 55-second timer, and you can see where AZG is around, they're holding those spots. So that was the support spot.
Azure wanted to go in a defensive formation, and Curse really rushed to that spot. All 5 of them. They made sure they bought their items as quickly as possible, and they moved as a group. So that was just the experience kicking in against a team, Azure Gaming, who just picked up 2 new members like 5 days ago.
And we said it before, Demon Lord and Bloodwater, the 2 to watch in the bottom lane for AZG, actually for their team, I should say. And we'll have to see how they can do being down a little bit on this. MF did take advantage of that, and she went back and bought a sword. A little bit of damage.
Sword and an extra health potion. Yeah. So it's going to match up against Demon Lord's damage potential, but on top of Misfortune's strut, that's going to be way too much just back and forth poke ability. Really going to be able to control all the engagements going on there. Really good amount of help.
Boots.
Really good amount of help they gave St. Fishes there on the red buff, because he didn't have his Vorpal spikes early. Doesn't matter though, Azure Gaming's too scared to cop knowing he has the first blood.
Yeah, and Lulu kind of sitting in the bush, can't even go forward on that one. And with this advantage, they're gonna roam Sona around with St. Vicious. I really like this, very M5-esque when we first saw them come out in their play style.
And they know
like
he's
Lambo.
here.
Yep, that ward, that early ward to go down. They're going to come back. They knew they chose Nocturne, so the red, they timed this perfectly to come around at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And Jet, it's going to be theirs. They are 100% doing their homework on this.
Still got a smite. Free blue. And interestingly enough, if they would have executed that level 1 a bit better and didn't have to burn flashes over wall, that would have been a dead Nocturne as well. Even then, though, this is a great opening by Curse.
All 3 back to bottom, and why not? The good ward there from Bloodwater, knowing they had a disadvantage, even though they weren't pushed up even past that part of the lane. They said, we're warding now, we don't want to get dove. They've just hit level 2, and here it comes. As they hit it, the rupture goes out. They are going to catch Lulu. Remember now, Lulu's flash is down, so this may be another kill for them. One more shot coming out, and it does go to Cop, 2-0 with a 1K gold lead.
I mean, we've seen teams deflate after some early disasters, and coming in as a huge underdog already, Azure Gaming getting completely outmaneuvered, out-tacticized before the game. Making up words again, they're just getting destroyed.
And you know what? Right now, they're completely thrown off. How many teams actually do this? Elements, knowing how much damage he can take there, just having the peace of mind from Sona being so squishy, but knowing, hit me as much as you want, Cops coming in for the kill. But for them to not realize, you know, Saint and Sona are going to be roaming all the time, that's going to catch anybody off guard right off the bat.
It's not something that Curse has done a lot of in the past. And I think they were almost adapted to that strategy when they got the first blood, realizing Cop was going to be able to kind of fend for himself. Really awesome by Curse early.
So Nijaki, not so much a roamer himself, so he's looking for that level 6 until he goes anywhere, obviously capitalizing off that destiny. And it looks like bottom lane is really going to be his focus. They could kind of just leave Shen up there with Katarina to have fun and keep just harping on Demon Lol and Bloodwater.
They know what they need to focus on against Azure Gaming. They watched the games yesterday, and it was Demon Lol and Bloodwater putting their team on their backs and taking it over. They're making sure to keep that down. Nijaki and Voyboy have been fantastic all tournament. St. Fishes knows they can fend for themselves if need be. Voyboy against nothing here. I mean, no one wants to 1v1 against Voyboy, and top lane Katarina is doing just fine against Shen. Pretty much dead even in minion kills.
Yep, Shen going for that regrowth and sustain in lane. Cat about probably just over those 7 potions as she has gone back to buy after the assist. So continuously pumping them. 34-28 in mid, so Nijaki able to get a little bit of a CS lead there, and Twitch is now out of potions, still without boots, in just a very dangerous position in lane.
Twitch is an all-in laner. If you get ahead, you can crush. But if you get behind, it's like you need to save your ambush and stealth to get away, but you can't because you're getting traded on so hard. There's no way he can trade back.
He didn't even, he had to turn, took all that damage for nothing.
There's absolutely no chance, and the fact that the lane is pushed this far back means if Curse plays it right, they're going to deny them a significant amount of experience and get the level advantage on top of the 2 kills.
Yeah, this is good here. I was going to say 28-29. Twitch is doing a damn good job of staying in. There's the Destiny. They are actually going to try for Shen, but he taunts himself out of that.
A little bit of a misplay by Jackie, I think, or he saw DJ Lambo waiting in the jungle and didn't want to dive straight onto a turret. Almost a, okay, we're winning, let's not throw it away. Oops, I pressed the ultimate.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to do something top and then run back mid again. I can see it. No mistakes. Jackie playing safe.
Right on. Lambo now just on the outside waiting for Katarina. Boy with that aggression will always continue to be in his face. We see bottom just farming it away, getting that 10 gap on the minions. Nocturne actually going back to base. He actually didn't have, yes, he does have Paranoia, but he didn't decide to use it.
Shen does have his ultimate here if they go in.
Could end the Shen ulti coming down into Demon Law, forcing Cop's flash away. I was wrong, Paranoia is not up. Actually, Nocturne is level 4 as he returns top, coordinating that with nothing here so they don't lose that top lane.
They actually have pretty good rotations for their team. That means anytime Shen is going to go ulting, it means DJ Lambo was close enough to be able to support, making sure they don't get out-split pushed.
Boy now, 51 to 46, so we're going to see nothing here. Lose a little bit of minion CS, or minion score on that one. Demon Law taking a double up, dodging the flask. And that really, he's relying on that flask for any engagement. Actually, no, he went back and bought boots. I stand corrected. So he's got a little bit of safety there. And Boy has vision behind him, not even on the tri-bush, and he's just hanging out very far pushed out.
I want to point out St. Fish's item choices because we just saw in our last game the boots and mobility rush on a Cho'Gath. But St. Fish's has went right for a Philosopher's Stone. So he's really going for the long haul, in all honesty. He wants the gold for 10 items. Curse played some very controlled games yesterday. They had very safe victories. And since they got out to such a fantastic level 1 lead, I almost expect them to play conservatively from here on out.
When I was talking to Saint, he was saying that, you know, yesterday we came in and we're like, Nijaki got first blood in mid. He's like, oh, cool. You know, Nijaki got first blood. There was no reason for them to be overexcited or over-worried. They just say, you know, keep your composure and make it happen. Cop dealing so much damage here, not giving up. The strut coming back on. Lulu takes it back off with Glitterlands.
In all honesty, Elements and Cop are just destroying Demon Lull and Bloodwater right now, which is in stark contrast to what happened all of yesterday when Demon Lull was the star of the team. St. Fish's actually catches Shelters out with Rupture.
Finding it, such good coverage all over the map. They get DJ Lambo. The beautiful shield goes down, but here it comes. It does not look, oh no! He is able to get it right before that command shockwave ticks off.
It's because of the cast time on Shockwave. He needed to wait for Nijaki to teleport in. The auto attack barely flung through. Jackie didn't even have a card. He knew he was one hit away. That was a great catch again by St. Fish's. They are putting such persistent pressure on Azure's jungle that I don't know how they're going to defend against it.
This is crazy. Shen was able to come help bottom. They didn't get a kill out of it. And he's not having trouble top, but he's trying to just build for tank. He knows he just has to be a brick wall for his team. Nocturne is trying to build mostly for just getting those objectives and being able to win the mid-game fights, but it's looking scary right now. They are being pushed back against the wall.
And it's looking like in this top lane, Voyboy's deciding to go for a Warmogs as well. This would be his notorious tank Katarina build that he likes. He loves to do unconventional things top lane. He's the first one to play new champions. He's always the first one to try unconventional builds. Usually people call him bad for it, but occasionally he finds a few gems. This is like a Warmog Sunfire Cape Katarina that we might be seeing later in this game.
So we see Lambo trying to place out some wards now for AZG. Azure trying to gain a little bit of ground here. 3 kills against them, 9 minutes into the game. They're down by 3,000 gold, and even the last fight really put Curse in position to take Dragon. But like you said, Jack, playing very cautious, no reason to push anything or get low and lose any of the advantages in lane. They're just keeping what they have, and really they're not even putting pressure on the turrets they're getting to because they know they're handling the lane so hard.
And another thing they're doing that's letting them handle the lane super hard is the shutdown that St. Fish's is putting on DJ Lambo. They know that they have superior laners to Azure. They've been cursed for so long. They have some of the best players in the world. They just know their skills. They're confident together. But as soon as you shut down the enemy jungler, you help 4 players instead of just one. If you gank top all the time, sure you can shut down a top laner, but you shut down a jungler and you shut down everybody, which is what they've done so well with this bully comp they've put together.
And Jack, that's got to hurt even more when that jungler is alting a quasi-global ult as well that you're losing.
You're absolutely right. DJ Lambo's ultimate will be up when we get out of this pause. He's actually camped in the mid lane, so we could see something pretty close. It's been all Curse so far, 10 minutes, 30 seconds in.
It's slow and definitive. They're making it happen perfectly, really not taking turret aggro or shots. Everything's happening in lane before they have to extend or re-exhaust or ignite something and waste it and not get it. They're doing everything before they need to back out, and they back out with full health, so they're staying in lane. We saw MF come to lane after that first kill. The setup onto Lulu, a completely blind rupture into the fog of war, and they did blow 3 flashes, which could have got a kill later, but like you said, the carefulness is just increasing the advantages they have now.
It's just their preparation and skill is showing through thus far.
Right.
It's looking very bad for Azure Gaming. They're coming in from yesterday where they had the shakiest of roads. That comeback the Team Marn pulled on Azure was still incredible. Team Marn actually had the 2 threads at the same time about the 2 games they had in, but luckily the short delays, as they have been all weekend, we're going to be back into this game.
Did say that Nocturne was kind of hovering in mid. Looks like you will clear that Wolf and get some focus. The junglers' camps are pretty much spent right now, so we're going to see maybe some lane movement. Cho'Gath is heading back up top. Nyjackie's ultimate is up, but they're not putting too much pressure on any lane to activate that gank. It's really slow rolling right now for Curse. It actually is going to be a lane gank for St. Fishes here as he heads down towards that bottom lane.
They're smelling a Nocturne gank coming in shortly. What they have to be careful of, however, is the fact that Shen and Nocturne can arrive at the same time, pretty much giving Azure a numbers advantage wherever they go. The worry for Azure is that those 4 won't be able to take on 3. If it ever reaches that point, they've lost the game. They might try something here if Nocturne ults in.
They've pushed Shen out of lane so he can ult into this fight. You see TF going up top. He may use the Destiny to figure out where Shen went. You see Voyboy pushing Shen. The aggression bottom from Nocturne could come at any second. Shen has actually gone all the way back to base, but that Stand United still applies, Jat. They're taking this one very carefully, and it's kind of like Voyboy said, Shen's gone. Don't go hard on that bottom lane.
You could almost sense their communication coming in, but here's the Nocturne ult. They're coming in bot.
And they are going to go quite strong onto it. Cop does get the fear off onto Cop. Elements forced to flash. They throw on the ultimate and they go extra hard under the turret. They are going to come up with 1 kill here. Make It Rain is going to slow them down, and here comes Nyjackie into the fight, able to drop down onto Demon Lol. And that 1-for-1 quick.
But they burned 2, and Curse only burned the Twisted Fate. Here he comes from behind, though. This is trouble for Bloodwater and DJ Lambo.
They stayed in the lane. There's no wards. Curse has 2 wards to even cover the entry to that entire area, and they are going to come up with 2 kills on that. A double kill for Nyjackie overall, and we see Cop picking up 1 for himself.
It was the question of when you use that Stand United and Nocturne ult, you have to make something big happen off of it. I think that's why Azure was staying around. They were trying to make something big happen. Curse realized it. Again, they were there for the counterplay, and they're going to get the Dragon off this. 6-1, and what looks like is going to be a 6,000 gold advantage.
In chat, you just mentioned it's going to be very scary if it turns into the 5v4 or whatever happened, not going in favor of AZG, and it kind of did.
That's exactly what happened. They ganked with 4, Curse countered with 3, they went 1-for-1, then Curse ganked again, and it went 2-for-1. And that Warmog's Voyboy caught Katarina completely by surprise. He was like, I got you in the tower. Wait a minute, I did like 300 damage to your giant tank.
Yeah, it's very deceiving. You want to jump on somebody like Katarina, focus the assassin so they cannot reset, but Voyboy is not looking to do that. He's looking to be a pest right now, and he's looking to just jump all over.
That's annoying.
It is.
I'm just thinking about it. Like,
so
how
annoying.
do you deal? He shoves the lane so quickly with max W, spinning around every few seconds. Can't really harass him. He's got damage reduction on top with his Shunpo. That's good.
That's
a good build.
So here you see Voyboy, like you said, doing some of the first. I'm sure it's not the first time, but really being applied in a professional manner at this time. 114 CS to 98, so not too bad for nothing here. Shen isn't going to be too bad off being about 20 CS behind that, and he also went for Warmogs himself, knowing that that is going to be what the tank he needs to be for his team. Cho'Gath going for that Frozen Heart with the Glacial Shroud right now, and just look at Voyboy walking up, walking past nothing here to make sure he gets the extra attacks in, and just aggression. He knows he's safe.
Yeah, Voyboy spent most of this game either at Nothing Here's turret or between the first and second tier turrets. Really not allowing him to roam anywhere as much as he can, and he's almost taking the turret down because of it.
So we have a 7,000 gold lead, 6-1 here. About 15 minutes into the game, the first dragon was taken from Curse. They've had great lane control this entire time, Jat. They have a few wards, if any, on the map. Actually, none. So AZG definitely keeping themselves in this one with wards, but is their late game composition enough to overthrow what's happening from Curse so far?
Yeah, Curse just has the 2 wards in the river. I think Saint just placed one of them, but you're right. They're confident enough in how strong their lanes are. They don't really care about it. And the other thing is Curse doesn't need to ward as much considering the ganks are pseudo-global. Nocturne ganks through the lanes, he goes through wards, Shen comes from anywhere. So wasting money on wards is actually not something they need to do. Elements hasn't even upgraded the Sightstone. Maybe he's going to go and do it here just out of habit, but he doesn't really need to in this circumstance.
As we do take a look at some of those items to go around the board, the Athenes obviously being finished by Orianna. That's going to be affected, and huge burst now coming in from the Rabadon Sheen.
Oh,
all bottom. Paranoia coming down. It's going to be onto Cop once again. They have taken down the turret up top, so they have the upper hand in this situation already. Lambo trying to chase, going to turn around. Beautiful wild growth stops MF from really kiting or putting up too much damage, but a great job of Nijaki coming in. It looks like it could be a deja vu here, Jat. If Nijaki can get any closer, the Glitter Lance, 80% slow. The flash and hit, a wild card for the kill, and he will pursue, forcing the flash onto Lulu. And here we are into middle. Voyboy not even taking damage from Dissonance. She can't move the ball enough. Voyboy looking to take the blue buff away from Shousters here. That Dissonance will definitely give him some upper hand. Voyboy has a ward to get to. He also has some in his inventory so he can keep this chase going. The Shunpo hits. There's a lot of shield and utility to come for Orianna. This could go on for quite a while.
That's just so hard to deal with. You almost have to stop Voyboy from getting that in lane, making Shousters not feel like a person. Yeah, he just chased him down.
Where are you going?
He just had to walk away.
Where are you going?
And across the board, this is the biggest 16-minute advantage we've seen in the entire tournament. Already 9,000 gold up. All the Nocturne ganks have been turned around amazingly by Nijaki. 501 on Twisted Fate, having that death cap even before that last double kill. Really great job by everyone on Cursed Gaming right now. They're really playing as a cohesive unit right now.
You know what? It was a little sketchy in the beginning. We saw that ult by Nijaki, and he kind of messed that one up, and the second one didn't work as well. But then they got the mentality, make less mistakes. Bam.
That was it. They're just like, you know what, guys? If we make less mistakes, we're going to pull ahead here.
There you go.
Like, thanks for the motivational speech elements. And they went for it.
Hey, what a great word. Or a great saying. Make less mistakes. So Demon Law trying to get himself back in this. He's still just about 20 CS down, and he has 2 kills for himself. So that 80 carry very much in the game. He's really just behind a Brutalizer and a Ruby Crystal. So in this fight, if he can stay in the back, he's still going to be putting out damage, and we'll see that right here. The few shots onto them. Ooh. There's the speed up and shield coming from Lulu. The expunge goes down, so that's the burst of damage. He sees it's not enough and forced it back up.
At least they pushed him out of lane a little bit until the Bloodthirster just heals up on the double golems. Cobb rushing that item. This is a kind of strange thing. Everyone in this tournament seems to be going Bloodthirster first, not Infinity Edge with the Vamp Scepter, as we saw so much of in Season 2. Yeah. Maybe that's a growing trend, but it's something that everyone's been doing.
Well, I feel like if you're getting that Infinity Edge, right, you do have damage along the way, but then you're there until your next item. You kind of build up and you don't plateau as much with the Bloodthirster right off the bat, right?
It's actually one of those things you have more power immediately. The Infinity Edge multiplies better than the Bloodthirster, but with the decreased amounts of lifesteal that you get from the straight Vamp Scepter, they might be upgrading the Bloodthirster because they feel they need the added lifesteal you can stack up.
Awesome. So the Warmogs still having a great effect on this game. We see there could be a Warmogs on Nocturne as well.
It's a lot of Warmogs. We saw it happening in the OGN in Korea. Sometimes there would be 6 Warmogs across 2 teams. It's on its way right here, in all honesty, because, well, not quite as much. Saintfish is going for Frozen Heart. Voyboy, of course, with Warmogs, Katarina, now going for the Magic Pen. I'm waiting for Curse to really just drive it home. They have been in such control. They're not worrying about anything. Dragon up in 2 seconds. They're all there to take it. Everyone on Azure is just gone. The wild cards are preemptively thrown. They had that perfectly. It's going to be another Dragon pickup, and maybe Azure is going to try to fight him here because they know they can get a 5v5, but I don't think that fight will be close.
Nope, Azure coming in. They do have everything up. Smite actually just came up. That doesn't help too much. Oh my gosh, Voyboy actually causing Orianna to use her ult inefficiently, and it looks like they continue to run in. Lambo goes down on the last attack. That means Voyboy gets that, but can't use it again. Destiny was used there to cover up some vision, and they have full control still. A very close Aegis, which is just going to make these team fights even harder, very close to being finished on St. Vicious here, and their team fight capabilities are through the roof right now.
Just the pressure that these guys are under to come and perform like this, their first game of the day on the Saturday. I'm almost ready to call this one over. They're really crushing. I can't wait to see if they can hold it for game 2. Here's a fight.
Crescendo, they tried to stop as he comes in from the side, and it looks like Shen is forced to get Lulu ulted. Elements even trying to do harass to Bloodwater as the supports face off on the front steps. St. Vicious now going to tank up on this turret. He is quite huge. There's good mana in the bars of Curse to continue this push on. You can just see AZG so on the back of their heels right now.
They didn't even kill anyone on Azure Gaming, so they did go back to base and they should be at full health. If there's a time to fight, they'd have to go now.
There's Paranoia, and they try to dodge onto Nijaki actually, throwing down that crowd control, but Nijaki gets out. They try to turn this fight 1-for-1 so far. Chat, it looks like they turn tide, head out, and Chaucer's taking a huge chunk from wild cards.
Still worth it for the 20-minute inhibitor. They did trade the 1-for-1, but St. Vicious, surprisingly, is one of only 2 members on the team that didn't even have a bounty. So they actually gave away as little gold as they possibly could. Nijaki flash, killing Twitch.
Absolutely amazing. I don't know what to say. Like, these
good.
guys are doing everything perfect. That was a situation where you can think about it and you're like, I don't want to waste flash and do it. But he doesn't care right now. He knows flash isn't going to be necessary in the next fight. There is so much force that he can just walk away and hide behind. He was feared off in that fight and paranoid and came out with 75% health because Nocturne was taken down so fast.
This could be kind of what Elements was talking about as Boyboy gets taunted up top. He's just going to walk away.
Boyboy window shopping.
Yeah.
He's like, damn it, what?
He doesn't care about the Warmog Shen. Like, they both have Warmogs. They're just going to slap each other. But this is what Elements was probably talking about when he said, these guys are just here. We've really been here before. It's nice to meet new people because, like, they're showing how not nervous they are.
Yeah.
Good Game University, in the last game, even though they closed it really well, were really passive. It took them a long time to get those games done. They really didn't want to make any mistakes. They were playing scared almost. Curse is really playing with authority right now. It's like watching a normal Curse game. They are not playing any differently than any time they destroy a game. They are completely closing these guys out right now, and it shows how calm they are despite their careers being on the line.
You know, Jat, it just got really scary. The Black Cleaver is finished on MF, and the only piece of armor built on AZG side is in that Madrids.
That's going to be trouble.
That's a lot of trouble. They cannot itemize against the ferocious Curse Gaming right now. There's way too much. The Lich Bane being finished on TF, so now the turrets are going to fall even faster. Actually, no. It doesn't.
Turrets aren't going to fall faster?
Is it proc? No.
The Black Cleaver on
magic
turrets?
damage. No. I'm telling you, Lich Bane.
Oh. I don't know. I should know this. Let's watch.
Here they are moving in. Chauster is actually getting hit up with a blade.
Hit the tower, Nijaki.
Be able to go. Yeah, this is where there's one of those times you have the minions there. Need to get the damage down.
He doesn't want to do it.
Nothing here. Getting the ball on him. May taunt out. Does not catch Cop. There were no minions there. That would have been a fantastic ultimate urge taunt onto Cop. They would grab it. Boy is there, though, to kind of jump in and just be a deterrent. You can see they don't even have minions there.
They are...
just shot him in the bush.
They're so far ahead. I mean, I feel like they're going to flank around. If they do anything, Nijaki would ult in behind them. They're doing as much poke as they can. Anyone can tank the turret. He hit a minion with his gold card. I wanted to see the Lich Bane. That tells me it doesn't work, but the turret's going down. There's the initiative.
There's the ultimate on the Crescendo, and the ultimate from MF completely shredding Shunpo after Shunpo. The Death Lotus to come out. There's another finish for Katarina. The double kill, looking for the triple kill here. There is the command shockwave. It is not going to be enough, and it looks like Curse will push themselves on to the Nexus turrets, drop these quite easily, chat, and they will be moving on to game 2 of this best of 3 here. If you're just joining us, this best of 3 is the 3rd of the day, and Curse is moving on with 1 game.
Really dominant.
Yeah.
Best game, best single team performance we've seen today.
Yep.
They really, really dominated. They're just here. This is the normal game for them. Look at that. Element's taking some goop out of his left eye. He's ready to go. Just grabbing the water. Normal day at the office for these guys so far. 1 game and they're qualified for Season 3.
You know, it is. And between every game, you see the manager running in, talking to their teams. Liquid's probably sitting outside saying, all right, guys, good job. This is what we practiced for. You know, this is what we expect here. So no pat on the back yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But after the next game.
It could be. It's
time.
From what just happened, still all eyes on Azure Gaming. They have a chance to take down one of the top teams in North America now trying to qualify for Season 3.
It's going to be really tricky for them because that was such just a dominating force. That's all it was. They rolled right through them.
From minute 1. Let's get a replay, Jat, and just kind of go over how at least one of the fights went.
Yeah, this is the fight right at the end of the game where they landed the bullet time, and at this point it's just cleanup. Voyboy's chasing in. He doesn't care about the turret because he has 4,000 health, and then Nijaki just kills Shousters as he'd already done 5 times. No, Shousters has 2 deaths, but he had done a lot, I felt, that game. Nijaki was killing a lot of people, everyone on that team. You can't really break down a game like that too well because they just bullied them the entire time.
Right.
All the plays they made throughout were execution. The lanes, the level 1, the tactics, the team fighting, the builds, everything was in favor of Curse that match.
And you said it yourself, that's not something that Curse does. They don't roam with the support and the jungler, so it couldn't have even been homework for Azure to find that out.
It's not something Curse does often. No. So it's good that they had that in their back pocket and they brought it out at a really good time.
So we'll have to see what happens. The best of 3s are usually when you see these tricks being pulled out. Game 2 for Curse Gaming versus Azure Gaming is right around the corner, guys. Will Curse close this out? Find out when we come right back.
I think as a team, Curse, we've really put in the effort to have that status here. I mean, that's really what comes down to League of Legends, where it's a team aspect. Everyone has to work together as a cohesive unit. And it doesn't matter how good you are as an individual. If you don't work together as a team, then you guys won't win. And that's really what comes down to it here, is that we've been a team for almost a year, and these guys are like pickup groups for maybe like a month. And just from experience, we should win.
Well, it's true. You hear it right there from the horse's mouth. Well, he's not exactly a horse, but he's a good guy. Element's a good guy.
Puts the team on his back.
Yeah, he does.
As a support.
We're back with more of our live coverage from the Season 3 qualifying rounds in Los Angeles. It's quite nice out here. Rivington III here with Joshua Jat Leesman. Throughout the day, we've been asking you guys some questions on Twitter, the @LOL Esports. One of those questions was, who do you think is the MVP of the tournament so far? And Jat, here's what some people had to say.
So we have Doc Shizilander says, Go Suzuna. He went from a great top to an awesome day in a short time and is really impressive. And he had amazing focus during some of those team fights. Like you could see the passion in his face was almost bigger than anyone else.
He was the closest one to the camera. He was up.
And yeah, he actually mentioned
up on that.
He mentioned that once Squid joined his team, Psycho Sid, he really came into himself as a player. So that's actually a pretty good choice for a potential MVP.
That's awesome. Let's actually check out one more question. I believe we have time for that before we jump into this matchup.
So La Florence says, day one it had to be Voyboy. Yeah.
Yeah.
His Elise and his Kha'Zix even. Kha'Zix, he was kind of losing lane, but his team fighting was amazing. His Elise is crazy. It drew 2 bans from Azure that game, and it wasn't enough because Katarina made Shousters on mid lane Orianna look like not a person. They could not touch Voyboy. It was incredible.
ever since he's joined Curse, he's completely back to his old dominating form. He dominated at IEM Hanover late in middle of 2012. Everyone was saying Voidboy's the best. He got recruited to CLG. Team styles just did not mesh.
Right.
He's not a passive player. He needs everyone on the team to be aggro, and then he's amazing.
And you know what? That kind of put him on the chopping block, too, because everybody was like, oh, maybe he, kind of passed prime. But no. No, not even close.
He just finished high school.
Yeah.
He is not past his prime, I guarantee you.
All right, guys, let's keep the great tweets coming. Next, we'd like to know which champion you are most surprised to see picked throughout this tournament. Tweet us using @LOLEsports, using the hashtag LCS, and we'll read your responses live in the show as well with your name so people can spam you. But,
yes.
chat, it's time for Game 2 of Curse versus Azure Gaming. Azure on their heels, trying to come back. We keep poking that, Prolly said you want to win the group. Obviously, they'll be able to play tomorrow, but the wins are just, the momentum is way easier.
It's much easier to win today than it is tomorrow. They're going to have to, you win one game today or you have to win 2 games tomorrow. And every game tomorrow is an elimination game. These games are the sweet spots, right? This is the games they're living for. This is what they need to get through. And all the stuff we've seen, Curse is so well prepared. They've been a team for a year. They went through multiple roster iterations to find just the right combination. And Azure has not. And we really saw it in that game.
So what do we have coming in here, Jat? They don't want to go top one-on-one against Voidboy. So we may see the lane swap again. How they're going to come out with it is going to be a Caitlyn Nunu. Who knows? We'll have to find out. St. Vicious kind of pulling off some different jungling strategies with elements. Just running around with each other. Will they do it again? Or are they going to break into something else? So we're seeing new things here. But Azure, this is a pull out all the stops game. I don't think this can be a normal, just default game for them. They have to try something.
And for Curse, don't fix it if it's not broken.
Exactly.
St. Vicious is going to keep playing Cho'Gath.
Just less mistakes.
Elements will continue to not make mistakes on Sona. Misfortune would be a good pick again. If Twisted Fate's not banned, pick it again. If Katarina's, just do the same comp. That, like, a lot of times, in the previous matchup, we saw the same comp get picked twice in a row by Dirtnap, and it got turned around on him. But those were closer games. In this one, Curse really just needs to put the pressure on, put the pedal to the metal, and say, yeah, we're going to do exactly the same thing. What do you got?
AZG feels the MVP, stands true as well, and Elise is going to be the first ban out.
Maybe they'll try to ban out Voidboy. But they have the first pick here, so Curse has a choice to make, and it seems like they're making the choice of banning the Kha'Zix and the Evelynn, because they could have let those things go through to Nijaki and Voidboy. I know both Nijaki and Voidboy have been practicing Kha'Zix. Right when Voidboy came back from his vacation recently, he picked up a new champion. It was Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, many other people picked up the new champion, and he is now banned all the time.
And he is, and he also has flying noises that we've implied. So yeah, it's cool. Katarina going out, like you said, that is going to be the focus. No Warmogs there. So it looks like they're not going to go with what worked last time. They're going to have to fix it.
Well,
it got broken.
Voidboy's got enough things, I believe, that he can break out top lane. That's Elise and Katarina that are banned. He can still break out almost anything.
They haven't used Lee. Has they used Lee in any compositions?
No, they haven't even had to pick him. Lee Sin was, trying to look at my notes here, he was not picked or banned in any of their games yesterday. So he's open to them, but they just haven't had to go for this. Now, what is Azure Gaming going to go for with their first pick? Lock in the Amumu. It's a powerful pick for them. They like having that champion.
You show Amumu you can turn a fight. That's what he's all about. You bandage toss in and you lock up an entire team. Jat, you yourself like to play some Amumu back in the day. You're more of a Trundle player.
I like to play Amumu now.
Yeah.
He is my favorite jungler
Listen,
right now.
I walk over to Jat one day when he's at his desk and I'm like, it's like, what happened to your elo? He's like, I don't know. I tried to play in some other positions and I just lost like 150. And then I went back to his desk like 3 days later. He actually sits behind me and I looked at it and it's like 1980 again. He's like, I just went back to jungling.
Yeah, I played a lot of it.
Like, what? He's like,
he's
yeah,
good.
Amumu.
He's good. He's really, really good. He makes fights happen for your team. You just lock down the whole team at once and everyone else follows in. It's just a matter of he can get out pressured early. And it's a very dangerous pick here, picking it against Curse because of how much pressure was applied to them last game.
Yep, and we have the MF Taster's Choice combo with the Amumu, Olaf, and Cho'Gath locked in for a bit of a beef lineup for Curse here to start off.
It's a good tank line, not really trying to break anything. Fourth game in a row, St. Vicious on Cho'Gath. So much utility and crowd control. Like, even back in the days when they were on, when St. Vicious was on CLG, he remembers Hotshot's Cho'Gath. He remembers how amazing a 3-second silence, AoE cone silence is in a team fight. They're going to try to do the same thing to Azure Gaming here, but Azure Gaming coming out with a very
very good composition. Lulu ult onto Mumu, Misfortune out coming across. Super popular combination that a lot of the pro teams have been using lately.
Somewhat of a poke comp, but where does Rise fit in here if they choose that? I can see it stopping them from getting to Ezreal and really creating a peel line for him, but where does that sit with you when you have so much poke coming in already?
Rise for Curse is just an overload of damage.
Right.
And he combos so well with St. Vicious' ganks. Rupture, amazing crowd control. Rune Prison's just a click on target.
Yeah.
Nijacki's just going to run up to Shouster's mid. St. Vicious will gank in. They ran this combination on day one, and Nijacki, who's actually playing against a Katarina in mid lane, completely destroyed him. Nijacki's Rise is really potent.
So we do have the crowd control coming in from this team, and that really gives them a whole lot of chase for these fights, and Kite disengage if they want as well.
And I really like the fact that Cop is picking Ezreal, because that's the one thing I actually do in solo queue when I pick a Mumu, is I ban the crap out of Ezreal. He's just going to cleanse out of his Mumu ult and essentially make him useless. For that purpose, Olaf's going to be running clean through it. When you first pick a Mumu, they're allowing Curse to pick around it. Nijacki's a very tanky mage. He can kind of get caught in the Mumu ult. Olaf can run clean through, Voidboy can, and then Cop is going to just be cleansing around stuff. So picking that first, while powerful, is allowing Curse to use their experience in counterplay.
And it looks like they're going to be trying to save whoever gets hit with that Rune Prison. They're really creating a team to protect here with area of effect composition.
They're putting all their eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
Which
that's a good way to put it.
Which is a little dangerous, and really all their eggs in one basket.
That's a lot of AP.
It's a lot of magic damage, and then they have the physical damage from Misfortune's ultimate. Like, it's gonna be tough because Voidboy, unless they have someone that can lane against Voidboy, they're not going to be able to have their team together for this AoE. I really want to see how this develops. Support Fiddlesticks is something Elements actually pioneered a little bit. He was the first one to play it in competitive way back, I believe, at MLG. I want to say Raleigh is when he played a lot of it, and it was super effective for them. If he goes with that pick, I would not be surprised.
So both of these teams actually enjoy the laning phase. None of them are actually going to... Do they want to fight in this? It doesn't seem like there's level one or two or three heavy fight teams like you would with Leona or something in the bottom lane.
Early game, it's going to be, they have the Rupture, so they have a slight edge. If they can get the Rupture on someone, then Elements can decide what skill to buy then. He could throw the Fear onto him as well, and it could totally change the game. But even if they don't want to do that, I like Curse's laning matchup.
Why?
So, Nijacki is really, really good. I'm just, aside from Rise versus Karthus being a matchup, Jackie is probably the best mid laner on Curse. That didn't come out right. One of the best players on Curse. Him and Voidboy are the stars of the team. He's probably the best mid laner on Curse. He's going to be able to combo ganks with St. Vicious. Voidboy picked Olaf because even if they want to do a 1v2 against him, he'll be able to handle it. Olaf is one of the best 1v2 laners. And then Cop and Elements are almost immune to ganks in the sense that Fiddlesticks can put a 3-second fear anytime someone comes at him. They're just really set up to be bullies once again.
So how does the Fiddle work with the AoE composition? Everything's going to happen very fast coming from Azure. The ulti, the Mumu Sad, Curse of the Sad Mummy, the Equalizer. Does he want to stop that and do his ult first? Does he want to wait, have all that cool down, and then enter the fight? Because it's a lot of time and a lot of damage your team is going to take to kind of switch it around.
Yeah, as the support Fiddlesticks, he's going to want to stay way in the back. And when everyone piles in with a Mumu to dive in and Karthus comes in, he's just going to go kind of suicide himself in between the team and try to zone out the back line and put pressure on Demon Low's Misfortune. That's probably why they decided to go with that pick, aside from the lane advantages.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what could be Azure's Gaming last chance at a spot in the Season 3 Championship Series. Curse Gaming 1 win away from making that dream come true. They have put a lot of hard work and effort, as has Azure, and we're going to see how that will pay off for both teams. A little bit of a split, and yes, there is going to be this swap. It looks like it's going to be pushed down by Curse as well.
Curse doesn't really care if Voidboy gets stuck in the 1v2 this time. This time, instead of having 5 members rush, they rushed with 4, and the ward was placed in a brush instead of putting a human Lulu there. Rupture in the same place, but they're only going to find the ward. This time,
so it's
Azure
homework.
might be able to turn around something.
That was homework. And we see them going around, actually quite early. They're just going into 50 seconds. They're not even letting AZG get ground here, and they're walking through a ward right now, Jack.
Azure Gaming also walking through a ward. That's where Curse caught out Lulu in the previous game.
Oh.
There's a lot more grouping early on in this game than I thought.
They are pinching right now. Voyboy is just in that bottom bush. Cop is going to enter, so there were no wards placed where AZG was, so they can't see if Chris really wanted that spot back. But they did, very much so. Voyboy sitting in the bush, waiting. The team's going to back up, so he's got to be careful of his position. He knows Demon Lowell's right next to him.
This ward is really catching Curse by surprise. They didn't expect it to be in that position, so their invade is completely telegraphed, allowing Azure to pick a counter invade if they choose. I don't think I've seen this many pings in a level 1 in quite a while.
They could go right up above the turret, and they're just going to face them. They have vision there. They could start to lay waste over that wall.
Curse has got to get out of here.
They don't know that they're coming. Nothing is going to give him that vision. Not even... Oh, Rumble is going to come in from the side because that ward's there, so he can't really make a move. It'll alert Curse that something is happening.
They're just going in. They're going to collapse on him as 5 as soon as they start this buff.
There's the ward that goes back in the bush. They know they're coming in. Nothing here is on the side. He says, guys, this is how it's happening. The pink ward is going to show them, and it looks like they go in. That is not going to be the fear from Elements. He actually, I don't know what he got. He got the silence.
Nice rupture.
Rupture comes up, stops the entire engage. They start the flashing, though. Wow, I don't think Saint could have hit that better. They are still continuing. Another rupture to stop them out. A very high cooldown right now, but he has that blue buff. He is able to throw these out. He is not hurting himself in the jungle. He's really only hurting AZG.
And the fact that they pulled that off, got the blue 4v5, Voyboy took his own blue buff and already hit level 2. He can just stroll back to the lane if he really wants to because he knows all 5 members of AZG were trapped up in their blue buff. Another level 1 win for Curse.
And they are going to pressure that swap as well. Lulu and MF forced to go down bottom and lose even more in lane as you're going to see Voyboy. So he wants to freeze this or push that as fast as he can to the turret before they get there.
Since he was the first one to hit the... No, he's actually deciding to freeze it. He doesn't want to shove up, otherwise he'd deny himself. He's being very careful in that bottom lane not to shove.
He does have that blue buff, but he's going to play it to the most advantage. He's not just going to use it to W off and get that spell vamp back to keep himself CSing. Very smart play by Voyboy. Nothing here. So much harass. And I know Elements is going to be so aggressive on this. He loves that fiddlestick play. It's just second nature to him, and you can already see them. That lane swap aggression is going to be taking down this turret and putting the lanes back to normal.
So Curse actually initiated the 1v2 lane.
Yes. Yeah, they sent Olaf down bottom first, and we saw the entire AZG kind of roaming to see what was going on.
It's surprising. I know Olaf is a very good 1v2 laner. This is almost a tactical Curse rather than a let's go let Voyboy win the game for us Curse. Seems to be working out well, though, because Voyboy with the blue buff in early level 2 is going to be able to cope. Now he's level 4 at this point. Going to be able to cope way better than Nothing here in the top lane, who's getting destroyed by the Fiddlesticks poke.
And they are being forced back themselves. You can actually see Bloodwater level 1, Demon Lord level 2 to that level 4, as you said, Ja, and that is a significant factor. I would even say that he could dive them right now and continuously fight that with blue buff, picking up the axe. He could surely come up with some kills, but safe. It's the word of the day for these guys right now. Going ahead and getting pushed back a little bit. Not even that much damage. Same amount of aggression in that top lane. AZG is trying to pressure these.
I mean, it's not going to stick around for long, but Voyboy's actually out farming Demon Lord right now in a 1v2.
Yes. Yes, he is.
He was in the lane
beforehand.
beforehand. A little early. He picked up the blue buff, but that's an accomplishment in itself because he's farming quite well. Here's the gank combo. If the Rune Prison can land on a Shellsters, we already know he has no flash. St. Vicious would come in and land a Rupture, which would probably kill him. That's why he's playing so cautious. I don't think that lane's going to get ganked.
And you may actually see DJ Lambo as he goes down now, actually just throwing down the ward. And he's going to take up mid, soak up that experience. 5 minutes into this one, a very slow matchup, a lot different from what we saw in game 1. However, the level 1, as we said, being won by Curse as they push them out of lane. There's a good aggression there, and they finally hit 3. They're using all their abilities to start pushing Voyboy out. Like you said, that's probably not going to last long.
Voyboy still has a plethora of health potions to go through. Crystalline Flask, 5 health potions, 2 mana potions. It's going to take a lot more to stop that guy from farming.
And the blue buff just wore off, so he's only going to start using those. Jat, half health there. MF just trying to get poke under the turret. Demon Lord playing very smart right now. He knows Voyboy, no matter what happens in this lane, is going to be a super duper factor for Curse in late game, so he's doing what he can.
Voyboy always has a way to make his presence known in almost any game, just that straight up aggression. We had the tweet coming in saying he was probably the MVP of the tournament. We had that amazing highlight from him yesterday when he escaped miraculously from a 2v1 gank with Elise.
And still made mistakes.
Still made mistakes. He still has room to grow, but it was a good play.
Oh, Nothing here. That is so painful. The Essence Flux just hitting to even capitalize on that damage, and he is being burdened so hard in this top lane. And Amumu's going to try to help, but I think it's only going to be for him to back so Amumu can soak up that XP. Now that they have a vision on Lambo, this is going to be big.
And it's, again, they're bullying. It's 600 gold advantage early on in the game without getting any kills. Voyboy, if you look at his compatriot on the other side trying to 1v2, doubling his minion kills as well. You look at even Cop, he's at 40. Their turret's about to fall in the top lane as well. They're just out pressuring across the board.
Man, it feels so... Oh, the flash in. There it is, the last Q. Can he get it down? The Ignite will tick. And the first blood goes to Nijaki for a flash engage.
He's good. He rushed the Tear of the Goddess. He saw the window for Shousters to go in. The exhaust wasn't enough to happen. He's just going to destroy that lane. Now, Ryze actually scales up quite well. When you beat him up that early, it's just going to be trouble.
And Ryze got 6 off that as well. His lane is pushed. Karthus ult cannot assist the lanes even yet. So we're going to have to see this feared out. Oh my gosh, so much damage onto nothing here. He just gets his ultimate. He need to use it on this one. He is going to get that flame spitter out, and look how fast he has turned this one. He has silenced himself though, and there is going to be the kill. A very nice job. Could he turn this into the double? The turret will be too much, and it looks like he is going to go for it. Yeah, he's going to get it. Very nice job. He's going to go down for this, but that was a smart play.
Well done by Nothing here. Curse did not time that ultimate properly. They were trying to put a lot of level 5 aggression in, but that Rumble ult is a humongous power spike. Saint did come in for the cleanup afterwards, but that's really a good sign for Azure if he can get going on Rumble.
Somebody from Azure pinged that dragon, but they said, no way, not yet. I don't think we have what it takes, because that top tower got taken down. Now, it would have been a great idea, but I think it would have put him in a pretty sketchy situation.
They knew 3 members of Curse were up top. They thought they'd be able to collapse down with Misfortune, but I guess they were just generally afraid of Voyboy and Nijak in what would have been well, Amumu had to shop a 2v3 with the dragon, which makes it not quite as attractive a choice.
Here it is, St. Vicious with that timer, checking his pocket watch.
Oh, here comes Voyboy bot, ghosting.
With Ryze, and they actually coming in for a double here. They're trying to steal blue, as well as going for this gank down bottom. Voyboy does not have much mana. They have flashed over the wall to get out of this one. Onto Shousters, St. Vicious finds himself falling, and Ryze, Nijaki able to make it out.
So a bit of failed aggression there by Curse. The blue buff invades in the previous game worked out amazingly. Took the game in stunning fashion. This time Azure was ready a little bit, showing that they have adaptability.
Curse's wards are only really for entrance into the jungle. They didn't know what they were walking into, and they had no vision of Rumble or Amumu as they went in on that. Very careless, and I hope they're not getting complacent in this. Yes, they're calm, but sometimes that can really get to you.
The biggest thing is they have to hope they don't trash talk each other too much, because this has been a problem for this team before. St. Vicious has been known to be overly negative, call too many people out of mistakes, which is good in its right context, but you can't do that during big games. You have to deal with it offline after the game happens, not during. As long as they're not dwelling on their mistakes, they're going to be okay.
These 2 kills to Rumble will definitely make a formidable fighter, as there's only 1 on Shogath and 1 onto Ryze. He is stacking that tier, so he's going to be more effective in the fights. And really, we kind of pointed at Nijaki to be a large impact player for this fight on that Ryze with his tanky build, especially having such an all-in team coming from AZG. They look to put pressure in this bottom lane as they walk through a ward, and Lambo is forced to walk away. Rumble now up first, Olaf top, so they switch it back. After the turret was taken, Jat, the textbook, swap back.
Looks like they're just going to try to push in even harder. And Demon Lull plus Bloodwater is the strong lane. They didn't get over-ganked by St. Vicious this time, so they're not immediately put at a disadvantage. We'll see now that they're in that 2v2 lane bottom how much it matters.
Saint and Nijaki roaming all together. You even said it before, like these guys are going to synergize well. The Rune Prison, the Rupture, and they're just moving. Whenever there's ganks, whenever there's the invade for the blue, they were together. They were just together over Wraiths. Now backing, obviously, they can back together, but they choose not to.
Back together, they do failed blue invades together. St. Vicious gets killed alone. Damn.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. I don't think you want to die together.
I'm sure Nijaki waved when he was leaving. Olaf up top, just waiting in the bush, waiting for somebody to come out so he can kind of get out there and surprise them. But the minion wave becomes too big, and he goes for it, getting all that gold. You see that? He has 62 to Rumble's 39. So that lane swap kind of had an impact. The kills are going to help. It gives them about another 30 to 40 CS there, but still, those 2 kills are really nice.
It's almost like Voyboy was never even in a 1v2. He's got the same farm as Nijaki and everyone else. Rumble all popping up top. They're going to brawl.
Boy going strong on this one as he goes lower. He's going to have that attack, but he's standing in the Rumble ulti, and I think ultimately that's what took him down.
You're absolutely right there. Nothing here made Voyboy disappear. That was just a poor choice by Voyboy. He stuck in the ultimate for too long. If he would have moved about a couple feet to the outside, it wasn't put too far down, he might have been able to finish him off. He thought he'd be able to duel him down, but he just judged it wrong. That was a big matter of Ignite being on nothing here, but Voyboy not having the combat summoner because he chose to take teleport.
So his Ghost is up, teleports up, but he's going to have to walk this one back to lane the old-fashioned style. There's the engage onto him. Nijaki, you see him just walk towards that. Whoa, almost dropping DJ Lambo with a few spells. Definitely coming up with a kill here. A last lay waste does take him down, but that is scary for AZG.
That was a huge amount of damage burst that he put down onto DJ Lambo. They did have to burn the Amumu ult, but they got 50% more gold from that exchange. Nijaki didn't credit his team with an assist for that, so that's slightly helping Azure come back in the game a bit. 1,000 gold lead. At this point last game, they were down about 6,000, and it was pretty much pronounced over. They're doing a much better job in this game, and we know how well Karths can power up. What's happening to my words? Because we saw that in the Fear game earlier.
It is 85 to 82. Those mids are neck and neck, both 2, 1, and 0. So there is nothing dividing them right now besides a few items and backing. This is not yet. There's the ultimate bullet time going down. They're going to be able to drop this turret, grabbing some more gold, actually grabbing that first global gold for themselves as they had not taken out of there. So it's kind of mirrored on each side. Those bottom and top turrets are dropped at 5 to 3. Jat, it's 13 minutes into the game with a very slight gold lead in favor of Curse. A whole different match than we saw game 1.
I really got to credit Azure right here. A lot of teams would have given up after they got their blue stolen and saw that Voyboy had a blue as well and just said, you know what? It's happening again. They invaded us last game. They're going to do it again. Surrender 20 minutes. GG. But no, they stayed in it. They've managed to turn around Curse's aggression in a couple circumstances. They baited Voyboy into being over-aggressive in top lane. They've roamed well. They got a double kill from nothing here. He's really been one of the difference makers. They have the farm on the right people. Their AoE comp is poised to work a little bit as long as Curse stays grouped up.
Right now the score says 5 to 3. That's in favor of Azure. They have definitely found ways to take Curse off the map. Curse's mistakes being a few ganks on the top side. That not even a gank, the double kill from Comp and Elements. They got taken down by Rumble. That was a very big factor, and we saw the failed invade there where St. Vicious went down. It wasn't even helpful for them. He hasn't got the Aegis yet. That will be better. Looks like the Warmogs again being built on Olaf. Maybe we may even see one, if it's not a Sunfire Cape on a Mumu.
Mumu's most likely going for the Sunfire Cape. Just all those Giants belt items coming in so huge with the decreased effectiveness of resistances. But there's 2 members of Azure top lane. Only Voyboy up top. So they're going for a 4-man dragon. They know the Amumu ult. They thought, never mind, Amumu ult is up right now. They might look to stop this. We could see a fight down by Dragon.
Dragon has half health, and St. Vicious is going to take quite a bit from this. The Requiem, they are going to be able to stop this Dragon. No focus onto that. Lambo could find himself going down here. They didn't take too much damage from that Requiem, Jat. They are able to still go into this one, wasting Ignite, which could have been a quick kill onto him, and I think nothing here will be taken down right after they engage him one more time. He could have saved that Ignite. It could be killing Cop right now.
So a 2-for-1, but that was a lot of damage coming out of Azure considering Shousters wasn't even really in the fight. Really well executed by Curse, actually getting out of there with an advantage. I thought for sure they were going to be going down, but now that's the 4th kill on a Nijak. Picked up his Rod of Ages already at 15 minutes. He's going to be a force as this game continues.
It is pretty big. Rod of Ages also on the Karthus. A little bit more farm since he stayed in mid. Nijaki trying to get the roam on for his team. And really, he's not, like I said, not somebody we know to roam too much as a mid player. But when he has to, he will start to help his team. Him and St. Vicious have just been buddy-buddy this entire game with themselves. 6-5, kind of closed the gap there. 21,000 to 21,000. And AG is on the upper hand with turrets. They are looking for that mid one, Jat, and that's going to open up some big advantages to the jungle.
And to get back at Nijaki not roaming as much, when they played in the North American Regionals, they didn't have Voyboy. They were using Westrice as their top laner for a bit, but they were also trying out Salsi. They were trying a lot of different options. And as a team, St. Vicious and Nijaki had to be the initiators. And Nijaki was never fully comfortable with that, as we see a fight maybe coming in mid lane.
A little back off there. But yeah, you're right. I remember them saying that. We kind of had to work Jackie into that playstyle.
And the thing with that is, that's not his perfect playstyle. He loves to be able to farm and just win his lane because he has such amazing mechanics and understanding of the lane. So when they picked up Voyboy, it really took a lot of the pressure off, because now instead of just having Saint Vicious and Nyjack that have to go in, Voyboy does it a lot as well. He's usually the first one to go in, even when you don't want him to, but he will go for it, and he creates for your team, which really just meshed so well with Curse's personalities.
And Curse here being put a little on their heels towards their turret. The push coming in from AZG. And I gotta hand it to him. They had a quite a tough bottom lane against Voyboy. He did come out on top of that one in the 2v1 swap. Nothing here is down by 40 CS still in that, but he's found himself 4 kills somehow. Cop and Elements playing a few mistakes in that lane, and AZG is really looking good here. Their fight can't be initiated on without Curse really taking a lot of damage beforehand.
Curse has to get to a runic bulwark as soon as possible. Saint Vicious has to rush that item as quickly as he possibly can. It'll give everyone on their team 40 magic resistance, which they really need for the Requiems and the Rumble ultimates coming down. He's got a lot of magic penetration. They'd pretty much negate that in one fell swoop if they can get one of those items, and then they'll be able to team fight properly, because right now, anytime the Rumble ult goes down with the Mumu and Karthus, the majority of them are below half health, and it's just tough for them to do that right now.
Still back to mid, just letting them farm it up here. As we look across those, we do have a significant farm lead take by Karthus in mid. He was only up by a little, but now 147 to 120 there. No Karthus for that farm. 143 on MF. They are on average, except for Olaf, up by quite a bit of farm. 88 even on Cho'Gath, or 88 on Cho'Gath rather. That's higher than a Mumu. So it's a little back and forth in those, but that's Karthus, that's MF. Those are the damage dealers, and that's going to be nice for them.
It's going to start getting pretty tense, and you can kind of see the game itself is getting tense. Curse was really loose in the first game because they never made any mistakes. They had to lead the entire time. But maybe the pressure's coming in now. Elements says they've dealt with it before, and they have dealt with lots of pressure. But have they dealt with something like this? Because they've been Curse. It's never been, if you lose this, Curse is no longer the same roster. But now it is, and the fact that the game is close against a team that they expect to beat, it's tricky. Here they're going in for Dragon. Azure has all their ultimates up. Voyboy might teleport in if they decide to fight.
Hey, there's
Here
the
he
teleport
comes.
coming in. It's going to be right in front of the Dragon. Amumu gets the Dragon, but will they win the fight? Curse with the Sad Mummy. Ragnarok goes off. Olaf is left to run free. Lambo going down quite hard. Nothing here. Shousters and Bloodwater all losing health quite quickly, and it is going to be Elements and Cop from the backside. Just as you said it, chat. Fiddle stayed out of the fight until they used everything, and they just walked it in to clean it up.
4 for 2. Voyboy manned up and went for it. We were just talking about how he's the one who goes in.
Yeah.
He teleported into the middle of 5 people before Curse was even there, and then just trained down Demon Law for the majority of that fight. They didn't get the Dragon, but they sure as hell got a lot of confidence out of that fight, and they're going to take down this mid turret, which is going to be huge for their roaming potential.
That was very big. I was about to say, until you called the teleport, I was like, this is going to be great. We're seeing finally something different. There's a split push pop top. Oh, never mind. He's actually going to teleport, like you said, into 5 people. So now going for the blue, they're going to try to steal this away. They have some definitive hold on the jungle now. They've taken down that mid turret before, and they kind of swept that quite fast. They're going to try to get the bottom one down to get that worry away. More global gold, that's their quickest and easiest access for it. And, you know, just great mindset, map awareness, where the lanes are pushing, and using that to a fast advantage. Looks like they may not get it here, though.
Biggest carrier on the team is still Nyjack, though. Smart move there, going for a Banshee's Veil pretty quickly, really trying to stack up that magic resistance. Saint Vicious already has the Aegis. He's going to be upgrading that as soon as possible to get to the Runic Bulwark. Gold's still close, though. You can see the Sunfire Cape on Amumu on the other side is pretty big. Shouster's going to be going for that Death Cap on Karthus. That's going to be really huge when he's able to complete that. And if Demon Lull can get to either a Black Cleaver or an Infinity Edge, I think he's going more along the lines of an Infinity Edge, because he realizes he doesn't have the freedom of sitting back and MF ulting, because Voyboy's right on his ass the whole time.
Yep, and you know what, Jack? You were absolutely correct. The Bulwark instantly rushed by Saint Vicious. These guys are trying to make this so team fight oriented. They know what they're going up against, area of effect composition, and they got to be very careful how they place themselves in these fights.
How are they going to go in again? Voyboy's going to continue to split push, and you can see with all the team fighting that Azur's tried to create, it's an 89 farm on Nothing Here's Rumble versus 151 for Voyboy's Olaf. Actually a pretty nice blue steal coming out by Azure, though.
Sure has had a bit of control.
No!
Oh, he did.
He stole it. Cop stole it. Awesome steal. That was DJ Lambo trying to give it away to Karthus instead of just taking the steal himself. A lot of times you should smite the enemy for security and give away your own, but they decided against it, and it cost them big.
They are moving in for the rupture. Not getting anything there. See, they were not doing that a few seconds ago. There weren't those two-man push for the rupture and try to catch one. You are correct, Jack. They feel so much more confident now. You saw them pushing mid. I'm sure there was a bit of sigh of relief after that fight.
They realized they had a lot of power coming through, and that was before they even built their counter items. Runic Bulwark is a big counter item for almost a triple AP composition if you consider a Mumu an AP carry as well. Demon Law himself is going to be attempted to shut down. Voyboy's going to attempt to shut down Demon Law and try to take the AD out of the equation, which means everyone else will just have to build magic resistance. One game away. It could be a couple minutes. We're already 21 minutes in. Even though the gold is close, I feel like Curse has a lot of momentum here.
And wow, Voyboy knows what he just did in last fight. He has a Hex Drinker, they have the Bulwark, and he came out of base buying that Negatron Cloak just now. That magic is
interesting.
Yep.
So he's really worried about running through everyone, but he's not worried about what actually happens when he gets to Demon Low. So he's going to have to be really careful that he doesn't over-itemize magic resist and forget about the person he's actually trying to kill.
That becomes a problem. How often have you seen kind of things like happen that leads to the tunnel vision, that leads to, you know, you think you have the build, so you're going to go for it?
All the time. It happens constantly.
All the time.
In fact, the last time I was watching Curse play Olaf, back at an MOG Dallas, it was when Westeros was playing it. He had a very similar build. He was a super farmed Olaf the entire time, but he built magic resist because it was a double AP composition with Ezreal. It was against Dignitas. I'm a Cutie Pie hit a point where he could just kill Voyboy, and as soon as that happened, Curse lost. So Voyboy has to make sure that he can't get soloed by the AD carry.
He's just running in to see what this Negatron Cloak does for him. Feeling good, just beating away onto Shousters, and he turns as soon as he sees Bloodwater. Very good control there. They're kind of just knocking each other down, trying to get the upper hand in this next engagement.
Didn't really burn much, considering how much he spent to get that. Voyboy burned his ultimate and his ghost. Got himself down to about half health. He did draw and suck 3 members of Azure up there because they thought he was going to go all in, but Curse wasn't really in position to capitalize on that. Nijaki was shopping. They weren't putting pressure on any turrets, so it didn't really react in that big of a win for them.
Cop waiting for a minion wave down bottom, and Saint says, hang on, I'm coming. We'll take this out together. And he kind of just lets Saint take it. He's like, I'm going to get the CS, well, you just take shots. They move off of that. More gold coming to them. 2,000 gold lead in favor of Curse now, chat, as they finally have pulled up in kills as well. That 9-8 has been sitting there for a few minutes, but they finally grabbed it back. 24 minutes into this matchup. You know, Azure is definitely putting up a fight this time.
And we saw the last big fight at the Dragon. Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. Voyboy's running out that top lane. He has the teleport. There is no teleport to match him on Azure. There's not really even a person who can match him if they fight the 1v1. So Azure's going to be wanting to run to that Dragon, try to get there before Curse, but Curse shopped at just the right time. Everyone spent their gold just in time to get down there for a Dragon. I'd expect to see another fight coming up here. Voyboy's not even going to have to use his teleport because he's running down near the area as well. We may see another fight here if Azure decides to aggro on the Dragon once again. But maybe they're just going to poke back and forth.
You know, Azure, as we have seen through just these few games, are a team that quickly adapts. They put a ward in the bush instead of Lulu in the bush. They, you know, they're going to remember that Olaf will teleport in this time and 5v5 their team as they come in. So you can see how cautious they are, making sure there are no wards around there. I don't think they have a pink on them, just that Ruby. Actually, they do. The pink is right there for Curse. So Curse has the upper hand.
And Curse is going to be fine with sitting in this situation for as long as possible. Voyboy stole the blue buff from Azure. He's going to go split push this top lane. He's going to just get bigger and bigger. And as long as he's farming and no one else is, that's advantage Curse.
193 CS to his counterpart, 124. So those kills really not factoring in anymore for Rumble to be tankier or bigger than Olaf. He has gone for the Kindle Gem as well. Cooldowns, a little bit more health. He's really looking to just continuously pressure this lane, get that split push in. The undertow is just so good for pushing. We were talking about it with Saint earlier. He's like, love playing Olaf in solo queue lanes. You just throw it back and forth and you can go. You see a little aggression here onto Voyboy, but he is going to go strong on this. I think he's going to try. No, he's going to go for the kill, actually. I thought he was going to try.
Wow!
What is going on? Chouse just did not know this was going to happen. A cleaned up double kill for Voyboy.
And will the Karthus ultimate be able to take him down? He's going to try to lifesteal here.
That is absolutely amazing, chat. Man mode.
This is why he's going to qualify twice. Because he can pick up 1v2 double kills.
Only person in Season 3 to qualify twice.
He qualified on CLG.
Hard mode.
And with that hard mode, absolutely.
Hard mode.
Now they're pulling onto Baron. They know there's 2 members down. Voyboy went back to base and he's teleporting in. Unreal. If they try to stop this, St. Vicious will have his feast. 1,000 true damage on the Baron. DJ Lambo's going to try to stop this, but Jackie peeling off. This might be a fight.
Lambo is trying to go for the backside of the bandage toss through, but he sees his team with Jackie in the front. There's the toss. They get Baron. The Curse of the Sad Mummy does not do much damage, and nobody followed up with him. Lambo went down in a second. They realized that it would be base if they tried that.
Great play, and it was Voyboy. That was an unbelievable play. They thought, this guy doesn't have any armor. Let's go 1v2 him. Demon Low Voyboy knew exactly what he was doing.
Had to hit
like,
Demon Low first.
Coming to
What's
you.
Up?
Finished the highest damage source, had the magic resistance to tank inside of Shoutster's Defile, was moving around enough that he dodged enough Skittles and just took him down. Now the Baron buff is up. They're just pushing down the mid lane. They might go straight for an inhib. They have so much confidence right now.
This is huge. You know, I thought Voyboy was going to run through blue to his team and be like, oh, bait. But he was like, I'm going to handle this. Don't worry about it, guys. You just go ahead and farm. AZG now trying to chase. Not that this chase is going to do much. They're just trying to perturb onto Curse, stop them from backing, keep them in the lane so AZG can grab some kind of upper hand here. It has quickly just changed in one direction for Curse. The Dragon fight came out. That Bulwark is becoming such a huge factor, and we're really seeing no aura items at all on the side of AZG. So the fight team is 110% right now for Curse.
They are really, really strong right now. The damage coming up from Mad Jackie, how close is his tier to being fully stacked? It is fully stacked, so he just upgraded it to a Seraph's Embrace. That's really huge for the shields that he's going to be able to put on himself if he gets caught in the immune wall. That's a very tanky Rise. We know that's a very tanky Olaf because he can solo the 2 main damage dealers from Azure Gaming. And on top of that, you'll have Elements' support Fiddlesticks, still somewhat potent ultimate. One of the highest damage spells in the game. Not even counting the Trinity Force, which is a slightly new item. I mean, old item that we haven't seen much of in Season 3 on Cop, just giving him the mobility. But this is a bigger lead than 8,000 gold, which means it's a huge lead.
So with this selection, obviously not having the Aegis coming out, they grab a Locket of the Iron Solari. Now, that's not a bad item, but with an item that you don't have a lot of AoE damage, is it not as effective for Curse? Or against Curse, I should say.
Yeah, it's got a pretty big range, but at the same time, Curse is going to be looking to split up the fights. So it's a preference choice. If Bloodwater really likes using it, that's about protecting Demon Lull and himself. He's really making sure Voyboy can't run through him. That's about as much protection as he'd be able to grant him with a single item. He's really hoping he can save his life with that.
The CS lead now taken over by Curse. That's 230 to Voyboy, 228 to Cop. Cop always known for having just a crap ton of CS in the game, and I think he's the first Ezreal to build a Triforce this weekend. That Frozen Fist or Static Shiv along with the Bloodthirster has really been that taster's choice that people are going for. The aggression here from the poke coming from Olaf and Ezreal now. St. Vicious with the split push top. That was Voyboy's role just a few seconds ago, but they have the ability to use either one of those two, which is awesome.
So is 230 a crap ton or metric crap ton?
It'd be metric at this point.
Okay,
that's a lot.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
It's going to be really tough for Curse. I mean, for AZG to just stop this push, because it's not even Voyboy that's split pushing at this point. It's St. Vicious.
Yeah.
They're not going to put their 80 carry to stop him, and he stacks so much magic resistance that he can split push just as much as he likes. How are they going to get in and out here? They're a little worried about getting caught in DJ Lambo's Amumu ultimate, but they can't be that worried. They still have the Baron for about 40 seconds. They're going to want to go probably on this wave. I think this is their last wave with Baron.
And they are going to be pushing in for that inhibitor turret. Silence to Lambo, he can't toss in. The turret's not actually taking that much damage, but they do get the Rune Prison onto nothing. This looks like the engagement's going hard, focusing onto nothing. Voyboy ghosts, and he is in the fight with Ragnarok. We saw him do it before. He is going to zone out 3 people by himself.
Oh my God.
Lambo's forced to flash. Voyboy continues to go on and fight his own battle down here below the inhibitor turret. The rest of his team on the top right of the screen doing the work they need to do, and Voyboy just manned up and seriously carried that fight.
Baron buff now off of him, but it's just to support Bloodwater. Could this be the push where Curse qualifies for Season 3?
This is going to be big. Voyboy's second time in here. He's going to have a big grin on his face. They are going to be dropping the second Nexus turret in a very well-fought battle by Azure Gaming. Curse will move on into Season 3, the League of Legends Championship Series.
The 6th team to officially qualify. Look at the relief on these guys. They expected to win, but now they have finally qualified. Fantastic stuff.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Like you said, chat, team number 7 coming in, team number 6 coming in here as we have 7 to come right after and 8 on Sunday. Some amazing matches. You can see these guys are going to head over to the other booth, give a congratulations to Azure Gaming. And from what we saw of Azure in that second one, it seems like these teams at this level, they have what it takes to receive what's going on and make changes and make it happen. That second game was a whole different story than game number 1.
Yeah, even though Azure Gaming got thrown together very quickly, tough draw going up against Curse, in all honesty. They did a pretty good job. They did an amazing job making it even into the top 8. That should tell them that if they want to stick together as a team, they would do really well on the Challenger circuit for the next season, and they would still have a chance to make it in with an up-down if they can gel a little bit at the team, because that team was thrown together in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And Curse was a team for a year. So complete congratulations to them. It's great to see them officially qualified. I'm sure everyone is very relieved that St. Fish's, Voyboy, Cop, Elements, and Nijaki don't have to find new teams. People like them being Curse. They love the videos that Curse puts out. They like the mansion, the reality show that is Curse Gaming. It's really cool.
You know what, chat? We're going to watch Curse do it one more time here with this replay. Take it away.
See them pushing in on this inhibitor, and it was a matter of nothing here getting caught out. It's mainly all about Voyboy. Cannot be disabled. That's Ragnarok. They throw the exhaust down, and that's the thing. Demonlo could never actually channel his bullet time because Voyboy was always on top of him. Elements waited for everything to come through, popped the fiddle out down, and you kept thinking Voyboy was going to die, and then he never did. He baited them into so many fights. They get the inhibitor. Great job. Huge carry there by Voyboy.
I'm going to high-five that guy who gave the Voyboy MVP call.
It was good.
Yeah, it was a great call.
Preemptive, prophet-like MVP call as well.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we'll hear from Voyboy himself, a member of the winning team, Curse Gaming, and we'll recap all the action so far. Stay tuned here from Riot Studios.
Curse.
Welcome back, Summoners. I'm Rivington III with my associate DJ Weed here. We're joined by Voy Boy, really Voy Man now. The winner of today's match 3, Team Curse. Congratulations, Voy Boy.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You guys came in strong. The first question, I gotta know, Jet and I were pondering over this. It was an amazing first kill. Did you guys homework that Lulu rupture spot?
Well, we knew that that they'd be starting blue and guarding it, so we just went in. We almost always start Q with Cho'Gath and just go for the blind ruptures and try to get picks with the TF follow-up. And actually, when he ruptured, we did. I think it might have been a bug or something, but we didn't get vision of Lulu. And Jackie just pulled the gold card by some miracle right then, and we're like, oh my god, he's like in the air. And then we just followed up and got the kill. So it was really good.
That's amazing, because second game they went to the same spot on the other side and warded it instead.
Yeah,
you guys kind of sat in it for a while and were like, they're learning. They know what's going to happen.
I mean, as we were kind of discussing it and watching the games in the back, I mean, there's no doubt you guys almost look like a team that should have already been qualified. And I think you guys felt that way anyway. But going into it, is just the pressure off now? Are you where you guys felt like you should have been in the first place?
Yeah, definitely. Going into this, we knew we were the first seed, obviously. We've been personally, I think we've been dominating the NA scene for the past few months following the Season 2 championships, and we've been doing really well. So going into this, we all had high confidence, high motivation to win, and we just showed up. We gave it our A game, and I'm really happy with how things turned out.
So do you think going into Season 3 that you will be one of the biggest forces to be reckoned with, if not the biggest?
Oh, most definitely. I really think that we are one of the top teams in NA, and hopefully we can prove ourselves as one of the top teams in the world. So I think the only way to go is up.
Now, in talking a little bit about your team history, one of the things that people discuss is that maybe your play style didn't fit so much with some of your ex-teams. But obviously, with Curse and what we just saw kind of displayed by you in the past couple days, it seems that aggressive style of play really fits in well. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Most definitely. I really feel at home with Curse. I think a lot of it has to do with I'm given a lot of independence in that my team really trusts me. When it's my pick, it's boy, what do you want to go ham with? And I just pick Akali, Olaf, Elise. I just make the decision, and almost always it ends up working. So I really think that the team dynamics are amazing for me. I really feel like I have a voice, kind of a leadership role as well, and I think that's just been able to help me shine. So I'm really happy with that.
So, of course, Season 3 right around the corner. We saw the videos that were, a little bit this is kind of dire if we don't qualify. And talking a little bit about the pressure being off, but what is your guys' main focus going into Season 3?
Well, when we head back home, we're going to head to IAM Katowice in 2 days. So we're really looking forward to just keep practicing hard, keep going to events that we can. And then when Season 3 starts, we're just going to practice 8 hours a day. We're going to work really hard. And I think that we've been playing phenomenally in the past few months. And hopefully sticking with our same practice regimen, maybe getting a more, from a more analytical standpoint, in our strats and stuff, I think we could work on that. But I think that we're going to be really, really good to go come Season 3.
Awesome. Well, Voy Boy, congratulations. Congratulations to the entire team.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I understand maybe you're going to be go and have some dinner.
I think
two
so.
thumbs up, two thumbs up, one for each qualification.
Was there?
Yeah, right.
There you go.
The only one in NA.
There was a dinner reward for this win, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right.
Liquid
I thought I heard between game 1 and 2, I heard Jackie come out and say, one more game, then
dinner.
With Sugarfish, right?
Yeah, Christmas.
It is Christmas. We've got the third team now who is qualified. Of course, that being Curse, and as we mentioned, a lot of people just felt like Curse, they already had their spot there, but now it is official. The job is no longer on the line. You've got it. Congratulations on your job interview.
Great interview.
Your team did absolutely fantastic. And, of course, once again, let's shoot on over to Freak with his expert analysis on this previous matchup.
Hey everybody, Freak here in front of our beautiful teleprompter, and I want to point out what it takes to be a professional player on a team such as Curse. So first off, here is Cop. And Cop is going to do 3 things that are really awesome. First, you see he's getting chased by Nocturne. He's going to cleanse off the fear the second it applies. The second thing he's going to do is he's going to reapply his Lizard buff to slow down Nocturne as he's getting chased. And the third, he's going to bait Nocturne directly on top of his turret. Let's watch it play out. Watch what Cop does. Fear applies, cleanses it, starts running. Stops, applies Lizard Buff, runs to his turret. As he gets under the turret, he's going to apply it once more. Let's pause it again, because here's what's next. He's slowed down DJ Lambo so much and locked him under the turret for so long that Jackie on Twisted Fate is about to show up to this fight. Now, because he's baited him onto the turret, Jackie does two things amazing. He teleports right on top of Nocturne, which allows him to stun inside of turret range despite his flash. And that even though Jackie's TF gets exhausted, lowering his damage output, the turret helps him pick up the kill. We'll watch it play out. Cop's going to die in this fight, but it doesn't matter. He's baited Lambo. There's the exhaust. In turret range, gets the kill, no problem. Now it's time for Jackie to chase. One more pause, because there's one last optimization here. He's about to lock a gold card. There's two problems, though. Demon Lol on Twitch, he's got cleanse, meaning he can get out of there after the gold card stun. The second point is that his wild card's not yet up from cooldown. He's actually going to wait after locking a gold card, wait for the cooldown because he needs to throw it immediately after to ensure he gets the kill. We'll watch it play out. Jackie's going to lock the gold card, wait a second, flash immediate Q, cleanse is not enough to get him out. Jackie picks up the double kill, and it was Jack really the whole way through game one that got him this win. So, we're going to switch over. We got ourselves another game to go through. And let's check out our other game. Now, this is the dragon fight in game 2 that really turned things around. You can see the score is very, very close, but Curse does two things amazingly. Number one, they're coming in from multiple angles. You've got the teleport coming in there, Voyboy on Olaf. You've got Jackie up there on the top, and up in the top right, you've got Fiddlesticks as well. So let's watch the first part of this fight play out. And you're going to see, even though Azure Gaming gets the dragon, they're going to initiate with Amumu, and let's pause it because look at the positioning. They're all up here. Amumu ult hits one guy. Voyboy's going to ult with Ragnarok. They've only caught Jackie here. The area of effect ultimates, they can't hit very much. Elements is off to the side. He's going to be able to fear and silence Shousters, keeping him out of the fight for a while. And Elements is going to wait to land Crowstorm until the rest of Azure is all grouped up. Let's watch this fight play out. You'll see them just tunnel vision down, trying to chase down Jackie, trying to chase down Voyboy. Lambo goes down, and suddenly Crowstorm has shown up, and everyone from Azure is just getting melted. It's cleanup crew at this point, kill after kill after kill. The Requiem from Karthus just does not matter. Nothing here is going to drop. That's the fight. That's all it takes to be pro like Curse. So if you can get the positioning right, make all the moves, slow people down with Lizard Buff, you can be pro too. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Excellent job by Curse. I mean, they really took it down. What'd you think?
We're pro now.
Yeah?
We're pro now.
We are.
That's how you be pro.
Officially. Watch Freak. He tells you how
Freak.
it is. So.
Thanks, man. Well, everyone, we have reached the final matchup of the day, DJ Wheat. They're long, they're amazing, but it only writes the story for what we're going to see all year.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a pretty awesome day, but of course the action isn't over, as you said. Maybe one of the most anticipated games, just based off of the fact that they gave us such an exciting start and conclusion to their matchups yesterday. However, it also paints another interesting picture. We got a chance to talk to Claky D yesterday after Team Marn's win, and Claky D, of course, going up against his brother's team, Nick Wu, and that, of course, the Brunch Club. But the response that we got from Claky D was phenomenal.
Mind-blowing.
You know what? This is the ideal situation we wanted, to play against each other. Put it all out there. One of us will make it today. And I'll tell you what, I love optimism, Rivington. I love it. I think it's the way everyone should live. In this particular case, having that going into this matchup, these guys will leave nothing behind. They've got the chance for one of these brothers to make it through, but more importantly, tomorrow's always the second chance. So there is still a possibility that both brothers could be competing this season in Season 3.
You know, I've been absolutely amazed at the camaraderie and actually where the connections go here. We've had, you know, Team Fear Meet Playground played, and they went to elementary school together, and that's something there. We've had other brothers, the Dins, play together. Obviously, Epic Gamer was dropped out, but TSM is still in it. Andy, Din, Reginald to be in there, and just so many others. The brotherly, you know, rivalry coming up here, but it's not. When they won, they texted each other. They were on either sides of the studio or maybe back at the right office, and they're like, dude, we made it. They're like, shit, yeah, we made it too. One of us is going to win. Yeah. And like, it's mind-blowing. And they were so happy for each other. And you know what? They're more than happy to see either go through. So, in the matter of moments, the last match is coming to of the day. Don't go anywhere, Summoners. We'll be right back right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. D-Man here alongside me is going to be Freak for this game, and what a game it's going to be. Yes, it is the fourth and final match of the day. It's Team Marn versus the Brunch Club. And wow, we saw some epic games yesterday, Freak, from Team Marn. Crazy, crazy matches. I got the privilege to cast the bonkers base race that they had against Cloud9. And Cloud9, you know, they were the team that everybody thought were going to top that group, but no, Marn topped the group. They knocked them out. Brunch Club came through from a really tough group with Curse.
Absolutely, and we talked about this in the morning show with myself and Rivington, and we said mentioned the brace race, of course, mentioned some of the pentakills, and I think we had another one today. You cast the pentakill today
I've had
as well.
2 pentakills so far.
Nice
I'm doing all right.
No, see, I didn't turkey you, by the way.
You didn't turkey me, no.
Looking
That's
out
all
for
good.
you. But yeah, you got to cast the awesome. You got to cast the base race. The Marn crazy comebacks both times. Both those games really, they looked pretty sketchy. You talked about Cloud9 being the heavy favorite there. You know, and everyone did kind of believe that they were the team to beat coming from that group. And Marn really proved the world wrong. Marn himself was talking, and he said, "Who would have guessed that we would have 2-0'd the group? Who honestly would have guessed that Marn would have 2-0'd the group? Not many would have." But they proved it. They came through 2-0.
I thought they were going to get through, but I thought they would have been the second place team. But it turns out that it's awesome because it's the brothers facing each other. We just heard Riv and Wheat talking about it. Claky D and Nick Wu, they are legitimate full-on brothers. They used to be in the same team. They used to both be in Marn together back in, I think it was June or something like that. So a while ago back. Marn's had many different forms, but this is a legitimate chance for both of these brothers to make it through. One of them almost certainly, well, one of them is 100% through.
Exactly, guaranteed.
Another one could sneak through tomorrow, who knows. Tomorrow, though, is a tough, tough day, so today is the day you want to do it.
Today is the day you definitely want to win. Be that 7th team out of 8 to join the Season 3 Championship Series in North America. Tomorrow, we've got 4 teams, down to 2, down to 1. That's where it's going to be at. And, yeah, you've just got every single match. I mean, every single match of the entire weekend, of course, but certainly every single match from today forward is just so incredibly important for these guys. You know, we talked over and over what it meant to be a salaried player. You heard them, the players themselves, the words out of their mouths, what it meant to get this opportunity, what they would do to do this. You know, a lot of them, again, taking time off of school, work, delaying their lives and saying, no, we're going to focus on this. This is what we want to do. This is where our lives need to lead. 6 have gotten there so far. We're looking for the 7th. We're going to find that out in just a couple hours.
And the pressure on these guys is immense. I mean, these 2 teams actually, nobody really favored. So Marn are the only team that have come through from the online qualifiers. Brunch Club came through. Actually, quite a few people called and said, I think TBC could make this.
Yeah.
Curse, I remember distinctly when we were in their interview, they reckon they could make it through. They definitely thought they were going to be second. And, you know, the fact is, they could make it through. And both teams, they're not massively experienced. I think it's safe to say that. They're not hugely experienced. Definitely Marn. They've been together for, what, 3 weeks?
Sure, and there's some LAN experience. You're right. The rosters themselves on both sides are fairly new overall.
Yeah.
They're up and coming, kind of created together. These guys, a lot of them have bounced around teams for a while. Trooper, you know, putting together Troopers, and then you know, eventually all that. Yeah, he's kind of been around trying to get teams together. Laudamortis there on the jungle. He's been around. He's played a couple of LANs there. He's a very, very strong player, but you never quite know, you know, what it's going to amount to. You can put a lot of good players together, but until you get a team that works together cohesively, you talk about Curse's Voyboy, who's been on a lot of the top American teams here. He's played for, what, 3 of the teams that are in the Season 3 Championship Series here, now landing on Curse, and had to find a team that fit his play style.
Yeah.
That's actually really, really relevant. You can't just put players together and expect it to work. You've got to get a team that meshes, and we're going to see if these guys do mesh well.
And speaking of Voyboy, it was great to see him. We were actually outside watching on the TV screens when you were doing the analyst, and they were talking about actually what they said. And like Voyboy, and Saint Vicious was like, oh my god, what are you doing? Why didn't you ping it? Why didn't you tell us? And Voyboy's like, don't worry, I got this.
1v2, no problem.
1v5, I think it turned in, wasn't it? It just went straight in there. And then they followed it. And like Element said he didn't understand why Shouster just turned around with Karthus and just walked straight towards him. He's like, well, I'm just going to feed you then. Before he got defiled down, before he got anything done. And there was a lot of things in that fight that just worked away. And that experience is a big part of it.
Absolutely.
So who is the most experienced, do you think, between these 2 teams? They've all got, like you say, Laudamortis in there. They've got players that have been to events, that have been across multiple teams. But collectively, who's the most experienced between these 2?
I gotta like Marn a little bit more here because they've got a lot of players with a lot of different experience. So Mega Zero, I played with him back in beta. We did actually pretty well in tournaments together back online. He's got a lot of experience being in finals. He's definitely played a large number of tournaments. Was a Bloodline Champions winner at DreamHack, right actually opposite the Season 1 finals. You know, his brother, Tree Eskimo, has a bunch of LAN experience as well, as though it like telepathically applies. You've got their AD carry Heartbeat is on the UC Irvine, 3-time national collegiate champion team. You know, they played at Lone Star Clash 2 just a few months ago. A lot of these guys have LAN experience. Claky D, also the jungler, again, LAN experience on a lot of these guys, and that's so important when you get down to the wire. You've got incredibly important matches. It's being able to realize, I've done this before. Being calm like Curse was is so important.
Well, it has been fantastic stuff. I mean, looking at this, Nick Wu coming into this as the top laner, there's a chance they even could be fighting each other. I mean, it's almost certainly going to happen, but I'm thinking early on, because Clacky D's coming from the jungle, and he's going to be like, I'm gonna gank the top because my brother's there.
Some junglers do camp top lanes. We saw that throughout day one. It's been a pretty good strategy overall. In fact, kind of the Void Boy style of play is, and actually the general European style of play from what was said, and the Koreans too specifically, is the top laner's role is to pull jungle aggro. It's to get everyone else to be ignored by the jungler because you're going to play so aggressively that they'll camp you and they'll try to deal with you over and over this isolated one-on-one lane, and it frees your team up. And if Nick Wu can constantly pull his brother over, I mean, you expect he's going to get egged on, right? Friendly rivalry, he's going to be like, come gank me, bro, come gank me, Claky D, come do this. And Nick Wu can pull him away from the rest of his team.
He can pull him away. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's see these two teams feel about facing off against each other for the spot in Season 3.
We're very, very close. We hang out every day. Throughout like all of our life, Clark and I have been pretty competitive. Going against him, I know I'd be more nervous than going up against anybody else. Because I want to beat my brother, you know, I also want to impress my own brother, but at the same time, it's just those nerves are going to be there, like, I don't know, it's just my brother.
Some of you may not know, but my younger brother is in the brunch club, so it's going to be very interesting. I actually started playing League of Legends because of my little brother, so he's the one that got me into the game. This was our ideal situation for us to make it into the group of 8 and play each other, so, but we're both really happy because one of us is guaranteed to make it.
Yeah, I was rooting for the Team Marn. I was rooting for Claky D here.
Root for Team Marn.
It's great to see, you know, that they are so supportive of one another.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll get it and they'll be like, oh no, one of us is going to get knocked out. But they are just genuinely, you can see the big smiles on their face, so happy about the fact that they're going to be there. They're going to be, one of them is now going to be a salaried player.
Exactly, and a lot of this comes as a shock to some of these players because they came in as more or less underdogs. You look at teams like Curse.
Some of them came in as complete unknowns.
Oh, completely. And you look at teams like Curse and Fear, and you're like, yeah, you expect them. But I actually just read the Brunch Club's AMA, and they were like, you know, getting asked questions, what would it be like to be in Season 3? And they're like, I mean, we got a shot, but I don't know, right? And they're not really like
100% confident.
It's them against the
Unlike
world.
Man.
Yeah, you got 5 spots in a 16-team tournament. It just kind of feels like you against the world, but you're down here to the top 8, and you're like, we really have a shot here. Like this could really, and it starts to sink in, especially when you're an underdog. You don't, I mean, you think about it a little bit, but you don't fully realize what that means, and you kind of get there, and you're like, no, seriously, we're one best of 3 away. Like we're almost there. Like we're almost gonna get this, and you kind of stutter as you think about it and realize that you're this close.
And let's see how close they are going to be because the picks and bans are underway and you can see the bans flying in thick and fast. They would have had a night to prepare themselves. It is going to be Malphite, Evelyn and Jace, Jarvan, Riven and Nivea. So kind of expected bans there, of course. Targeting Claky D, targeting Mega Zero there, targeting Echo. These are standard bans we've heard, you just don't give them.
Exactly. These are bans.
Oh, Kha'Zix made it through.
It's true, but Nunu as well. You've seen a lot of these hotly contested champions. Amumu up there as well as one of these big picks. These are bans, honestly, from Brunch Club. I don't even expect to change no matter what happens because they saw what happened when you gave Mega Zero Riven. They saw Claky D picked Jarvan every single time he could, and they know about Echoes and Nivea. These are champions you just can't give the other roster unless you first pick them yourself.
Well, they're waiting a while. They haven't quite locked in Kha'Zix yet. They're just waiting to see who else is going to be there. Nunu was the first pick, though, for Marn, so they're going to be happy with that. Do you think they're going to be using that straight Blood Boil? What are we expecting alongside that? We've seen a Vayne today with Blood Boil. We've seen some Twitches as well.
I like Caitlyn the most, and actually Heartbeat is someone I've seen specifically on Caitlyn do very, very well. And it's nice because the rest of their team draws bans so much, they actually get to run Nunu quite a bit. Nunu Kate is really my guess here as the sort of composition, especially when you run something or against something like Shen and Kha'Zix. Anything short range is going to get eviscerated. Someone like Nunu is not very defensive. It's not a Sona or a Janna or a Lulu that bursts health onto you. Nunu does not stop Shen or Kha'Zix from killing your AD carry.
Okay, so the question is, do we think that's a mid lane or a top lane Kha'Zix?
Kha'Zix,
I mean, it could be jungle. It could be anything, really.
It could be. I would generally expect to see Shen more than Kha'Zix in the jungle.
Yeah.
You get a little bit less gold in the jungle than you do in a solo lane, typically in League, unless you have phenomenal ganking power. And Kha'Zix being that mid to late game ganking terror, you want to get him somewhere where he's fed. The safe thing for Brunch Club is they can wait for a good matchup and send him wherever they want. Blindly, I'm going to say mid, though.
So we see what they're going to respond to this one. Marn, are they going to pull out something crazy? Marn actually yesterday told us the exact team comp 2 games before the second match. It was like, this is what we're going to run. Boom, 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 boom. Ran it all out. I had Urgot in there. I think Aurelia was in there.
Urgot, Taric, Aurelia top. Like, mid was Ari. And then those were all the champions.
And we were like, oh, yeah, but that's quite normal. And then sure enough, second game, there was the exact lineup. We're like, wow, Marn wasn't lying. But you never quite know when he's telling you these things. Claky D is going to be on Nocturne. Looks like the jungle is going to be set up there. What are we expecting? There is the Caitlyn, of course. You managed to call that one. See if you could take some more luck with this.
All right, so looking at the bottom lane, they know they have to deal with Nunu Kate. Realistically, you could kind of all in this one. I'm trying to think. Graves is my random blind pick here for the AD carry. I don't remember Brunchy all that well, unfortunately. Sona's been hotly contested, and I'm just completely wrong. So
it's kind of a standard pick though down that bottom lane or duo lane. You never quite know. I tend to call it duo lane these days because you never quite know where it's going to end up. Sona Ez, a lot of poke there. We've seen that quite a lot today. We saw it a lot yesterday. It's a pretty standard pick. I mean, it was used heavily in Season 2 as well.
Yeah, and it's just so strong as well. There's so much that you can do with it. Looking at top lane real quick, I'm going to blindly guess Aurelia, and you can do Orianna at this point, really. It gives you really good initiation if they go Aurelia, Orianna. But yeah, the Sona Ezreal lane does 2 things amazingly well. They lane super strong. They can deal with almost any composition. Sona can play far enough back. She's pretty much immune to Nunu poke. Sona's really considered the counter lane to Nunu because Nunu has no tools to deal with her. None whatsoever. It's Caitlyn shooting people and Nunu hiding and blood boiling her until an engagement. But Sona Ezreal, they won't engage. They'll sit back and they'll poke. And Nunu has no sustain, so that poke will stick, and they will deal the damage constantly, and there's nothing they can do in response. So there's a really good system here for Sona Ezreal, even in a heads up.
Yeah, you can see the teams on your screen there. Don't be confused, that's not Trieste in the corner. It is Mega Zero. He's got Claky D next to him as well. Orianna being selected, you called that one out, and there is going to be the Cho'Gath. So this means it's going to be a Cho'Gath top lane for Mega Zero.
Almost definitely, yes. I can't think of another setup that would really work here. And this kind of reads to me as a 2-on-1 potentially because Cho'Gath is a very, very good 2-on-1. He's really good especially at keeping the lane from pushing and losing his turret. You can keep getting Rupture out there, use Feral Scream, and keep your wave from getting crushed to your turret, which delays the 3-on-1 dive, keeps your turret from going down. And when you've got a lane like Kate Nunu, you can push really fast yourself. So proactively going for a 2-on-1, letting Cho'Gath suffer, but killing the enemy turret fast, that's a good setup.
And there's Nick Wu on your screens, just waiting to see what this final pick will be. Loudamorn is next to him. There's a lot of discussions going between them. Guessing that's going to be Chupa to the left as well. There is Nick Wu. And of course, Zed was selected a number of times by Nick Wu the other day, so that means it's going to be Nick Wu on Nick Wu on Zed top, Kha'Zix mid, as you called it.
So Zed, I think this is his 3rd time now on Zed. I know it's been at least twice.
Yes, definitely.
They've played 3 games so far in this tournament. It's his go-to champion. Zed's actually a decent 1 versus 2. Very similar actually to what Cho'Gath can do with the area of effect clear. The difficulty is that he doesn't have health sustain like Cho'Gath does. Cho'Gath's passive, for those who don't know, when he last hits a minion or champion, he gets some health and mana back. Well, Zed's an energy champion. Mana's not a concern to him. His health sustain, it'll be a little bit more suspect, but a 1v2 is not the worst thing here for Nick Wu.
And he's quite a skillful champion to use.
Yes. He's actually very difficult to play. He's very skill shot based. You work with the Shadow Clone over and over. We've actually seen amazing moves with him as well because you can toss out the Shadow Clone and switch places with it. You can also blink out of the air with the ultimate and then teleport to your opposition. So you can dodge skill shots with it. You could dodge Orianna shockwaves with that kind of thing. You can kind of mess with Nocturne and Cho'Gath and Caitlyn and do all these fun things with that champion. Zed is just a machine for trickery.
So what are we expecting overall between these two team comps? They're very different from the overall comps we've seen throughout the day.
They are very, very different. Brunch Club I can mostly kind of categorize as assassination. Kha'Zix, Shen, Zed, they're all going to go in and try to take something down very, very, very quickly, and they'll more or less be able to. They should have pretty good success here, and Sona and Ezreal can both contribute well. Sona's got cooldown, not cooldown, sorry, but crowd control, and Ezreal's very self-sufficient. He can sit in the back and get away from most things. Now for Marn, it's pretty much Team Caitlyn here. They've got Cho'Gath, Nocturne, and Nunu in the front lines. They're going to be very, very beefy and hard to deal with, and Orianna's going to be able to defend a blood-boiled Caitlyn.
Well, let's see, ladies and gentlemen, the game is getting underway, and here it is on your screens. It is Team Marn as the blue team. It is the Brunch Club as the red team. Who will take the 4th spot in Season 3? 2 more left up for grabs. The 5th and final one will be found out tomorrow. That will be Day 3 of the North American Season 3 qualifiers. Live qualifiers here in Los Angeles in the brand new Riot Studios. The teams have all been visited. We've whittled it down from 16. We have the 2 remaining in Day 2, and there will be 4 tomorrow. It is crunch time for these guys.
It is. It's going to be a very brutal battle here. The last match of the day, a best of 3 to determine the 7th spot here. And Marn is doing something very interesting. They're actually baiting out a ward, and they want to kill it as soon as it comes out. This place where they are in the brush, many teams offensively ward the enemy Wraith brush, and they're kind of predicting that. It's not coming, but if it comes out, they can easily pick that down with Echo and Heartbeat.
I feel LEB is looking towards maybe doing it, though. Here she comes.
He's moving around. He's got wards.
Say. Sona, I think, Claky D's going to show himself.
I'm going to look for vision. They don't see him whatsoever. LEB not really running across the map here. He's finally making the move. There's the ward, and they'd already left.
Just perfect timing. And to be fair, I think where he placed it, they were probably a little bit too far away to get the 3 direct hits.
It would have been hard, but, I mean, that brush specifically, you can catch them if they hard invade.
Oh, Scara will be watching that and thinking, how do we do that?
Yeah,
sorry, Scara, I know you're watching. Everybody's seen that video.
Absolutely, man. You know, Scara's like always on Twitter. He's got so many predictions every game, and now he's going to flame you for calling him out.
Hey, that's a YouTube clip that's just like... It was just his facial expressions. Nevertheless, we've been calling Scara out for the last 2 games. I feel I've been picking on him a little bit. Team Marn are starting off. It is Claky D on the red, and Lana Mortis is going to be taking the blue buff. So we do have the 2 duo lanes down the bottom. So going from top to bottom, Freak, let's go through this. Mega Zero on Cho'Gath, Battle Cash Cho'Gath, of course, against Nick Wu on Zed.
This lane's going to pretty much become a farm fest where Nick Wu is going to like being the one who's more farmed at the end here. It'll be very difficult for him to push out Mega Zero. Cho'Gath is very sustainy and tanky. He's got a flask early on. He's not going to fall over, and he doesn't have many tools to push out Nick Wu, so just expect minion kills all over the place for these guys.
So they're going to be farming away. Let's have a look towards the middle. You can see Kha'Zix, of course, versus Orianna. This is not a battle I've seen too often.
It's a very volatile matchup. Orianna has very, very low base defenses, but you can see at level 1, 34 armor on her. She knows she's fighting an attack damage assassin, has got a lot of armor from her runes and masteries here to try to survive this matchup. Chuper, generally speaking, is going to have a rough time early on being dealt a lot of damage because he's melee in Orianna's range, but around level 5 it starts to flip. Chuper's got good damage here.
So Claky D picking up the blue buff and moving around his business. We also see that Shen has his. This duo lane down the bottom, take us through it. It's I guess a late game one.
It is. So Ezreal Sona's going to try to make the early moves here, and they've got a little bit better jungle pressure as well. Shen's going to outgank Nocturne pre-6, but it's going to be how well can Heartbeat and Atomic kind of not take damage, and he's got Heartbeat to late game.
As we see, poke back and forward. Oh, I think Brunch missed the major minion there, which is a big chunk of gold that you don't want to be missing. We are seeing Claky D coming in towards Chupa. He's going to try and make him force him to burn anything. Really trying to force him to miss the siege minion, but it didn't matter. He'd already got it.
Exactly, and Chuper, the thing is, he's got Leap at level 2, and he's going to never use that offensively because he knows that ganks are scary. A 600 range move block is a great thing to save.
Oh, and he tried to get the last hit there. Q didn't quite kill it. Catches it out with the W, the Void Spikes. The poke back and forward down the bottom. This is going to continue. It's going to be a close thing. Remember, the sustain is really where the Brunch Club here. Sona's going to be topping off Brunch as much as he can. Take us through some of the items you're seeing at the start here, because you can see Ezreal started with the longsword.
So there's two main, actually I guess 3 main builds you see from AD carries. Longsword 2 potions, you kind of pick on the aggressive lane. If you're the one who's going to win, 10 extra bonus damage at level 1 gives you a lot of power poking your opponents down. And he's got a Sona on his lane, so he's not really worried about getting too many health potions. Meanwhile, Heartbeat running with 3 health potions, getting boots of speed so he can run away from bad situations, chase them down if it's a good one, and just a little bit more sustain in that lane overall.
So what do we think? I mean, we've been talking about obviously the Hunter's Machete is almost a default for everyone now. But more about these Crystalline Flasks. The Crystalline Flasks have been excessively used, I think, this weekend.
It's a very safe item, basically. It's 300 health over 30 seconds, more or less, and 120 mana. It only costs 225 gold. So you do the math on that, you go back to base maybe 3 or 4 times, and it becomes gold efficient compared to health potions. So if you're in a situation where you know you'll take poke constantly, you buy one.
Well, Nick Wu walking straight in. He knew that he was coming there because the ping had already gone down, but he went and almost face-checked in there just to get that ward down, just to say, hey, Clickety, I'm your brother. I know you're coming.
Yeah, the ward coverage, though, definitely necessary. He has to be a little bit fearful of the Nocturne Tether, because one of the core ability combos of Zed in lane relies on using the Shadow actively for damage.
Oh, and the Rupture catches on towards Nick Wu. Can he give me first blood? He's going to get his brother all over in the field. He's just going to go up, and it's his brother that gets him. It's Clanky D taking down Nick Wu, and that is the way. Could it be the start of the whole fight? Atomic now coming back in there, puts the exhaust down towards Loudermore. His Heartbeat's going to flash away from this one, and Atomic is going to go down. It's one traded back, and it's Loudermore that picks it up. Both junglers with a kill.
That's a really, really good sort of counter gank right there at the bottom. Heartbeat actually buying some time against Loud Mortis, but that was actually amazing, amazing timing by Mega Zero. He saved Feral Scream until right as Nick Wu put down the Shadow Clone. And so he was silenced for so long, he couldn't switch places and gain any distance with it. If he had been able to swap, he'd have been fine. But he wasn't able to swap places, just got fear tethered, and that was all she wrote.
That was indeed all she wrote. 6 minutes 20 gone in the game. And items starting to come out there, and that kill on the bottom is given a Sightstone straight away to LEB.
And that's interesting because it's not necessarily all that effective. He's fighting up against a Nocturne jungle, and Nocturne is not far from level 6. He's a third of the way through level 5, so in about a minute and a half, he's going to be level 6, have that paranoia, and the gank range from that spell is so long that it's very hard to ward against it. Sona's going to have to go very far into the enemy jungle to spot those kinds of ganks. The Sightstone doesn't actually mean that much.
So Chupa's evolved the Void Spikes, as you would expect, kind of default for Kha'Zix in mid. Let's have a look towards the top. What do we see? Nick Wu. Are we going to see some aggression here now? Now that he's hit 6, is he likely to try and make a move on Mega Zero?
Well, first in the mid lane, actually, Clanky D in a bit of a spat with Chuper. Chuper's playing a bit aggressively, knocking him back a little bit. Generally speaking, Nick Wu can still play aggressive. He's got good damage out, but the problem is it's just so hard to chunk down Mega Zero. He's got a cloth armor, he's been back to base, recharged the Crystalline Flask. Any damage he makes is pretty much going to go nowhere. It's almost not worth it. He'd rather just save the cooldown so he can escape situations.
Well, he may well have to use that to escape, especially if his brother comes a knock in again. Louder Mortis is heading down the bottom. There is no ward, but Clinky D, oh, did he see it? I don't think he saw him, you know. I'm almost certain because he would have gone into that bush, and instead he's going to go for the pink ward. He just passed on by, and I think Louder Mortis, is he going to cancel? Did he think he got sought?
Let me find him. He's still waiting around there in the bottom lane. He's recalling and stopping and recalling. Atomic N is right there. He's like trying to make him ward so he's in range for Shadow Dash.
You see Chupa. They realize now, because they've just seen Clanky D pass that ward, so now Louder Mortis knows in that bottom lane that he's not going to be there. Nick Wu is getting the poke back on forward. He's actually got a heck of a lot more CS than Mega Zero currently in that top lane. Louder Mortis has gone back down the bottom. Nick Wu keeps poking on towards Mega Zero there. He's got a 20 CS difference.
He's doing a really good job. Mega Zero's honestly playing a little bit afraid. Nick Wu's got so much damage output. I mean, you saw Mega, right? He went for the Crystalline Flask. He grabbed the fast cloth armor. He's a bit afraid of this matchup.
He is afraid of this matchup, and he's already got, you see that Ruby Crystal as well. He's got literally no damage at all. He's just building all health at the moment. LEB gets a poke down on towards Atomic and Heartbeat. And Brunch is going to continue to try and push on towards his turret while firing a couple of Qs off. Clanky D is sitting in the distance. Has got red buff, but Nick Wu has already gone way back. Just returning out there. He was kind of sensing, his spider senses were tingling. He's like, I can sense my brother.
It's like, that's an OP strat, man. If your brother jungles and you just like can sense him nearby, like, you're immune to ganks. Like that's better than the Sixth Sense like that a lot of top laners have. You just know he's coming. I actually want to point out something really random. So Heartbeat is running 1 critical strike chance mark. He's got 1 crit chance here because the theory behind it is that you don't lose a lot by losing 1 attack damage, but if you get a random crit in a duel, it'll just turn the battle in your favor, and you just run it, and you never know when it comes into favor.
You never know. It may just become pure luck moment. Echo eating a couple of void spikes. Chupa just letting that lane push out. Let's have a look. I mean, 97 to 89. That's still pretty even, that mid lane.
It is, absolutely. This is a lane where, again, the early advantage did go to Orianna. Just being melee against range is a difficult situation for Chuper, but it's going to start getting a lot better now. Now that he's got the evolved spike racks, and now that he's got a blue buff, he's got amazing wave clearing, and he can just start roaming around and making ganks happen, and even start pressing on Echo.
Yeah, and he realized that he'd been spotted. Everybody had backed away, comes back, clears the wave, comes in, and Echo clears out that wave. Echo, of course, pretty much MVP, certainly of game 1, maybe even of game 2 as well. And Chupa continuing to look for something. You can see Claky D, the ping goes down. Lattimornis is within range. You can see he's in that mid-range at the moment, but nothing comes from it. And Claky D, he's going to go in towards Echo, and Echo again backs off. Everybody really avoiding the damage, and this is kind of the tense first game that we'd expect from these two.
The difficulty is that the Brunch Club is so explosive in the team competition, or composition rather, that Marn can't really make... Oh, bottom lane, a whole lot of damage. Atomic End getting chunked down. Heartbeat cleansing away and getting out of there. That was just a great... it was a flash crescendo out from LEB. And of course, what are you going to do in your nudie when you get flash crescendo? Probably die.
Probably die, especially when True Shot Barrage was almost certainly going to hit you. Heartbeat now in a little bit of trouble as well. Lattimornis heading down here. They're just going to not wait for him and go straight in there. There's the exhaust. And you can see the tower damage hitting on towards LEB. Standing item was used. I'm not sure if it was quite needed, but it certainly can't hurt. And they may as well put a chunk of damage down to the turret. This is where we see whether they want to take the turret early, and it looks like they do.
That was a really, really nice play there. LEB, again, was the one to pull turret aggro. That is so important that you figure out who's got the turret focusing them, because you can always leave range. As long as you're paying attention, you can leave turret range in time to not die, but you need the AD carry there swinging. If he has to kite a turret, he's got no damage output anymore. I actually checked LEB's health bar, so the Shen shield is 250. She was at about 300 with the shield pop, so would have just barely lived, but better safe than sorry.
Better safe than sorry, and you never knew quite where the rest of the team was. The Claky D could have been nearby, so why not be safe?
Yeah, it's just a good move overall. Mega Zero is actually rushing for a Warmog's armor himself because, again, this lane still looks a little bit tough to him. He's down 13 minions, and Warmog's, in addition to a bunch of bonus health, gives you health regeneration as a percentage of your max health. With Warmog's giving you health and being Shogath, you've got good regen from that item.
So Dragon being picked up here, maybe by Marn. Are they going to react? True Shot Barrage is about to whistle past, is a little bit too early, but Claky D is taken down very low. Chupa comes in. Is the rest of the team going to respond? He's jumped in towards them. Hasn't managed to land the Void Spikes yet. He's taken very low. Pops his ultimate. He's just going to try and catch on towards Heartbeat. Still coming in there. Paranoia from Claky D just saving the day, as does Absolute Zero. Really just completely defensive work there. The rest of the team weren't quite on the same wavelength.
Yeah, not quite. It was interesting, though, because Chuper was actually pretty close to taking down Heartbeat. Heartbeat was at half or even higher than that, and something got dropped to a quarter, and there was one charge still left of Chuper's ultimate. When he stealthed, he caused Paranoia to get used, and he caused Nunu to channel Absolute Zero as defensive measures, but he just walked out, so he actually burned 2 extra ultimates for his.
For one, and there's Brunch picking up the bottom lane. So, damage-wise, massive difference currently, because the BF sword has been picked up by Brunch.
And that's him having such a safe lane. That's him saying, I've got Sona on my lane, I've got a giant minion kill lead, we've gotten those kills early on as well from the flash crescendos and whatnot. He just buys the biggest item he can, a BF sword.
And there's Chupa just being a pain in the mid lane, catching the Void Spikes onto Echo. Echo comes back and throws the ball in his face and hopes that kind of puts him off, but he doesn't seem too off-put by this one. The CS difference is with Echo currently. He's been zipping off, but Chupa's been trying to make things happen, but they're going to become very different champions as this team game starts.
And Echo's been spending a lot of time going back and taking Wolves and Wraiths over and over, Chuper's been spending a lot of time going into the enemy Wraith camp and trying to catch someone off. That's really what Kha'Zix is so good at, is trying to catch someone and killing them when they're isolated, alone in the jungle. He's been looking there very, very frequently. You can see the offensive ward actually down by the Wraith camp. It's something that Chuper's been using, trying to find those kills. And Echo's just been playing the farm game. He's been looking for minion kills over and over again.
And speaking of the farm game, the top two have been doing just that, 106 to 113. Brutalizer now picked up by Nick Wu, starting to build up with the damage. Complete opposite for Mega Zero. He is going the full tank route.
And that's just what he needs to do, really. He's actually, I take that back, so he upgrades to a Ninja Tabby, and this could be actually a very fast Randuin's Omen for Mega Zero. The Giant's Belt plus Ruby Crystal kind of threw me off there, but he's just going to get stats early on. The Warden's Mail, though, very, very good at keeping people off his back. And he is going to be that frontline tank, because the combo they're going for here is hardcore initiation with Echo on top of one of the melee champions.
And they're going to get the taunts on towards Mega Zero. He comes in, but the ultimate coming out from Nick Wu. Is it going to be enough? Can he catch the damage on him? No, he can't. Very nice. The rupture from Mega Zero was just enough to defend himself.
And that was a beautifully placed one, too. He actually landed that on both champions at pretty much max diameter there, kind of getting him on both edges of that circle.
Oh, Nick Wu flashing out of Claky D there. Claky D just forcing the issue, but a flash was burned. So that all works with a simple fear leash. That's all he used.
That was actually really good reflexes by Claky D as well. He actually watched for the shadow. Oh my gosh, here comes the clone in mid.
And that's going to be Chupa jumping in. Does manage to catch the slowdown, and there's the taunt coming in, and they just catch out. It's not going to be enough. There's going to be Shockwave is going to be taken down. Louder Mortis is going to catch on towards Claky D. There's the leap. Jump straight in. Chupa, and then going to be crescendo. And that is almost certainly a clean sweep there. And that is a double kill in the mid lane. And wow, that could be a turret to follow.
That is going to be their turret. 5-1. Great opening. Actually, in the top lane, Nick Wu burning to death with Ignite. And he is going to go down. Nice job, Mega Zero, picking that one up as a counter. But that is what Brunch Club does, man. They are good at jumping onto people.
They're continuing pushing this mid lane, and they're going to get a lot of damage down on this inner turret. Finally, Kane's coming across. You can see Atomic is trying to do it, but this is going to be an inner turret taking down. A great turn and push from the Brunch Club.
What team coordination there. Chuper had already finished a Bloodthirster prior to those fights all going down. Brunch U just picked one up there on Ezreal, so there was a big spike in power here that Marn has to try to react to. They've got a tanky guy on Marn. They're trying, or on Cho'Gath, I should say. They're trying to catch up on Nocturne. Echo's going to be useful, but Heartbeat has just a BF sword, and I'm expecting him to go Infinity Edge more so than Bloodthirster here on Caitlyn, so he's got a long road ahead of him.
Mega Zero may well become a beast in this top lane, though. He's farming between the waves at the moment. Just keeping that turret occupied. He's going to get turned back on towards the turret. As we do see Nick Wu coming down there. So that is the middle turret now gone down. So Marn picking up their first turret of the game. So as it stands, both mid-outer turrets down. The top one, of course, is being very heavily contested by Mega Zero there. Nick Wu came back and took a lot of damage. I don't think Nick Wu can get even close to 1v1 in Mega Zero now.
Realistically, no. Nick Wu's itemizing much more for killing squishy champions and sustaining in lane. The Doran's Blade, the Vampiric Scepter, the Brutalizer, those aren't aimed at killing off Cho'Gath. Those are aimed at killing off people like Caitlyn. Mega Zero, though, you know, looking back at the games that Marn has played, they've all been comeback wins. You can't count 1,500 gold as much of a deficit. But also, they've been coming off of Mega Zero being on champions like Aurelia and champions like Riven. Big playmakers who kill things and sustain through a fight. Being on Cho'Gath, now Mega was one of the first guys to adopt Cho'Gath back in beta 3.5 years ago, but I still kind of, for Marn's sake, would rather see him on a bigger playmaker like Aurelia here.
And we'll see how that plays out. Looks like the Dragon is going to be up in 30 seconds time. Pink Ward gets put down and the Brunch Club clear out Marn's Ward. And now Marn are going to have to react to this one. Chupa's just clearing out that wave. He's going to shove that siege line down in towards their inhibitor turret. Needs to be careful that the rest of the team doesn't rotate around and pick him up on the way through. Of course, the top turret also being pushed by Louder Mortis at the moment. So they're keeping the distance on there. They can see the pressure coming down, but it is here.
There's no ult from Shen. His ult's still down. This is really important. It's a full 5-on-4 if they want to go for this.
Full 5-on-4. Stand United will be available in around about 10 seconds time though, so it's not far off. They are going to keep the poke on. They're going to try and distract them as much as possible. Stand United, I'm keeping my eye to see whether it's going to be available. It is going to get picked up by Claky D turns straight onto his brother. The fear leash, is it going to go off? No, because Nick Wu flashed straight through. And that's a difficult flash to do. Chupa turns back on towards Claky D. Chupa now in trouble. He's going to have to leap away from that one. Atomic tries to catch on towards him. There's Stand United. They do come in, but it's going to be absolute zero. The true shot barrage comes across, but it doesn't matter. Nick Wu's gone down. Louder Morning's now in trouble. The crescendo comes across. We see a dancing Mega Zero, but it's not going to be enough. Claky D taken down very low. Echo taken down very low. A number of people. Heartbeat takes down Chupa. There goes Claky D. Now they're going to turn on towards it. Brunch is in the ideal position to clean up here, but the speed boost. Oh, the Q from Brunch there. Absolutely catching him. Loudamon is not quite catching the full length taunt, and everybody will back away. It was a 2-for-2 fight, but the Dragon ultimately was picked up by Man.
And hands off to Mega Zero, trusting his jungler there. I was watching to see if he would feast Dragon. It's tempting to make sure you get that kill, but he said, no, I trust you, Claky D. You smite that, we'll go from there. And honestly, the fight went so long, his smite is almost back up from cooldown from that battle. And there was a really, really good battle there. The unfortunate thing for Lauda Mortis was he teleported right on top of a full channeled Nunu ultimate, and that was just a lot of very quick deaths there. A lot of damage on Lauda Mortis. The quick kill onto Nick Wu in the beginning of that battle is a good play.
Well, you do see BF Sword being added to Nick Wu, so despite the fact he's 0-3, not really being able to make too much of a benefit here. There's going to be a heck of a lot of damage, but surely they can tailor towards that. They can just stack out that armor. You can see the Randians already from Mega Zero, like you mentioned. But they're going to be up against, effectively, I guess, 3 Bloodthirsters eventually.
They will be against 3 Bloodthirsters. They're going to be against probably 3 Last Whispers. In fact, that's the next item for Chuper, and it's the next item for this Ezreal right here. I'm wondering who's going to be the one to pick up Black Cleaver. To me, the best guy for that is Nick Wu.
Oh, Chupa's been caught out here. He's going to have to jump away, but he's not going to make it because the feast from Mega Zero came in. They timed that perfectly with the silence.
Exactly, and whenever you've got a big silence like that, a almost 3-second disable.
Oh, Claky D.
LEB, you're in a bad place.
LEB does get caught out, but his AD carry came in just in time. He was around at the red buff in time to sort him out. He did manage to catch the static shift. Nick Wu caught out there. Now he's going to get silenced. The shockwave comes in. Nick Wu drops, and Mana turning this game on its head.
That crowd control combo is so massive for them. Most of these enemy champions rely on their abilities to escape from bad situations. The silence again on Brunch.
Oh, Brunch getting caught out. Is it going to be enough? Claky D turns back around. They want to finish off the tower. That's going to be the True Shot Barrage. True Shot Barrage takes down Claky D. Brunch manages to pick up one. Can they turn any more from this one? Man turn tail and run.
And that, again, you know, this team relies on abilities to escape from situations. You saw how much damage Brunch you took on Ezreal because of a Cho'Gath silence. Ice Blast into silence. That Ezreal's not going anywhere for 3 seconds.
Well, as it stands, you mentioned how Mega Zero was the big player, and certainly he has caught everyone out so far. It's been the ruptures, it's been the feast, it's been the silences that's managed to keep people pinned. Mega Zero now joining the fray has definitely started to turn things in Marn's favor, and of course you've also got this Nunu Caitlyn combo.
And that is just going to be brutal. That's kind of the ticking time bomb that's going to scare the enemy team until you get triple Last Whisper and even maybe a Black Cleaver on top of that. And now he's got the Brutalizer here, Nick Wu. He might turn that into a Black Cleaver before too terribly long, but until you really get to that penetration status where you get through the armor stacks to the front line, Martin's going to have a really good time in this game. Because they now have Infinity Edge on Caitlyn with max rank Blood Boil, he's a big terror here.
Claky D just shielding out, knowing exactly that those rockets were about to come into his face, and covered it off the Void Spike. So, we did see the bottom wave getting cleaned out there. Currently 190 to 190 CS, very much even between both AD carries. The build's very different though, Freak. Which one would you prefer, certainly on which champion?
Between the AD carries here, just generally speaking, Infinity Edge is a much higher DPS item. With equal gold, you get past, you know, the 3,000 gold mark where you finish Bloodthirst. You get to like the 5, 6, 7, 8,000 gold mark. Infinity Edge was always the better component of an AD carries build.
But of course, we do have a 4-0-2 Brunch. He's managed to get that static GIF complete. And like you mentioned, Last Whisper will be coming with him in a moment. He's got that gold advantage. It's just mounting up to almost 1,000 gold difference between the two AD carriers. 1,000 gold difference though, or over 1,000 gold difference, I should say, for Mega Zero. Very much compete. The two mid laners actually pretty even between those two. And the support's actually almost 1,000 difference for LEB currently, who obviously, he also, you know, he hasn't bothered with any GP for 10 items. He went straight for the Sightstone really early on, and now he's got the Bulwark complete.
And that is a really, really cool option there because it's just so good against what Marn is sort of trying to do. Their sort of early game power is very magic-based. Oh, Claykey D's getting caught.
Claykey D's getting caught. You can see the leap coming through. Tries to get the Felix off. The taunt, though, is enough. Claykey D is not going to be able to walk away from this one. He's going to get deleted by Chupa. And Chupa managing to pick up his second kill. He kind of needs more kills to get going. He has completed that last Whisper, but he's got boots and mobility. That's interesting.
Boots mobility, I've seen that before on AP mid Scion a long time ago, where your goal was to wave clear and then go be Scion mobile, which meant go run around the map really, really fast and find people to kill. And that's kind of what he's doing, is he's being sort of the Kha'Zix mobile, where his goal is to clear out, which is what the Void Spikes upgrade is for. Basically, you wave clear so easily with that evolution, and then it's like, go find someone and kill it. Go find someone and kill it. Claykey D obviously not able to withstand that when Lauda Mortis shows up with his hand united. The spell shield is not enough. If he finds Heartbeat, if he finds Echo, those are all going to be killed.
I think the Brunch Club, we're looking at the situation now, we're like, this might be a pace race the way things are stacking up. I was like, Nunu Kate top, hold on a minute with Mega Zero. I was like, wait a minute, what is going to happen here? But the Brunch Club instead turn it into a dragon and successfully keep their gold lead going. But the gold is still very close between these two. 5-3 the kill, the Terrars, 9-6 the kills, and just 2,000 gold between the teams. Definitely still very even, very much in between the two teams. What do you give this when it comes to a full-on 5v5? We haven't really quite seen that yet.
A full-on 5v5, I like Marn's chances more. They've got a little bit better sort of team fighting champions. Brunch Club is very good at assassination. They're very good in the mid game and sort of spread out fights or catch people around Dragon or sort of baiting people and ward sweeping. But in a 5-on-5, you've got Nocturne Orianna for ridiculously good initiation. You've got a Caitlyn that's going to be very hard to reach with Blood Boil and good items.
Well, as it stands, both brothers, we highlighted Claykey D and Nick Wu. They both had 4 deaths apiece.
The pressure's on, man. Pressure beating your brothers too much. To be fair, he did get first blood on his brother, so Claykey D has the spiritual edge here.
He does. He's 1-4-1 at least, and 0-4-0 for Nick Wu. So maybe we've overvamped these guys, and they are now feeding. So feeders of the team are the brothers Smith.
Indeed, the brothers Smith. So actually, interestingly, Nick Wu, he's not going for that Black Cleaver, though. He's itemizing right towards the third last Whisper on the team. You know, again, I expected to see one. There's a final, actually, evolution coming out from Chuper. Evolves the ultimate. I think we've seen the same evolution path every single time.
There's not many that go for the Q.
It's not. It's a little bit harder to get the because when you get towards that late game status, it's harder to get someone isolated because you tend to group up a bit more. And because it's doing % max health damage, you don't need % max health in lane because they don't have that much health, and so it's kind of a late game evolution, but at the same time, you don't get much out of it.
Well, and also the fact that ultimately the ultimate on Chupa, you use that, and it gives you a 40% damage reduction, something like that. So and you can use it 3 times.
And you get an extra activation, exactly.
Yeah, it
so
gives you the stealth, etc. It's
far
more beneficial than the Q, which is, you know, it's
the ideal situation is more damage, but you don't get that very often.
Well, the ideal situation is you kill Rengar, get the head, and get the 4th evolution.
Yes, that is the ideal situation.
That would be the ideal situation. I'm not even sure that works on ranked, actually. On tournament.
It would.
It would? You think it would? Okay, we'll find out soon enough. And there's going to be paranoia on towards Nick Wu. Nick Wu getting caught out. Oh, the fear just turning him around. Tries to avoid the damage, but wow, he just got popped. They're going to turn this in towards a Baron because Loudamon is down the bottom. He's trying to tank it out there. You can see round the side, actually, we do have Brunch well out of position. He's just off to the left of our screen right now. He's going to sort of creeping his way in. We are going to see Chupa coming in towards Mega Zero. The Feast comes down. Chupa getting taken down very low. They're going to leap in towards Baron, but Chupa gets deleted already. There's going to be the absolute Zero cleaning it out there. They do manage to consume on towards the Baron. The Baron going down. Sonic Shockwave, I should say, catching out Chupa there. And now Brunch is in trouble. Brunch is trying to get away. He gets scored out. Marn come out really strong here. They do manage to pick up 4 for 1, and now you can see Loudamon is the last man standing. Are they just going to turn and burn straight to base?
That's going to be... It's actually possible. They've got minions there right now, and it was a really good example of Marn keeping the tempo up. They knew they had quite a bit of time before Nick Wu respawned, and wanted to use that time of a 5-on-4.
This is delaying them. What are they doing?
Well, you're right. Well, they do want to go back for items before they really push in. A couple of them are low on health. They're missing most of their cooldowns. They've got a big chunk of gold for items. They're okay to kill a lot of Mortis and just fight a 5-on-4.
They're slowly slowing him down. He uses his flash and he's got away anyway.
All right, well,
that's
now it's
kind of
time
like
for
30,
items.
40 seconds of Baron wasted there.
They really let the rest of Brunch Club respawn there, and they did. They're 1 minute through their 4-minute Baron timer. So yes, you're absolutely right. They lost some Baron. Regardless, they did need to go back for items at some point, so they've done that now. Now it's time for the pressure. Now Marn is going to be expected to take, I'm going to guess, at least 2 turrets here.
And look at the gold, ladies and gentlemen. 100 gold between the two teams. 10-10 in kills, 5-3 in turrets. Brunch Club technically with the advantage because they have the more turrets, but obviously with the Baron buff, you would expect Marn to come through. And Nick Wu, he's just not been able to do a thing so far. That assassin of Zed we've seen so strong in previous games, but as it stands, they're focusing him so heavily, you see the feast come down the moment he gets close.
Exactly. You're basically seeing Mega Zero play so perfectly that Shogath, we're really being shown why he's so popular. A 3-second area of effect silence really shuts down a lot of these twitchy assassin champions who rely on their abilities and quick mobility. Nick Wu and Chupa especially get really hurt when you silence them for a long time.
Everybody's staying so separated to avoid that shockwave. Marn playing it safe here. They're going to steal away the blue. Blue is not available currently. Dragon will be up in a minute's time. Instead, they're just saying, look, there's an outer turret. Let's just take that. Let's push this bottom wave. Let's clean house. Instead of trying to fight for this inner turret currently, let's just take a big advantage from this.
And they're going to go ahead and go for that advantage realistically. There's their first turret, and of course they know that Brunch Club is not going to really like fighting the 5-on-5.
He's going to... I thought LEB was just going to stroll on around that corner. I was like, what are you doing, man? Mega Zero, of course, could tank this for days, and he will do, but Brunch Club are going to come in. Is it going to be enough? Wow, Louder Mornix can't even get close to that. That Echo Ball did so much damage to Louder Mornix. He must have next to no magic resist. Yes, he doesn't. They're going to dive in. It's Chupa they've gone for, though. Chupa, of course, on Kha'Zix. There it is. The feast going down on him. Let's see how the shockwave lands. It gets down on towards LEB. Brunch also, but it's going to be a kill for Louder Mornix. They do manage to get on towards Echo. Nick Wu in pursuit as well. They have managed to catch them out there. Remember, this is still a Baron up Marn team that is being pushed away. Louder Mornix comes around the side. Nick Wu avoids the damage. Clicky D comes in. She's like, I see you. And they are going to back away from this one. Louder Mornix turns back in there. Is the rest of the team want to fight this one? They're in a great position. There's the Rupture coming down, but I'm not too sure whether Marn should have turned on this one. Claky D now going to get targeted. He's going to get poked down. Brunch picks that one up, and that was a mistake to turn around.
And that was actually 2 mistakes kind of in a row on that fight. In the very beginning, Marn, the front line, ran up and left and chased. I think they chased Louder Mortis, but the problem is they have Dragon is just theirs on the back of that one. Pretty free one.
Rupture was so close to picking that up.
Yeah, Louder Mortis has Smite though. Rupture will not outdamage Smite. I trust Louder Mortis there. He's got that one. So Marn was chasing down Shen, and you saw the front line just dogpile down onto Echo and dogpile down onto Heartbeat. Heartbeat had to flash over the wall and survive with like 200 health and had to leave the battle. The only two ranged champions on Marn were immediately shut out of the fight and had to just straight up leave. They got the free kill there onto Echo, and then Brunch Club was like, you don't have damage anymore, we will chase you happily. And Louder Mortis did a very good job baiting them back into a battle.
And that seems to be the issue, that Brunch Club, once you focus on, well actually, they focused, instead of Nick Wu, which they've been focused on so many times, they focused on Chupa this time. And everybody else went, well, you're on there, we're all going to come around here straight away. So the big damage dealer, or not so much damage dealer, that big brick wall of Mega Zero, although interesting seeing Mega Zero picking up the needlessly large rod now.
I saw that, yeah, he's going for a bit of early, I shouldn't say early at this point, it's 32 minutes in, but he's going ability power. Thing is, he's at the point where he's not really touchable anymore. He hasn't died, so he's at 6 feast stacks and he's been there for a while. So he's not like trying to catch up with health, he just is a tanky guy. And he's got Shrellias on top of that, he's got the Home Guard Ninja Tabby. No one's gonna focus Mega Zero. The damage output from TBC is deliberate. They won't accidentally hit Mega Zero, and they're good enough to not purposely hit Mega Zero. So he's done buying tanky for a while. He's there to build some damage output, put himself back into relevance in this fight. Again, his main champions that we saw through the group stage, Aurelia and Riven, were big damage threats. He's trying to get back into that role.
He's going to get back in that role, and it's going to make that feast do a heck of a lot of damage right now. Brunch clearing out the wards around about that Baron. Baron, of course, is down currently. He's going to be up in 1.5 minutes, so we'll keep our eye on that one. Oh, Marn pushing along the top wave, and Louder Mornix out of position. Claky D is going to come around. It is only going to be Chupa that's anywhere near this one. They're going to pick up a free turret here.
It's the Blood-Boiled Caitlyn, man. They've got a tanky Mega Zero who took almost no damage thanks to Command Protect from Orianna. So They're going to be happy to keep spinning this up. They're going to wait to see that ultimate from that Immortus and then get out of dodge when it shows. There's the flash ult.
There's the crescendo. It's Echo. It's going to be the target. Echo, you have to use the Zonya's Hourglass. Nick Wu gets dropped straight away. There goes Echo as well. He managed to get taken down. Leaping across there. Chupa gets one, gets two, leaps back across, gets Atomic as well. All over the shot. They're diving in. He's got the Quadra. Can he get the Penta? He needs to try and find Mega Zero.
He's
but
been
Mega
spotted.
Zero
They
is
saw
hiding.
him.
He's spotted him. He's just across. Pentakill! Comes out from Chupa and he just leaps across once again just because he can.
Oh man, Chuper, nice play there. That was the worry. Would he get the resets? Echo, a little bit too far forward. That was the first reset, and they went forward and forward and forward, and Chupa just dunked on some people.
Absolutely beautiful dunking from the Brunch Club there, and well, Chupa, he's had to wait his time for that. He's been having problems trying to get involved, but he picked his moment perfectly there to get in. Nick Wu was the focus of the target, but there is the inhibitor going down. The Baron is about to spawn in 5 seconds time. Everybody's going to base, and it's back to fighting for Baron.
Well, if Marn learned anything from Fear, it's 5 home guard boots and a rush outside the base. Looks like that won't be the situation this time, but Marn is at the very least prepared to defend here. They're down 4,000 gold, which isn't too bad because you still got a pretty happy situation for Caitlyn. In specific gold, it's a 12,500 gold Caitlyn versus a 13,500 gold from Ezreal. But you add Blood Bullet to that equation, and Caitlyn is a bigger threat than Ezreal in general in this fight. But it's not Ezreal that's the big threat though, it's Nick Wu and Chuper together, and they're just contributing so much damage that it is very hard for Heartbeat to survive. We talked about this in the pregame. Nunu cannot keep an AD carry alive. The only one who can on this team is going to be Echo on Orianna. He's got to play a little bit farther back and save Heartbeat. Command Protect, put down a Shockwave, put down Dissonance, let Heartbeat kite. That's how they win this fight.
And that seems to be the problem in the last fight, because he was the first one by the turret. Way too far forward, Echo there. He actually caught out of position. Nick Wu, wow! Took a bite out of his shoulder there, Nick Wu. Just has to stroll away. He's like, damn, that big dino hurts. And that was, of course, the first death that Mega Zero has had. Didn't really have a big kill wave, though, so wasn't a giant amount of Mega Bonus gold. But Mega Bonus, not even sure that's a word, but I just made it one. And Mega Zero is clearing out the Baron area, but, well, the Brunch Club are not interested. They're just going to run straight in for it. They're going for Claky D. He delayed the using the Void Spikes there. Now he gets the slowdown, but the Paranoia was just enough. It wasn't Paranoia, it was the Fear Leash. It was just enough to keep him away.
Unspeakable Horror, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yes. Got it right. It's darkness, Jat. The spell is darkness. Okay.
Screw you. That's all I can say off the back of that one.
Cheeky you are.
I am very cheeky. I haven't used cheeky at all this tournament. I maybe have to get in there. Here comes Stan United from Chupa. They are going to go for the Baron, but the question is, can Mega Man get involved? Man are coming in there. Mega Zero is a long way away from this fight, so it's going to be a 4v5 to start with. There's the Paranoia. Who's he going to go for? He went towards Heartbeat. Heartbeat cleanses it off. True Shot Barrage completely missing across there. And here comes Mega Zero into the fight. The Rupture hits 4 members of the Brunch Club. They're going to turn this one around. Chupa's trying to get some damage down. Claky D very low. Chupa gets exhausted. Everybody else is backing away. We have seen Echo go down, and Brunch is trying to clean up. There's going to be Nick Wu picking one up. There's Nick Wu picking a second. And Brunch picks up a third. Nick Wu picks up a third. Triple kill. And that is the ace. And that is surely the game for the Brunch Club.
They're just going to move on in. I watched Heartbeat that whole fight because that's kind of what the fight was about, was how well can the AD carry do. First of all, Echo, look at that Shockwave cooldown. Still up. Could not use it all fight. He died so very fast. Heartbeat kited well. A good absolute zero from Atomic N, but it was not enough. The Assassins, that front line, Brunch Club, making it happen. 1-0. These guys are nearly there.
And look at the tension even there, just winning that. You can see Nick Wu just picked up the triple there. Laudamonis is happy, but Nick Wu's going to be feeling that pressure. He did not have a great game. He was kind of pressured to start with, but everybody else, it smiles to begin with. They are one game away, Freak, one game away from making it into the Season 3 tournament. One of these teams are going to have a dream come true.
One of these teams are definitely going to have a dream come true, and one of these teams tomorrow as well. We've got the last 2 slots on the line, and the Brunch Club are one Nexus away from being the 7th Season 3 team in North America.
And we got to see our 4th pentakill. A 4th pentakill of the tournament. And let's take a look at that pentakill. and just take us through it.
All right, we're going to watch especially for Chuper here. There's a great initiation. Look at Echo getting caught out in front. So Chuper's got the Stand United shield on him. Not a problem. Gets Echo first. Then he looks forward. What's in front? Jumps immediately past them. Says no. Heartbeat. Atomic N goes for the squishy ones first. Notice how Cho'Gath is last. The jungler is second to last. He goes for the squishy ones first. You pick your targets as an assassin. And Mega walked a little bit too far. He got out of the brush right there and spotted by that ward. That wouldn't have been a pentakill otherwise.
It wouldn't have been a pentakill otherwise, but it was, and it was another fantastic one. The first, I guess you could say bruiser pentakill, because they've always been AD carries that you'll normally pick it up, so it's always nice to see something different.
And one Anivia.
Yes,
Echo.
of course.
No, it wasn't Echo. It was Shifter.
It was, but it was kind of cheating towards the end, wasn't it?
I mean, they had to dive into the fountain and whatnot. I think his team let him get it.
Yeah, I suppose most of them have been actually within the fountain area, but that's the first one legitimately defending.
I was actually walking by them, like, as they were pushing into the base, and I just hear them yell, like, get the pentakill, get the pentakill, and they're like coaxing him on to make sure he gets it.
Make sure he hits that pentakill. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after the break, we'll see game 2. It is going to be Team Marn versus the Brunch Club. One more win would automatically put the Brunch Club in our final Season 3 spot for today. Of course, we'll be right back live from Los Angeles. The studios here, the brand new studios. Don't go anywhere.
You know, in my head, I knew they were going to win. Oh, we played really well. We prepared really well for this.
I don't think anyone predicted us. Definitely not 2-0.
We came into tonight with everybody doubting us. There were only a few supporters and a lot of haters. And we proved all the haters wrong.
Yeah! Oh my God.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our continuing coverage of Season 3 qualifying rounds. I'm D-Man. Alongside me is Freak, of course. Everybody knows who Freak is. And we're bringing you all the action as it happens here live in Los Angeles in our beautiful new Riot Studios.
It's amazing. I love
Freak,
it.
you're going to come to work here every single week.
Isn't that awesome? I love my job. I love esports. I love League of Legends. And it's like sinking in, like, I get to do this every week. This has been awesome so far. I get to do this over and over and over again.
For many weeks, many months, in fact.
You too, by the way.
I know, but I'm going to be all over the place. Don't worry, Europe. I have not neglected you. I will be there as well. I'm going to be all over the place. I'm spreading the love wide.
Oh, that's nice.
There's a lot of love
You're
to
so
give.
generous.
I am so generous, Freak. But
you're awesome. I just wanted to say, you are awesome, and thank you.
We're both
an amazing
awesome.
caster.
And we didn't go for Turkey or anything.
No, I'm
or
being
pheasant
legitimate. Because I respect you, D-Man. I respect you. I give you legitimate high fives. I wanted to explain the turkey, But you, sir, deserve no turkeys. I'm just saying.
I am no turkey.
You are not a turkey, good sir. Anyway, earlier in the broadcast, we asked the viewers at home to write to us on Twitter. We asked, what was the most surprising champion pick? Here's what some of the players had to say.
See what they said. It is, I think LeBlanc, and well, yeah, that's fair. That was the one-trick pony, was the most surprising. It did do well early on.
Yeah.
But actually, I think it was more the team comp that actually turned it rather than LeBlanc herself. I mean,
Yeah.
Ocelot's always been a big LeBlanc player, and obviously we saw the one-trick pony come out.
Absolutely. LeBlanc's a champion, and sort of any champion with a power curve like that, where they're really strong earlier, they're really strong late. You can't blame the champion. You have to build a team around sort of that kind of play style. Early game wins are fine. We looked at Meat Playground versus Fear, a 58-minute game. They almost had an early game win. They had LeBlanc-esque champions who were going to win early, but peter out a little bit toward the end. They just couldn't quite pull the game off. The same thing, for one-trick ponies. They had a lot of early pressure, a great lead, but they had a bad team fight.
They had a bad team fight. Let's take another look at one of your responses and see what you guys thought. Let's see. It's got to be Kale, of course. Well, we did see a few of those. She's always been strong on the pro scene. Not many play her, and that is actually very true. We used to see, I think in Dyrus used to play it on top. Of course, there was the Dyrus Karthus combo from TSM. That was way back in the summer, I guess, of 2012. And obviously, we're seeing a huge rise of it in Korea right now. But we've seen Prolly playing it in this tournament.
And it's interesting because, yeah, the builds had changed so much. When Dyrus played her, it was double Doran's Blade into Zeal into Infinity Edge. And it was AD carry Kale. And as long as you had a good lane, you became this other really big threat. And it was hard to deal with. In Korea, we've seen her, and it was, you guys called the build that it's Nashor's Tooth into Leandri's Torment. And because the E would apply that dot, you would kind of shred people. And there was, I believe it was Rapid Star wrote about the build, and someone translated it, and he says, then you add more ability power, you get a death cap, you do death fire grasp, things like that, and you just start kind of chunking people down. We've also seen in Europe, I think it's Millennium's jungler, I could be wrong, I'm trying to remember the player.
Yes.
But he goes for the Lizard
I'm So
Elder.
Fresh.
Yeah, I'm So Fresh goes for Lizard Elder and also some attack speed, and applies that with the Reckoning, with the E. And now we're seeing here in this game again, it's the Nashor's Tooth sort of area of effect burn build. And that's one of the things I actually like about Kale is she has so many builds that are available, and it's just kind of fun. It's actually one of my favorite champions as well. Does so many cool things.
A very versatile champion. And the final one from the community. Let's see who has this one. I didn't actually make out the names of the last two. Apologies to you guys on Twitter. It is lol, it's Corey. Yeah, nice and easy. I've loved seeing Kassadin picks. Haven't seen much of him in competitive play lately. That's kind of true, I guess.
He's gone back and forth a lot. He's very volatile because he has some really, really good lanes and some really, really bad lanes. And Jat made the comment that when you get Crystalline Flask, it's this sort of, not free, but you only pay for it once and you get it every time you go back to lane. And with melee being so short, you can recall and get back to lane pretty often. You get a lot of that sustain from Crystalline Flask. It lets you sort of come up to the lane and say, you'll harass me, but it'll be okay. And we've seen him kind of come back because the laning phase is less harsh for him.
And the problem is that Kassadin kind of disappeared because he was always one of those guys that if you picked fairly early, you could counter him pretty easy.
You could. And yet we saw actually Epic Gamer against, it was Valkyrin's team.
Solcy, yeah.
Yeah.
Blind picked into Pantheon.
Yeah, against Falafel Gaming. And he was like, yeah, I'll blind pick it, exactly, the Pantheon counter pick. And he survived the lane and then started winning the lane afterwards. Once he hit 6, he just started killing people. And, you know, he was able to play with confidence, you know, get armor seals and whatnot, but Crystalline Flasks and potions go from there, starting to win mid and late.
Yeah, I mean, we say blind pick, but I think we guessed it was going to be, it could have well been Pantheon. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the questions. We still want to hear from you guys, your thoughts on us using @LOLEsports and, of course, using hashtag LCS. You guys have been reading it. I read it as well. We can see it all on our tweet decks, and we'll be checking out your favorite responses later on. We are into the picks and bans. You can see it on your screens, and straight away the bans coming out. It is Jarvan, Riven, and Anivia, and Evelyn, and Kha'Zix. They're not letting that Kha'Zix through this time, though. I don't want no pentakills.
Now you kind of figure out, do they respect Nick Wu's Zed? They shut him down early, but they know he will grab it. They know without a shadow of a doubt that if they leave Zed up, I mean, I can say without a shadow of a doubt, but like 90% confidence, if they leave Zed up, he will go for it. And they do ban it out. They want to lower his comfort a little bit.
I mean, it takes away the burn, and well, the Brunch Club know that is not going to be there. Nick Wu's like, well, damn it. What am I going to play? What else am I going to pick? I'm trying to think.
There's people like Sinjao.
He had Zed in 2 games, and
yeah.
he played another thing in something else, and I can't think who it is off the top of my head. I guess we'll soon find out. What first pick would you go for here?
Well, there's a lot of the big ones open. Nunu, Darn it, I didn't get it in time, but Nunu was the first pick last time. You know, again, there's the top 4. I'm just going to keep quoting X-Hazard on this, and it's really true with the champion pick rates anyway. Nunu, Amumu, Kha'Zix, and Evelynn have been picked or banned in almost every single game, and Nunu just opens so many strategies for you. It was so fortunate that they got those 2 just floor wipe team fights in a row where they kept getting resets from Chuper, because outside of that, they were very, very close to losing that game to Caitlyn being untouchable.
Well, we do see Laudamornis' Shen being taken away from it, so it's going to be Clicky D on that, and I guess MegaZero will be also picking that Olaf on top lane.
Olaf I like a lot more. I mean, they could go jungle Olaf top lane Shen, but realistically, just looking at how that game went, looking at how Martin got their comebacks before, it's honestly relying on MegaZero and Heartbeat. Those are the big players there.
Well, we do see Jace getting locked in. I wonder if that's going to be Chupa in the mid lane, or whether that will be Nick on top.
It really could go either way. I believe we saw mid Jace, I think like
Probably
twice and top
twice,
Jace
yeah.
once. So we have seen it in both places. My blind guess is mid Jace, just because that sort of AD-centric strategy just seems to work pretty well. Jace is very good at applying Black Cleaver. It's a pretty good build.
So we see Nunu Caitlyn. This time it's going to be on the Brunch Club. So will they reply and go Sona Ez, or will it be something different?
Well, they're kind of considering a different set of champions here. We've seen mid Gangplank, especially from Niantanso from Cloud9,
Yes.
and it does some really interesting things. I've seen games where you can easily apply Static Shiv, you can easily apply Iceborne Gauntlet, and because you're only attacking once in a while, they're almost always charged and ready. The cooldowns are there, and you apply a lot of bonus damage off of Parlay. It makes it a really interesting build. It's sort of Mage Plank.
You stack them all up and get Bank Plank going on with the Hydras.
Exactly. So there's a lot of other things you can do there, but instead, we're looking at Lulu Graves, and here, this to me screams lane swap. I know I said it last time and got it wrong, but these are 2 champions. They are probably the best in class in both for pushing down minion waves and shoving turrets. If they're ever in an advantageous lane at 2-on-1, that turret will fall very fast.
See whether they can shove them down. So what are we expecting from the last 2 picks from the Brunch Club here?
Well, they need a mid laner and a jungler, or a top laner and a jungler. Nocturne, that was on the other side actually with Shengon. He's a supportive jungler, so Maokai is my guess here for Laudamortis. It's his kind of best role, is just tanky guys who kind of sit there in the front lines. As for a top laner with Zedgon, I'm going to say something like Xin Zhao if they run double physical again. But I'm thinking of what other kind of guys he runs. Aurelia is just kind of there as a generalist top laner pick, but honestly, Mass AD just seems like the kind of thing Brunch Club is excelling with, and I don't see why they'd swap.
Well, we do see potentially Rise, which would make it a top lane, so it'd be Nikwu playing Jace in that top lane. It is going to get locked in. We do see Cho'Gath coming in. This time, it's going to be Laudamortis on Cho'Gath.
Yeah, so Cho'Gath, I guess, is now sort of supplanted Maokai as the go-to tanky jungler. The pick rates from this tournament actually support that quite a bit, I should have thought of. But Cho is just great overall. He's really, really disruptive. And if he can get some good silences, the best thing he can do, actually, is he can time the Stand United from Shen and drop a Rupture as soon as he shows up. Because what Shen's going to do is as soon as he casts Stand United, as soon as he's out, he's going to Shadow Dash. If Rupture hits you mid-Shadow Dash, knocks you up and cancels it entirely. So if he times these really well, he's going to immediately cancel any taunts from Shen.
Well, we'll see whether they can time it right. We do see Atomic on your screen waiting to make that final pick. What will they go with?
The mid laner. Orianna doesn't make... Orianna would be okay here as a crowd control setup, but they don't have a ton of damage to back it up unless MegaZero has the game of his life. It's Sig. So...
Well, I mean, we've seen
Sig
banned a few times, actually, and it was against Good Game University, was it?
Yeah, against Shifter.
Against Shifter,
and he had played it twice in the group stage, and then it got banned almost every single game against him in their quarterfinal match.
Yeah, and it's more a case of probably people just aren't used to playing against it. You don't get to see it that often in competitive play.
No, he's had a bit of a resurgence recently. I mean, we had Shifter having played it a little bit. We saw it once or twice in the online qualifier, and we saw, I think it was CJ Entis and one of the other Korean teams had been running it a little bit throughout the winter season of Olympus Champions. So every once in a while we've seen him come out, and the thing is he's really good at sieging. His passive actually applies and deals bonus damage to turrets, so he's very good at breaking down minion waves and kind of pushing and going for a quick win. He's also pretty good defensively because he can wave clear so well. But I think the way they're going to use him here is the fact that they're going to combo off of Claky D's Shen. It's a very long-range ultimate, that Mega Inferno Bomb from Ziggs. They combo in from the Stand United from Shen, and suddenly out of nowhere, they've got a 4-on-2, a 3-on-2, something like that.
So what are you seeing from these two teams? What are we expecting? We've already seen one pretty close game between Marn and, of course, the Brunch Club, but the Brunch Club came out on top. They turned it around. They got the pentakill. Very successful. That gave them the ebb and flow. They got the Baron, rushed it through. Are we seeing similar from this team?
It's very, very different here overall. The team comps feel slightly less cohesive here, where you had an obvious theme on both sides. Protect the Caitlyn on one, physical damage assassins on the other. For this one, you've got a whole different kind of setup. You know, we got the game going on here. We're going to get into this one, but let's break down what these guys do. So Brunch Club has a very good amount of poke, and they're very good at sieging. Nick Wu on Jace with Shock Blast. He's going to do so much against the opposition and just kind of poke them off the turrets and get a lot of control there. And then if you come in there, you've got Trooper just ready to unload on you as Rise. And Brunch you on Caitlyn the entire time is killing your turrets. So it's an offensive team here from Brunch Club with a lot to do. Now, over on Marn, it's kind of trusting on MegaZero and Clickety to initiate in and do a whole lot. It's very burst-based here. They've got initiators who are going to dive in. Lulu's going to follow up. They're going to try to break things down really, really fast, which is what you want to do. When you're against a pokey team, you need hard engagement, and they've got a fair bit of it here.
They have got a fair bit of a hard engagement, and looking like they're going to try and go for a level 1 invade. If you've just joined us, it is the Brunch Club as the blue team in the bottom left-hand corner and Team Marn in the top right-hand corner as the red team, and it's looking like a hard late engage coming in towards the blue buff. You can see the lanes have switched around, so there is only MegaZero here to try and counter this.
And this is really, really good because not only is it Olaf, who's probably the best 1v2 in the game with Undertow, but he's also got teleport. So if he ever gets shoved out of lane and gets low on health, he can show right back up. And he's open with Crystalline Flask, 5 health potions, and a ward, so he should be able to watch for that level 3 3-on-1 tower dive.
The question is, will he try and throw an axe down here? Will he do it? I mean, they pinged it, and they said, oh, there's Ellie B. We haven't seen the rest of the team, though. You know, Ellie went to put that ward up in his own blue buff.
They pinged on Mega here. They're about to go in. They're timing it so that they can kind of show up right as everyone goes for Wolves. Mega saw him here.
Mega saw them, puts the axe beautifully across them, gets the slow across 4 members of the team.
That's nice. He puts a ward down as he leaves.
And there's the pink ward actually to clear it straight out. That's going to be the blue buff invade, and immediately you can see on the minimap the invade coming out from Marn.
But this gives a lot of really room to Marn's top lane. Their top laner, Jace, does not run teleport. He's going over just now. So that first minion wave is going to reach his turret by the time he even shows up in lane. He's going to lose a lot for this.
They've got the ward here, and you can see straight away Nick Wu is heading directly for this one. Can he get here in time? Clinkety, I assume, is going to have to burn his smite. There it is. Uses the smite just at the right time.
And Nick was going to have to spend some time clearing this out, though. And they won't necessarily know that he's shown up to do this, but even still, they've built themselves a 2-on-1. And interestingly enough, Heartbeat's actually not going to shove the lane. He's actually trying to zone it out. And as a quick correction on Heartbeat, by the way, it's UC San Diego, not UCI. I got corrected that. Thank you on Twitter. Malphus X, thank you for that one. And go Tritons. I went to UCSD myself.
So Heartbeat is slowly but surely working on that top turret. This is going to be a really hard 2v1 lane for both these teams. While they're good shovers, Jace is a great lane clearer, as is Olaf. Olaf we've seen so many times. He is like the ultimate 2v1er, but Jace is up there as well.
He's going to do a really good job of this overall, and he's got similar sort of escape tools where Olaf has Undertow, MegaZero can slow his opponents down. As soon as Nico hits level 2, he's got Acceleration Gate and Thundering Blow, so he can crowd control and knock back anyone who's chasing and haste himself back up. Nico's going to be pretty safe here.
He's going to be pretty safe. It's really the early levels, and it's whether we're going to see any early invades or any pushes. There's the shock blast straight away. Does manage to catch on towards him, and he's cleaning up the jungle here. Cleaning up, the last hits. And he's going to level a lot quicker than these. You can see Loudermore is just around the side there. There we go. He hits level 3. Loudermore is already at level 3. Double buffed up. Waiting to see whether anyone's going to come around there. There is a ward in River, though.
Yeah, so they will spot him if he ever comes across this wall, but he's simply waiting as a counter gank opportunity. You can see him spotting all the way down in the jungle. He's going to flash over, but he's been seen by the ward.
He's flashed over, and he's going to try and catch the Rupture down there. He has got a Science available. There's going to be the Mega Shock Blast coming straight down. That's going to be the immediately exhaust from Atomic there. Atomic's going to get forced away, gets hammered away, has to burn the flash. That's kind of what they were after.
That was a really nice move there by Brunch Club. He actually put the ward down to make sure he had the angle to Thundering Blow Lulu into the wall, and he made Lulu burn flash.
Clicky D now coming in down the bottom here as well, and they're going to go towards Loudermore as the pings come down. Is it going to be close enough? The Rupture comes in. He's going to have to go full length Shadow Dash, and he's not going to catch it.
Yeah, he will not reach in there. Really good, well-aimed Rupture there, stymieing that entire push.
So this bottom lane, take us through MegaZero now on Olaf against the duo lane, the scary duo lane late game of Nunu K.
What you've seen right here is that he's performing pretty much equally to Nick Wu there. 12 minions to 12 minions. He's surviving. Of course, you're seeing him down in minion kills, but I want to specifically compare the turrets. At top lane, this turret's lost about 1/3 of its health. For Mega Zero, he's a little bit higher than that, but you're going to see Caitlyn do more and more damage over time. As Blood Bowl gets ranked up, this turret will take so much damage.
Mega Zero trying his best to keep it away, stands and puts the trap directly under his feet there. Dirty, dirty, and cheeky play. Oh, he's going to catch it. Oh, that's going to take him very low there. So
Brunch teleport here.
I think he's going to force him back. Yeah, he has got teleport, yeah.
Yeah, and really there's nothing he's going to teleport gank for right now. I think he should use TP because he'll lose the turret otherwise, but he won't lose much time overall. And if he's smart, he'll chug Crystal and Flask right here, get it up to 3 charges, and then leave base. He gets the charges for being in the fountain, and so he's got 3 stored in the Flask, but in the meantime, he's actually going to regen for the next 10-15 seconds.
Yeah, and he manages to use that up. Let's have a look towards this mid lane. As it stands, it's going to be Echo versus Chupa, Ziggs versus Rise.
This is not a matchup I've really ever seen before. Both these champions are actually not seen all that often. Except in Korea, we see Rise a whole heck of a lot. Generally speaking, I give the late game here to Rise. And without having a lot of mana, Ziggs can't wave clear and shove him into the turret. So Rise won't lose many minions to his turret. So it actually kind of stops most of the disadvantages of Rise, which are early on. I actually like Chupa here.
And I'm interested by the fact that Chupa started straight away with a mana crystal. That's pretty confident.
That is very, very confident, and it does really 2 things. One, it does show confidence because, especially because Boots of Speed got less mandatory in Season 3. Ooh, Clicky D spotted by a ward ganking bottom.
Yeah, he's trying to use his fancy ways of trying to get in here, trying to invade. He does the same thing with Jarvan, if I recall, which is one of the ones we've had banned against him all the time. Loudamon is using the acceleration gate. He's going to come up. He realizes his flash is already burned. Catches the Rupture down. It's Atomic they're going to switch towards. Actually, they're kind of split targeted. Now they're going to go for the same one. They're going to jump on towards Atomic. He didn't manage to get the knock into the wall there. Ignite goes down. The Rupture's going to land for the second time. It will be First Blood. It's Nick Wu that picks it up.
And there is Heartbeat trying to chase him down, but won't be able to. If he were Twitch in this situation, he'd do a little bit better. We saw that coming out from Curse, and it worked really, really, really well. But the unfortunate thing here is he just doesn't have the early damage up to stop him.
Loudamon is coming back around, so did Claky D coming around the side there. Who's he going to go for? It's actually Brunch they wanted to go for. They've switched up to LEB instead. They catch the Shadow Dash on towards Brunch. Gets taunted away. LEB getting caught out, but he's not going to do it. Now Brunch is turning it on. It's Head here. He's going to flash through. He gates the one. Can he go down on towards Mega Zero? Mega Zero is going to be strong. Mega Zero could pick up 2. He has got the minions. He's going to come in. There's the Ziggs ultimate. He's going to pick up the double kill, but it's going to be the revenge for Ziggs, but it doesn't matter. It was worth it for Brunch. And now Rise is going to try and counter to Echo. Echo has to bomb himself and jump away. Also burns the flash. Was so scared of the Rune Prison.
Thing is, he had another 2 seconds on that cooldown, which is unfortunate. He could have gotten well behind the turret before Rune Prison's cooldown was up, but he simply did not know how fast Chupa had gotten that.
He's flashed onto him. Echo's now getting caught, and they're going to tower dive this one. Chupa should have enough. The Rupture comes in, and he shouts him down. Chupa's going to go down to the Ignite.
They will trade that, but it's an assisted kill versus an unassisted kill, and that is all turned in to a 1,000 gold lead. The saving grace, though, this top turret's going down.
And Heartbeat is working away on that top turret. It's going to get dropped, like you mentioned. That's going to be the first turret of the game for Man. And, well, Nick Wu comes in just in time to save the day. Gets turned into a squirrel. And, well, he's just going to do as much as he can to try and keep that pesky little Lulu from doing the damage. He realizes he's going to lose the turret. There it goes. First turret of the game. And that's going to give the gold advantage. Actually, no, it doesn't. It still keeps the Brunch Club with the slightest of gold advantages.
And now it's up to Marn to get to that bottom lane in time to keep their turret alive. It's at 1/3 health. Mega Zero's in a rough situation. Actually, you're seeing these solo lanes about 40 minions each to 60 each. Not too bad.
And you see Caitlyn not even gone boots. Just gone straight out. I want this Bloodthirster right now.
Well, 2 kills like that will do it for you. You've seen this over and over again. One of the AD carriers gets a couple of kills early on and says, BF Sword, let's do this. And he's going to be in great shape with that.
We're seeing a Sightstone also from Loudamortis and from Nick LEB.
Well, this is a situation where it's a little bit easier to spot the ganks coming through. They're not fighting against a Nocturne, and so they can actually put these wards in places and spot the ganks.
So 2 Sightstones, that means there's going to be a heck of a lot of wards going out there. And they realize that it's for Claky D, I think. They just make sure he doesn't... He likes to get inventive, I think it is. Best safe to say when he goes for these kills. The 2 duo lanes have switched around. We do see Marn now with a lane down the bottom trying to save. rescue that bottom turret, and then, well, Heartbeat's going for it here. LEB's going to use Absolute Zero. Full channel will go off there. He manages to catch a lot of damage. You can see collateral damage coming out from Heartbeat. He barely did a thing, and that's going to be one shot. Oh, and Atomic! He must be down to nothing. 12 hit points, and he gets away. Pops that health pot.
Yeah, the thing is, he had 3 charges on Flask the entire time and didn't use them until after it all hit. I mean, he would have kicked himself if he realized that he had just forgotten to use Flask and would have died, or would have lived because of it.
Well, it could mean that the Brunch will pick up this dragon. You can see they are stood on top of a pink board, but there's not a great deal they can do about this one. We do have Echo with the ultimate. Is he going to try and get a steal on it with the ultimate? I don't think he will. He's just going to let the Brunch Club have it.
That's going to be theirs. A Smite going down. Laudomortis making that one theirs. Now his feast is up for what that's worth. But a lot of really good moves here. 1,000 gold lead. That is squarely for the Brunch Club.
So how do we compare? Now we have Nick Wu and Mega Zero officially back in lane. What are we seeing between the two? Jace versus Olaf.
Well, they had very, very similar starts. Jace actually going for a bit of a different build, though. He is really, really wanting to poke, and he knows he'll never get a Golem buff, so he grabs Tear the Goddess to make sure he can always spam Shock Blast and play long-duration extended sieges. So he's itemizing for the game plan, not to be a duelist, but to be a pusher. And that's how he's going to deal with that. It's going to make his lane a little bit more difficult, though.
And look at that, Claky D, purely by the fact that he got spotted by that ward in the middle there. Nick Wu completely backed away, giving Mega Zero a bunch of free farm for a while.
And he needs to be sure he doesn't get ganked too readily. The difficulty, though, is that these ganks can show up from nowhere because Claky D has that global ultimate, that Stand United, which is so very powerful. But in the meantime, he's got a minute and a half till it's cooled back down.
Yeah, and it just shows really the versatility that a jungler can force, the pressure he can put on the lane, that these pro players, they'll spot it. Obviously the pings were going down, so you're pretty much hearing it as well. But the fact that he's just exerting that pressure, despite the fact he's a good half of the map away.
And this is going to be their turret now. Really good play at the bottom lane. They've grabbed this one. Clicky D giving the Golem buff away. That's nice. We saw actually an early minion kill lead for Echo up against Chuper. You know, generally speaking, yeah, Zig's gonna have an easier time farming, and he gets to wave clear and kill off jungle monsters super easily as Ziggs, especially Chalice Ziggs like he's built right here. Expect to see Echo just to really, really scale up in gold. You saw him run right toward the Wraith camp and realize they're not up just yet. He's gonna keep scaling up throughout this game. The difficulty is that it's much harder for Ziggs to put out persistent damage output, whereas Ryze can just machine gun spells together.
Well, we see LEB and Laudomortis coming around. Laudomortis is going to steal away the wolves. They ping it up. Say, well, we spotted you. Put in a high ward position up there. And they're going to keep pressuring, I feel, on this inner turret. The way they've positioned all those wards out, they're quite happy to just stay in this lane for a while.
Absolutely. This is a lane where they're honestly pretty safe. This Caitlyn is so very far ahead that she will win any 2-on-2. And with the ward coverage, it's going to be pretty easy to spot the ganks. And realistically, it's not even hard for Chup to get across the map either.
There we see the Brunch Club going to push through. Siege Minion, well, it is going to get cleared out quickly. Heartbeat's pretty fed as well. It hasn't got that BF sword quite on there yet. But Chupa, like you mentioned, he could easily zip across. Ziggs, of course, so with that ultimate, could definitely cover off a good chunk of the map, clearing out, and that's how quick you can clear those minions out. Quickly wave clear and Echo, no problem at all there. He's gone for the Athenes and Holy Grail. What else is he going to go with that?
So generally speaking, as Ziggs, your goal is just damage. And unlike assassins like Evelyn, who are going to be in melee range and use Abyssal Scepter a lot, you're just buying the traditional old school AP items. He's going to end up building actually a lot like Orianna would.
Nick Wu's in trouble. He's realized he's using acceleration gate. He's trying to get away from this. Well, Mega Zero's also used his ultimate there. I believe, did he just pop Ragnarok? Yes, he did. But now it's going to be Nick Wu. He's going to get turned. He's going to get dropped. And there it is, a free kill for Echo. Picking up, and that is going to be his third kill of the game, giving him a chunk more gold. Laudomortis is going to try and exert the pressure. They're going to try and turn this into a bit of pressure towards the mid turret.
It's going to be a rough situation, though, because there's so much wave clear here from Marn. It's kind of wasted time here from Brunch Club. Just watch this. Undertow comes out. Buckshot just went down. There's the bouncing bomb. And not even a single point of damage in that turret.
Not a single point. Meanwhile, that's all happening. Clicky D is back in base. He's just sorting himself out. We see a bunch more giant belts coming out across the board.
Yeah, they build into the 3 really main tank items. Sunfire Cape if you want to be more offensive. Randuin's Omen if you're really worried about physical damage is the best one there. Or just a simple Warmogs if you want to survive against basically everything. And it looks like right now Warmogs is the item of choice on all sides.
Well, Maon have just pinged on towards the blue buff. They're thinking of going for that one. Ziggs uses his ultimate there.
He flashed too.
Trying to get a desperately trying to get the kill on Louder Mortis. It wasn't to be, though. Means they're going to have to back away. Meanwhile, Claky D is trying desperately to keep Brunch away from this turret, but they are forcing it down. We mentioned that they put the wards out. We're going to see some cutting across here, and immediately their ward coverage gives them early warning system.
And they're just so fast, too. They've got Blood Boil. It should be max rank by now. He's level 9. I'm going to check on that real quick. Yeah, it is rank 5 Blood Boil, 3 in Ice Blast, not even a point in Consume, and that just gives them so much move speed, 15%. They can kite away from anything.
Well, you can see Nick Wu getting a bit of pressure from Mega Zero here. He wants to continue on this one. I'm not too sure who could win this fight. Pops the Ragnarok as well. He's going to have to back away. That's going to give him a little bit of a resistance and armor. Is it going to be enough while the Ignite's running? And it does force him away there. Nick Wu may well get a bit of a free time here. He's got no support. Of course, that Stand United is available with Claky D, but he's not going to waste it. And the blue buff, meanwhile, is going to be given across to Chupa. Nick Wu gets that damage down on the turret. Is Mega Zero going to bait this one? He's going to have to. Stand United coming in, but he's oh so low. Is it too late, though? Claky D just coming in almost as a defensive purpose, and yet the Shadow Dash is not even going to catch on towards Nick Wu.
And Nick Wu pops out. Mega Zero, unfortunately, too low on health to keep the chase. And so by the time Nick Wu had run out, he was not even close to in range of Shen.
You can see those water balloons of or bombs onto Chupa. They're not doing a great deal now because Chupa's got that health. He's got that Rod of Ages in there with the Tear of the Goddess. And well, Chupa's naturally going to build tanky as well. I expect Glacial Shroud will probably come out next.
Exactly. A Negatron Cloak will sit there as well, uncompleted, but just kind of sitting there for resistances. This is actually kind of the low point for Ziggs, where his main damage spells are getting maxed, and that's fine, but he's like waiting on death cap. He's got only like 60-70 ability power coming out from Athene's and Holy Grail, 60 AP, a lot of mana regen, some good clear reduction, but he's kind of plateaued on damage for a while until he can finish the next big ticket item.
Well, Stand United has just been used, remember. There is a teleport for Mega Zero, and we are going to see looking like a dragon fight setup here, Freak.
This is going to be a very good thing overall for Brunch Club. No, actually, take that back. Mega Zero does have teleport. So now Nick Wu, if he's very cognizant here, will be able to use Thundering Blow to knock back Mega Zero mid-teleport. But if Mega, he can either ult teleport, or he can just simply do it from Fog of War and make a 5v4.
Let's see if they do get any poke back and forward. Instead, they're trying to think, whoa, we don't want to lose our tower. Claky D's just Shadow Deaths to cross there, and they've immediately come back to defense. They can clear that way very quickly, as you mentioned. There's no worries there. So Mega Zero continuing to keep Nick Wu busy in that top lane. 120 CS currently for Nick Wu, but you can see the Brunch Club, well, they've just taken the blue buff, they've just given it to Echo.
And that's going to be really, really important. They're getting the low cooldowns onto Ziggs. I expect Dragonfight to be a bit of a poke war here. Both teams want that gold. Both teams feel confident they can get it. And as long as these teams do a good job of wave clearing both mid and bottom lane, they won't lose like a turret as a reaction move.
Warmogs has been completed by Mega Zero in this top lane, as you've seen many, many times. Looks like he's had a bit of a back and forth with Nick Wu. Nick Wu going back with next to no mana and a bunch of health lost. So Mana going to try and take this advantage to push for the turret. There you go. You can see Brunch does manage to catch onto two members of Marn, and they do peel away from this one. Dragon down to about half health. Here we go. Teleport's going to come in. That's going to be the Ziggs ultimate. It does land, but it doesn't do a great deal of damage. Claky D taking the damage. So Mega Zero now coming around the backside. Brunch is going to get caught out, but wow, the damage already down. Claky D gets dropped. Marn to Mega Zero does manage to get in there, but it's too little, too late. He got the kill on towards Brunch, but well, it doesn't matter because it was a 3-for-2 exchange, and Marn, honestly, when Mega Zero came in, he kind of needed to be with the rest of the team. I understood he went straight for the AD carry, but Chupa just cleaned house.
It was really pretty brutal there. Honestly, they got caught out early on. Too much damage was on Atomic N. There was a very, very good flip over Peacemaker from Brunch U before the fight even started over Dragon Wall. And he picked down Atomic to half.
Flash on towards Echo, and that's going to be the more damage to Chunji. And both of them actually. Heartbeat taken down very low. Can Nick Wu finish it off with the acceleration gate? No, he cannot. He did manage to quite get it there. The Shock Blast was not quite accurate enough.
And a very nearly Chuper almost going down as well. Took a bunch of turret damage. Ignite could not quite finish him off. Atomic N taking some poke. He cannot go into this 1v2. That won't be a good fight for him. He has good vision with the wards, but he can't fight this.
Whoa! Shock Blast again catches him out there. Takes him down half the health. Louder Mortis is back as well. Claky D was with him, but like you mentioned, there's not a lot of damage there. Now we have Mega Zero back. It should be enough to clear it out. And they're going to fight for this dragon again, Freak.
Well, they've got a pretty good position here. LEB has to go back to base. Chuper's very, very far away. They've got a 4-on-3 pretty much at worst.
So it's going to be a smite race, I feel, between Clicky D, and I'm almost certain Laudamortis is going to come in for this one as well. Brunch is continuing the pressure. You can see the shock blast coming across. Clicky D taken down pretty low. He's having to tank this himself, and he's had to pull out again, and he's just too low to deal with this one. And the Brunch Club have fought this one very nicely.
Yeah, they know Feast is down, but they still don't have the health bars to deal with it quite. That's pretty unfortunate for Marn. They had come back with comeback victories every single time so far in this tournament up till now, and it looks like they kind of need the same sort of miracle.
They will need the same miracle. Here comes Mega Zero coming across. He's got that shield up. The Brunch Club starting to force in there. They want to force the fight on the turret here. You can see them going straight for it. Nickwood with the damage. And the turret is actually doing the damage on towards them. Now we're going to see Mega Zero. Are they going to push back out? Oh, that shock blast is just doing so much. Mega Zero gets caught out. He gets dropped by Nick Wu on the turret. And that Jace pickup so far for Nick Wu seems to be paying dividends.
It's working very, very well for them. He's able to do so much damage from far away, and you're just kind of seeing how well they can burst someone down when Super lands a Rune Prism. They just collapse on that champion and kill it off quickly.
And there is the turret finally going down. That's the second turret of the game for the Brunch Club, and that is going to cause them to turn straight onto Dragon. That's the advantage they were looking for.
That is a great advantage for them. You're seeing this Dragon now just under siege, and of course you can see the positioning there. Marn has no chance of taking this one out.
Didn't want to get close to it. 9-5 in kills. The Brunch Club with the lead. 1-0 up in this game. And now they have a 5,000 gold lead. And Marn, well, they came back from 6k against the Zhug earlier on yesterday. Say earlier on, it was last game of the day, I believe, wasn't it? But I'm not sure they have it in them. Who knows? Who knows? They've come back from worse.
They have, and we're going to see what these guys can do with this one. So Clicky D is going to go for the split push. Difficulty being he does not have his ultimate up from cooldown, but it's kind of what they need to do. Both Clicky D and Mega Zero can play split pushers, so interestingly, the way split pushing really works is as long as you can out 1v1 anyone on the other team, and then you can leave freely with a teleport, you pull aggro to you, you force 1-on-1s or 2-on-1s, then you show back up to make 5-on-4s or 5v3s, and you do that over and over again. It's the kind of strategy that Taipei Assassin used a lot when Stanley was on Nidalee, is he would just be able to win his duels, he itemized for 1v1s, and they itemized the rest of the team for 4-on-4s, and simply pulled aggro and fought smaller battles. Here for Marn, they need to figure out if Mega Zero or Clicky D is the one to win 1v1s. They need to be able to make sure that the 4-on-4 is good for them too.
So let's see how they deal with it. They need to get a couple more kills in here, a couple more picks, but Brunch Club are playing this very clever. They're not leaving themselves out there. They're not getting caught out. They're not hanging out a little bit too far. Mega Zero's working on this bottom turret, but Nick Wu straight away responds. Misses out on Mega Zero. Mega Zero's going to get a couple more damage hits on there, but he's going to have to back away. And Nick Wu is responding so well to Mega Zero's pushes.
And meanwhile, you're seeing amazing pushing coming out from Brunch U. That Caitlyn doing so much damage to structures. 3-1 in turrets right now. Very good opening for Brunch Club.
So you see them pushing in. That is all the outer turrets down. Where are they going to go from here? Are they going to continue pushing on the top lane in? Looking like they will. Brunch is coming in there. Well, he's just lost his blood boil. See LEB's just going to come back. They're putting a lot of damage down onto this one. They've took a good third of the health off straight away there. And now you can see Chupa and Laudamortis. They're closing in around the bottom side. Mega Zero is in trouble here. I don't think he even realizes it. He's going to have to pop that Ragnarok. He has got Ghost. Will he be able to escape the damage? You see he's got 3 members in there. Oh, beautiful. Just before he got to use the Ragnarok, the Ghost went down and he just got knocked straight back into the wall. Is it going to be enough? Mega Zero is going to get away. No, the Rune Prison comes back in. Ragnarok runs out. Very, very well played by Nick Wu and the Brunch Club.
And the thing is, Mega Zero, if he had gotten about 3 more seconds, could have Ragnarok teleported to a turret.
Yeah.
You cannot break teleport while you're under Ragnarok. Nothing will touch you there. And you saw him take more than 4 seconds. He took the entire duration of Ragnarok to go down. So if he had had just a couple more seconds, he could have gotten out.
It was more to the point that he hit Ghost and didn't hit Ragnarok at the same time.
Yeah,
so
he got that one
He got hammered
knockback.
just back into the wall. If he'd have done that, it'd have been gone. And
Exactly.
straight up river as well. But
Exactly.
it doesn't matter. It didn't happen. And as it is, the Brunch Club are pushing in and more advantages as they go. And it is going to be the mid inner turret. Now they've taken the bottom inner turret. It's going to be the mid inner turret will follow once Brunch finishes that off. There we go. And meanwhile, Clicky D is trying his best to force anyone to notice me. I'm pushing your inner turret. Come please and notice me. And well, he has pulled the attention of Laudamortis.
And that's nice, but the difficulty thing, the thing to remember right here is Brunch Club, this looks like a team with Baron, where they're getting these free pushes, they're catching people out, no one's responding to their actions. That looks like what you normally see when one team is Baron and the other team is like, well, we gotta take 2 turrets, but you know, whatever, we'll deal with it, we'll stop them again when Baron runs out. this isn't with Baron. This is simply Brunch Club being more powerful as a default setting, and you're seeing Marn not able to do anything to stop them.
Not able to respond to it. MegaZero trying his best to keep those waves continually clear, but while he's losing out the farm, now we see the Mana Moonate coming out. I guess we're going to see the upgrade on that one for Jace. So interesting build from Jace straight there. Warmogs, of course, along with the Home Guard boots on the Ionians, as well as the Hex Drink up. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, actually, they're going to catch on. The Ziggs ultimate does come down. It's Chupa's the target, and his ideal target. They should catch him down. Yes, they do. They just saw Echo jumping away. He's going to come back in, gets Nick Wu down. That's 3 kills, sorry, 2 kills. Very good kills as well. What can they do with this one? They're going to try and force Baron.
That was a perfect engage. Baron's going to be a bit difficult because there is still a live Caitlyn. Problem is, she's in the base, so it will take her quite some time to show up here.
Oh, MegaZero turns back on towards Louder Mortis there. LEB coming in as well. MegaZero is going to go for this one. The rest of the team needs to peel with him. They are going to go towards Louder Mortis. If they can get him down, it will be the smite gone. Louder Mortis taking down Vrolo. Absolute Zero, full channel about to come out, and Caitlyn joins the party, and he does manage to get the kill. That's going to be a second kill. This has backfired horrendously because the rest of Marn did not react to the same point as Ace in the Hole is going to come out, and it is forced Marn's whole advantage away there just because Brunch came back.
That is so unfortunate here for Marn. I kind of want to see a game 3. I want to see more games coming through, especially that brother battle. I want it to be close, but that was a very just weird, not coordinated fight. They were looking good up until the point where they baited them into the absolute zero, and Brunch U showed up. They had good damage on Louder Mortars. I was like, you know, this 3-on-2 split might work, and then the rest of the team showed up.
The rest of the team did come there, and you just wonder, I mean, really, whether that's simply down to, you know, a more experienced team would have made the call and everybody would have reacted to it. Instead, 2 of them peeled away, 3 of them stayed, and they were like, oh, are we doing Baron? Should we stay? Should we? I mean, the fact is, once MegaZero had got so close to Louder Mortis, everybody should have been straight away coming. It's like, we can take down the main smite.
Yeah, that's lack of a captain, or just an inexperienced captain who isn't kind of, you know, really making the right call. They had enough time to get Baron so low Louder Mortis would be forced to engage, but instead they spent their 2 main damage dealers, Olaf and Graves. If you want to send someone to chase a champion down, don't send the AD carry. Send a mage, send a support, send something, but do not send your AD carry off of Baron if you actually want to kill Baron for real.
It's looking like Brunch are going to take down the Dragon as well. That's going to extend their gold lead. It's 8,000 gold lead now. 5 turrets, 2-2, 12-7 in terms of kills, and they are 1-0 up. And now they can surely sense it. But how does that affect their play? How would it affect your gameplay, Freak? If you were sat here thinking, well, this is going to give me a job for a year as a professional computer gamer. I'm going to get myself a gaming house. I'm going to get paid to do this. And more to the point, I can win even more money at the end of the season.
Well, the main thing you have to do is take your mind off it. As hard as that might seem, you've got to just relax and play normally. No one's ever played the best game of their life because they're overhyping themselves. You can get in the zone, you can get motivated, but if your brain is thinking about what the game means, your brain's not thinking about the game itself. You've got to just be able to focus on exactly what's going on and leave everything else out of your head.
Trying to channel off MegaZero there. He thought about pushing away, kind of sensed that something wasn't quite right in this lane. Nobody was visible. We are seeing Clanky D pushing back along that top wave, but we do see the rest of the Brunch Club, of course, shoving along this bottom lane. Not choosing to go for Baron, but choosing to go straight for turrets. And why the hell not? They have a big advantage.
Yeah, no Baron buff, but they don't quite need it. The one good thing for Marn is they buy time, and they should be able to. Graves, Ziggs, and Olaf should all be able to buy some time. They're just going to go in.
They're just going to go in, stun united on towards MegaZero. It's going to be the Ziggs ultimate landing in there as well. Brunch is the main target. They will manage to pop him down, but the rest of the team being turned out. Nick Wu just going to turn back on towards the turret. And of course, don't forget the double kill coming out from Chupa. Chupa gets straight in there. Nick Wu picks up a kill. Echo the last man standing. That's a double kill for Nick Wu. And that is the ace for the Brunch Club. They're going to get an inhibitor.
That was a beautiful fight by them, and that's kind of what Rise does best, is he is best against assassin-y teams because they'll overcommit so hard diving your AD carry, and Rise, if you leave him alone for more than 5 seconds, will eviscerate your entire champion lineup, and that's what you saw here from Chuper. Now they're going to recall really, really fast, heal back up, make sure the counter Baron is not available. They watched, I'm hoping, Fear vs. Meat Playground and realized, don't leave the counter Baron up, because that's what they're doing. They're defending, they're waiting for it. But again, Rise, he beats assassin-y teams because he will kill you as you chase someone else.
And you know, this is showing, this is almost like a mirror image of the games earlier on today. We're going to get a replay and check out that ace and take us through it, Freak.
All right, so focus here on what Chuper is doing. Watch him. He's down at the bottom. He takes one little bit of damage. He's pushing down onto Mega Zero, spamming abilities down, and you just watch the health bar start melting down, the red ones, as they get smaller and smaller. Chuper is just spamming out abilities. Everyone put out on cooldown. Double kill for him, and they can just, of course, chase down these last two with no problem.
Yeah, what I was going to say earlier on, this is kind of a mirror image of the DirtNat gaming game. They were after Zuna. They tried so hard to focus on Zuna. They literally piled through, and you saw it exactly to that. Mega Zero, Clicky D, everybody, Heartbeat, everything went in there. And, well, at the back there, it was just like, well, Chupa's like, well, this is easy. Everybody's running into my ulti. I'm just going to keep doing all this damage.
Yep. All the splash, all the burn. I mean, he had Golem buff, I'm pretty sure. He's got very, very low cooldowns, and he just is going to eviscerate everything.
Shock blast there. One single shock blast taking half of the health off Echo. He didn't even get just caught the full blast to the face, and that is going to now be a problem. We do see two Warmogs coming out, Clicky D and Mega Zero, but we can see there is a chunk of armor, there's a lot of ability power, and there's a heck of a lot of mana as well for Chupa.
And that's going to be a Baron very, very fast. That took so much damage so quickly. Brunchu and Chuper together just eviscerate large targets like that. Both of them able to chain their attacks and abilities together. This is looking like the game-winning push here for TBC if they play it right.
Yeah, we're also seeing home guard boots actually on Chupa. On the Muramana as well. Wow, another shock blast catching on towards it. This time it's a Heartbeat, and you immediately hear that ping. Half the damage done in a single shot. Ooh, Echo just dodging out the way of that one as well. And they can just poke it down slowly and find their opportunity.
Well, Zig's going to keep poking out. They do want to clear these minions down. Somehow they need to find 4 minutes of time that I don't think they can gather here, but they're going to hope to defend this turret for so long that Baron runs out, because you've already seen the fights not go well for Marn. It's going to be even harder when they've got Baron on top of it.
Yeah, and there you can see, slowly but surely, Nick Wu trying his best to poke it away. Instead, they're going to turn to the inner turret up the top lane. They're just going to tank that one up there, and Brunch is going to clear out that mini wave. No, they're just going to tank it out. Laudamonis is in there.
Okay, well, that's going to be an easy, easy backdoor. Of course, so much durability on this Cho'Gath. He's kind of ignoring most of the damage that the opposing team is dealing, and he's just happy with that. And there goes the top turret. This is going to be theirs pretty easily, I think.
Yeah, they will dispose of the first inhibitor turret, sorry, the second inhibitor turret up the top lane, and now it's going to be the inhibitor going down, and again, the ping there straight away, Shock Blast landing, finding its home on Heartbeat, and he's had to back off. Laudamonis, is he thinking of tanking this one? No, there is still a full team there. Let's not get carried away with this one just yet, but they will get in there, and Nick Wu as well with the expended. Oh, and there's going to be Mega Zero diving in. They're doing it again. They're throwing everything at Brunchu. They are going to catch him out. Is it going to be enough? The rest of the team around the backside? No, because immediately you see Heartbeat getting blitzed across there. Heartbeat's getting taken down. Nick Wu and Chupa are just destroying the rest of the team. Echo's going to go down, so that's going to be a triple kill for Chupa. That is going to be the game. We are going to have our fourth team into the Season 3 tournament, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the Brunch Club. They're just going to push on through, and it is a 2-0 for the Brunch Club. They are in Season 3. Their dream is complete.
They have made it. Congratulations there. And of course, even still, it's a happy Clicky D. His brother has made it into Season 3. Nick Wu, Laudamortis, Chuper, Brunchu, LEB. Congratulations, guys. You have done it. The last game of Saturday. There's the hugs coming out. The elation, the emotion. Congratulations, Brunch Club. They have made it team number 7.
They have made it indeed, and you can see what it means to these guys. They are now into Season 3. They are joining the likes of CLG, TSM, Dignitas, Fear, Curse, and Good Game University. And they are now in there. And there's one more I'm missing.
No, I think you said 7 just now.
Did I pull them all out? Wow. I do surprise myself there. But there you see everybody getting involved. And I'd like to see whether Clicky D, that's Nick Wu. I'd like to see something between those guys. But, you know, the brother thing, we've seen it many times. We've seen Dan Din and Andy, of course. Reginald, maybe you probably know him more as. But we've seen many brother conflicts. This time, Nick Wu won out, despite the fact he was the first death of the game.
Of the first game of the series, yeah. He was first blood, but he came back a triple kill in the very last fight in Game 1. A very commanding Jace game here. Guaranteed a couple of those kills on Mega Zero. Had a lot of great fights. Guys, we got a replay of that last triple kill. Let's see just how dominating this Brunch Club lineup was as it went down to it. There's the dive comp. So much damage on a Brunchu, but on the left-hand side, there is Chuper, and he's going to start killing things. Just look at the health bars getting eviscerated down. Claky D finally cleaned up on the right-hand side, but meanwhile, everyone else is dead. Chuper flashing across the wall for it. They're just ahead by this point. The dive comp, they tried for it. They got some good damage. They killed the AD carry, but there's just so much left over once Caitlyn is dead. That's what the Ryze does. That's what the Jace does. It cleans up fights.
There we go. The brothers embrace one of them when they knew it was going to be through. This time it was Nick Wu. Of course, are not out of it yet. We do have more matches tomorrow. Day 3 will be a big, big thing. 4 teams in that tournament. Only 1 place remaining in Season 3. Well, what do you guys think? What a fantastic tournament it has been done. We're not quite done yet, ladies and gentlemen. We'll talk to one of the players. I'm guessing it may well be Nick Wu. We're going to try and drag him up here. Who knows? It has been the last match of the day. We're going to recap everything that happened today and tell you what to expect tomorrow. We'll be right back after this quick break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're not quite done yet. We are here. And of course, joining me once again is DJ Wheat. I am D-Man. And wow, what a day's gaming we have had.
What a day indeed. I mean, we have 4 teams now that are making it through. And guess what? We're here with one of the last qualifiers of the day. It's Loud and Mortis from the team, the Brunch Club. Congratulations, man.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Let me hear your first reactions.
I'm still pretty speechless, but I'll tell you, I feel amazing.
You feel amazing. I mean, you've been in the scene for a while. Everybody knows your name. You were in there with Legion, I believe it was, a while ago. You've done many teams jumping across, but now you've managed to find a solid team, the Brunch Club. You've qualified for Season 3. Just how does that, how's that sit in? You're going to be a paid pro player.
I mean, I've deserved it for a long time,
You've deserved it.
It's just a matter of time, until I found 4 competent people to play with. But real talk, I mean, I can't even explain how much it means to me. I had lots of family and friends at home rooting me on, and all the people that supported us, you meant the world. That was what made my dream come true. Is everybody out there, saying I could do it.
And we had so many different scenarios today in terms of the teams that were going to make it. The Curse, who obviously were in a situation where if they don't make it, they could potentially lose their house. And you guys are in this awesome situation where this is the dawn of your career. It's really what you've been going after. So, with that put out there, does that mean that you are going to put 1,000% into Season 3? I mean, do you have to make your mark going forward?
We're definitely going to put 1,000% in, but it might not start tonight.
Well, that's the other thing we've been asking is that, you know, like this small break and then maybe getting right into it. But I imagine you're going to take it as serious as possible.
Yeah, everybody on our team, we weren't content with just beating teams. We wanted to make sure we were better than them. We wanted to keep getting better. And I know that's something that isn't just like we wanted to get to this stage and now we're ready to plateau off. We're a team of players who really consistently want to get better. And I think that's what propelled us to get to this point. And then going forward, yeah, I mean, we're just going to keep trying to get better.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the team. Is everyone prepared to move into a gaming house? Everyone's prepared maybe to move to LA, or is things got to be settled down? Because you've got a pretty short period to sort this out. You've only got a couple of weeks. 7th of February is the start of the season.
Why'd you got to blow his mind like that?
I know. That's just like, there is the scenario right now. That is the pressure you're under straight away. You're going to be facing COG, TSM, Dignitas every other week.
I know. I was only worried about Kazakh, Seville, and Shen, and now I have to worry about where to live. I think a majority of the team is willing to move out, and I think that is probably the route we will take.
Tell me, what has been the most challenging part of this process to make it right here?
Well, there was a lot of pee breaks. Just studying all the teams, trying to, there's a barrier to entry for professional, and I mean, if our people are like, we don't want to scrim that team, we don't know people on that team, and it takes a long time to get to teams that you can actually get better off of. And then when you get to that, they're stomping you. They tear you down. The first time you scrim them, they annihilate you. It's not even close. Like, you're like, let's go for Dragon, and they're taking like your inhib, and you're like, worth it.
So, I mean, speaking of that barrier entry, what would you say to an aspiring League of Legends team or player if they wanted to be where you are next season?
Just give it 1,000%. That's what it took to get here for me. If you do that, right, it gives you plenty of entries into the competitive scene. There are teams that slack off, and then people come in expecting big things, and they fall off, and you can tell. I mean,
and I want to quickly mention, we'll talk about quickly the game that you actually had, the 2 games you just had, the pentakill. I guess we've got to talk about that. You guys were actually under pressure at that stage. They were pushing you, and you managed to counter in there. Is it simply a case of you just caught out the mid there? It was Echo?
Yeah.
He was on Oriana at the top there, and then boom, everybody piled in.
It was just a case of they left Kazakhs up, and Kazakhs is really cheap. And they spread out really well. Oh yeah, I didn't swear. I'm good. Yeah, they spread out really well. Kazakh's got a couple unseen threats, and then Cho just kind of let it happen in the bush.
He actually just showed himself, didn't he? But we're going to see more from that from Jat in a moment. But how do you feel yourself? You seem a little shell shocked right now.
I definitely am. 2 of my favorite casters right next to me, and someone just said I get a big contract and a huge house. So
pretty good day. Not too bad for a day's work or a couple days of work, huh?
Oh my God, I can't even tell you. This means everything to us.
All right. So MVP of your team,
Chuper. He has improved a ton. I can't even the namesake is Brunch, and I think Brunch is probably our best player, but I think our MVP is Chuper. I think.
Well, it used to be Chuper's Troopers.
It did.
It did indeed, and there's a reason for that. So, wow, thank you very much, Louder Morris, for joining us. You're going to be a star, I feel, coming into Season 3. You're going to be up there. One of your names is going to be in lights, maybe, alongside all the other big players that are currently getting it. That's what we're going to hope to be bringing you guys at home. We want to see more top players forming through. We've already seen Zuna today. Zuna's shown himself in the light there. As Louder Morris is going to be alongside him. You certainly proved it in the previous tournaments, but what a fantastic day it's been.
Excellent work. Congratulations yet again. And we were talking a little bit about that pentakill that we saw. How about we throw it over to Jat for the final word on our last matchup and, of course, that fantastic pentakill.
Thanks, guys. I just actually wanted to talk about Chuper's pentakill, in all honesty, because this was the swinging moment when you really realized that they were going to take this game. So you can see Marn is pushing in at the turret. Everyone is grouped up. Let's just start rolling this clip right here. You can see a flash crescendo is going to come in from LEB. Kazakh jumps in. They catch Echo out. He's Zonya's. You're wondering if it's going to work. As soon as he does, let's pause it here. Chuper jumped in to start this fight. The fact that they were able to finish off Echo allowed him to get the reset on that jump. It's going to be very interesting watching this because he's going to have to jump over everyone who's clumped up here. This fight is actually quite close right now. They've lost Nick Wu, but they've killed Echo. At this point, you don't really know what's going to happen. Let's watch what happens in half speed. And Wild Immortus may say this is a little cheap. He pops his ultimate, jumps over. It looks like Heartbeat's alive. No, not anymore. He continues to jump on, finishes off Atomic, and at this point, Claky D actually popped his ultimate to get on him and went halfway across the map. Chuper finishes off the pentakill if we watch the rest of it at full speed. Mega Zero was actually about to go back, got seen by the ward, and unfortunately, this was really the end of the game. Pentakill, good job, Chuper, and congratulations to everyone from the Brunch Club. Everyone who qualified today, we now have 7 teams. It's a really great match.
Thank you very much, Jat, and well, what a fantastic way to finish it. With a pentakill, of course. Yesterday, we started with 16 teams. Today, we've moved on to 4 of them, qualifying through to Season 3. 7 teams now complete. What are we expecting? One more to go. Day 3 is the big day.
Yeah, tomorrow the Final 4 will enter, and only one will leave with a coveted spot in or onto Season 3. Of course, that leaves Meat Playground, Dirtnap Gaming, Azure, and Team Marn, and they'll be fighting it out. Best of 3s as they break through the bracket. There you can see them right there. This is the last chance, D-Man. Like we had mentioned, I said earlier, it's like you get that real-life Guardian Angel. Boom, Sunday comes, and here it is. This is it. You know, no excuses. Leave nothing behind. You've got to do it. But of course, who qualified today? We had we had Fear early on. Then we had Good Guy University, followed up by Curse, and then finally the Brunch Club. What was your favorite matchup of all those?
Honestly, it's got to be the Good Game University versus Dirtnap Gaming. Dirtnap Gaming looked, to me, certainly the one I think tomorrow may give everyone a problem. They look competent. Of course, they were going up against a team that they knew. They'd played each other so often, which is what even made it harder for one another. But they had some fantastically close games. Good Game University, a very good team. Dirtnap Gaming getting through there. Of course, Azure as well. They came up, unfortunately, against Curse. They came up against a full brick wall. A team that was so well prepared for this tournament. They had to. They simply had to. There was no question whether they were going to get through. They had to get through, 100%. If they were lost, they were out. They were out, literally out the door. They would have gone back to Vegas and they wouldn't be going home.
Yeah, and you know, Curse had kind of expected to play Marn, but of course Marn took that #1 seed out of the 4th group yesterday. They now go on to the final day. That allowed the Brunch Club to face off Marn. Of course, we just heard from them, and they made it through, and one more team is that much closer to Season 3. So tomorrow, the Season 3 North American Qualifier concludes as the remaining 4 teams battle for the final spot on the roster. Now, the action is going to kick off at 11 a.m. Pacific and 8 p.m. Central European with Team Dirtnap Gaming taking on Azure Gaming. I'm DJ Wheat, and on behalf of myself, D-Man, Riv, Jat Freak, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow for the final day of the Season 3 North American Qualifier.